Blue Star. Magic City. In a small rented room, Lin Xiao slowly opened a pair of dazed eyes. Staring at the unfamiliar surroundings before him, he soon shifted his gaze toward the small coffee table at his side. On the small coffee table lay 8 or 9 empty beer bottles. Just then a sharp pain suddenly tore through his mind, as if someone had struck his head hard with a blunt object. Before long the pain overwhelmed him, and he blacked out. When he finally woke again, 2 hours had already passed. While he was unconscious, a flood of memories surged through his mind. Only after he finished sorting through them did he realize that he had transmigrated. He had crossed over to a parallel world called Blue Star, and the original owner of this body was also named Lin Xiao. The original Lin Xiao had graduated from university half a year ago, majoring in composition at the Magic City Conservatory of Music and Arts. After graduating, carrying his dreams and his passionate love for music, he embarked on the road of job hunting. Dreams were beautiful, but reality was cruel. In the past half year, he had interviewed at the 3 largest entertainment media companies in Magic City and failed every time. Without a job, there was no salary, and surviving in such a metropolis was extremely difficult. Yet he refused to give up his love for music to casually find any random job. Thus, he worked part-time to earn living expenses while composing songs on the side. Just a few days ago, he finally completed a song. Taking that piece with him, he went to interview at a second-tier entertainment company. This time he was finally accepted. The entertainment company he interviewed with was called Xingshan Entertainment Media. Its scale was not very large, and within Magic City, it was considered a second-tier entertainment company. When the original Lin Xiao returned to the rented room, he was extremely excited. Thinking back on the hot-blooded passion he had upon graduation, the repeated setbacks he had suffered, and the persistence that followed each blow, he shed tears that came after enduring clouds to finally glimpse the clear sky. After crying his fill in happiness, he felt he had to celebrate. Celebrate the success of his interview, celebrate his perseverance over the past half year. So, the original Lin Xiao went out and bought a case of beer, then drank alone. Drinking beer, he thought of the bitterness of the past 6 months and the beautiful future he imagined. Once he started, he could not stop and finally drank himself into unconsciousness, thus giving the Earth's Lin Xiao the chance to transmigrate over. After sorting through these memories, Lin Xiao thought to himself, "Brother, was it really necessary? You even managed to drink yourself to death." In truth, had he not also drunk himself into this world of Blue Star? The Earth's Lin Xiao had been a third-rate musician in his early 30s, living an utterly average life. He normally made a living by writing songs and taking commercial performance gigs. He had written a few songs, but none had made much of a splash. That day, after finishing a full day of commercial performances, the exhausted Lin Xiao dragged his weary body to a barbecue stall. He ordered some food and alcohol, and after drinking too much, he inexplicably ended up on Blue Star. Thinking of all this, Lin Xiao gave a self-deprecating chuckle. "Since we are both named Lin Xiao and both crossed worlds through drinking, I will live your life in your stead, and I will take care of your parents and family for you. If you have also gone to Earth, then live my life in my place and take good care of my parents and loved ones there," Lin Xiao said in his heart. Since he had come, he might as well make peace with it. With that thought, Lin Xiao began to survey the small rented room. There was a bed, a small coffee table, a tiny wardrobe, and a desk with a few books and a laptop placed on it. There were no other large items. From the original owner's memories, Lin Xiao learned about this world of Blue Star. In terms of technology, it was about as advanced as Earth. However, its historical trajectory and dynasties were vastly different, and there were none of those famous emperors, generals, or poets. In the realm of culture and entertainment, development lagged slightly behind Earth. The heavenly kings and queens of Earth and its many iconic hit songs were all different from those on Blue Star. As he thought about this, Lin Xiao's stomach suddenly growled loudly, pulling him back to reality. He was hungry. The original owner had drunk so much without eating, so it was only natural he now felt starved. Lin Xiao stood up and searched the room for something to eat, but there was nothing at all. He sighed softly. Walking over to the coffee table, he picked up the original owner's phone, opened the food delivery app, and ordered a meal. Fortunately, the payment went through. In his previous life, Lin Xiao had loved reading transmigration web novels, and he had been half afraid that a cliched plot would occur, where the original owner's phone only had 2 yuan left. While waiting for the food to arrive, Lin Xiao checked the original owner's account balance. Thankfully, there were still a few hundred yuan left, and the rent had just been paid not long ago. These few hundred yuan would allow him to scrape by for a while. Looking at the phone in his hand, Lin Xiao opened the photo gallery and saw only a few pictures, several of himself, and a few with a close buddy. This good buddy was named Wang Gang. There were no photos with any girls and none of those gold-digging girlfriends from web novels. Lin Xiao could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. The original owner's life had been very regular and ordinary. During his 4 years at university, he had never dated. At school, he was either in class studying or playing games with his dorm mate Wang Gang. There were 4 people in their dorm, but only Lin Xiao and his good friend Wang Gang were single, so over time the two of them gradually became close brothers. After finishing with the photo album, Lin Xiao opened the contacts list. There were not many entries. His parents, his younger sister, and his bros. There was also a newly added number, Hu Jiang, the head of the composition department at Xingchen Entertainment Media. After looking through it, Lin Xiao felt a faint joy. The original owner's life was regular and simple, and Lin Xiao liked that. There were none of those messy, complicated entanglements. Lin Xiao was someone who hated trouble. After putting down the phone, he suddenly felt a swelling discomfort in his lower abdomen. Of course, after drinking so much, how could he not feel bloated? He hurried to the bathroom. Soon the sound of a torrential downpour striking water echoed out. After that storm, everything calmed like clear skies after heavy rain. After relieving himself, Lin Xiao stood by the sink, washing his hands, then lifted his gaze to the mirror ahead. In the mirror was the face of a delicate, handsome youth with slightly fair skin, well-defined features, and bright, clean teeth and lips. Paired with short hair that was not too long, he looked spirited and energetic. The more one looked, the more pleasing he seemed. The original owner was only 25 years old, which made Lin Xiao feel as if he had struck it rich, suddenly several years younger. In his previous life, he had not looked bad either, but compared to the original owner, he was still a little lacking. He wondered if the original Lin Xiao upon arriving on Earth would feel depressed at having aged several years. After washing his hands, Lin Xiao admired the handsome young man in the mirror for quite a while before finally walking out. If not for the knock on the door, who knew how long he would have gone on admiring himself. He opened the door. It was the delivery courier. "Are you Mr. Lin Xiao?" the courier asked. "Yes, that's me," Lin Xiao replied as he took the meal. Taking the food and offering his thanks, Lin Xiao returned to the coffee table and began to eat ravenously. He simply could not help himself. He was starving. After eating and drinking his fill, Lin Xiao sprawled sideways on the small sofa, lazily rubbing his stomach. He thought to himself the feeling of lying down after a full meal was simply bliss. After lying there for a while, it was already 10 in the evening. Lin Xiao got up and went to the bathroom to shower. The smell of alcohol on his body was still very strong. 20 minutes later, after washing himself clean, Lin Xiao lay down on the bed, feeling that this entire day had been like a dream. Having become familiar with the original owner's memories and life, it almost felt as if he himself were a native of Blue Star. Yet Lin Xiao knew he still carried the memories of Earth. Since he had come, he would live splendidly and freely. The heights he had never reached in his previous life, he would attain them in this one. The life milestones he had failed to complete in his last life, he would accomplish in this one. As he was lost in thought, his phone suddenly rang. Picking it up and seeing the name on the screen, he realized it was his younger sister calling. Lin Xiao picked up the phone. Seeing that it was his younger sister calling, he hesitated for a moment before answering. "Hello, brother." Lin Xiao's voice came through the receiver. Her voice was clear and melodious. "Xiaowei." Lin Xiao had thought he might feel some resistance, yet the affection carved into his very bones burst forth the instant he heard her. The realization eased his heart. "Brother, did you pass your interview today?" Lin Kaiwei asked. Only then did Lin Xiao remember that she had asked him about it before he went. "I did, Xiaowei. It's not a particularly big entertainment company, but at least it matches the major I studied," Lin Xiao replied. "It's great that you succeeded, and I believe in your ability, brother. You'll definitely become a truly remarkable composer," his sister said happily. Lin Xiao answered with firm resolve, "I'll give it my all." The siblings chatted about family matters for a while longer, then wished each other good night and ended the call. After hanging up, Lin Xiao found his mind filled with the image of his younger sister Lin Kaiwei's face. Lin Kaiwei was 2 years younger than Lin Xiao, 23 this year, studying business management at Launching University. The siblings shared a deep bond. She was already in her 4th year, and come June, she would be able to begin her internship and graduate. Thinking of her, Lin Xiao gradually drifted into sleep. After all, with all the alcohol he had drunk, his head was still spinning. The next day was Saturday. At 8 in the morning, Lin Xiao slowly opened his eyes. Seeing sunlight streaming into the room from outside, Lin Xiao rose and got dressed. He drew back the curtains. Sunlight fell across his refined, handsome features, making him appear bright and clean in that moment. After washing up in the bathroom, he sat down on the sofa and pondered the road ahead. The company the original Lin Xiao had applied to would not start work until Monday, and today was only Saturday. There were still nearly 2 days to go. "I should use these 2 days to properly understand this parallel world's Blue Star," Lin Xiao thought to himself. "At the beginning, I can only go work at the entertainment company the original me applied to earn some money first. Without money, nothing can be done." Lin Xiao quietly laid out his plans. After he had earned some money, he would consider other options. In truth, he did not want to work for others, but for now, there was no helping it. He simply had no money. "For now, I should just do my best as a humble worker," Lin Xiao thought gloomily. As he pondered, his stomach growled. He decided to head out and fill his stomach first. Under heaven, nothing is more important than a proper meal. Food is the soul of the working folk, and the working folk live for their food. Lin Xiao burst out laughing, feeling his own thoughts a bit childish and overdramatic. He stood up, changed his shoes, and stepped outside. On the street, he saw some pedestrians strolling leisurely, while others hurried along with quick, urgent steps. Feeling his body refreshed after a good night's sleep, he couldn't help but sigh at how wonderful youth was. After walking for a while, he arrived at a breakfast shop, bought a few steamed buns, and some soy milk, and sat down to eat. After breakfast, Lin Xiao wandered around the neighborhood near his rental apartment. Only when the sun grew a bit hot did he return home. Back inside, he turned on his computer and began searching for information about Blue Star, limited to what ordinary people could access, of course. Seeing the one and only song the original Lin Xiao had written stored on the computer, he found it terribly crude, not even comparable to the songs he had composed back on Earth. Lin Xiao then opened Xiaogua's largest and most authoritative music streaming platform, Wangi Cloud Music. It was named Wangi Cloud Music because the platform had been conceived with the ambition of collecting and releasing over 100 million songs. The platform held official authorization, and during chart competitions it strictly forbade any form of vote manipulation. Once such behavior was discovered, the consequences were severe. Thus, Wangi Cloud Music had grown into the largest and most authoritative platform. It was devoted to building the fairest and most impartial rankings. There was a new songs chart, a hot songs chart, and the most authoritative storm chart. The new songs chart was easy to understand. Newly released works by composers and singers would appear there. The hot songs chart reflected the popularity and widespread circulation of a track. Once its heat reached a certain level, it could make the list. The storm chart was on an entirely different level. Songs that appeared there had all achieved extremely high download counts before qualifying. Only songs backed by true strength, those of top-tier stars or music kings and queens, could surge onto that chart. In Xiagua, composers were classified as bronze, silver, gold, and music saints. Singers were likewise divided into newcomers, fringe artists of the 18th line, first-tier stars, and so on. Since Lin Xiao was applying to be a composer, he needed to familiarize himself with everything in Xiagua's music scene. In Xiagua, it was not the case that composers held higher status than singers, nor that singers overshadowed those behind the scenes. One could only say they achieved one another. Of course, things were different for newcomers and obscure 18th-line artists. Before debut, almost no one knew their names. Composers were another matter. For example, if you were a bronze-tier composer and wrote a song far beyond bronze standards, second- and third-tier singers would scramble to perform it. That was the one crucial difference. In the end, talent and strength spoke loudest. A high-quality song was very difficult to create, yet singers who could sing well were plentiful. That was the distinction. After familiarizing himself with the charts, Lin Xiao listened to some of the songs listed there. How to put it? Compared to certain household classics from Earth, there was still a considerable gap. When he finished listening, Lin Xiao opened some of Xiagua's film and television works to watch. After he was done, he slowly rose and walked to the window to get some fresh air. Even after watching movies for most of the day, Lin Xiao did not feel dizzy or fatigued. In his previous life, he had never possessed such stamina. He felt it was likely related to his transmigration. Crossing over had made his mental strength far more robust, which was certainly a boon. Standing by the window in the soft breeze, he began recalling songs from his past life. Lin Xiao discovered that as long as he had sung them or remembered them before, he could now call them all to mind. This delighted him immensely. This was the golden cheat he had gained by transmigrating to Blue Star, the foundation upon which he would secure his livelihood. Lin Xiao figured that transmigration had strengthened his soul, which was why he could remember them so clearly. Both the Lin Xiao of his previous life and the original Lin Xiao here had studied music. Therefore, as long as he remembered the lyrics and melodies, composing the scores now would be a breeze for him. Having thought it through, Lin Xiao's mood lifted greatly. He now had his golden cheat. All that remained was to steadily earn more money. Glancing at the sky outside, already dark, he realized it was night and that he should go eat. At noon, he had forgotten to eat while watching movies, so he needed to reward himself properly in the evening. People are iron, food is steel. Skip a meal and you'll be faint with hunger. Changing his shoes, he headed out and came to a small restaurant nearby. He ordered one dish and one soup and enjoyed them thoroughly. When he paid the bill, Lin Xiao felt a slight pang in his heart. The meal had cost nearly 50 yuan. But as soon as he thought of his golden cheat, Lin Xiao's mood improved again. After dinner, he strolled back home at an unhurried pace. He took a shower, went to bed, and gathered his strength, because next came work and earning money. And so together with Lin Xiao, a new journey was about to begin. The next morning, Lin Xiao slowly opened his hazy eyes. A glance at the clock revealed it was already 8 o'clock. He got up and freshened up, then changed into a set of sportswear, preparing to go out for a jog. After all, nothing is more important than a healthy body. A good physique is the foundation. Otherwise, there will be times when he feels powerless in the future. After changing into his shoes and stepping outside, Lin Xiao ran a few laps around the neighborhood. He only stopped after breaking a sweat. Jogging out of the community, he searched for food to satisfy his hunger. After resolving his meals, Lin Xiao returned home to take a shower. He then began to explore the music and film works of Xia country. Time flew by, and the day passed in a mundane manner. After dinner, lying in bed, Lin Xiao felt both excited and anxious. He was looking forward to starting his working life on Blue Star tomorrow, but anxious because he would be working in an unfamiliar place. Thus Lin Xiao thought about this and that for a while, and before he knew it, he fell asleep. The next day, Monday, at 7 in the morning, Lin Xiao got up on time, quickly dressed, and washed up before heading out. On the way to the company, he casually bought breakfast to eat. Since his residence was a bit far from the company, he had to take the subway. Fortunately, he could take one line directly to the company without needing to transfer. It was quite convenient. After finishing his breakfast in a few bites, Lin Xiao had already arrived at the subway station. He bought a ticket and entered the station, which was very crowded, especially since it was Monday. All the workers had to go to work. Lin Xiao stood beside the subway he was to take, waiting for a while until the train arrived. He slowly boarded the train with the crowd, which was also quite packed inside. Thinking about getting a seat was out of the question. Looking at the crowded carriage, Lin Xiao felt quite troubled. Although he hadn't done particularly well in his past life, he had worked hard enough to buy a vehicle. Once I earn some money, I'll buy a car first, Lin Xiao thought to himself. After 40 minutes, the subway arrived at his stop. Lin Xiao followed the crowd out of the station. After exiting the station, it took about 7 or 8 minutes of walking to reach the company entrance. Looking at the 30-plus story building in front of him, Lin Xiao withdrew his gaze. Of course, Xingshan Entertainment Media could not afford the entire building. After all, Xingshan Entertainment Media was a relatively small company, occupying only 5 floors. These were the 6th to 10th floors. The 6th floor was the composition department, the 7th and 8th floors were the artist department, the 9th floor was for public relations and marketing, and the 10th floor housed the film and television department, which also contained the president's office. Entering the building, Lin Xiao took the elevator straight to the 6th floor. Hello, I'm Lin Xiao, who interviewed earlier. I'm here to start work today, he said to the receptionist. Hello, I remember you. Please come this way and wait a moment. I'll arrange your workstation when manager who arrives, the receptionist replied with a smile. Following the receptionist to the sofa, Lin Xiao thanked her. My name is Wang Yu. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me in the future. Okay, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Looking at Lin Xiao's handsome face and warm smile, Wang Yu's cheeks turned slightly red. She thought to herself, he looks so good. The reason Wang Yu remembered Lin Xiao was that Xingshan Entertainment Media was not a very large company. There were not many interviews each day. Even if there were, none looked as good as Lin Xiao. That's why Wang Yu had a deep impression of him. As a girl who had just graduated not long ago, her view on romance prioritized looks. Seeing Wang Yu's slightly flushed face, Lin Xiao understood very well that it was caused by his good looks. After all, the original owner was quite attractive. Having lived over 30 years in his past life, Lin Xiao's emotional intelligence was quite high. All right then, I might trouble you often in the future. Lin Xiao replied with a polite smile. No problem, Wang Yu said, her face still slightly red. After saying that, she returned to her workstation. Lin Xiao waited for about 10 minutes when he saw the head of the composition department manager, who entered with an office bag in hand. He looked to be around 40, dressed in a deep blue suit and wearing black leather shoes. With slick back hair, he looked quite energetic and fashionable. Those in the entertainment industry really know how to dress, Lin Xiao thought to himself. When manager who approached the front desk, Wang Yu seemed a bit nervous as she spoke to him. Manager who Lin Xiao, who interviewed on Friday, is here to start work today and is waiting in the break area for you. Okay, got it, manager who replied with a serious expression. Manager who? Come in with me, manager who said with a stern face. Lin Xiao nodded and followed behind. The reason Wang Yu felt a bit scared of Hu Jiang was that since she started working at the company, she had never seen him smile. He often maintained a serious face. Other longtime employees in the composition department said the same, which made Wang Yu feel a bit intimidated by Hu Jiang. Lin Xiao and Hu Jiang arrived at the workstation in the composition department, where Hu Jiang pointed to an empty seat and said, You can sit here. For the next few days, get familiar with the company's rules and get to know your colleagues. If you have any questions, you can ask the person next to you or come to me. Okay, manager, Lin Xiao replied, nodding. After finishing, Hu Jiang turned and walked into his office. Lin Xiao sat at his workstation and tidied up his things. At this moment, a man in his 30s next to him spoke. Hey little brother, you just started today? Yes, Lin Xiao replied. He looked at the man beside him, who was dressed casually with a slightly round face. Looking down, he noticed a round beer belly. Sitting in the chair, one wouldn't even notice his face, thinking he was 5 months pregnant. He looked quite amusing. My name is Li Weiguo, what's yours? He said enthusiastically. Lin Xiao. Nice name, like a forest of trees, a carefree life. Your name is not bad either, brotherly. Protecting home and country. Very grand, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Oh, that reminds me. My dad served in the military when he was young. When I was born, he hoped I would also grow up to join the army and serve the country. That's why he named me Li Weiguo. Did you join the military? Lin Xiao asked. No, I was quite rebellious when I was younger. I liked to do the opposite of what my parents wanted. so I didn't go in the end. Later on, my parents didn't bother me. After graduating from college, I found a job I liked. That's great. No matter what job you do, as long as you like it, that's enough, Lin Xiao said. After that, Lin Xiao and Li Weiguo chatted a bit more before getting back to their own tasks. Through Li Weiguo's information, Lin Xiao learned that there were about 30 people in the composition department, most of whom were bronze medal composers with 2 silver medal composers and 1 gold medal composer. Thinking of a master composer was out of the question, considering Xingqian Entertainment Media was small. Thus, Lin Xiao learned about the company while also slacking off. During this time, Wang Yu took Lin Xiao to the HR department to complete his onboarding procedures and work ID. In this way, time passed until lunchtime. At this moment, Li Weiguo said to Lin Xiao, "It's time to eat. Want to go together?" "Sure, let's go." Lin Xiao stood up and said. Li Weiguo and Lin Xiao walked outside the building. After walking for a bit, they chose a noodle shop that looked very delicious. They each ordered a bowl and 2 small dishes to eat. Due to limited space in the company, there was no canteen, but meal expenses were compensated in the salary. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao got up and paid first while Li Weiguo contested with Lin Xiao over the payment. Lin Xiao told Li Weiguo that he was new to the company and needed Brother Li's guidance. In the end, Li Weiguo didn't insist on paying. After eating, the two strolled back. With still some time before work, Lin Xiao decided to lie down and rest for a while. After a nap until the alarm went off, Lin Xiao got up and washed his face in the restroom. With nothing much to do in the afternoon, Lin Xiao found the time quite boring and finally waited for quitting time. "Brother Li, it's time to get off work. Shall we go together?" Lin Xiao asked. Li Weiguo replied without looking up. "You go ahead, I just got some inspiration, I need to think a bit more." "Okay, then I'll leave first. See you tomorrow." Lin Xiao waved and left the composition department. Arriving at the subway station, seeing the crowd inside, Lin Xiao's desire to buy a car grew even stronger. Following the surging crowd, Lin Xiao set off on his journey home. P.S. Some may feel that this is too drawn out. Since it was Lin Xiao's first day at work, everything needed to be explained clearly. Please understand. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, Lin Xiao had been working at the company for 4 days. "Good morning," said Brother Lin. As soon as Lin Xiao entered, Wang Yu greeted her with a smile. Lin Xiao responded with a smile, "Good morning, Yaya." Over the past few days, Lin Xiao had become familiar with Wang Yu. Looking at this little girl who resembled his younger sister, Lin Xiao suddenly felt like teasing her. Lin Xiao examined Wang Yu seriously, then said with a serious expression, "Yaya, why do you look a bit strange today?" Wang Yu tensed up upon hearing Lin Xiao's words and serious expression, wondering if her makeup was off today. "What's strange about it?" Wang Yu asked nervously. Seeing her anxious look made Lin Xiao find it a bit funny, but he took a moment to think before speaking. "You look really pretty today." Wang Yu was taken aback for 2 seconds after hearing Lin Xiao's words, then her face flushed red. She shyly lowered her head. Seeing Wang Yu's reaction, Lin Xiao laughed heartily and turned to walk to his seat. Upon returning to his desk, Lin Xiao greeted Li Weiguo. Half an hour into the workday, Minister Hu Jiang walked out of his office and addressed everyone. "March is about to end. Are you all ready for the songs for April?" Upon hearing Hu Jiang's words, some of the lyricists in the office had indifferent expressions, while others were tense, not daring to look up at Hu Jiang. "Submit your songs to me after work tomorrow." After finishing his stern statement, Hu Jiang turned and returned to his office. The colleagues who hadn't submitted their songs felt relieved, including Li Weiguo. Seeing Li Weiguo's expression, Lin Xiao curiously asked, "Brother Li, haven't you submitted your song yet?" "Not yet, but it will be soon. I should be done today." "That's good, keep it up, Brother Li." Lin Xiao encouraged, making a gesture of encouragement. "Thanks, but let's not chat for now. I need to get to work," Li Weiguo said, staring at his computer in thought. Lin Xiao, sensing the moment, decided not to speak further. After some thought, Lin Xiao felt he shouldn't submit the song written by the original owner. After hearing those songs on Earth, listening to the original owner's song was simply hard to describe. Lin Xiao looked at the computer, contemplating which song to submit. Having just started, he needed to present a quality song to make a good impression, so he decided to try this one. With that thought, Lin Xiao opened the songwriting software on his computer and began typing furiously. First, he finished the lyrics, then came the composition. About half an hour later, Lin Xiao had completed the song. He printed the lyrics and composition, then thought it would be better to submit it to Hu Jiang after lunch. Writing too quickly might make him seem like a monster. Just like that, lunchtime arrived. Lin Xiao invited Li Weiguo to lunch, but Li Weiguo said he hadn't finished yet, so he wouldn't go. Lin Xiao strolled alone to finish his meal. After returning to work in the afternoon, Lin Xiao took the song score to Hu Jiang's office. "Knock, knock, knock." "Come in." Hu Jiang's voice came from the office, still as concise and cold as ever. Lin Xiao pushed the door open and said, "Minister Hu, this is the song I'm submitting." Hu Jiang glanced up at Lin Xiao, wondering if it was the same song Lin Xiao had brought during the interview. Not paying much attention, he said, "Just leave it on the table." Hu Jiang lowered his head and continued to work. "All right." Lin Xiao placed it on the table and then left. After Lin Xiao left, Hu Jiang resumed his work. When he took a break, he accidentally noticed the song score Lin Xiao had left on the table. Hu Jiang casually picked it up and looked at it feeling a bit puzzled. Seeing that the song title was different from the one Lin Xiao had brought during the interview, he didn't think much of it, assuming Lin Xiao had just changed the song title. As Hu Jiang continued reading, he ended up reading the entire song, and then reread it before stopping. Hu Jiang was quite surprised. It wasn't the same one from the interview. As the head of the composition department, Hu Jiang definitely had strong musical skills. He felt that Lin Xiao's song was a good one with a high chance of becoming a hit. Hu Jiang calmed his surprised emotions. He called Lin Xiao back to the office. "Minister Hu, you were looking for me." Lin Xiao closed the door and said, "Yes, Lin Xiao, I finished reading your song. It's very good. I think it should be able to break into the top 10 of the April new song list," Hu Jiang said, looking up. Lin Xiao nodded in response, not saying anything. Minister Hu continued, "You are a newcomer, a bronze-level lyricist and composer. Therefore, according to company policy, the split is 7,030. For silver level, it's 6,040, and for gold level, it's 5,050. We don't even have any song saints in our company. According to your current bronze level, the company will take 70, and the remaining 30 will be split between you and the singer. As for how you split it, that's up to you to negotiate." After finishing, Hu Jiang looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao had already understood these things over the past few days and thought about going solo once he made money. Capitalists are too greedy. "No problem, Minister Hu," Lin Xiao said calmly. If he wanted to make it to the April new song list, he needed to hurry and record the song. "What are your requirements for the singer?" Hu Jiang asked. "This song is suitable for a girl to sing, so any female singer will do," Lin Xiao replied. "All right, you go to the recording studio and let them arrange the music. They'll notify the artist department over here," Hu Jiang said, taking out his phone. Lin Xiao left for the recording studio, while Hu Jiang notified the head of the artist department. Wang Wei, the head of the artist department, came outside and said, "The composition department just informed us that a song needs to be recorded, and it has to be a girl. Those who haven't debuted yet and are free today go to the composition department to record the song." "Is this song from a silver-level composer?" one of the 18-line female artists asked. "No, I heard it's from a bronze level who just joined," Wang Wei replied, glancing at the female artist. The female artist sneered contemptuously and said, "What good song can a newcomer write? It's a waste of time." Several other female artists nearby nodded in agreement. Wang Wei also felt a bit helpless and said, "The notification has been sent, it's up to you whether or not to go." After saying that, Wang Wei left. The indifferent female artist and the other female artists also left, leaving only a few newcomers who had not debuted yet. They exchanged glances and decided to give it a try. For them, having a chance to sing meant a chance to debut. Lin Xiao arrived at the recording studio, handed the printed lyrics and score to the recording teacher for arrangement, and quietly waited. After about 10 minutes, he saw 3 girls walking over. "We are here to audition. May I ask if you are the teacher from the composition department?" one of the girls asked Lin Xiao. "I am from the composition department. Here are the lyrics. Please take some time to familiarize yourselves with them," Lin Xiao said as he handed them the score. The 3 girls took the score and went to practice. About an hour later, the recording teacher said the arrangement was complete, and Lin Xiao went in to listen to the composition. I must say the recording teacher's skills are still quite impressive. I can't say it's exactly the same as the original, but I can say it's 99% similar. After listening, Lin Xiao felt it was ready for the audition. He stepped outside and asked, "How did your practice go?" The 3 girls nodded, indicating they were ready. "All right, then let's go one by one," Lin Xiao said, turning to enter the recording booth. The first girl started singing, and Lin Xiao listened attentively for a few lines and felt it was good. Her voice was very distinctive and penetrating, but her emotional expression was still a bit unrefined after all they hadn't practiced for long. She finished singing quickly. Lin Xiao thought the overall performance was quite good. If the next 2 didn't work out, he would stick with this one. Soon the other 2 girls finished singing, and Lin Xiao felt they weren't as good. They didn't sing as well as the first one, so he thought he would let the first girl sing. "What's your name?" Lin Xiao asked the first girl after stepping outside. "Teacher, my name is Zhang Shui. Just call me Lin Xiao," Lin Xiao replied. He turned to the other 2 girls and said, "This song is suitable for Zhang Shui to sing. We can collaborate again in the future." The 2 girls were momentarily taken aback before responding, "All right, teacher. We'll take our leave now." Lin Xiao smiled and nodded. Although the 2 girls felt a bit regretful, they quickly accepted it, knowing there would be opportunities to collaborate in the future. Lin Xiao looked at Zhang Shui, who still hadn't come to her senses. "Did I get selected?" Zhang Shui felt it was hard to believe. Lin Xiao waved his hand in front of her until she finally reacted. "Can I sing this song, Teacher Lin?" Lin Xiao nodded and said, "Now let's talk about the revenue split." Hearing this, Zhang Shui quickly said, "I don't need a split, I'm just happy to be able to sing this song." Since the song Lin Xiao presented was of high quality for a newcomer, then let's give you a 0.5 split. I can't let you suffer losses either. Lin Xiao nodded. Zhang Shui insisted on not taking a split, but eventually agreed after Lin Xiao's persuasion. They settled on a 0-5 split and went to the legal department to sign the contract. Lin Xiao instructed Zhang Shui to familiarize herself with the song tonight, and they would officially record it tomorrow. After bidding farewell to Zhang Shui, Lin Xiao returned to the composition department and checked the time. It was almost time to get off work. The date is March 29th. Lin Xiao and Zhang Shui agreed to officially record a song today. When Lin Xiao arrived at the studio, Zhang Shui was already there. Seeing Zhang Shui's flushed face, Lin Xiao felt a bit puzzled. Did you run here for work? Lin Xiao thought she looked tired. No, teacher Lin. I'm a bit excited because we're recording today, Zhang Shui replied shyly. Lin Xiao nodded. How has the practice been going? Can we nail it today? Zhang Shui said firmly. I can, teacher Lin. Then let's get started, Lin Xiao said, while walking with Zhang Shui following him into the recording booth. Zhang Shui stood in front of the microphone, took a few deep breaths, and gave an okay gesture. Then the music started, and she closed her eyes, immersing herself in the song. After the first round of singing, Lin Xiao felt that the high notes were still not fully opened. He pointed out some areas for Zhang Shui to pay attention to, and she nodded in understanding. Quickly, the second round was finished, but it still wasn't right. Zhang Shui hadn't quite grasped the emotional parts of the song. After 7 takes like this, on the 8th try, it was finally perfect. The high notes, low notes, and emotional delivery were all spot on. After Zhang Shui finished singing, Lin Xiao gave her an okay gesture. After coming out, Zhang Shui looked at Lin Xiao with anticipation. We passed, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Thank you, teacher Lin. Zhang Shui excitedly hugged him. Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned, but after reacting, he smiled and patted her shoulder to encourage her. Zhang Shui, caught up in her excitement, didn't expect to hug Lin Xiao and quickly let go, lowering her head to avoid looking at him. Lin Xiao understood her feelings and felt nothing strange about it. Since we've finished recording, you'll be going now, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Okay. Goodbye, teacher Lin. They'll treat you to a meal sometime, Zhang Shui said, her face flushed. Back in the composition department, Lin Xiao handed the recorded song to Hu Jiang. Hu Jiang needed to submit it to the operations department. He looked at Lin Xiao and admired this young man who had just joined not long ago. At such a young age, you can write such good songs, Hu Jiang said with a rare smile. Xiao Lin, work hard, and if you have any questions, just ask me. Okay, Minister Hu. If there's nothing else, I'll head out first, Lin Xiao said before leaving. He returned to his workstation to continue his leisurely journey. On the night of March 30th, Lin Xiao got off work and went home. He ate something casually, took a shower, and at midnight it was time for various companies to compete for rankings. As soon as the clock struck 12, all companies sent their prepared songs to the authoritative platform, Wani Cloud Music. Xingchen Entertainment Media was no exception. They prepared several songs hoping to compete for the rankings. With so many entertainment companies in Xia country, if their songs didn't make it into the top 100, it would be like a stone sinking into the sea. Only by entering the top 100 could there be a chance for popularity. It was incredibly difficult to break into the top 100. Only those large entertainment companies had the strength and financial resources. Significant funds were needed for early promotional work. Small entertainment companies or studios lacking such promotional budgets had to rely solely on the quality of their songs and a bit of luck. Xiaoli was a music enthusiast eagerly waiting for the new song chart updates at the beginning of each month to add to his playlist. Tonight, he was anxiously anticipating the new song chart updates. Upon seeing the new song chart update, Xiaoli couldn't wait to check it out. Get Up and Dance, performed by Wu Fan. Xiaoli knew this was an artist from Hai Tian Entertainment, one of the 3 major entertainment companies in Magic City. Due to his trust in the big company, Xiaoli decided to give it a listen. After finishing the song, he rolled his eyes. What is this? Who wrote this song? It was worse than a nursery rhyme. The singing was decent, Xiaoli thought to himself. He continued to listen, going through more than 10 songs. He was not satisfied with any of them. None were to his liking. He'll listen to a few more. If they don't work, he'll go to sleep. It's a waste of time, Xiaoli thought. Just as Xiaoli's patience was wearing thin, he finally spotted a song title that interested him. Starry Sea, lyrics and music by Lin Xiao, sung by Zhang Shui. As the prelude began, Xiaoli perked up and continued listening. I wish to become a star guarding the buzzing beneath the sea. At this point, Xiaoli became excited. The lyrics were beautifully written and the singing was excellent. With an eager heart, he continued to listen. Will our love be like stars guarding the sea? It won't return. Boom. Upon hearing this, Xiaoli felt as if his mind had exploded. The lyrics were so beautiful and the singing was so captivating. The song finished quickly and Xiaoli immediately clicked to download it. He listened to it twice more. Xiaoli thought to himself that such a good song should be heard by more people. He trembled as he picked up his phone, sharing the song in his friend's circle and in the music enthusiast group. He captioned it the best song of the month, no exceptions. The handsome and beautiful friends in the group who shared the same passion as Xiaoli were a bit skeptical upon seeing his post. However, they still clicked to listen. The group fell silent for 15 minutes before people began to speak up one after another. Wow, this is amazing. Forgive my lack of culture, oh I can only use such words to express my excitement, a fellow music lover in the group said. How about it? It's good, right? I didn't deceive you, did I, eh? Xiaoli typed, proudly unaware that some might think he wrote the song. Similar events unfolded across various places in Xia country. Listening to music, downloading, sharing. That night the voices of excitement echoed one after another. Through the shares of music lovers, Starry C ascended rapidly. It quickly reached the top 100. In a room filled with a youthful vibe, Zhang Shui had been watching the computer since 12 o'clock. At first, she didn't even know what her ranking was. With a mix of anticipation and nervousness, she refreshed the rankings repeatedly. After 2 hours had passed, heaven did not disappoint the diligent. She saw her song in the top 100 at 98. When she saw her song appear in the top 100, Zhang Shui couldn't believe it and refreshed a few more times. She finally realized it was true. As she continued to look, tears welled up in her eyes. Her first song had achieved such a remarkable result. She was overjoyed. After regaining her composure, Zhang Shui felt that the person she should thank the most was Lin Xiao. Because in terms of the quality of this song, anyone else singing it could achieve such good results. Zhang Shui picked up her phone to call Lin Xiao and thank him, but she realized she didn't have his number. She could only helplessly put her phone down. She thought to thank teacher Lin in person tomorrow and casually asked for his contact information. Tonight Zhang Shui was destined to be so happy that she couldn't sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao slept soundly. When he opened his eyes and checked the time, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning. Lin Xiao got up, got dressed, washed up, and went out for a run. This was something he persisted in doing every morning. After tidying up and looking sharp, Lin Xiao arrived at the company. His colleagues in the composition department looked at him with expressions of shock, envy, and jealousy. Lin Xiao arrived at his desk looking bewildered. Just as he sat down, he heard Li Weiguo cheerfully say, "Not bad, Xiaolin. What's up, brotherly?" Lin Xiao was a bit confused. "Your song has already entered the top 100 of the new song chart," Li Weiguo said. "Really? I hadn't noticed." Only then did Lin Xiao understand what everyone's expressions and Li Weiguo's words meant. Seeing Lin Xiao's calm demeanor, Li Weiguo began to suspect he was putting on an act. However, he had no evidence. "Take a look yourself," Li Weiguo said, a bit frustrated. In truth, Lin Xiao's claim of not caring was a lie. After all, this was his first song in Blue Star, and he didn't know if it would resonate. Opening his computer and logging into Wani Cloud Music, he saw that the top ranks were filled with songs from major companies. Lin Xiao continued scrolling down and saw Starry C at the 77th position. Seeing this, Lin Xiao felt that the song was secure. A newcomer singer paired with a newcomer lyricist. With little promotion, reaching 70 in one night could only mean that the song was greatly favored by Blue Star's listeners. Now it was just a matter of waiting for word of mouth to spread and then aiming for the top 10. With this thought, Lin Xiao breathed a sigh of relief. He was one step closer to buying a car and a house. During work hours, Hu Jiang called Lin Xiao to his office to commend him. Zhang Shui also came to thank Lin Xiao and added him as a friend on WeChat. Once things settled down, Lin Xiao began to relax again. In the 10th floor office of Xingchen Entertainment Media, a stunningly beautiful woman sat in her office chair, gazing at the computer ahead. Upon closer inspection, the woman had delicate features with a head of jet black hair that had a slight wave. Beneath her willow leaf brows were a pair of somewhat authoritative phoenix eyes set in an oval face, her skin as smooth as jade. Dressed in professional attire, her legs were clad in mysterious black stockings that captivated at a glance. Her gaze fixed on the computer was as pure as water, occasionally revealing a hint of aloofness. She exuded an ethereal presence resembling an empress untouched by the mundane world. This woman was none other than the president of Xingchen Entertainment Media, Su Mingwei. Like her name suggests, she resembled the bright moon in the sky, cool, noble, and enigmatic. At 27 years old, Su Mingwei had taken over Xingchen Entertainment from her father Su Jingshan 3 years ago. A few years ago, due to health issues, Su Jingshan handed the company over to his daughter and has been recuperating at home since then. After taking over the company, Su Mingwei has been striving to manage it diligently. After 3 years of hard work, the company was running smoothly and thriving. Su Mingwei had always aspired to elevate Xingchen Entertainment to the status of the top 3 entertainment companies, or even surpass them. Achieving such a goal was incredibly challenging, which often left Su Mingwei feeling troubled. She looked at the new song chart on Wani Cloud Music, hoping to see any artist from her company make it into the top 100. "Oh," Su Mingwei murmured softly as she gazed at the song chart. Xingchen Dahuang, just like the name. Curious, she clicked on the song, saw the lyricist and composer, and noted that it was recorded and released by her own company. Su Mingwei began to listen quietly with interest. After listening, she found herself unable to calm down for a long time. She replayed the song. The expression of love in the song, one that urged one to rush towards the other, filled Su Mingwei with longing. In the eyes of two lovers, each other was the most worthy destination, the vast sea of stars. As the song concluded, Su Mingwei slowly regained her composure. She wanted to see who had penned such a beautiful love song. Initially, she hadn't looked closely, but when she saw that the lyricist and composer was Lin Xiao, she paused. She thought for a moment, but couldn't recall anyone by the name of Lin Xiao within the company. Could they be new? Su Minghua pondered. This piqued her curiosity about Lin Xiao. She picked up her phone and dialed. Hello. President Su, came the serious and deep voice of Hu Jiang. Minister, who is there a lyricist and composer named Lin Xiao in your department? Su Minghua asked coldly. Yes, President Su. Lin Xiao just joined not long ago. Got it, Su Minghua replied before hanging up the phone. In the composition department, Hu Jiang looked at the disconnected call somewhat perplexed. He put down the phone confused. Work and then home. Lin Xiao's life continued in this plain and real manner. 3 days later, as Xingqian Dahuang was heard by more and more people, its ranking surged to third place with a download count of 900, just 9500 away from the second place, which would likely be surpassed tonight. Meanwhile, in the artist department, Zhang Shui felt as if she were living in a dream, watching her songs ranking rise each day. Her mood was like riding a rocket. 1 word, exhilarating. 2 words, extremely exhilarating. 3 words, very exhilarating. 4 words. Cough, cough. The song's explosive success brought her fame as well. After today, she would start getting busy with gigs and appearances. The few female artists in the artist department who did not go to record that day were regretting their decision. Had they known the song would be of such high quality, they would have insisted on attending. However, they knew that there were no remedies for regret. The artists who had debuted, and those who hadn't watched as Zhang Shui transitioned from a nobody to a breakout star, and honestly, they felt quite envious. Of course, there were also those who held animosity towards Zhang Shui as the company's resources were limited. If she used them, others would miss out. But thinking about how they had given up such a good opportunity only made them feel even more frustrated. Their gazes towards Zhang Shui became increasingly hostile. In the composition department, Lin Xiao was idly playing a mobile game waiting for the end of the workday. Zhang Shui sent a WeChat message inviting Lin Xiao to dinner after work. Lin Xiao didn't refuse as he didn't have much money left and needed to save. After clocking out, he greeted Wang Yu and saw Zhang Shui already waiting at the elevator of the composition department. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and stepped into the elevator with Zhang Shui's flushed face following closely behind. Once outside, the two discussed and chose a casual dining restaurant as Zhang Shui had just begun to gain a bit of fame and hadn't earned much yet. Lin Xiao couldn't afford to treat the young girl lavishly. After they sat down, Zhang Shui handed the menu to Lin Xiao, saying, "Teacher Lin, please take a look at what you want to eat." Lin Xiao took the menu and ordered 3 dishes and a soup. Zhang Shui then added another dish. "Teacher Lin, I'm going to get busy starting tomorrow." During the wait for the dishes, Zhang Shui spoke up. Work hard, learn more while you're young. It will pave the way for you in the future." Lin Xiao nodded in response. Zhang Shui nodded gratefully, looking quite adorable. "Be safe while working, don't stray from your path, and always remember your original intention." As someone who had been through it, Lin Xiao was more than willing to guide and help these good girls just like he would his own sister. "If there are any suitable songs for you in the future, he'll let you know." Hearing this, Zhang Shui's eyes instantly turned red. Tears began to flow down her cheeks abundantly. "Thank you, Teacher Lin. I will always remember your kindness," Zhang Shui said, choked up. Lin Xiao offered some comforting words as the dishes were served. With Lin Xiao's comfort, Zhang Shui returned to her lively and adorable self. The two chatted and ate, creating a harmonious atmosphere. An hour later, after they had eaten and drunk their fill, they left the restaurant together. "You should head home. It's not safe for girls to be out late at night," Lin Xiao said to Zhang Shui. "Teacher Lin, where do you live? Let me give you a ride," Zhang Shui said shyly. "No need, you should take a taxi first. He'll leave after you do." Soon a taxi stopped and Lin Xiao gestured for Zhang Shui to go first. Zhang Shui didn't insist further, and after getting into the car, waved her small hand at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao then strolled towards the subway station, also wanting to take a taxi. But being short on cash, he could only take the subway. The next day, Lin Xiao arrived at the company. His colleagues in the composition department looked at Lin Xiao with admiration now. The rookie's first song had just clinched second place on the new song chart. After sitting down, Lin Xiao chatted with Li Weiguo. "Do you have a Weibo account?" Li Weiguo asked. "No," Lin Xiao replied, slightly puzzled. "Now that your song is popular, if you don't have one, you should register and verify it. In the future, you can promote new songs there." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and realized it made sense. So he picked up his phone, and in a little while he had registered and verified his account. After some thought, he decided to post a Weibo message. "Hello everyone, I am Lin Xiao. This is my newly verified Weibo account. Friends who like my songs can follow me. I will continue to bring good works to everyone." He added a smiling emoji at the end. As soon as this Weibo post was made, it caught the attention of netizens. The Weibo named Lin Xiao officially certified lyricist and composer. Company name Xingqian Entertainment Media. Representative work Xingqian Dahuang. Initially, the netizen was somewhat puzzled, wondering who Lin Xiao was. But when they saw Xingqian Dahuang, they understood who it was. There was no other way. This song had become extremely popular over the past few days. After finishing reading, the netizen liked and followed him. I'm a good comrade. Soon this Weibo post was shared among netizens, causing Lin Xiao's follower count to soar. Before long it hit 5,000 followers. After posting, Lin Xiao didn't pay attention to it anymore and resumed his leisurely gaming time. In the 10th floor president's office, President Su Mingyue, after a busy day, wanted to take a break. She extended her jade-like arm and gently stretched. Her full bosom seemed like a wild horse eager to break free from its confines. Her rounded, pert bottom slightly protruded, and her legs clad in black stockings crossed over each other, evoking endless imagination. Fortunately, she was alone in the office. If any male colleagues had seen her, they would likely have had a nosebleed. After finishing her stretch, Su Mingyue picked up her phone and opened Weibo. She saw a post that had been shared by netizens and curiously clicked on it, discovering it was Lin Xiao's post. After reading it, she gently clicked to follow and give a heart. When she saw that Lin Xiao's Weibo profile picture was an anime image, it deterred her from the thought of checking out Lin Xiao through the avatar. This deepened her curiosity about Lin Xiao, and she thought to herself that she would visit the composition department sometime. Finally, at the end of the workday, Lin Xiao packed his things and headed home. Returning home, Lin Xiao sat on the sofa intending to read a book when suddenly the phone rang. Upon picking it up, he saw it was his father's call. Lin Xiao paused for a moment, organizing his thoughts on how to communicate with his father. Hello, Dad. As the call connected, Lin Xiao naturally called out. Son, I heard from Wei Wei that you found a job. Is that true? Dad's cheerful voice came through the phone. Yes, I found one, Dad. I was planning to call you and Mom once I got settled in. Lin Xiao replied somewhat sheepish. Hearing that Lin Xiao found a stable job, Dad felt a weight lifted off his heart. Upon hearing his father's words, Lin Xiao's eyes couldn't help but become a bit moist. No matter how well or poorly you fare outside, the ones who care about you the most will always be your closest family. No need, Dad. I have enough money. Lin Xiao said, his voice slightly choked. Let me talk to my son for a moment. His mother Wang Ru snatched the phone. Son, is work going well? Are you eating on time? Wang Ru's voice came through the phone. It's good, Mom. Once I'm settled, he'll come back. Through his conversation with his father, Lin Xiao realized this deeply ingrained affection felt very natural. His parents did not notice anything different about him. Perhaps this is what it means to be blood-related. Son, now that you have a job, when will you find a girlfriend? His mother Wang Ru asked eagerly. Well, this is what a mother is like. Always concerned about her son's major life events, Lin Xiao thought. He'll find one, Mom. When I meet the right one, I'll bring her home. Lin Xiao replied evasively. After a few more reminders from his mother, the call ended. Putting down the phone, Lin Xiao's mind conjured images of his dad and mom. Lin Xiao's family lived in a small city called Tianshui City. His father, Lin Daidong, was an engineer at a factory, having worked there his entire life, diligently working from dawn till dusk to earn money to support Lin Xiao and his sister through college. It would be a lie to say it wasn't hard. Even before turning 50, his hair had already turned gray. Recalling his father's appearance, Lin Xiao's eyes turned red. He thought to himself, Dad, I will soon be able, by then you won't have to work so hard anymore. His mother Wang Ru worked at the same factory, but she was just an ordinary. Thinking of his mother's appearance, Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile slightly. His mother had a good attitude and was cheerful, so she still looked quite young. Both his parents were kind-hearted and honest people who had worked hard all their lives. They only hoped for their children to be safe and happy, which was more important than anything. Returning to his thoughts, Lin Xiao took a shower and went to bed. The next day, Lin Xiao arrived at the company just as he was settling in when Minister Hu Jiang walked out of his office. He addressed everyone saying, "Meeting in the conference room." Everyone stood up and Lin Xiao followed them into the meeting room, taking their seats. Seating arrangements were also considered, with those of higher rank sitting in the front. The composition department had 1 gold medalist and 2 silver medalists. Lin Xiao and Li Wei sat in the back. After everyone was seated, Minister Hu began to speak. The company has secured a contract for a movie theme song. Here is a brief overview of the film's script. Everyone take a look. Lin Xiao looked at the movie materials in his hands. It mainly tells the story of an ordinary girl's growth and the evolution of her relationship with her father. When the girl was young, she idolized her father, enjoying his protection and care. There was also the rebellion caused by excessive protection and the sorrow of parting when she began to live independently as she grew up. As she grew up and saw her father's graying hair, she recalled the love he had shown her as a child. Finally, at the girl's wedding, the old father saw his daughter in a pure white wedding dress, about to become a bride. Looking at his daughter, the old father smiled through tears, revealing his most sincere feelings for her. Only after growing up did the girl understand how hard her father had worked. After finishing, Lin Xiao took a deep breath. The content of the movie was very similar to A Work from Earth. It seemed like fate. Let the theme song also emerge, Lin Xiao thought. The director needs the theme song urgently. Only 3 days are given. Whoever song gets chosen will receive a reward of 200,000 from the company. Hearing this, Lin Xiao's eyes lit up. He had only one thought in mind: that 200,000 is as good as mine. It's not just for the money, but because a good movie deserves a good theme song. Lin Xiao shamelessly thought. Alright, time is tight. Everyone with ideas should start creating, Hu Jiang said, standing up and leaving. In fact, Minister Hu felt that aside from a few people in the composition department, the chances of the others completing the task were slim. Writing a song about family affection is inherently difficult. With only 3 days, time was too tight. The 2 silver medalists in the composition department were confident, believing that besides them no one else could complete it. As for the only gold medalist, he showed no signs of thought, appearing very calm. Other bronze medal composers also felt that the 3 of them had the best chance. Lin Xiao returned to his seat, thought for a moment, and opened the songwriting software. Before long, he completed it, but he didn't print it out. After some consideration, he thought it best to wait a bit before showing it to Minister Hu. After finishing, Lin Xiao turned to stretch his body. Li Gu, have you figured anything out? Not yet. The movie's storyline was quite impactful for me, but I just don't know how to express it through a song. Li Weiguo replied with a frown. Take your time, you'll find inspiration, Lin Xiao encouraged with a smile. I don't have high hopes either. After all, only 3 days are left. It's too difficult. What about you? Any ideas? Li Weiguo asked. I have some ideas, but I still need to refine them. Lin Xiao didn't want to sound too boastful. Then take your time. Get that 200,000. Li Weiguo encouraged, thinking of Lin Xiao's talent. After chatting for a bit, the 2 got back to their respective tasks. Time slipped away like sand in their hands as Lin Xiao played games absent-mindedly. I am like a fish in your lotus pond, only to guard that bright moonlight with you. Singing softly, Lin Xiao walked home after work. The next day, Lin Xiao arrived at work a bit late today, just barely making it on time. Upon arriving at the office area, Lin Xiao felt a strange atmosphere, a bit lifeless. After quietly asking Li Weiguo, Lin Xiao understood the reason. It turned out that their competitor Qingshan Entertainment had poached the company's only gold medalist. Early this morning, people from Qingshan Entertainment came with lawyers to terminate the contract. Though it was a unilateral termination by the gold medalist, which required compensation for breach of contract. However, Qingshan Entertainment did not care about this small penalty in order to poach this gold medalist. At a critical moment when the company just secured a significant movie theme song contract, the purpose was clear. In fact, whether they lost the contract or not was not that important. What mattered was that this was a film theme song. If the contract was completed beautifully, it could open doors for Star Entertainment in the film industry. Qingshan Entertainment wanted Star Entertainment to fail to complete this contract, allowing them to take it over. After understanding all this, Lin Xiao felt enlightened. After a while, Minister Hu Jiang came out of his office and walked towards the elevator. Everyone understood that Minister Hu was going to a meeting. With such a major incident occurring, someone would surely have to take responsibility. Meanwhile, in the 10th floor conference room, the company executives were seated, sitting upright. The departure of a gold medalist from the company had a huge impact. It affected both the industry's reputation and the company's development. If this matter isn't handled properly, the company could face a decline in the future. Star Entertainment was already a small company mainly focused on music. The film department was established not long ago and had yet to produce any notable works. The film department lacked good scripts, and the company's film artists primarily took on external gigs. The conference room door opened, and everyone's gaze turned to Su Mingyue, who walked in wearing professional attire. President Su. Everyone greeted her. Su Mingyue nodded indifferently as she took her seat. Her commanding and intimidating gaze swept across the room, causing everyone to avoid her strong stare. They dared not confront her. Feeling the sharp gaze of Su Mingyue, Hu Jiang felt a bitter pang in his heart. Such an event occurring within his own department left him wondering whom to appeal to. Hu Jiang knew that someone had to take responsibility for this matter, and that person was him. Minister Hu, such a major issue arose, why didn't you detect it in advance? Su Mingyue's indifferent voice echoed in the conference room. President Su, there were no signs before the incident occurred, but since it has happened, I will take responsibility. Hu Jiang could only respond truthfully. Hearing his answer, Su Mingyue's anger lessened slightly. Let's discuss possible solutions now, everyone. Su Mingyue continued. After she spoke, she looked around the conference room. After a few minutes, no one said a word. How could they resolve such an issue? Was Qingshan Entertainment supposed to poach other top lyricists and composers? That was certainly unrealistic. The crowd thought to themselves. Seeing no one speaking, Hu Jiang had to step up and say, President Su, if the composition department cannot produce a satisfactory theme song for the director's team by tomorrow, I will resign myself. Hearing Hu Jiang's words, Su Mingyue felt a slight heaviness in her heart. Hu Jiang's work abilities over the years were well recognized, and to be honest, this matter could not be entirely blamed on him. She did not want Hu Jiang to leave the company because of this incident. But since he had said it in front of everyone, she could only agree. Yet she was thinking about how to keep Hu Jiang even if the theme song was not completed. The meeting concluded after Hu Jiang made his solemn vow. Back in the office, Hu Jiang sat in a daze gazing at the familiar layout of his office and the colleagues working outside. Hu Jiang felt quite unsettled. He believed his departure was a done deal. Who else could complete this task if the only top lyricist left? Forget it, I might as well stand my ground for the last time, Hu Jiang thought, and began to work again. Lin Xiao still had no idea what had happened in the meeting room, and was busy playing games. He thought he would submit the movie's theme song tomorrow. Writing a song in just 3 days was already daunting. If he submitted it early, he would be seen as a monster. The next day, Lin Xiao hurried to the company. Today was the final day to submit the theme song. It seems that my colleagues in the composition department haven't produced anything, so Lin will gladly accept this 200,000. Lin Xiao thought happily. He leisurely opened his computer, pulled up the score, and printed it out. Meanwhile, in the minister's office, Hu Jiang sat in his chair contemplating whether he should start packing his things, as he had quite a lot of belongings. Hu Jiang had lost all hope. Today was the last day. As he pondered, he heard a knock on the door, snapping back to reality. Come in. When he saw that the person entering was Lin Xiao, Hu Jiang was momentarily stunned. He thought Lin Xiao had come to see him off after learning about his situation. Lin Xiao, unaware of Hu Jiang's thoughts, walked straight to the desk and handed over the song. Minister Hu, this is the theme song I wrote. Please take a look. Hu Jiang was taken aback. Someone had really written it. He thought that a song created in such a short time would likely lack quality, and the director's team would definitely not approve it. However, Hu Jiang still held a glimmer of hope, recalling Lin Xiao's talent. Taking a deep breath, Hu Jiang took the score, and upon seeing the song titled Father, he felt it was quite fitting for the movie's theme. After reading for a full 10 minutes, Hu Jiang's eyes moistened, and his nose felt sour. Taking out a tissue to wipe the corners of his eyes, he looked at Lin Xiao, who was sitting on the sofa. In that moment, the usually serious man who seldom smiled looked at Lin Xiao with infinite admiration. This was simply a genius. He had written 2 high-quality songs in less than a month since starting. At that moment, a faint smile graced the man's face, not for any other reason, but because he had discovered a genius. Minister Hu, how was the song? Lin Xiao noticed Hu Jiang's strange smile directed at him, and felt a sudden jolt. After all, this was someone who usually did not smile. Suddenly smiling at him must indicate something was wrong, so he hurriedly asked. Hu Jiang was not as shameless as Lin Xiao thought. He was simply appreciating a talented individual. However, Hu Jiang's rare smile, which was somewhat awkward, made Lin Xiao overthink. It's a good song, but touches the heart deeply. Hu Jiang snapped back to reality and replied, What kind of singer do you want for this song? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, It would be best if the singer were a male in his 30s. All right, then you go to the recording studio and hand it over to them for arrangement. I'll contact the singer on my end. Lin Xiao nodded and got up to head to the recording studio. Meanwhile, Hu Jiang hurriedly contacted the artist department, relaying all the requirements and urging Minister Wang Wei to expedite the process. There were not many male singers in the artist department that fit Lin Xiao's criteria, and some were out on gigs. Only one singer left and the company met the requirements. Upon hearing the news, this male singer rushed to the recording studio as fast as he could. His name was Bai Feng, a rising star who had been quite popular in his first few years thanks to his handsome looks and solid singing skills. He had once surged into the second tier of stars, reaching the pinnacle of his career. However, the good times did not last long, as he soon received some devastating news. His father had been hospitalized due to illness. After the doctor's rescue, the man survived, but Bai Feng's father became paralyzed and needed care. Bai Feng resolutely chose to withdraw from the industry indefinitely to care for his elderly father. His mother had passed away due to illness when he was in middle school, leaving his father to support him throughout his growth. Thus, Bai Feng had a deep affection for his father. He believed that no amount of money could compare to his father's health. It wasn't until last year, after his father passed, that Bai Feng decided to return to pursue his musical dreams. Bai Feng arrived at the recording studio and saw the young and handsome Lin Xiao. He stepped forward and greeted, Are you Teacher Lin? I'm here to record a song. Lin Xiao turned to see the newcomer, who was thin but appeared quite handsome in his youth. Yes, I am Lin Xiao. Here's the score. Bai Feng took the score and began to read it. The lyrics were straightforward but resonated deeply. As he looked at the lyrics and thought of his father, tears streamed down his face. Lin Xiao observed this scene and sensed that Bai Feng might have a story to tell, so he said nothing further and quietly waited for the arrangement to be completed. About half an hour later, Bai Feng stopped staring into space. He said to Lin Xiao, Teacher Lin, this song is beautifully written. Thank you for allowing me the privilege to sing such a good piece. Though Bai Feng was older than Lin Xiao, he genuinely admired him. It was not for any other reason, but because this song, Father, resonated deeply with him. Able to write such heartfelt songs, Bai Feng felt that Lin Xiao shared his profound love for his father. Please take another look at the score. Today we are only recording a demo. Time was tight, and the demo needed to be sent to the director's team. Lin Xiao said with a smile. After quietly waiting for 2 hours, the arrangement was completed. Lin Xiao and Bai Feng entered the recording studio. Bai Feng stood in front of the microphone, trying hard to calm his emotions, but he did not signal to the staff outside. After reading the lyrics, his mind was filled with images of his father, making his voice choked and hoarse, rendering him unable to sing. After waiting for 20 minutes, when the staff began to grow impatient, Bai Feng finally stood straight and gave a signal. The accompaniment began. Bai Feng started to sing 2 lines before Lin Xiao called for a stop, as Bai Feng's voice was filled with a choking cry. Lin Xiao called Bai Feng out of the recording room. You need to calm your emotions and express your longing for your father through your song, not through tears. I will go to the restroom. Take your time to settle your feelings. With that, Lin Xiao left. Bai Feng stood still, contemplating Lin Xiao's words. After a while, he understood that he needed to incorporate his feelings for his father into the song. When Lin Xiao returned, they began to record the second take. As the accompaniment played, Bai Feng seemed to merge into the song, his voice clear and emotions delicate. Lin Xiao nodded in approval. This was exactly the feeling he wanted. This take was perfect, and it was originally planned for tomorrow's formal recording, but now there was no need for that. After one take, Bai Feng emerged from the studio, and the staff and Lin Xiao applauded in unison. Bai Feng bowed in thanks. With that, the song recording was completed surprisingly quickly. After bidding farewell to Bai Feng, Lin Xiao brought the recorded song to Hu Jiang. Meanwhile, on the director's side. The main creative team of the film sat in the conference room. Director, I heard that the only gold medal lyricist from Xingchen Entertainment was poached yesterday. Can they still complete our theme song? One of the assistant directors spoke up, and the others nodded in agreement. Let's wait a bit longer. Half a day won't make much difference, the director pondered. Just when everyone thought Xingchen Entertainment would fail to deliver the theme song, a knock on the conference room door broke the silence. The director frowned slightly, as he disliked being disturbed during meetings. Thinking it might be something important to report, he said, "Come in." The person approached and said to the director, "Director, Xingchen Entertainment has sent over the theme song." Upon hearing this, everyone in the conference room paused for a moment. Director Wang Jinfeng felt the same. He wondered if the people from Xingchen Entertainment were just trying to fool him. Wang Jinfeng's expression turned grim, thinking, if your song is subpar and you are trying to deceive me, just wait and see how I deal with you. He only uttered a single word, and it was clear just how displeased he was. The staff then plugged in the USB drive and opened the audio file within. A faintly melancholic prelude began to play. The prelude ended, and the main melody arrived. Always asking from you, yet never saying thank you. It was only after growing up that I understood how hard it was for you. The first few lines instantly highlighted the theme of the film, capturing everyone's attention in the conference room. Wang Jinfeng's eyes lit up instantly, thinking, this is potential. He continued to listen. I long to hold your warm hand as before. But you are not by my side, sending my regards through the gentle breeze. The clear and moving voice of Bai Feng resonated in everyone's ears, and the tough men in the conference room had red-rimmed eyes. Soon the song reached the chorus. Time, oh time, slow down, don't let you grow old any further. Am I still your pride? Are you still worried about me? The child you cared for has grown up. Thank you for being with me all along. The song finished playing quickly, yet the people in the conference room were still lost in the emotions it stirred. Thinking of his father who had toiled throughout his life, Wang Jinfeng realized that it was his father who had supported their family with his broad shoulders. He recalled his father's meticulous care and silent sacrifices. The distance that grew between them as he matured made everyone in the room feel a pang in their hearts. This song was truly thought-provoking. Someone in the conference room started clapping, and soon thunderous applause erupted. Once the applause subsided, Wang Jinfeng addressed the staff, informed Xingchen Entertainment that this song is excellent, we will take it. After signing the contract, transfer the money immediately. Having heard this song, Wang Jinfeng felt even more confident about his film. Xingchen Entertainment's composition department. When Hu Jiang received the news that the song had passed, he was also, although he believed that the quality of the song would ensure its approval, he couldn't help but feel excited. He quickly shared the good news with President Su Mingwe in the 10th floor president's office. When Su Mingwe heard the news, she was equally shocked. Her fair face displayed a surprised expression, making her look quite adorable. She then opened an audio file sent by Hu Jiang. As the song played, after finishing listening, looking at President Su, tears as big as beans fell like pearls to the ground. Her long, slender legs wrapped in black stockings walked to the floor-to-ceiling window as she wiped her tears. Once she calmed down, Su Mingwe thought resentfully, it's all Lin Xiao's fault, now I have to redo my makeup. Goodness, here I am at the company, and trouble comes from the 10th floor. Su's thought process was indeed peculiar. Composition department. While Lin Xiao was engrossed in a game, he suddenly sneezed. Thinking, am not even sick, but must be some girl thinking of my handsome face, Lin Xiao smugly imagined. After several days of positive word-of-mouth, the downloads for Xingchen Duhai had reached 2 million. The song had surged to the top of the new song charts, surpassing the second place by 500 downloads. The film Father would be released in mid-April, and the theme song would also launch alongside the film. A bronze medal lyricist only needed 2 songs with over 1 million downloads to be promoted to silver. So once Father was released and exceeded 1 million downloads, Lin Xiao would be upgraded to silver. Just as Lin Xiao was seriously playing the game, a figure approached from behind. Li Weiguo, who was nearby, was startled and quickly signaled Lin Xiao with his eyes, but Lin Xiao was so engrossed in the game that he didn't notice. Just when Li Weiguo thought Lin Xiao was done for, he witnessed an unbelievable scene. Hu Jiang approached Lin Xiao and said, "Ahem, are you playing a game?" Lin Xiao looked up and saw it was Hu Jiang, nodding in confusion. "Could play a bit more. Don't just write songs all the time. You need a balance between work and rest," Hu Jiang said with a smile. Lin Xiao still nodded in confusion. "I came to tell you that the song has been approved and the bonus should be sent to you tomorrow. It's fine, you can continue." After saying this, Hu Jiang turned around and saw everyone looking at him in disbelief. Hu Jiang's expression changed instantly, and he shouted, "What are you all staring at? Has everyone finished this month's performance?" The crowd fell silent, lowering their heads. "Indeed, manager, who is still the same as ever. I was just overthinking it and being foolish." Lin Xiao also felt speechless. Manager, who actually encouraged him to play more games. My goodness. Did I hear that right? Thus, under Manager Hu's encouragement, Lin Xiao played games with a cheerful heart until the end of the workday. Little boy carrying that school bag from school. He hummed a cheerful children's song, leaving work with a joy. As he reached the elevator, he spotted Bai Feng. "Teacher Lin, do you have time? I'd like to invite you to dinner," Bai Feng asked nervously. Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Since he had nothing else to do, he went to dinner with Bai Feng. They chose a small restaurant, and Bai Feng requested a private room. After ordering the dishes, Bai Feng picked up the wine on the table and asked, "Can Teacher Lin drink?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment. Since crossing over, he hadn't drunk alcohol yet, but a little wouldn't hurt. "I can drink," he replied. Bai Feng poured wine for both of them, clinking glasses and down a cup. As they continued to drink, Bai Feng opened up and began sharing his story with Lin Xiao. After hearing it, Lin Xiao understood why Bai Feng sang Father so sincerely. Through Bai Feng's narration, Lin Xiao was reminded of his parents in another timeline, his eyes turning red. When the agent approached Lin Xiao and prepared to pull him up from the ground, he found he couldn't lift him. Despite Lin Xiao not being overweight, he was a tall figure at 1.8 meters. Moreover, Lin Xiao had been consistently running and exercising during this period, which had made his body toned and firm. There was no choice but for the agent to cast a pleading look towards Su Mingyue. Su Mingyue instantly understood the meaning conveyed by the agent's gaze. She took a breath. She had never had any intimate contact with other men. But she couldn't just watch her colleague sitting on the ground, could she? He drank too much and just helping. This doesn't count as intimate contact. Su Mingyue reasoned with herself. She then moved to the other side of Lin Xiao and extended her delicate hand, grasping his clothing. Together with the agent, she exerted force to pull Lin Xiao. However, they still couldn't lift him, and she had to wrap her arms around Lin Xiao's. As she held Lin Xiao's arm, an unusual feeling arose within Su Mingyue. Suppressing that feeling, she exerted herself once more to pull Lin Xiao up. The two of them supported Lin Xiao to Su Mingyue's car. Looking at Lin Xiao lying in the back seat, she finally let out a sigh of relief. "This guy looks thin, but I didn't expect him to be so heavy," Su Mingyue thought to herself. "Su, is it appropriate to take Lin Xiao to your home?" At that moment, the agent hesitantly asked, "What else can we do? Let him sleep on the street?" Suppressing her unusual feelings, Su Mingyue returned to her indifferent demeanor. "Besides, I have family at home, it's fine. Hurry up and take Bai Feng away." "All right then, goodbye, Su." Su Mingyue nodded and got into the car. From the rearview mirror, she saw Lin Xiao's handsome face, and the unusual feeling she had just suppressed resurfaced. Su Mingyue dared not look any longer, retracting her gaze as she started the engine and pressed the accelerator. The car slowly began to move. "Here, have some chicken soup. Do you have any?" "Old boy, I miss my parents too," Lin Xiao mumbled incoherently in the back seat. Hearing this, Su Mingyue couldn't help but laugh, surprised at how amusing this guy was. Her smile seemed to brighten the moonlight, but unfortunately no one was there to appreciate it. The car slowly arrived at a high-end villa area in Modu. Upon entering the community, the car gradually stopped in front of one of the villas. Looking at Lin Xiao in the car, Su Mingyue felt troubled about how to get him inside. "Maybe I should call someone." She then opened the car door and got out to call for help. Shortly after, she returned with a middle-aged man and woman. Opening the car door, when Su Dad and Su Mom saw Lin Xiao, their eyes widened in unison. They both turned to look at Su Mingyue with questioning looks. "I'll first get him inside, and then he'll explain everything," Su Mingyue said, blushing under her parents' gaze. With the help of the three, they finally managed to get Lin Xiao into a guest room. Seeing Lin Xiao so drunk, Su Mom went out to get a glass of water and placed it on the bedside so that when Lin Xiao woke up thirsty, he could drink it. After closing the door, the three of them went to the living room and sat down. Su Dad and Su Mom looked at their daughter waiting for her explanation. His name is Lin Xiao. He's a lyricist and composer for the company. I found him and one of our artists both drunk on the way home from work. He was unconscious by the roadside, and I didn't know where he lived, so I brought him back. Su Mingwei explained in one breath, then looked at her parents. However, there was disbelief in her parents' eyes. They knew their daughter's character. She wouldn't bring someone home without having never had a boyfriend until now. It was easy to imagine what kind of person Su Mingwei was. Moreover, if she didn't know where he lived, wouldn't she have taken him to a hotel? She insisted on bringing him home. Seeing the disbelief in her parents' eyes, Su Mingwei didn't know how to explain and simply fell silent. In fact, her parents hoped that their daughter had some other relationship with Lin Xiao. Oh, she was 27 and had never had a boyfriend. Could you believe that? After chatting for a while, Su Dad and Su Mom went to rest. Once her parents left, Su Mingwei finally let out a sigh of relief, pondering why she impulsively brought Lin Xiao home tonight. When she sneaked upstairs and opened the guest room doors, seeing Lin Xiao sleeping soundly, she returned to her own room. After washing up, Su Mingwei lay on her big bed. Tossing and turning, she couldn't fall asleep. Just thinking about how she impulsively brought Lin Xiao home tonight, and now he was staying in her house. Su Mingyu's face turned as red as an apple, and she hurriedly covered her head with the blanket. Although she usually appeared cold and indifferent at work, she was after all a 27-year-old who had never been in a relationship. Faced with such a situation, a girl's inherent shyness instinctively emerged. Alone in bed, Su Mingwei thought before she knew it, she fell asleep. Around 6 in the morning, Lin Xiao in the guest room opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling for a while. He noticed something was off. The ceiling was different from that of his own room. Lin Xiao felt a throbbing headache and thought he was hallucinating, so he closed his eyes and opened them again, but nothing changed. He looked around and thought, could it be that I've crossed over again? Who am I? Where am I? These two heart-wrenching questions sprang up in Lin Xiao's mind as he tried to recall the memories of what transpired after he got drunk last night. He vaguely remembered someone had brought him into a car, and the person who brought him was soft and fragrant. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao suddenly jolted. I won't be a corpse pickup, will I? Thinking this, Lin Xiao quickly pulled back the blanket to take a look. Fortunately, nothing happened. After regaining his senses, Lin Xiao examined the spacious and bright room, which clearly belonged to a wealthy family. At that moment, footsteps could be heard outside, followed by a knock on the door. Who? Lin Xiao asked nervously. Hearing that Lin Xiao was awake, the person outside pushed the door open. Young man, you're awake? Su Dad Su Jingshan asked with a smile. Upon seeing the visitor, Lin Xiao felt embarrassed as he didn't recognize the person at all. Su Jingshan seemed to sense Lin Xiao's awkwardness and confusion. He smiled and explained to Lin Xiao what had happened last night. When Lin Xiao heard that it was his boss who had brought him home, he felt a mix of emotions. What a coincidence. Otherwise, he would have had to sleep on the street with that guy by phone. Thinking to himself, drinking leads to trouble. Ooh, I absolutely must not drink again, Lin Xiao admonished himself. Thank you, uncle. I'm really sorry for disturbing you last night, Lin Xiao said sincerely. It's no trouble. Oh, just control your drinking in the future. Su Jingshan looked at Lin Xiao's sincere expression, and his fondness for Lin Xiao increased slightly. He didn't ask why Lin Xiao had drunk so much. Yeah, I won't drink anymore, Lin Xiao said shyly. Uncle, are you going for a run? Lin Xiao asked upon seeing Su Jingshan wearing sportswear. Yes, my body isn't as good as it was when I was younger. I have to exercise, Su Jingshan replied. Young man, do you run too? I run every morning. Really? Not many young people can stick to running in the morning these days. Su Jingshan said, a bit surprised. Shall we? Sure, let's do it together. The two then ran around the villa for a while before Lin Xiao took his leave. Su Dad told Lin Xiao to eat breakfast before leaving with Su Mingyue, saying that it was hard to get a taxi in the morning around here. Lin Xiao agreed. Upon returning home, Su Mom was already preparing breakfast. Su Dad asked Lin Xiao to go wash up and offered him clothes that he had never worn, as their builds were quite similar. After washing up, he saw Su Mom setting the table for breakfast. Xiao Lin, come have breakfast. Su Mom smiled, inviting Lin Xiao. Okay, Auntie. Lin Xiao approached the table. Annie, I really disturbed you last night. I'm very sorry. It's no trouble. Having one more person at home makes it livelier. Seeing Lin Xiao so handsome and sincere, Su Mom nodded in satisfaction. Lin Xiao felt a bit confused. Sit down and eat, Xiao Lin. Su Mom urged. Let's wait for Uncle and Su President first. As soon as Lin Xiao finished speaking, Su Jingshan and Su Mingyue came downstairs one after the other. Upon seeing Mingyue behind them, Lin Xiao's heart inexplicably skipped a few beats. She was beautiful, too beautiful. Lin Xiao felt that she was the most stunning woman he had ever seen since coming to Blue Star, at least so far. Xiao Lin, don't just stand there. Hurry and sit down to eat, Su Dad said as he approached the table. Lin Xiao came back to his senses and awkwardly nodded. Su President, thank you so much for last night. As Su Mingyue arrived, Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. Su Mingyue glanced at Lin Xiao, recalling the moment she had held his arm last night, her face slightly reddening, looking truly pleasing to the eye. Noticing her parents were present, Su Mingyue quickly discarded the thoughts in her mind and returned to her cool demeanor from the company. There's no need, you are an employee of the company, helping you is what I should do. Besides, you shouldn't drink so much in the future, take care of your health. After saying this, her face flushed again, as this was the first time she had expressed such concern for another man outside of her father. Seeing the awkwardness on her daughter's face, Su Mom secretly smiled. As someone who had been through it, she understood this kind of awkwardness very well. Then, the four of them sat around the table having breakfast. This was Lin Xiao's first time having breakfast at someone else's home since coming to Blue Star. It felt strange, even though Su Dad and Su Mom were very warm towards Lin Xiao. After all, it was the first day they met. Lin Xiao sat upright and finished his breakfast. After bidding farewell to Su Dad and Su Mom, Lin Xiao and Su Mingyue drove to the company. In the car, Su Mingyue returned to her cold demeanor, her exquisite oval face complemented by her curvaceous figure and the mature, cool temperament unique to women, truly embodying both purity and desire. Neither of them spoke again, and the atmosphere became a bit dull. Lin Xiao, being naturally cheerful and lively, felt the gloom in the car. So he broke the silence and said, "President Su, I owe you one for last night, otherwise I would have ended up on the streets." "No need to be polite," Su Mingyue replied succinctly. Seeing that President Su didn't want to talk, Lin Xiao refrained from making further attempts to engage. In truth, it wasn't that Su Mingyue didn't want to talk, but rather that she had just met Lin Xiao and didn't know how to communicate. The atmosphere in the car fell silent again. The car drove down to the parking garage, and the two got out and walked into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Su Mingyue stole a glance at Lin Xiao with her slender almond-shaped eyes. She thought to herself how this guy was so wild when drunk, which was somewhat amusing, but she didn't expect him to be so quiet after sobering up. If Lin Xiao heard this, he would say, "We're not that familiar, are we? How could I be wild with someone I'm not close to?" The elevator reached the 6th floor. "President Su, goodbye," Lin Xiao said as he turned. "Goodbye." Su Mingyue nodded in reply. Upon taking his seat, Li Weiguo's big head leaned over. "Xiao Lin, we secured the big order. Are you treating us to dinner tonight?" "Absolutely, if the bonuses are in today, they'll treat you all tonight," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "That's generous. I see a bright future for you, handsome." "Wow, brotherly, you're quite the charmer." "Keep it coming, you. I love hearing you call me handsome," Lin Xiao teased. "Shut up." The two joked for a while before getting to work. Of course, Lin Xiao's work consisted of relaxing and playing games. Taking out his phone, Lin Xiao realized he hadn't logged into his Weibo for several days, so he clicked it open. Upon entering, he was startled. The phone stuttered slightly. He saw notifications 999, private messages 999. Opening the messages, he found that they were all fans retweeting and liking his previous Weibo post. He glanced at the comments section. A certain user wrote, reporting in after listening to the song. Another user commented, "Xiao Linzi, are you so beautiful that you're dazzling? Or are you just scaring the world? Seeking a photo of you." Yet another user wrote, "When is the new song coming out? I'm eagerly waiting." Seeing this comment, Lin Xiao curiously clicked on that user's profile. To his surprise, it was a rough-looking man. "In the end, I was the one being sentimental." After interacting with the users in the comments for a while, Lin Xiao opened his personal profile. He saw that his followers had reached over 5,000, which made Lin Xiao very happy for quite some time. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao received a bonus of 2,000. Seeing the string of zeros on his phone, he almost shed tears of joy. If you were to ask Lin Xiao why he wanted to cry, it's obvious. This was the first money he earned with his own hands since coming to Blue Star, and it held a different significance. Lin Xiao really did earn it with his own hands. As the evening approached, and work was about to end, Lin Xiao stood up and addressed his composing colleagues. "Gentlemen and ladies, since I received my bonus today, I've decided to treat the handsome guys and beautiful ladies of the composing department to dinner tonight. Everyone must attend." As Lin Xiao's words fell, the composing department erupted in cheers. Such a generous guy. The colleagues in the composing department cheered loudly. Hearing the cheers, Hu Jiang came out. "Minister Hu, I'm treating everyone to dinner after work. Come along." "I won't go. If I do, you won't be able to relax and have fun," Hu Jiang said after thinking for a moment. In the end, everyone only managed to persuade Minister Hu symbolically with a few words, but he remained adamant about not going, so everyone was pleased with that. After work, a large group of people surged toward a medium-sized restaurant reserving a large private room, and everyone started to eat. Lin Xiao, on behalf of everyone, congratulations on securing the big order. A representative was chosen to stand up and speak to Lin Xiao. "Thank you, and I wish everyone an abundance of inspiration every day and smooth sailing in your careers." Lin Xiao also stood up with a smile to offer his congratulations. Afterward, everyone raised a glass and began to eat and drink. After several rounds of drinks and dishes, everyone began to leave. Lin Xiao only had a few drinks that night, Reflecting on last night's events, he vowed never to get drunk again. After leaving the restaurant, everyone said their goodbyes, each returning home. Lin Xiao got home and took a hot shower. Looking at the clothes Su's dad had changed out of, he felt a bit troubled. Should I return them? But I've already worn them, how can I return them? After thinking for a long time, he still couldn't decide whether to return them. He took out his phone, glanced at the time, and saw it was already past 9 in the evening. Then Lin Xiao quickly transferred 100 yuan to his parents. He also transferred 5000 yuan to his little sister on WeChat. Just after putting down his phone, Su's mom called. Son, did you transfer money to the family? Lin mother asked Lin. Yes mom, it was me who transferred it. Son, where did you get so much money? Lin mother asked, anxiously worried that her son might be up to no good. Mom, I wrote a song, and the company gave me a bonus of 2000. Don't overthink it. Hearing her son's serious reply, Lin mother gradually believed him. She knew her son well enough. He wasn't someone who would do bad things. That's good. Are you managing to have enough money? Big cities can be quite expensive. I saved some, it's enough. This is just the bonus. There's also the share from the song coming at the end of the month. Upon hearing her son's words, Lin mother felt very proud of him. Then Lin Xiao continued. Mom, now that I can earn money, you and dad should retire and not work so hard anymore. You don't need to worry about us, your dad and I are doing well. You on the other hand, take good care of yourself out there, Lin mother replied with great satisfaction. A son who cares about his parents is worth more than all the money in the world. Lin Xiao also knew that his parents wouldn't agree to retire. After being busy for a lifetime, they would definitely struggle to adjust to a suddenly idle life. Lin Xiao decided to persuade them again after returning home. After hanging up with his mother, WeChat chimed. Brother, why did you transfer money to me? You just started working, where did you get the money? Lin Kaiwei messaged. Lin Xiao then explained to his little sister about the bonus again. Little sister, buy whatever you want, no need to save. Brother can earn money now. Then he'll save it for you first for when you get married in the future. How thoughtful of a little sister, always remembering her brother's important life events. After chatting for a bit and wishing each other good night, Lin Xiao lay in bed looking at the ceiling, his expression slightly smiling. The days ahead would only get better. Meanwhile, at the Su household. Yeah, go wash Lin Xiao's clothes and take them back to him tomorrow, Su's mother said to Su Mingyue, who was sitting on the sofa watching TV. Su Mingyue was momentarily taken aback, then looked at her mom in disbelief. Her expression seemed to say, Mom, are you joking? Lin Xiao had forgotten to take the clothes he had changed out of when he left after breakfast. He just wanted to leave quickly, so he forgot. Why are you looking at me like that? Hurry up, or do you want me to wash Lin Xiao's clothes for him? Su's mother urged. Hearing her mother's words, Su Mingyue felt she was right. Washing them herself didn't feel right either, as she was still hesitating. Seeing her daughter's indecisiveness, Su's mother found it a bit amusing. If it were the clothes of another boy, her daughter would definitely refuse firmly. Su's mother knew her daughter well. Given the situation, it was clear that her daughter didn't dislike Lin Xiao. Mom, can we not wash them? They'll buy him a new set instead. Su Mingyue hesitantly said. That's different, my precious daughter. You can't just buy clothes for Lin Xiao out of the blue. Would he even accept them? Su Mingyue felt her mom was right, as she wouldn't accept it either if she were in his position. Su's mother continued. But you should wash his clothes and return them to him. Lin Xiao will surely be very grateful to you. Right? Su's mother continued to persuade her. Hearing her mother's words, Su Mingyue nodded absent-mindedly. Go on now. Su Mingyue stood up, walked into the guest room, picked up Lin Xiao's clothes that still smelled of alcohol and frowned. She felt it was strange, akin to a wife washing her drunk husband's clothes, and the more she thought about it, the more it felt off. Why should I make Lin Xiao grateful to me? We only met once, and we're not that familiar yet. Forget it, I'll wash them, or just think of it as a benefit from a superior to a subordinate. Su's mother watched her daughter wash the clothes, a smile of satisfaction appearing on her lips. My daughter has grown up, she can wash clothes now. The next morning, Lin Xiao woke up from a beautiful dream, opening his hazy eyes. After getting ready swiftly, he went out for a run. After Lin Xiao returned home and washed off the sweat, he stood in front of the mirror admiring his perfect physique. In high spirits, he couldn't help but hum a tune. Handsome boy with a perfect figure. So handsome with fair skin as well. He narcissistically twisted his waist, admiring himself with swagger. Feeling pleased with himself, Lin Xiao changed into a sunny casual outfit and headed to work. Upon arriving at the company, his colleagues greeted him warmly. Lin Xiao smiled and responded to each greeting. His colleagues thought to themselves, what a talented and approachable guy, truly a good-looking chap. Not long after Lin Xiao sat down, a figure appeared in the composition department, one that could overshadow the sun and moon. This figure scanned the room with her sharp and authoritative phoenix eyes. After confirming her position, she walked straight to Lin Xiao's back. At that moment, Lin Xiao was engrossed in a game he had been playing for days. Today, he finally met the conditions to participate in a lottery. Just then, he sensed a wave of fragrant air and thought it was Li Weigua who had sprayed cologne today. Without looking up, Lin Xiao exclaimed, "Only you, big man, smelling that good, aren't you a bit too much?" Not receiving a response, he felt puzzled, wondering, What's up with this guy today? So quiet. Turning his head to look around, he saw Su Mingyue staring at him with a frosty expression which startled Lin. Inside, Su Mingyue was furious. It was unexpected that this usually gentle and quiet guy would speak so rudely, causing her beautifully shaped willow eyebrows to furrow slightly. President Su, I wasn't saying that about you, I was talking about old Li, Lin Xiao quickly explained. Unfortunately, this explanation only made things worse. His explanation caused Su Mingyue's brows to furrow again. Lin Xiao realized his mistake, too late, thinking him done for. At this moment, Su Mingyue's eyes were cold, radiating a powerful aura, leaving those in the composition department feeling as if it were winter. The colleagues in the composition department didn't dare to breathe. Su Mingyue cast a deep glance at Lin Xiao and said, "This is your clothing left at home cleaned for you." "Oh, thank you so much, President Su. You went through all this trouble to clean and deliver it." Lin Xiao realized Su Mingyue's intention for finding him. Hearing the word cleaned reminded her of the experience from last night when she washed his clothes, causing Su Mingyue's icy demeanor to blush slightly. "Thank you so much for coming all this way, President Su. He'll treat you to a meal sometime to express my gratitude for your kindness," Lin Xiao said politely. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Su Mingyue's expression softened. She nodded and turned to leave. As she walked away, Lin Xiao's colleagues looked at him in disbelief. What just happened? President Su came to the composition department to deliver clothes to Lin Xiao. President Su took him in. "This is quite a lot to take, and let us digest it slowly." They knew that President Su usually kept a distance from strangers and was harsh toward suitors. Yet today she was so kind to Lin Xiao. Thinking of this, Lin Xiao's colleagues looked at him with admiration, envy, and jealousy. Truly, a handsome guy is still a handsome guy, one they could never surpass. Lin Xiao didn't think much of it. He wasn't the kind to think that President Su liked him just because she washed his clothes. He believed it was just because the clothes were dirty, so she cleaned them. After this small episode, everyone returned to work. However, their admiration for Lin Xiao was as endless. Time flew by, and soon it was mid-April. Tomorrow marked the premiere of the movie Father. Meanwhile, the theme song would also be launched on the Yun music platform with the film. At noon, after work, Lin Xiao was heading out for lunch. Arriving at the elevator, he happened to see one coming down. When the doors opened, both Lin Xiao and the figure inside were momentarily stunned. "What a coincidence, President Su," Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Su Mingyue responded succinctly. "Are you going to lunch as well, President Su?" "Yes," she replied as they entered the elevator. Lin Xiao casually asked, "By the way, I'm headed for lunch too. Would you like to join me, President Su? It would be a nice way to express my gratitude to you." "All right, let's go together." Su Mingyue thought for a moment before agreeing. "Do you prefer Chinese food or Western cuisine?" "I'm fine with either. You choose the place." Lin Xiao thought that taking a girl out to eat should have some class, so he decided on Western food. They arrived at a nearby Western restaurant together. After entering and being seated, they ordered their meals. While waiting, the atmosphere turned a bit awkward and quiet, as neither knew what to say. Lin Xiao felt that President Su was too cold and hard to approach. On the other hand, Su Mingyue felt a bit awkward, as she had never been to a Western restaurant with another man before. Fortunately, it wasn't long before their food arrived. They slowly began to eat. Lin Xiao watched as President Su gracefully opened her mouth, savoring the food, chewing slowly. Lin Xiao was momentarily mesmerized. She was stunningly beautiful, such a delight to the eyes. If only she weren't so cold, she would be perfect. Feeling Lin Xiao's gaze, Su Mingyue forced herself to focus on the food in front of her. In this strange atmosphere, they nearly finished their meals. Su Mingyue picked up a napkin, elegantly wiped her mouth, and said, "By the way, the theme song you wrote for the movie is premiering tomorrow." "Yes, I know," Lin Xiao replied. "Are you interested in this movie, President Su?" "It's all right, the company was involved in part of it." Actually, after hearing Lin Xiao's song, President Su was quite interested in the movie and wanted to see it. However, the thought of going to a cinema, which is usually a couple's outing alone, felt a bit strange. So when Lin Xiao invited her to lunch, she began to think of inviting him to watch the movie together, but she didn't know how to bring it. "Yes, I've read the script, it's quite profound. Just not sure how well the actors perform," Lin Xiao analyzed. "You treated me to a meal today. How about I invite you to watch the movie tomorrow?" Su Mingyue finally mustered the courage to ask. Lin Xiao thought about it and agreed, since it was the theme song he wrote. He said, "Sure, let's see how it goes." Hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, Su Mingyue felt relieved. "Great, let's exchange contact information. See you tomorrow at the parking lot after work." A smile appeared on Su Mingyue's face. Seeing that smile, Lin Xiao was momentarily taken aback, thinking, so President Su can smile. Noticing Lin Xiao's lack of response, Su Mingyue looked at him. Feeling the gaze of the enchanting woman, Lin Xiao quickly pulled out his phone to scan her code. After adding each other as friends and agreeing on the time and place, Lin Xiao settled the bill, and they returned to the company together. In the afternoon, Bai Feng arrived at the composition department looking for Lin Xiao. "Lin Ge, the movie is premiering tomorrow. Let's go watch it together," Bai Feng said excitedly. How well he could make a comeback depended on this song. How could he not be excited? By goo, it's not that I don't want to go with you. I already have plans, Lin Xiao replied. After their drunken brotherhood from the previous night, they decided to call each other brother. Oh really? Is it a guy or a girl? Bai Feng asked skeptically. Of course it's a girl. Who goes to the movies with another guy? That would just be ridiculous. Lin Xiao looked at Bai Feng as if he were an idiot. A girl? Who is it? Su Mingwe. Lin Xiao replied earnestly. Who? Bai Feng clearly didn't believe him and asked loudly. The president of Xingchen Entertainment Media, Su Mingwe. Did you catch that? Lin Xiao said, feeling speechless. Oh my god. Bro, you're not sick, are you? Get lost, you're the one who's sick. Seeing Bai Feng's obvious disbelief, Lin Xiao chose not to explain further. You can never wake someone who pretends to be asleep, and you can never convince someone who refuses to believe you. Bai Feng walked away looking at Lin Xiao as if he were a fool. Lin Xiao looked at Bai Feng walking away with the same expression. He continued to enjoy his free time thinking, a moment of leisure brings endless joy. This feel is so great. So great. So great. Cough cough. The next morning, Lin Xiao deliberately dressed up today. His hairstyle was tidy, wearing a white shirt on top and light blue skinny jeans on the bottom. On his feet were a pair of white sneakers. He looked sporty, exuding a sunny young man's vibe. After all, he was going to the movies with a girl, so he couldn't dress too casually. Once ready, he headed out for work. Upon arriving at the company, Li Weiguo looked at Lin Xiao, who had obviously put in some effort into his appearance, and couldn't help but slightly open his mouth. Lin, my younger brother, judging by your outfit, do you have a date tonight? You're really sharp, old Li. You've figured it out already. With whom? Li Weiguo asked gossipingly. Of course. It's with President Su. Lin Xiao elongated his tone. Why are you talking nonsense so early in the morning? Haven't you woken up yet? Li Weiguo said mercilessly. If you don't believe me, then forget it. In this day and age, no one believes the truth anymore. Lin Xiao felt exhausted and just wanted to give up. Time quickly passed to the afternoon when work ended. Su Mingwe sent a WeChat message telling Lin Xiao to wait for her in the underground parking lot, as she still had a bit of work to finish. Lin Xiao took the elevator down to the parking garage and looked around, seeing rows of cars. Among them, one car seemed to be bouncing and dancing, quite eye-catching. Thinking he was seeing things, Lin Xiao approached for a closer inspection. To his surprise, it really was dancing in a bright white color with large wheels and a long body. It stood there bouncing, looking quite beautiful. After bouncing for about 3 minutes, it finally stopped, probably out of. At that moment, President Su came down in the elevator. Lin Xiao withdrew his admiring gaze and looked at the approaching beauty. She wore a white, form-fitting dress that accentuated her curves. On her delicate feet were a pair of lemon-yellow high heels. With every step she took, a fragrant breeze wafted by. Even though Lin Xiao had seen President Su's beauty before, he was still taken aback by the sight before him. Seeing Lin Xiao's astonished expression, President Su felt quite pleased inside. In fact, she wasn't just finishing work, she had been getting ready and was very satisfied with the outcome. However, she didn't show it on her face. Let's go, what are you staring at? She felt good inside but chose not to express it, thinking, I'm just playing. President Su, you look really beautiful today, Lin Xiao, snapping back to reality, complimented. Although Su Mingwe loved hearing this, she still shot Lin Xiao a glare. That glare could change the colors of the sky, reverse the flow of rivers, and make emperors neglect their morning court. Ahem, just a metaphor enough with this endless description. The two arrived at the front of the car, and President Su asked, can you drive? Remove the can from your question. Who in our country can't drive? Seriously, who do you think you're looking down on? Lin Xiao thought to himself. He nodded and took the car keys, driving towards the cinema. They arrived at the cinema lobby, got their tickets, and since there was still time, they sat down to wait. During this time, Lin Xiao saw couples holding popcorn and milk tea. He realized something was missing. Glancing at President Su beside him, she was looking at her phone. Clearly, she might be a novice in these matters. President Su, I'll go buy some drinks. What would you like? Anything is fine, President Su replied without looking up from her phone. So Lin Xiao got up and bought 2 cups of milk tea and a tub of popcorn. It wasn't long before they began checking tickets to enter. After finding their seats, they sat down, noticing that almost all around them were young couples. Su Mingwe felt nervous and thought, does this count as a date? It shouldn't count, right? We've only known each other for a short time. Soon after the advertisements ended, the movie began. As the lights dimmed, President Su finally relaxed a bit. As the movie started, President Su reached out her hand to Lin Xiao. He was taken aback, but quickly understood. He thought, aren't we just friends? Isn't it inappropriate to hold hands? However, seeing President Su's fair and slender hand, Lin Xiao unconsciously took her hand. President Su was also stunned. Her face flushed instantly, but unfortunately the movie theater was too dark to see. She thought, what is this? She quickly reacted, withdrawing her hand and glaring at Lin Xiao. Looking at her withdrawn hand, he felt the lingering warmth. Then he saw her glaring at him. He thought, weren't we supposed to hold hands? Why did you pull away right after? Why are you glaring at me? I wanted the milk tea. What were you doing? President Su stammered, her face red. After just having his hand held by Lin Xiao, she felt too shy as it was her first time holding hands with another man. Her heart raced like a deer. Lin Xiao understood. So you wanted the milk tea? Why didn't you say so earlier? This was an embarrassing moment. Lin Xiao awkwardly handed over the milk tea and popcorn. Thinking to himself, as long as I'm not embarrassed, the embarrassment belongs to others. It was obvious that President Su was that person. After a brief ripple of awkwardness, the two quietly watched the movie. The first half of the film depicted a warm story of a girl being lovingly raised by her father during her childhood. In the middle segment, it showed the girl's rebellious teenage years and her various disagreements with her father. The audience felt deeply concerned, believing the girl shouldn't treat her father this way, while others thought the father's care was a bit excessive. However, in the latter part, seeing the father's love for his daughter and his hard work made the audience in the theater misty-eyed. Truly, it echoed the lyrics, "Only after growing up do you understand how hard it was for you." President Su's eyes were also red as she took out a tissue and turned her head to wipe her eyes. The movie quickly reached its climax where the girl couldn't hold back her tears when she saw her father at her wedding. The father looked at his daughter with tears mixed with smiles. As the film ended and the credits rolled, the theme song, as the audience listened to the theme song looking at the lyrics on the screen and the slightly melancholic melody, their hearts felt tight. This song, with its simple and straightforward lyrics and melody, struck the deepest softness in people's hearts. For a moment, the entire theater was filled with silent tears. President Su was also quietly sniffing. Lin Xiao sighed and gently patted the bowtie's shoulder. Feeling the comforting hand on her shoulder, President Su stubbornly turned her head away, not wanting Lin Xiao to see her cry. The movie ended, the song stopped, yet no one moved to leave, still immersed in the film and the music, crying. It wasn't until the staff came to clean up that everyone reacted, wiping their tears and walking out. Lin Xiao and President Su walked out of the theater with the silent crowd. After watching this film, everyone felt it was quite heavy along with the theme song. It was the profound love of a father. Walking towards the parking lot, President Su took a deep breath to calm her heavy heart. Upon reaching the car, Lin Xiao took out the key to unlock it. He handed the keys to Su Mingwei and said, "President Su, you can drive home, I'll take a taxi." However, President Su shook her head and said, "You drive. He'll guide you." Lin Xiao helplessly got into the car and started it. Following President Su's directions, the car soon arrived at the entrance of a bar. After getting out of the car, Lin Xiao saw the bar's name was Where the Heart Leads. Upon entering, there was no deafening. This was a quiet bar with elegant seating arranged around the hall. Towards the middle back, there was a stage where a girl. The two were led by the waiter to an empty, elegant seat. "May I ask what you two would like to drink?" the waitress inquired with a smile. "They'll have a glass of whiskey, thank you," President Su said first. The waitress then turned to Lin Xiao. "Juice, please." The two drove, and President Su ordered more drinks, meaning Lin Xiao would have to drive. Shortly after, their drinks and some appetizers were served. "Lin Xiao, thank you for accompanying me to the movies today." Su Mingwei raised her glass and said. "No need to be polite. I also watched a touching movie, didn't I?" Lin Xiao raised his juice and lightly clinked glasses with President Su smiling. "Whenever I felt unhappy in the past, I would come here to sit for a while. It seems like this place has a magical quality, calming people's hearts. Just like its name, Where the Heart Leads." President Su said, looking at the stage with a nostalgic expression. Lin Xiao quietly listened as a good audience. "The song you wrote is so touching that I cried twice after listening to it. You're so annoying." Perhaps due to having a bit to drink, President Su's tone carried a hint of a flirtatious whine. Lin Xiao felt quite innocent, saying, "Is it my fault then?" He smiled awkwardly, and then said, "Since it was my song that made President Su cry, I feel very innocent. As compensation, I'll send a song to President Su." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, President Su's eyes brightened. "Great, I'm waiting for it. Go ahead." Lin Xiao smiled slightly at President Su and walked towards the stage. He picked up the borrowed guitar, tried a few notes, and the guitar's prelude began to play. President Su's gaze was fixed on Lin Xiao, listening to the cheerful guitar prelude and Lin Xiao singing. Her eyes lit up, surprised by Lin Xiao's extraordinary songwriting talent. Even his singing was so melodious. The audience below stopped chatting, quietly listening to Lin Xiao's song. Soon the song reached its chorus. "On this windy day I tried to hold your hand, but the rain gradually fell so heavy that I couldn't see you anymore." Hearing the lyrics, I recalled the moment I tried to hold your hand. President Su remembered the scene in the cinema where Lin Xiao held her hand. Watching Lin Xiao passionately perform on stage at this moment, it felt as if he was shining, illuminating the entire venue. At that moment, her heart inexplicably skipped a few beats. Lin Xiao continued to sing with deep emotion. "But at the end of the story, it seems you still said goodbye." As the last note fell, Lin Xiao took a deep breath and then exhaled. He stood up and bowed to the audience. The crowd, still immersed in the song, erupted into thunderous applause as they saw Lin Xiao bow. As Lin Xiao put down the guitar and prepared to leave the stage, the crowd shouted in unison, "Sing it again." Such a beautiful song. They were so captivated that they forgot to record the video, insisting on another performance so they could film it. The song from the former king of music had sparked such a great response. This was within Lin Xiao's expectations. After politely declining the crowd's requests, he returned to his seat. I didn't expect your singing to be so good too. President Su looked at him as if discovering a new world, her expression curious and adorably dazed. It's okay, I have a bit of understanding. After arriving in Blue Star, Lin Xiao discovered that the original owner's voice was also exceptionally good, with a wide vocal range and a delicate identifiable sound. What is the name of this song? It's called Sunny Day. Lin Xiao took a sip of juice to soothe his throat. It's very beautiful. Ooh, I like it a lot. Thank you. President Su expressed her admiration for the song. Perhaps due to having had a drink, her face was a bit. This created a charming contrast to her usual cold demeanor. Seeing President Su's rosy cheeks, Lin Xiao smiled and asked, "Are you feeling better?" "Yes, much better." The two quickly concluded their conversation in about 10 minutes. They needed to leave soon as the crowd in the bar occasionally glanced at them, making it quite awkward. Lin Xiao drove President Su to her doorstep. "You can drive the car back, but it's difficult to get a taxi here. Just drive to the company tomorrow." After getting out of the car, President Su spoke to Lin Xiao. After thinking it over, Lin Xiao nodded and said, "All right, I'll drive you directly to the company tomorrow." Lin Xiao waved to President Su from the car, saying, "President Su, goodbye, good night." "Okay, goodbye." Watching Lin Xiao's car drive away, Su Minghua turned and entered the house. Meanwhile, outside, after a day of screening, the film gained popularity through word of mouth among viewers. Both the movie and the theme song became hits. They reached the top of Weibo's trending topics. A tweet titled, "Thanks to the movie Father and the theme song, it made me understand what fatherly love is like," a mountain, quickly surged to third place on the trending list, fueled by viewers sharing their experiences after watching. A song called Father became popular, skyrocketing to third place on the new song chart within less than half a day. Its momentum remained strong, and it was believed it would soon reach the top. With the theme song's success, the movie also gained popularity, and tickets for the next day quickly sold out. When netizens discovered that the lyricist and composer was Lin Xiao, they were momentarily astonished. Some who didn't know Lin Xiao began asking, "Who is this Lin Xiao? Why are you all so surprised?" A netizen replied, "Dude, you don't know Lin Xiao? Have you heard of Starry Sea?" Another netizen responded, "Yes." Another netizen added, "Starry Sea is a song written by Lin Xiao, and this song Father was also written by him." "You asked me who Lin Xiao is. Do you understand now?" The reply was, "Wow, that's amazing." Lin Xiao became more and more well-known among netizens, and his Weibo followers rapidly increased. Lin Xiao didn't pay much attention to this. After returning home, he took a comfortable shower and went to bed. Lin Xiao drove to the company, and as soon as he entered the composing department, he was met with enthusiastic applause. Warm congratulations to Lin Gu. The song is a big hit. Lin Xiao was a bit bewildered, thinking it might be about father. So he said to everyone, "Thank you, we'll treat you to coffee today." The composing department erupted in cheers. Shortly after sitting down, Lin Xiao was called into the office by Hu Jiang. Hu Jiang looked at Lin Xiao with admiration in his eyes. Although he knew Father would be a hit, he didn't expect it to be this successful. After inviting Lin Xiao to sit down, Hu Jiang said, "This is the contract for a silver-level songwriter. Take a look, and if there are no issues, please sign it." The condition for promotion to silver level is to have 2 songs with over 1 million downloads, which Lin Xiao fully met. Originally, he was supposed to change contracts next month, but encountering such a prodigy, Hu Jiang was worried Lin Xiao would leave, so he hastily signed to feel at ease. Lin Xiao looked at the contract for a while and noticed that the division of profits for a silver-level songwriter and the company should be 6040. However, he saw that the contract stated 5050. This already equated to the treatment of a golden-level songwriter. Lin Xiao questioned in confusion, "Minister, who is the profit division in this contract printed incorrectly?" "It's not a mistake. Although you are not a golden-level songwriter, yet the company believes you will reach that level very soon." This was also a strategy for the company to retain talent. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding and then signed his name. After seeing Lin Xiao finish signing, Hu Jiang let out a sigh of relief. Lin Xiao was crucial for Xingqian Entertainment, which currently lacked golden-level songwriters. 2 songs had already propelled 2 singers to fame, a 100 success rate. If such a prodigy were not retained, it would mean Xingqian Entertainment had lost its mind. Thinking of the 5050 profit split, Lin Xiao felt quite pleased. After all, who would turn down more money? Under Hu Jiang's admiring and amazed gaze, Lin Xiao returned to his seat. He opened his computer and checked the status of his 2 songs. Starry Sea firmly occupied the top of the new song chart and quickly climbed to 3rd place on the hot song chart. Father was ranked 3rd on the new song chart and 5th on the hot song chart. Due to the short time frame, Father had yet to reach the top, but it was believed it would soon. Meanwhile, outside, Lin Xiao's name had entered the sights of major entertainment companies, all contemplating how to lure him to their firms. In the office of the president of Haitan Entertainment, President Yang Tian addressed the composition department head Sun Hai saying, "I believe Minister Sun has seen the two songs on the new song chart." "Yes, President, both songs were written by someone named Lin Xiao," replied Sun Hai. "What do you think of this Lin Xiao? Is he worth scouting?" Yang Tian tapped his fingers on the table. Sun Hai pondered for a moment before answering. As of now, Lin Xiao has only written these two songs. It's still unclear whether he is exceptionally talented or just a flash in the pan. Therefore, my suggestion is to wait a little longer. Yang Tian contemplated Sun Hai's words and found his views quite similar. Stopping his tapping on the table, Yang Tian said, "Then let's observe for a while and see how he performs later." "All right, President," Sun Hai replied. Haitan Entertainment is one of the three major entertainment companies in Modu, and it is not the weakest among them. President Yang Tian is a person of great capability and deep thoughts. He is not someone easy to get along. Lin Xiao, tired from playing games, stood up to stretch his body. He thought to himself that playing games all day long was not a good thing. If this continues, he would surely fall into decline. Thus, Lin Xiao decided to learn an instrument like the piano or something similar. He thought about it and immediately opened a piano teaching video on his computer to start learning. He thought once he earns enough money to buy a house, he would buy a piano to keep at home and practice. While Lin Xiao was learning the piano, Zhang Shui arrived at the composition department. She was carrying a large bag of items. Zhang Shui approached Lin Xiao and said, "Teacher Lin, this is a local specialty I bought for you when I was at a commercial event in your hometown." Holding the large bag, Zhang Shui's small face was flushed with fatigue as she looked at Lin Xiao. Seeing the local specialties she brought, Lin Xiao felt very touched. He took the items and said, "Thank you, Zhang Shui. You've been so busy all day and still thought of bringing me something." "You're welcome, Teacher Lin. It's the least I could do. Besides, without you there wouldn't be the current me," Zhang Shui said playfully. "Don't you have work today?" Lin, I've been running around in different places recently, but I have a day off today." Lin Xiao nodded and said, "All right, I appreciate your thoughtfulness. You should go rest now, or it's not easy to have a day off." "All right then, Teacher Lin, you carry on. I'm leaving." He watched Zhang Shui walk away with her large bag. Lin Xiao thought, "This girl is quite nice. Even after becoming popular, she hasn't forgotten me." One must always have a heart of gratitude, no matter the circumstances. After putting things away, Lin Xiao went to the 10th floor. Knock, knock, knock. A pleasant voice called from inside. Lin Xiao pushed the door open and walked in, saying, "What is President Su busy with?" Hearing the familiar voice, President Su looked up in slight surprise. Seeing Lin Xiao, she was slightly taken aback and replied, "Oh, nothing much, just some trivial matters in the company." "What's up? Do you need something?" "I'm fine. I came to return the car keys," Lin Xiao said. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao was here to return the car keys, President Su felt a tinge of disappointment. This feeling was quite strange. "I drove another car from home today, so you can keep this one for now, otherwise I won't be able to drive any back." President Su didn't know what was wrong with her. She actually didn't want Lin Xiao to separate from her too much. Hearing President Su's words, Lin Xiao's expression became a bit awkward. He thought to himself, rich people are indeed different. They have cars piled up at home. Would this be inappropriate? Lin Xiao hesitated. "There's nothing wrong. You are now the company's silver medal composer. Just consider it a company-provided vehicle for your convenience," President Su said, blushing slightly as she looked away. "Then I'll take it for now. If you need it, just let me know." Lin Xiao thought for a moment and didn't refuse any further. President Su replied softly. "All right, President, you carry on. I'll be leaving now," Lin Xiao said with a smile. "Okay." After Lin Xiao left, President Su calmed down and thought, "What's wrong with me? Why do I always feel so vulnerable when I see this guy?" She simply couldn't figure it out. But one thing she understood very well, she didn't seem to dislike Lin Xiao. In fact, she enjoyed the time spent with him. In the past, she would feel uncomfortable just being around other men. Time quietly slipped away as Lin Xiao worked and practiced the piano. In the blink of an eye, it was already the end of April. Through these days of learning, Lin Xiao's piano theory improved rapidly. He found that he could learn anything quickly now. Today, Lin Xiao asked Zhang Shui to record a song. Since May was just around the corner. Outside the recording studio, Zhang Shui saw Lin Xiao approaching. Her face was filled with excitement. "Hello, Teacher Lin," she greeted as Lin Xiao got closer. Lin Xiao smiled back, saying, "Xiao Shui, have you been waiting long?" "No, I just arrived not long ago." "All right, here's the sheet music. You can practice it first," Lin Xiao said before walking into the recording studio to let the arranger work on the arrangement. Lin Xiao followed along to learn, and sometimes when he encountered an instrument he was familiar with, he would participate in the arrangement. A few hours later, the arrangement was completed. Since it was already noon, everyone agreed to record in the afternoon. "Teacher Lin, let's go eat together. You can guide me some more," Zhang Shui suggested. "All right, let's go," Lin Xiao replied. The two walked side by side toward the elevator. After a while, the elevator arrived. Well, what a coincidence, they ran into President Su again. Seeing Lin Xiao standing next to a young girl, President Su felt a flicker of displeasure, but didn't show it. "Are you going to eat, President Su?" Lin Xiao asked first. Yes, and you? President Su asked coldly. We're recording a song today, and are going to eat now, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Hello, President Su, Zhang Shui greeted from the side. President Su nodded coldly. Zhang Shui sensed something different about President Su today, but couldn't pinpoint what it was. Let's go together. I happen to have something to discuss with you, President Su said to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao glanced at Zhang Shui with a questioning look, and after she nodded in agreement, he said, All right then, let's eat together. The more the merrier. After all, since Zhang Shui was treating him to a meal, Lin Xiao felt he had to check with others first. The three of them went to the restaurant amidst the strange atmosphere. After ordering while waiting for the food, Lin Xiao said to Zhang Shui, Xiao Shui, remember to express the emotions and meanings of the lyrics well when you sing this afternoon. You must sing every song with heart. Okay, Teacher Lin, Zhang Shui said, touched as she looked at Lin Xiao. They were listened to by President Su. President Su felt quite displeased in her heart, thinking to herself, with so many singers in the company, why does he have to choose Zhang Shui? Menha. They're all just big pigs, she thought. If Lin Xiao heard this, he would probably want to say, that's unfair, there are many singers in the company. But Lin Xiao would never know the true thoughts of President Su, which were doomed to remain hidden. Before long, the dishes arrived, and Lin Xiao devoted himself wholeheartedly to his meal. As the saying goes, only food is too precious to betray. Sated and content, Lin Xiao leaned back comfortably in his chair waiting for Su Mingwei to speak, but she remained silent for an extended time. Lin Xiao finally broke the silence. President Su, what did you wish to discuss with me? Zhang Shui beside him glanced curiously at Su Mingwei. I've forgotten, can't recall it just now. They'll tell you when it comes back to me, Su Mingwei replied coolly. Lin Xiao was left momentarily speechless. After the meal, President Su paid the bill before anyone else could act. Zhang Shui said nothing. The three then returned to the office. Goodbye, President Su. Lin Xiao and Zhang Shui bid her farewell. Back in the recording studio, Lin Xiao reclined on the sofa relaxing deeply, while Zhang Shui held her sheet music and continued practicing. Time flowed swiftly to working hours. Everything was prepared. Zhang Shui stood before the microphone completing her final preparations. A captivating intro began to play, and she launched into her performance, finishing the first take seamlessly. Her breath control was steady, her emotional expression resonant. Yet Lin Xiao sensed something missing. Yes, it lacks a subtle undercurrent of regret. He offered gentle guidance to Zhang Shui. The second take commenced, and this time it was flawless. Every nuance conveyed pitch and phrasing, immaculate breath support unwavering. One take, and done. Truly, Zhang Shui possesses rare natural talent. The timbre of her voice, her intuitive grasp of song interpretation are exceptional. She is the kind of artist blessed by heaven itself. From the control booth, Lin Xiao gave Zhang Shui a thumbs up. She rushed out beaming and thanked both Lin Xiao and the sound engineer. Lin Xiao and the crew applauded warmly. Once recording concluded, everyone departed. Lin Xiao returned to the composition department. He handed the track to Hu Jiang, who remained calm, having long since accepted that Lin Xiao's brilliance defied ordinary measure. Next, Lin Xiao opened NetE, Cloud Music, to check the performance of his two songs. Father had surged to no. 1 on both the new song chart and the hot song chart. Starry Ocean ranked second, a curious case of self-competition. In May, the new song chart would refresh its lineup. If a track climbed into the hot song chart within that month, it would remain there for 6 months. Of course, longevity depended entirely on sustained popularity, otherwise it would inevitably be displaced by newer hits. Both tracks had already amassed over 5 million downloads each. At yuan per download, NetE Cloud retained 20% as platform commission. The remainder was split among the record company, lyricist, composer, and vocalist. Lin Xiao silently calculated his earnings, and his smile never wavered. With his new song slated for release in May, he resolved to launch a modest promotional campaign. He logged onto Weibo, noting his follower count, over 1 million, and felt quietly elated. After carefully composing his words, he posted, "Rare is such a melody shared among mortals. Once more the river wind stirs. Na solitary boat returns home bearing transformed grace. In youth as companion, we once met in Jiangnan. In my newly composed song, The Wind Rises, will premiere in May. Let us sing together through this season of graduation." Upon posting, Lin Xiao exited Weibo. At that very moment, his comment section erupted. Netizens were instantly awestruck. Unfamiliar with the verses, they searched online, only to find no trace of them anywhere. It dawned upon them these lines were original, crafted by Lin Xiao himself. Their admiration deepened. Not only was he gifted in songwriting, but also a poet. Though few grasped their full meaning, all were captivated by their lyrical beauty and evocative imagery. Posts multiplied rapidly. Soon the tweet soared onto Weibo's trending list. As visibility grew, so did Lin Xiao's follower count. President Su Mingwei too saw his post. She sat motionless, murmuring softly, "He writes poetry too. What truly does he not master?" Her curiosity toward Lin Xiao deepened. unaware that such fascination could prove perilous. That evening Lin Xiao returned home savoring local delicacies brought by Zhang Shui while reading, utterly at ease. His phone rang. He answered, "Hey Gongzi." "In, Old Four. We're meeting at our usual spot," Wang Gang replied. "Got it. On my way." He hung up and hailed a taxi, knowing well that brotherly reunions demanded beer night. Arriving at the place Wang Gang called our usual spot, Lin Xiao was flooded with memories of university days, their dorm mates gathering here for skewers and cold beer. Nearly a year had passed, yet the place remained unchanged, steeped in nostalgic warmth. Lin Xiao gathered his thoughts and located Wang Gang. "Gongzi, long time no see." Wang Gang rose and enveloped him in a bear hug. "Old Four, you've gotten solid. Look at you," he said, grinning broadly. Wang Gang was Lin Xiao's sole true brother from university, closest of all friends. Standing 182 centimeters tall, his features were unremarkable, neither plain nor striking. His frame carried a gentle softness. "Well, I train every morning without fail," Lin Xiao declared, pride gleaming in his voice. Glancing at Wang Gang's slightly rounded midsection, Lin Xiao teased, "You'd better start training yourself. You've ballooned into quite the shape." "Get lost. I call this prosperity." "You wouldn't know prosperity if it bit you," Wang Gang retorted, feigning indignation. They exchanged glances and burst into hearty laughter. Skewers and chilled beer arrived. As they ate and chatted, Wang Gang asked, "Old Four, are you still job hunting? If things don't work out, come join my studio." After graduation, Wang Gang, rejected by every label, had borrowed funds from family and founded his own modest recording studio. "Already landed one. I've been working there a month." Lin Xiao spoke warmly. "Really? Which company?" Wang Gang's joy was genuine, heartfelt. "Starlight Entertainment. Not large, but it suits me well for now." In truth, Lin Xiao cherished Starlight Entertainment. Its absence of corporate intrigue made it refreshing. The atmosphere was warm and supportive. "Enough about me. How about you? How've things been?" Lin Xiao, "Same as always, just holding on. It's like this for most in the early years. Things improve once your name gains recognition." Hearing the quiet strain beneath his friend's words, Lin Xiao chose not to press further. Instead, he resolved to lend support when the time and means were right. Then instinctively they ceased questioning each other and turned instead to reminiscing about old adventures and shared laughter. Brotherhood resides deep in the heart, and the finest moments arrive when wine warms the spirit yet leaves the mind gently luminous. At midnight on April 30th, the main new song chart refreshed. Ever since hearing two songs composed by Lin Xiao, Li had become his devoted fan. Recalling the song title posted on Lin Xiao's Weibo, Li immediately began searching and quickly found it, When the Wind Rises. Lyrics and music by Lin Xiao, performed by Zhang Shui. Seeing Zhang Shui's name again as vocalist, Li mused inwardly, what an extraordinarily fortunate person. He clicked play. The light, breezy prelude began. Li's eyes lit up. The prelude was as always exquisite. The song soon flowed into its first verse. "Along this road I wander, halting and pressing onward, tracing the drifting footprints of youth." In that fleeting moment before stepping out of the station, hesitation flickered within me. These few lines alone quickened Li's breath, stirring vivid memories of his own graduation, leaving the station with dreams alight in his heart. This journey had been one of stops and starts, stumbles and scars, bitterness etched deep into every step. When first I met this world, I lingered entranced by all its hues. Though the horizon seemed near at hand, I would still brave fire and flood to walk it once more. Tears slipped silently down Li's cheeks. He didn't even notice. Sometimes a song slips beneath our guard, and before we know it, we are weeping without cause. It is not sentimentality, it is recognition. The song does not merely speak to us, it speaks as us. At first hearing we grasp not its meaning, upon second, we find ourselves already living inside its melody. Yes, if given the chance to choose again, I would willingly walk that same path once more, not for glory nor reward, but for the dream alone. The song continued. "I once lost myself in the vastness of the world, drowning in reveries spun from its shimmering haze. Truth or illusion, I refuse to discern resistance. I refuse to mount mockery. I refuse to fear. I transformed my youth into her, and with my fingertips conjured summer's blazing zenith. Where the heart stirs, let it follow fate's gentle current. Walking against the light, I welcome wind and rain alike." Li listened rapt. His face was already drenched in tears, yet he stood unafraid, resolved to rise against the tide. "In the name of love, would you still dare?" As the final note faded, Li let his tears fall freely. He drifted back through the years of his life. Across Xia State, the same quiet epiphany unfolded. In homes, dormitories, late-night headphones, echoing like shared breath. Without hesitation, listeners downloaded the track, propelling it meteorically to the top of the new song chart. It left the runner-up far behind. Late at night, in a luxury residential complex in Modu. Lihani unconsciously lowered her headphones, still suspended in the lingering resonance of When the Wind Rises. Lihani was a top-tier artist under Starlight Entertainment and best friends with CEO Suda. She had recently traveled out of town for an event and had been away from the company. Now finally she had a few days of respite. And because Lin Zhao's promotional Weibo post about the new song had trended fiercely, she decided to hear what all the fuss was about. After listening, she affirmed Lin Zhao's craftsmanship remained consistently exceptional, and she deeply wished to collaborate with him. One perfect hit stood between her and the coveted title of Queen of Music. An intuition whispered perhaps Lin Zhao held the key to her ascension. The next morning, Lin Zhao awoke, completed 30 push-ups in one breath, then began his morning routine. Just then a young woman approached me. She greeted me, "Hello, big brother. Do you need any help?" I looked up and was struck by her vibrant charm. Large, luminous eyes, double eyelids. Undoubtedly a stunning beauty. On his way to work, Lin Zhao hummed softly, buoyed by the thought of receiving his payment that day. Meanwhile, at Haitian Entertainment, Artists Division, a sharp thud echoed, the sound of a fist striking a desk. Wu Fan sat rigid in his chair, his expression grim. His agent stood before him, silent and tense. 3 times. "Who is this Lin Zhao, and where did he emerge from?" Wu Fan spoke through clenched teeth, fury blazing in his voice. His agent dared not draw breath. She knew full well how volatile he had become. Wu Fan was the son of a major shareholder at Haitian Entertainment, a man no one within the company dared. Having just returned from overseas studies, Wu Fan had entered the domestic entertainment industry in April with supreme confidence, collaborating with the company's silver-tier composer on a track titled Rise Up and Dance. But Lin Zhao's Ocean of Stars had utterly eclipsed it, relegating Wu Fan's song to second place on the new song chart. Then came another blow. Lin Zhao's father displaced it once more. That time Wu Fan refused food for an entire day. He swallowed the loss, blaming the silver-tier composer's lack of skill. Yet now in May he had partnered with a gold-tier composer, and Lin Zhao had struck again. All Wu Fan could think to say was, "Do you have any idea what these 3 losses have cost me?" "Lin Zhao is a newly promoted silver-tier composer at Starlight Entertainment," replied the agent truthfully. Wu Fan nodded, slowly regaining composure. Inwardly he vowed, "I refuse to believe you'll surpass me again next time." At Starlight Entertainment, Lin Zhao arrived at work in high spirits, only to be summoned to the 10th floor moments later by a WeChat message from CEO Suda. "Knock, knock, knock. Enter," came Suda's voice from within. "CEO Su, what brings you to call me in?" Lin Zhao asked, stepping across the threshold. "Let me introduce you. This is Lihani, one of our artists, and also my closest friend," Suda said, gesturing warmly. Lin Zhao glanced toward the sofa, and there, seated gracefully, was a vision of elegance. She possessed lustrous black hair, delicate features, a striking figure, and wore attire both chic and alluring. Her age appeared comparable to Suda's. Yet their auras were starkly divergent. Suda exuded cool detachment, Lihani radiated mature warmth and vivacity. They formed a study in contrast. "Little brother Zhao, hello." Lihani rose with effortless charm. Hearing her name, one might expect icy reserve, but instead she was radiant and effervescent. Lin Zhao blinked, then clarified firmly, "Miss Li, please don't call me little brother Zhao. I'm quite—" Both Lihani and Suda paused, startled. Then Lihani flashed a dazzling smile and countered, "Oh, then just how grown up is little brother Zhao?" Lin Zhao froze. Was she truly this bold? Suda flushed crimson, inwardly muttering, "Tisich." Flustered, Lin Zhao hastily changed course. "CEO Su, what did you need me for?" "It's Hani who wishes to speak with you," Suda replied, her cheeks still faintly pink. "Little brother Zhao, here's the thing, I'd like you to compose a song for me," Lihani said, shifting instantly into professional earnestness. Understanding her intent, Lin Zhao nodded. "Composing is possible, but we'll need to discuss terms. You're a star. I won't accept unreasonable demands." He spoke with quiet seriousness. "If you write something truly suited to me, I'll take no share at all," Lihani replied, eagerly relieved he'd agreed. "Agreed. I'll listen to your vocal timbre and study your stylistic range, then reach out once the song is complete." "Wonderful. Thank you so much, little brother Zhao." With business settled, Lihani resumed her warm, captivating demeanor. Hearing her honeyed voice, Lin Zhao nearly cried out, "I can't bear it." Cough, cough. "No need to thank me," Lin Zhao said, feeling guilty. Beside her, President Su cursed the vixen in his heart as he listened to Lihan's soft voice. What a good best friend. "President Su, leaving since there's nothing else," Lin Zhao said to President Su. President Su responded unenthusiastically. Lin Zhao didn't think much of it, waved goodbye to the two, and walked out. In the afternoon, a text interrupted Lin Zhao's leisure time. Looking at the string of zeros on her phone, Lin Zhao almost jumped for joy. The split from the downloads of 2 songs was 2/10 for the platform. This time she and the company split 50-50, plus Zhang Shui, and by phone's 0.5%. After taxes, Lin Xiao received over 2.8 million. This amount of money was a fortune for Lin Xiao at this moment. Money is a good thing. While money may not be omnipotent being, without it is absolutely impossible. With the profits in hand, Lin Xiao thought about heading home to see her parents. She had been in Blue Star for over a month without returning home. Minister Hu I'd like to request a week's leave, Lin Xiao said as she entered Hu Jiang's office. What's wrong, Xiaolin? Is something going on? Hu Jiang asked a bit nervously. Nothing, I just want to go home and see my parents. Hearing that Lin Xiao just missed her family, Hu Jiang sighed in relief and said, Alright, it's good to take a few days off at home. You can leave now. Go buy some things or something. Okay, Minister Hu, Lin Xiao replied gratefully. She bought some things for her parents, then she went home to pack. In fact, there wasn't much to pack. The next morning, Lin Xiao took a taxi to the high-speed rail station. It takes 8 hours to take the high-speed train from Magic City to Tianshui City. After picking up her ticket and entering the station, Lin Xiao set off on her journey home with excitement. After 8 hours on the train, she finally arrived at Tianshui City Station. Upon exiting the station, Lin Xiao took a taxi and hurried home. Knock, knock, knock. Lin Xiao arrived at her doorstep and knocked, but there was no response after a long wait. Lin Xiao thought her parents might still be at work. She found the spare key in a corner by the door and opened it. Looking at the familiar layout of the house, Lin Xiao murmured, Is this my home in this life? After putting down her things, Lin Xiao looked around. After a while, her stomach began to rumble. She had been so focused on getting home that she hadn't felt hungry. Now that she was home and her heart was settled, she finally remembered she was hungry. She opened the fridge and found leftovers, which she heated up and started to eat. After eating, Lin Xiao felt a bit drowsy. Unconsciously, she fell asleep on the sofa. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao groggily heard the sound of the door opening. The voices of a man and a woman gradually grew louder. Lin Xiao stood up and looked towards the entrance. Mom and Dad, you're back, Lin Xiao happily said to her parents who had just entered. Seeing their son in the living room, the couple was momentarily stunned. Son, when did you come back? Lin's mother was the first to react and asked. Mom and Dad, I just got back not long ago. I was a bit tired and fell asleep. Looking at her parents' slightly aging faces, Lin Xiao felt a twinge of pain in her heart as she said, It's good to be back. Lin's father regained his composure and said calmly, You must be hungry, son. Sit down and I'll go prepare something delicious for you, Lin's mother said happily as she set down the vegetables she was holding. Come sit here. Why did you suddenly come back? Is there something going on? After Lin Xiao sat down, Lin's father asked. Dad, it's nothing. I just missed you and Mom and wanted to come back to see you, Lin Xiao said, relieved when she saw that nothing significant had happened. How's work lately? Pretty good. I just received the profits from the 2 songs I wrote yesterday, Lin Xiao said with a smile, sharing her recent work situation with her father. Before long, Lin's mother's meal was ready. 4 dishes and a soup were quickly set on the dining table. Son, eat quickly. It's all your favorites. Lin Xiao picked up her chopsticks and started to eat. As she ate, tears began to flow. Lin's parents looked at their son, crying, puzzled. They hurriedly asked, Son, what's wrong? Why are you crying? If there's something you can tell your dad and me. Mom and Dad, I'm fine. I'm just happy. Hearing her parents' concerned words warmed Lin Xiao's heart. This is what family is. When they heard their son was truly okay, Lin's parents felt relieved. The family happily enjoyed their meal together. Lin Xiao's house wasn't very big, and the building was quite old, which made Lin Xiao think about buying a house. After dinner, the family sat on the sofa chatting about everyday life. Son, have you made any moves on finding a girlfriend? Upon hearing her mother's words, Lin Xiao felt very embarrassed. Cough. Mom, this isn't something to rush. If I find someone suitable, it will happen quickly. Just make an effort, you're not a kid anymore. Lin's mother continued. All right, Mom, I promise to find someone soon, Lin Xiao conceded. Then you should go take a shower and get some rest. A whole day of travel is tiring. Okay, Mom, you and Dad should also rest early. Lin Xiao stood up and said to her parents. After washing up, Lin Xiao lay in her small room, feeling a myriad of emotions. In a feeling of happiness, she drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, at the Su family home. In the living room, the 3 members of the Su family sat together watching TV and chatting. Suddenly, Su's mother turned to President Su and said, Dear, what has Xiaolin been up to lately? I haven't seen him come home recently. Su Mingyue, hearing her mother's words, was slightly taken aback. He's just working, or what else could he be doing? Why would he come home if there's nothing? President Su thought for a moment and said, Xiaolin is a good kid. He's talented and polite. Su's father chimed in. Really? Old Su, you think so too? Su's mother said happily. Seeing her husband nodding in agreement, Su's mother continued. Yeah, why don't you ask Xiaolin when he's free to come over? Just say that both old Su and I miss him. Listening to her mother, President Su had a strange expression, thinking to herself, Do you really miss him? It's so late, isn't it inappropriate to disturb him? President Su tried to evade the issue. It's only just past 9, Xiaolin definitely isn't asleep yet. Oh, just ask him. Su's mother continued to urge. President Su, left with no choice, took out his phone and sent a message to Lin Xiao, are you asleep? However, after waiting for a long time, there was still no reply from Lin Xiao. See, Mom? I told you he must be asleep. You wouldn't believe me. Su's mother took the phone, glanced at it, and confirmed it. Then she smiled and said, Xiaolin is such a good kid with a regular schedule. That's great. President Su was speechless. If Xiaolin replies to you, just tell him to come over for a meal. Okay, Mom, I will definitely convey your royal decree, President Su said rather speechlessly. Cut it out, what do you mean royal decree? Su's mother laughed and scolded. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao saw the message from President Su, and it was already morning. The next morning, Lin Xiao woke up early around 7, having gone to bed early the previous night. Picking up his phone, he saw a WeChat message from President Su. It was a message sent the night before. Lin Xiao opened it and saw the message, are you asleep? Lin Xiao wondered what President Su needed from him. He replied, I went back home yesterday and was too tired from the trip, so I went to bed early. What's up? After putting down the phone, Lin Xiao didn't think much of it and got up to wash up. In the living room, his parents had already gone to work and breakfast was laid out on the table. Eating breakfast, Lin Xiao felt warm inside. Meanwhile, President Su woke up in her soft, comfortable bed. She picked up her phone and saw Lin Xiao's reply. Did he go home yesterday? President Su wondered. She then sent a message, is something going on at home? No, nothing. I just missed my parents and wanted to come back and see them, Lin Xiao replied as he continued eating breakfast. When are you coming back? In about a week. What's the matter? Lin Xiao asked in return. It's nothing, just that my parents said last night they would like to invite you over for dinner. President Su's face, devoid of makeup, turned a rosy shade. Oh, in that case, tell uncle and aunt that I will visit them when I return home. Lin Xiao thought it was indeed necessary to pay them a visit. After all, they had been very kind to him and had taken him in. Okay, please send my regards to uncle and aunt, President Su said, not knowing why she had blurted out those words. Her stunning face turned even redder. Okay. President Su. Lin Xiao thought nothing of it, assuming it was just a polite expression. Putting down her phone, President Su felt increasingly embarrassed. She buried her head in the quilt, her small hands flailing on the bed. As if the bed were a heartless man, Lin Xiao finished his breakfast and thought about taking a stroll downstairs. Walking through the familiar neighborhood, he saw familiar faces. When did you come back, Xiaolin? An elderly lady asked. I came back yesterday, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Lin Xiao greeted the elderly folks along the way, looking at the familiar streets filled with nostalgia. It was still the same question, still the same people. How wonderful. In the evening, when his parents returned home from work, his mother began cooking. The father and son chatted about family matters. Dad, you and Mom should retire. You could dance in the square and play chess at home. I can support you now, you don't have to work so hard anymore. Lin Xiao said earnestly to his father. Lin Xiao's father looked into his son's sincere eyes and thought seriously for a moment before saying, after your sister graduates, your mother and I will feel at ease, and then we will retire. Lin Xiao knew his parents' tempers and personalities and didn't push further. He thought they would find an excuse after his sister graduated. Just then there was a knock on the door. Lin Xiao walked over to open the door. It turned out to be a neighbor. Xiaolin, when did you come back? The neighbor lady asked in surprise. Aunt Chong, I came back yesterday, Lin Xiao replied politely. Come in, Aunt Chong. My mom is cooking. After inviting Aunt Chong in, Lin Xiao poured her a glass of water. Where are you working now, Xiaolin? In Mo do, Aunt Chong. Really? What kind of job is that? I work in an entertainment company as a composer. Aunt Chong didn't quite understand how good a composer's job was, but knowing it was in the entertainment industry, she felt it must pay well. She then said, Xiaolin, can you take my son to Mo do to develop his career? You know, this rascal graduated from college, but he can't find a decent job. The salary for what he's doing now is so low that at this rate, he won't even find a girlfriend. Lin Xiao thought about the neighbor's child. Sun Chong had played with him since childhood, but after the college entrance examination, they ended up at different universities. Over time, they had lost contact. Sun Chong had gotten into a university that wasn't very good, and his major wasn't one that easily led to a job. So he still didn't have a good job, and his mother was anxious about it. All right, Aunt Chong, you ask Xiao Chong what he thinks when you... If he's interested, have him come to my house tomorrow. Lin Xiao didn't refuse, after all he was a childhood friend. Oh, thank you so much, Xiaolin. He'll go back and tell this rascal right away. Aunt Chong hurried home, forgetting even to borrow soy sauce. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao's family happily finished dinner and rested afterwards. The next day, the living room still had his mother's lovingly prepared breakfast. After Lin Xiao finished, Sun Chong arrived. The two took a seat. Xiaozi, I heard from my mom last night that you're back, so I rushed over to see you. It's been a long time since we last met. Yes, Xiao Chong. I was planning to stay at home for a couple of days before coming to find you. Lin Xiao was very happy to see his childhood friend. Then Lin Xiao said, last night, Aunt Chong mentioned taking you to Mo do. What do you think? If it means I can find a better job, I'd definitely love to go with you, Xiaozi. That's the case, Xiao Chong. The company I work for is an entertainment company, and I'm a composer. If you want to get in, I can inquire for you. All right, then please ask for me, Xiaozi, Sun Chong said gratefully. No need to be polite, we're good friends, Xiao Chong. It's nothing troublesome. Lin Xiao then took out his phone and dialed President Su's WeChat voice call. After a moment it was connected. Hello, what's up, Lin Xiao? President Su's pleasant voice came through. President Su, I need a favor. Go ahead. Lin Xiao organized his thoughts and said, I have a good friend I've known since childhood, and he's having trouble finding a job due to his university major. I wanted to ask if there are any suitable positions available. Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, President Su understood. She then asked, is your friend male or female? Lin Xiao was taken aback. Is there a problem with being male or female? But he still replied, honestly, he's male, President Su. Then no problem, let him come over. He's at home. He will come with me when I go back. Alright, sounds good. Thank you, President Su. Goodbye. Lin Xiao expressed his gratitude. Sun Chong, who had been listening nearby, felt a hint of happiness in his eyes. Knowing the matter was settled, he said to Lin Xiao, Xiaozi, I won't say much in thanks. Just let me know if you ever— No need for thanks, we are friends. Lin Xiao hadn't expected it to be this easy. He felt that if he had the ability, after all they were neighbors and good friends. Alright, in a couple of days we'll go to Mo Do together, and I'll call you then. After Sun Chong left, Lin Xiao sent another thank you message to President Su. Not knowing if she hadn't seen it or didn't want to reply, Lin Xiao also didn't get a response. Time moved swiftly. Happy days always passed quickly in the blink of an eye. It was time for Lin Xiao to leave for Modu. At the doorstep, Lin Xiao's father and mother watched their son prepare to go, their hearts heavy with reluctance. After embracing his parents, Lin Xiao and Sun Chong climbed into the taxi. As his parents grew smaller in the distance, a sudden weight settled in Lin Xiao's chest. Many must feel this way when leaving home. After a long, dusty journey with Sun Chong, they arrived in Modu. Xiao Chong will book you a hotel for tonight, Lin Xiao said. How about I take you to the company and help you find a place to rent tomorrow? Lin Xiao asked. His own lodgings were tiny with only a single bed. Otherwise, he would have taken Sun Chong to stay with him. No problem, Xiaozi. He'll follow your lead. After grabbing a bite, Lin Xiao and Sun Chong found a hotel near Lin Xiao's place and checked in for the night. Lin Xiao returned to his rented room with the items his parents had prepared. A week of vacancy had left the place. After putting his things away, Lin Xiao tidied the room. It was still early. He showered and changed, then set out carrying some local specialties his family had given him. Driving the car provided by Ms. Su, Lin Xiao went to the Su residence. Su's mother opened the door and, surprised to see him, exclaimed, Xiao, Lin is here. Come in and sit. Auntie, I'm sorry to bother you again, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Su's mother led him into the living room. Auntie, these are some local specialties I brought from home, he added as he set the items down. Child, you coming is enough. No need to bring gifts, Su's mother said with a smile. Noticing that Mr. Su was not in the living room, Lin Xiao looked around. Lin Xiao asked, Auntie, is Uncle Su not home? He's upstairs in the study practicing calligraphy. He didn't know you were coming. He'll go fetch him, she replied, and rose to go upstairs. After a short while, Mr. Su came down. Xiao, Lin, you're here? Yeah, told me you came home for a few days, right? He said with a smile. Yes, Uncle Su. I just returned and came to visit you and Auntie, Lin Xiao said quickly, standing up. Are your parents well? Come sit and talk, Su's mother said, pouring them water and taking a seat. They're fine, it's just that work is rather tiring, Lin Xiao replied as he took a sip. Mr. Su continued. You earn quite well now, why not persuade them to retire and enjoy life? I've tried, Uncle. They said they will retire after my sister graduates from university. You have a younger sister? Su's mother exclaimed. Yes, Annie. That's wonderful. Your parents have children around them. I envy them a little, Su's mother said half. Lin Xiao laughed with them. You two chat, I'll prepare the meal. Xiao, Lin, stay and eat with us tonight, Su's mother said as she rose to the kitchen. In the living room, Lin Xiao chatted with Mr. Su. Xiao, Lin, I've listened to several of your songs. They are truly good, especially the one called Father. It really speaks to those of us who are fathers. Uncle Su, you flatter me. I was just fortunate to write it, Lin Xiao replied modestly. Don't be modest. You're young and so talented. Your future will be boundless, Mr. Su. Lin Xiao smiled awkwardly. He knew well where the song had come from. He was merely a conduit. Soon the sound of the door opening came. Ms. Su, the CEO, glided into the room. Ms. Su is back. Lin Xiao stood to greet her. Ms. Su paused briefly upon seeing him. She asked, when did you return? I arrived today, Lin Xiao replied. At that moment, Su's mother called from, Yeah, hurry and wash your hands. It's time to eat. Ms. Su set down her bag and stepped into the powder room. Xiao, Lin, come and eat, Su's mother invited warmly. At the dining table, Mr. and Mrs. Su were particularly warm toward Lin Xiao. Xiao, Lin, try this dish. This is Auntie's specialty. Watching his parents' enthusiasm for Lin Xiao, Ms. Su felt a pang of doubt. She wondered, after all, who was their biological child. Her sharp phoenix-shaped eyes now widened, making her look unusually endearing. After the meal, Su's mother urged Mr. Su to go for a walk, leaving Lin Xiao and Ms. Su staring at each other in awkward silence. The atmosphere was awkward, so Lin Xiao broke the silence. Ms. Su, which department would be suitable for my friend? Hearing this, Ms. Su felt a small sense of relief. She considered and replied, send him to the publicity department first, it's easier to get started there. Once he's familiar with the company, he can transfer to another department. That works, Lin Xiao agreed after a moment's thought. Silence fell again. Are uncle and aunt doing well? Ms. Su asked anxiously. Yes, they're fine, Lin Xiao replied. They made small talk for a while, and then Lin Xiao rose to take his leave. At the door, Lin Xiao saw Mr. and Mrs. Su once more. Come off in Shaolin, Su's mother said. Okay, goodbye uncle and aunt. The next morning, Lin Xiao took Sun Chong to the publicity department to complete the onboarding. Because Ms. Su had put in a good word, the process went quickly. He then helped Sun Chong look for a place to rent, finally settling him in. After all that, Lin Xiao was exhausted, and the next day Lin Xiao arrived at the company, greeted his colleagues, and reported to Hu Jiang's office. He began his day's tasks practicing instruments and playing games. Just as Lin Xiao was fully absorbed, a mature, alluring figure entered the composition department. Xiao, little brother, how is the song you promised me coming along? She asked. A fragrant breeze accompanied her arrival. Lin Xiao looked up and remembered the promise he had made. He blushed and said, I'm sorry, Miss Li. I went home a few days ago and haven't finished it yet. You went home? No wonder I didn't see you last time, Li Hani said, nodding in understanding. Take your time, I'm not in a hurry. Okay, he'll arrange it as soon as possible, Lin Xiao replied. Since you're so attentive about this, let me treat you to dinner tonight, Li Hani said with a smile. Lin Xiao accepted with a grin. After work, they went to a restaurant together. Li Hani ordered a bottle of red wine, perhaps to loosen inhibitions and create an opportunity. Lin Xiao dared not speak or pry. To you, little Xiao, sister toasts you, Li Hani said, raising her glass. They clinked their glasses, the clear, pleasant sound rang out. You're so talented and handsome. Surely many girls chase after you, she teased. Lin Xiao felt embarrassed and awkward at the praise. He murmured, ahem. It's okay, it's okay. Hearing his evasive reply, Li Hani regarded him with a mischievous gleam in her eyes. Lin Xiao's heart ached with a quiet bitterness. At the restaurant, Li Hani drank as if seized by a sudden compulsion, glass after glass, and Lin Xiao could not dissuade her. Of the bottle of red wine, Lin Xiao took only one glass. The rest Li Hani emptied. Lin Xiao watched with a twitch at the corner of his mouth, thinking that perhaps she had never tasted alcohol in her life. Li Hani slurred, summoning him. Lin Xiao, come. Drink. Drink wine, Li Hani mumbled with bleary eyes and a heavy tongue. Lin Xiao was speechless. How could she still be drinking in such a state? Have you no sense at all? Watching Li Hani finally slump drunkenly over the table, Lin Xiao pressed his hand to his forehead. His head ached. I should never have come out to eat with you, he thought. Lin Xiao complained inwardly. Faced with Li Hani sprawled and unresponsive, he felt helpless, unsure how to handle this intoxicated woman. He considered taking her to a hotel, then dismissed the idea. What if he lost control? I, Lin Xiao, am no saint, but I would not take advantage of someone in this condition. Suddenly, he slapped his forehead. What about Su Mingyue? Aren't they close friends? Acting on the thought, Lin Xiao took out his phone and sent a message to Su Mingyue. While waiting for Su Mingyue, Lin Xiao glanced at Li Hani, slumped over the table. Compared with Su Mingyue, her looks were slightly lacking. Yet she possessed a mature, alluring charm that Su Mingyue did not. Such an aura is hard for many men to resist. Lin Xiao wondered if she was nursing some sorrow. That must be why she drank like this. About half an hour later, Su Mingyue arrived at the restaurant. Seeing her friend passed out over the table, her brow furrowed. How did she get to this state? Su Mingyue asked. I don't know, Lin Xiao replied helplessly. She just kept drinking, and I couldn't stop her. In the end, the two of them helped the drunk Li Hani into the car. Lin Xiao took the passenger seat, while Su Mingyue drove. He had planned to go home, but worried that Su might not be able to get her into her room alone. So he stayed in the car. The vehicle arrived at Li Hany's residential complex, an upscale neighborhood, where property prices must be high. After getting out, the two of them labored to carry Li Hani into her apartment. Once she was laid on the bed, Lin Xiao left for the living room, for it would be awkward if Su Mingyue had to change her clothes. From the living room, Lin Xiao took in the apartment 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom. In such a high-end complex, this layout was nothing short of a luxury dwelling. Inside the bedroom, Su Mingyue removed Li Hany's shoes and then struggled to take off her coat. After tucking the blanket around her, the CEO sat to the side, breathing heavily. Once she had steadied her breath, Su Mingyue closed Li Hany's door and returned to the living room. She poured 2 glasses of water and sat on the sofa opposite Lin Xiao. Looking at Lin Xiao's handsome face, Su Mingyue could not help but admire his character. Had another man been in his place, a man might have taken advantage of such a beautiful, intoxicated woman. That would have been unconscionable. But Lin Xiao remained unmoved, which spoke volumes of his virtue. Ahani is a woman with a hard lot, Su Mingyue said slowly to Lin Xiao. He kept silent and listened. In college, Hani fell in love with a boy from school. At first, their romance was sweet and envied by many. Their relationship seemed immune to the so-called curse of breaking up after graduation. After they graduated, by chance, Hani entered the entertainment industry and became a singer. When she first entered the industry, she had little fame and plenty of idle time. Back then, apart from work, the two of them were inseparable. They dreamed together of the future to earn more, buy a big house, and get married. Yet Hanyi's first released song exploded in popularity. Her striking looks and melodious voice won her an ever-growing legion of fans, and with fame came relentless busyness. She had to appear on programs and perform at commercial events. Their time together steadily decreased. Hani recognized the problem and considered giving up her career, but she remembered their promise to earn more, buy a large house, then get married. She could not bear to abandon such a lucrative path. The young man earned little. If Hani gave up, their chances of buying a house would shrink. So Hani gritted her teeth and persisted, working tirelessly day after day, with little rest, desperate to earn enough for that big house as soon as possible. Thus they sometimes saw one another only once every few months. Their feelings, stretched thin by long absences, were no longer what they had been in university. Eventually one day the young man called and ended the relationship. There was no quarrel, no cruelty, a peaceful parting. Afterwards Hani came to understand that what he truly wanted was not a bigger house or grander material comforts. He longed for a simple, happy life together. He also understood that Hani had been working herself to exhaustion for the sake of their future. Her wish for a large house was not born of materialism, but from a desire that when their parents visited, there would be a place to stay. It was not that they no longer loved each other. They simply no longer knew how to love as they once had. They could not return to the love of their university days. Recently, while attending an event out of town, Hani saw that young man. They looked at one another from a distance. There were no angry tears, no hysteria, only blessings for each other. Perhaps both felt unwilling to let go. She had labored so hard to build a home for their future. In the end, she lost what mattered most to her heart. Perhaps this is why she drank herself into oblivion tonight, out of regret and unresolved sorrow. When Su Mingyue finished recounting the story, Lin Xiao sighed. It was hard to say who was right or wrong, perhaps neither, perhaps both. Is there paper and a pen? After hearing Hanyi's story, Lin Xiao thought of a song he wanted to give to this sister, who often feigned coyness, yet harbored a pure heart. Curious, Su Mingyue fetched paper and a pen. Lin Xiao glanced briefly and began to write. Seeing him write so earnestly, Su leaned in to look. At the top she read the first words later. She read on later, I finally learned how to love. But regrettably you were already gone, lost within the crowd. Seeing the musical notes and lyrics, Su realized that Lin Xiao was composing a song for Li Hani. In just a few opening lines he had distilled the whole of their love story. She read further, if only we had not been so stubborn, then we would not be so filled with regret now. Su Mingyue was astonished. She had known Lin Xiao to be talented, but seeing his gift with her own eyes made her realize how extraordinary he was. Absorbed, she found herself unconsciously drawing closer to him. It will never come again. There is a boy who loves that girl, Lin Xiao wrote as his final line. When he finished, he lifted his head to speak to Su Mingyue, but the warm brush against his nose stunned him into silence. Su Mingyue, feeling a masculine breath upon her cheek, was equally taken aback. For a moment the air between them froze. In an instant the atmosphere in the living room became tense. It took a full minute for the two of them to react and hastily separate. President Su's face turned crimson, reaching all the way to her neck. With her head bowed, she sat restlessly. Lin Xiao also felt quite embarrassed, thinking, why did you get so close? You nearly made me lose my first kiss. If President Su heard this, she would probably chase Lin Xiao down half a street with a kitchen knife. This is the song I wrote for Sisterly. You can give it to her, I'll take my leave now. As Lin Xiao finished speaking, he fled, as if escaping. It was only upon hearing the door close that President Su came back to her senses from the earlier rippling atmosphere. She recalled how Lin Xiao's breath had brushed against her face. President Su's heart raced, her breath quickening. Deep down she couldn't help but think, TCH. What a rogue. The next day, Li Han woke up from her drunken stupor, realizing that she was without clothes. Startled, she thought, could Lin Xiao have done this? Her heart was a chaotic mess, regretting getting drunk in front of Lin Xiao the night before. Struggling to prop herself up, she saw President Su lying beside her and understood the situation. Despite her usual shy demeanor, she felt panicked in the face of something like this. Feeling the movement beside her, President Su also woke up and explained everything that happened last night to Li Han. Of course, she didn't mention the embarrassing incident with Lin Xiao. After the two women got up and freshened up, they came to the living room. President Su handed Li Han the sheet music. As she looked at it, her tears fell uncontrollably. Seeing her friend like this, President Su sighed internally. She embraced her, offering silent comfort. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao had just arrived at the company and was called to the office by Hu Jiang shortly after. Hu Jiang greeted Lin Xiao with a smile and invited her to sit down. Of course, how could he not greet her with a smile? Lin Xiao was now the treasure of the music department, the backbone of the team. Shouldn't he serve her well? After pouring Lin Xiao some water, Hu Jiang cheerfully asked, little Lin, has anyone from outside contacted you for a song? Take a look and see if you want to take it. No time. Lin Xiao replied nonchalantly. Well, they are offering a pretty good price. 200,000 per song. After tax. Hu Jiang continued. Cough cough. Minister Hu, how many songs do they want? Lin Xiao immediately perked up. Of course he was in dire need of money. He was still renting a place. They are 5 small companies inviting a total of 5 songs. Seeing Lin Xiao's eager expression, Minister Hu felt disdain. Alright, I'll take it. I happen to have some material. Send me the singer's information. They'll deliver the songs by tomorrow. Lin Xiao stated decisively. Fearing the deal might slip away, Lin Xiao returned to her desk and began to work tirelessly. The 5 singers consisted of 3 men and 2 women. They all belonged to the second tier of the industry. After a day's hard work, she finally completed the 5 songs. Now she just had to wait for tomorrow's delivery. Having finished 5 major orders, Lin Xiao was extremely excited. She was about to be able to afford a house. As a citizen of Earth, Lin Xiao placed great importance on owning property. Once she had the means, she had to buy a house of her own. As the end of the workday approached, Lin Xiao went to the PR department to check on how Sun Chong was doing. Hello, Teacher Lin. Throughout the journey, her colleagues greeted Lin Xiao. There was no helping it. Lin Xiao was now a big star at Xingchen Entertainment. After all, her 3 songs were sitting at the top of the chart. Lin Xiao wanted to keep a low profile, but her talent wouldn't allow it. Seeing Sun Chong working diligently, she didn't want to disturb him. She waited for him to finish work. How's it going? Lin Xiao asked. Pretty good. I've gotten used to it these past few days, Sun Chong replied with a smile. After leaving the company, the 2 of them took a taxi to the place where they had grilled skewers with Wang Gang last time. During the ride, Lin Xiao called Wang Gang. Upon arrival, Lin Xiao introduced the 2 to each other. Olfer, you're doing well. The songs you wrote are so popular. Wang Gang was astonished after hearing about Lin Xiao's songs from Sun Chong. Lin Xiao originally wanted to keep a low profile, but it seemed that was no longer possible. Ahem. It's okay, Lin Xiao said, feeling sheepish. Wang Gang was genuinely happy for his friend. Now Lin Xiao was helping him fulfill his dream of becoming a songwriter. The 3 of them ordered a round of beer and began to eat and drink. The atmosphere was lively. Meanwhile, at the Su family, President Su came home, took off her high heels, and changed into comfortable slippers. Walking into the living room, she saw her parents looking at her with strange expressions. She was somewhat confused. So she spoke up. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Yeah, tell the truth, you didn't come home last night. Were you with Xiaolin? Su's mother teased. Hearing her mother's question about last night, she couldn't help but think of the ripples between her and Lin Xiao. Her face instantly turned bright red. Upon seeing their daughter's flushed face, Su dad and Su mom were even more convinced of their assumptions. Their expressions became even more peculiar. No, what are you talking about? Hani got drunk last night, and I was just keeping her company. President Su realized her parents' thoughts and hurriedly explained. However, Su dad and Su mom didn't believe her at all. You were with Han-yi last night, so why are you blushing? Oh really, it's not what you think. President Su quickly explained again. Seeing her parents' obvious disbelief, she couldn't be bothered to explain any further and angrily went upstairs. While muttering to herself about Lin Xiao, damn Lin Xiao, it's all your fault for getting me misunderstood. Meanwhile, at the beer stand, Lin Xiao suddenly sneezed. Thinking to himself, I'm not even sick. Why did I sneeze? The next day, Lin Xiao arrived at Minister Hu's office and handed him a USB drive containing 5 songs she had written. Little Lin, just sit and wait a moment, they'll send them over. Hu Jiang didn't look closely. He trusted Lin Xiao's songwriting ability. Alright, Minister Hu. Hu Jiang sent the 5 songs one by one and then got up to make tea. About half an hour later, the first call came through. The other party was very satisfied. Subsequently, she received a series of satisfied calls. Lin Xiao didn't pay too much attention. Although the songs she presented weren't classics, they were still good. Before long, Lin Xiao received a call from the company's finance department confirming a post-tax amount of 7.5 million. The company deducted a symbolic 500 for one song. She wondered if it was President Su's intention. Including her earnings from the previous 2 songs, Lin Xiao now had a little over 10 million in her bank account. She was ecstatic, thinking she could finally buy a house. Returning to her desk, Lin Xiao opened her computer to check out the nearby residential communities. The prices were generally high, about 300 to 400 per square meter, which left Lin Xiao amazed. With this amount of money, buying a house would leave her with little to spare. She needed to continue working hard to earn more. Finally, Lin Xiao settled on a high-end community. Named Zijing Garden, it was only a 15-minute drive from the company. It was considered a very upscale community near the company. Lin Xiao then took out her phone to contact the sales staff at Zijing Garden. They agreed to meet tomorrow, Saturday, to see the house. On May 15th, Saturday. Today, Lin Xiao made an appointment with a sales representative to view a house. Therefore, Lin Xiao arrived early at the sales office of Zijing Garden. Outside the sales office, Lin Xiao took out his phone to contact the sales guy he had arranged to meet yesterday. Soon he came out walking while saying, "Hello, Mr. Lin. I am Xiao Yang." "Hello," Lin Xiao politely responded. "Mr. Lin, please come in and choose a layout." Then I will take you to see the house. Okay. Thank you, Xiao Yang. Upon entering the sales hall, Lin Xiao looked at the properties in front of him. In the end, he chose a spacious flat of about 200 square meters priced at just over 400 per square meter. Xiao Yang took Lin Xiao to see the model apartment, which left Lin Xiao very satisfied. The building had 18 floors, and the flat he chose was on the 9th floor in a great location. Upon entering, the room was fully furnished with elegant decor. The style was very modern, simple, and cozy, exactly his taste. So he immediately decided to buy it. After signing the contract, Lin Xiao paid the full amount, over 8 million, and he felt a pang in his heart for a while. After that, he looked at the house that now belonged to him. He then felt it was worth it. He planned to bring his parents and younger sister over to live with him. How wonderful it would be for the family to be together. Afterwards, Lin Xiao drove with Sun Chong to move. There wasn't much important stuff to take, just some clothes and essentials. That was all. After putting things away, the two went out for more shopping. The house was fully equipped with appliances. There was no need to buy any, just daily necessities and bedding. By noon, the two had almost finished shopping. Exhausted, the two collapsed on the sofa to rest. At noon, they ordered takeout for a quick meal. In the afternoon, they continued cleaning and shopping. Finally, by 5 o'clock in the afternoon, everything was ready. Looking at the now lively home, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Fortunately, he had a free helper. If Lin Xiao had done it alone, he really wouldn't have managed. Xiangzi, thank you for your hard work today. What do you want to eat tonight? It's on me, Lin Xiao said gratefully. Why are you being polite with me? Sun Chong replied weakly. Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Old Xiao, are you not going to hold a hot pot banquet? Sun Chong pondered and said. Lin Xiao had been so caught up in his happiness that he almost forgot about it. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have almost forgotten. Lin Xiao thought it was necessary to hold one since it was his new home. Traditions should be upheld. So the two discussed and decided to hold it at home since they had ample space. Next came the invitations. Lin Xiao didn't know many people. Still, he decided to invite those he was familiar with. So he took out his phone to start. Hello, Gongzi. I've bought a house, come over for dinner tomorrow. Hello, Li Go, I've bought a house, come over for dinner tomorrow. Then Lin Xiao invited Wang Yue, Hu Jiang, Zhang Shui by phone, and Li Hani. Now only President Su was left to invite. The call was quickly connected. President Su, I've bought a house. I'm hosting a hot pot banquet tomorrow, and I'd like to invite you. Okay, I will be there tomorrow. Hearing Lin Xiao's cheerful voice, President Su couldn't help but feel happy as well. Xiangzi, you will stay with me tonight. Help me wash the vegetables in the morning. Sure, no problem, Sun Chong replied. That night, after resting well, Lin Xiao personally cooked a bowl of egg noodles for Sun Chong, adding 2 eggs. The two went to bed early since they were both exhausted from a long day. The next day, Sunday, Lin Xiao woke up at 8 in the morning. He also woke Sun Chong from his dreams. After washing up, the two had a simple breakfast. Around 9 o'clock, Lin Xiao began preparing the dishes as he planned to showcase his culinary skills today. Sun Chong helped out on the side. By 10 o'clock, they had everything ready. After a busy morning, they finally had a rare moment of leisure. Sipping tea on the balcony. Soon the doorbell rang. Lin Xiao opened the door, and to his surprise, the first to arrive was President Su. President Su, welcome. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Lin Xiao greeted with a smile. Congratulations on moving into your new home, President Su also said with a rare smile. Lin Xiao gazed at President Su's elegant and noble smile, momentarily taken aback. Coming back to reality, he quickly invited President Su inside. Next, the invited friends arrived one after another with gifts. Minister who didn't come sending a WeChat message saying he couldn't connect with the younger crowd, but he sent Lin Xiao a red envelope. Lin Xiao greeted everyone as they sat down to drink tea. Xiaolin, I didn't expect you to be so young and have bought a luxury home. I'm truly enviously, Hani joked with a smile. Sister Hani, please don't tease me. My house compared to yours is like a cottage compared to a villa, Lin Xiao jokingly responded. Lin Xiao's words brought a wave of laughter. Li Hani rolled her eyes at Lin Xiao. President Su felt the joyous and relaxed atmosphere and smiled gently, looking at Lin Xiao with a sense. This scene was noticed by her good friend, and seeing the look in President Su's eyes, Li Hani seemed to understand something. She knew President Su well. When had she ever looked at another man like that? Perhaps President Su herself didn't even realize the story behind the way she looked at Lin Xiao. After Lin Xiao introduced everyone, they all became somewhat acquainted, chatting in groups of 2 or 3. Especially that guy Wang Gang, who saw how beautiful Zhang Shui and Li Hani were both being big stars and awkwardly tried to engage them in conversation. Of course, President Su was also very beautiful, so beautiful that Wang Gang didn't dare to talk to her. Sun Chong, on the other hand, occasionally stole glances at Wang Yue, deeply attracted by her youthful and lively demeanor. Old Bai, what have you been up to lately? I haven't seen you around, Lin Xiao asked by phone. Oh, don't mention it. Ever since my father became famous, I'm either running to commercial performances or on my way to them, Old Bai replied with frustration. Well, being busy is good. Young people should focus on their careers. Don't waste your time, Lin Xiao teased. After chatting with everyone for a while, Lin Xiao addressed them. You all sit and drink tea first. I will go cook. Who among you can cook? Help me out a bit. Teacher Lin, I can. It'll help you, Zhang Shui eagerly volunteered, unable to stand Wang Gang's awkward chatter. Alright, let's go. Seeing the two walk into the kitchen, President Su's face fell, and her demeanor instantly turned. The others chatting nearby shivered, thinking winter had come. Only Li Hani noticed the change in President Su's demeanor. So she said to President Su, I didn't expect Xiao Lin to be talented, good-looking, and even able to cook. Such a perfect man must be very popular with girls. Hearing her friend's words, President Su's heart jolted, as if her beloved toy was being snatched away. She was a rookie who had never been in a relationship, unaware of what this feeling represented. So she wanted to subtly ask her friend. So President Su pretended to be nonchalant and asked, Oh really? Then Han, do you like Lin Xiao? Of course, who wouldn't like such a perfect man, even if he were a woman? Li Han replied seriously to President Su. Looking at the stunned expression on President Su's face, Li Han suddenly wanted to tease her, so she asked, Yue, how about you? Do you like him? Hearing her friend's counter-question, Yu's face turned red, but she stubbornly said, How could I possibly like him? Don't joke around. You sit here, I'm going to check out the house. After saying this, she left as if fleeing, making Li Han chuckle. At 12:30 noon, Lin Xiao prepared a table full of dishes. She called out to everyone, It's time to eat. Everyone rushed to the dining table upon hearing Lin Xiao's call. Looking at the delicious spread, everyone nearly drooled. Seeing their expressions, Lin Xiao smiled with satisfaction. Everyone sit down, I'll go get the wine. As everyone took their seats, glasses were filled with wine. Old Four, congratulations on your housewarming. May your future be bright, with many wives and concubines. Wang Gang said with a playful grin. This statement earned him eye rolls from the four women. Wives and concubines, what kind of wolfish words are those? You rascal. Lin Xiao couldn't help but laugh. It's my turn now. Sun Chong impatiently said, Xiao Zi, may you live long like the southern mountain with endless nights of song and variety every day. The men burst into laughter. The women responded, shameless. Now it's my turn. Bai Feng cleared his throat and said, Lin Ge, may you be vigorous and have a night of 9 times. Lin Xiao covered her forehead with her hand, sighing, Oh, what a sin. The women blushed, thinking to themselves, where did this lecture come from? Lin Xiao quickly interrupted them as their comments were getting more outrageous. All four women offered their blessings to Lin Xiao, and then they began the meal. Xiaodi, I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. Everyone nodded in agreement. Of course, it's a family tradition, Lin Xiao said proudly. The table was cleaned up completely, with even President Su eating more than usual today. After the meal, Li Weigua took the initiative to wash the dishes. It was clear he often did such things at home. The others, having eaten their fill, either drank tea or chatted. It was quite lively. Ding dong. The doorbell rang and Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled, wondering, everyone who should come has come, who could it be? Opening the door, she saw several men dressed like delivery workers. Is this Mr. Lin Xiao? That's me. What do you have? Lin Xiao asked in confusion. Mr. Lin, Miss Su Mingwei bought a piano from our music store, and the address is here. Upon hearing their response, Lin Xiao understood. It was a gift from President Su. It must be for her housewarming. Alright, you can bring it in. Lin Xiao didn't hesitate, as they had worked hard to deliver it. Everyone curiously approached as they saw the piano being moved inside. Old for the piano you bought is quite a treasure. It's really not cheap, over 2 million. Wang Gang remarked. Why? Lin Xiao glanced at President Su upon hearing Wang Gang's words, who slightly reddened and averted her gaze. After helping the workers move the piano into the room, Lin Xiao gave them a bit of a tip. She saw them out the door. Lin Xiao approached President Su and said earnestly, President Su, your gift is too extravagant. President Su smiled slightly and replied, You are a very talented musician. I feel it's still not enough for you. As long as you don't mind it being cheap, that's fine. Lin Xiao felt a slight stirring in her heart. Thank you, I will take good care of it, Lin Xiao said seriously. The others looked at the two with strange expressions upon learning that the piano was a gift from President Su. Lin Xiao felt everyone's gaze on them, so she quickly said, Ahem. Everyone come and have some tea. I have some good tea leaves here. In the afternoon, after everyone had played for a while, they all started to get up to leave. After all, everyone was quite busy. Lin Xiao saw them off. Sun Chong suddenly asked, Old Four, does Zhang Shui have a boyfriend? Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied, Actually, I really don't know. What's wrong? Are you interested in her? Wang Gang rarely shy nodded. TSK Tisk, who would have thought? I hadn't seen you with a girlfriend in college these past few years. I thought you were impotent. Lin Xiao said exaggeratedly. Shut up, you're the same. Wang Gang retorted. We're different. I just haven't met true love. Lin Xiao replied confidently. If I meet true love, I'll immediately be off the market. Sun Chong and Wang Gang simultaneously said, Cut it out. Lin Xiao. Xiaozi, does Wang you have a boyfriend? Sun Chong asked with a shy expression. Lin Xiao's expression was strange, wondering what was going on today. This was her housewarming party, not a blind date event. She felt speechless. However, she was quite happy that her friends all had someone they liked. If it works out, it wouldn't be a bad thing. So she said, He'll ask around for you to see if she has a boyfriend. The two were thrilled and began to pamper Lynch. After they said what they wanted to say, they didn't linger and went their separate ways. After everyone left, Lin Xiao sat alone in the empty house, feeling a bit hollow, sensing that something was missing. Right, what's missing is a hostess. Lin Xiao wanted to share the news of her new house with her parents. So she took out her phone and connected to her mother's WeChat video. Mom, what are you doing? After connecting, Lin Xiao asked. Just watching TV at home, son. I have something to tell you and Dad. I bought a new house in the Magic City. Let me show you. Lin Xiao flipped the camera, and Lin's mother was stunned for a moment when she saw the elegant and grand house on the phone, then felt proud and happy for her son. Mom, after my little sister graduates, you and Dad should come to the Magic City to live with us as a family. Lin Xiao continued. Let's talk about it later, son. You need to take good care of your health and not overwork yourself, all right? Lin's mother asked with concern. Okay, Mom. You and Dad too. After chatting for a while, they hung up the video call. Lin Xiao then called his little sister's video. Little sister, take a look at the new house that brother just bought. How is it? Lin Xiao felt a bit of pride. Wow, brother, have you struck it rich? This house is so beautiful. Lin Kaiwei exclaimed. Yes, your brother has struck it rich. So the money I give you, you should spend it freely, understand? Hearing her brother's words, Lin Kaiwei smiled, and then cried happy for her brother. Don't cry, little sister, the days will get better and better. Lin Xiao said, also moved. I believe in brother. When you graduate in June this year, come to the Magic City, and I will bring Mom and Dad over then. After the video call ended, Lin Xiao transferred 1,000 yuan as pocket money to his little sister. Now she knows her brother can earn money, so she won't hesitate to spend it when she needs it. The next morning, Lin Xiao woke up in the empty room feeling refreshed after a good sleep. Changing into his sportswear, he went out for a run. After returning and finishing his grooming in the spacious bathroom, Lin Xiao prepared his own breakfast. Time passed, and 3 days went by. Today was a special day for young couples, the 520 festival. Lin Xiao arrived at the company and greeted his colleagues. After sitting down, he opened his computer to check the status of a few of his songs. All 3 songs made it to the charts, and The Wind Rises maintained its popularity due to the graduation season. The hit charts and the trending charts do not exchange songs unless a new song pushes others off the list, allowing you to enter the rankings. With downloads exceeding 8 million, you qualify to challenge the trending charts. The competition is fierce since latecomers can push others down the list. Of course, the top 10 of the trending charts are occupied by renowned artists and superstars. Now The Wind Rises has surged to 9th place in just 20 days. He was also the first to break into the top 10 of the trending charts as a silver medal-winning composer, making the name Lin Xiao memorable in the music industry. Fame wasn't important to Lin Xiao. He was clear about his intentions when he arrived in Blue Star and entered the entertainment industry. Entertainment is meant to entertain the public. As long as the public hears good works, that is enough. After checking the status of a few songs, Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied. It was important for the public to frequently enjoy high-quality music, while mediocre songs would eventually be eliminated. Only in this way can the lyrics and compositions of Blue Star improve. Taking out his phone, Lin Xiao logged into Weibo. Having not checked it for a long time, he wanted to chat with online friends. Upon opening Weibo, he noticed his followers had surpassed 5 million, and there were many messages. Lin Xiao casually replied to a few. He began editing a Weibo post. Delicate clouds play tricks, flying stars convey love, the silver river stretches darkly. When the golden wind and jade do meet, it surpasses countless encounters in the world. Tender feelings are like water, beautiful meetings are like dreams, reluctantly looking back at the returning path of the Magpie Bridge. If love lasts long, it is not about day and night. Wishing everyone a happy 520. For couples, may you cherish each other for a lifetime, and for singles, may you find your beauty today. After posting, Lin Xiao logged out of Weibo. Meanwhile, in Su Mingyu's office, the phone on President, she glanced at the notification. Picking up her phone, she looked at Lin Xiao's recent post, murmuring, "What a beautiful poem. If love lasts long, it is not about day and night." She stared at the lines, momentarily lost in thought, her heart racing uncontrollably. Weibo users were taken aback by Lin Xiao's post, overwhelmed and excited simply because the verses were so beautiful and profound. Netizens began to share the post, and soon Lin Xiao's 520 blessing poem topped the trending search. In the office of the president of the Summer Country Poetry Association, Yan Mo looked at Lin Xiao's post, his old face flushing with excitement, his hands trembling as he held his phone. He wrote on the official Weibo of the Summer Country Poetry Association, "The poem written by Lin Xiao has reached an unprecedented level. I, Yan Mo, am deeply impressed. I hope Lin Xiao can come to the Kyoto Poetry Association someday to talk with me over candlelight." Lin Xiao. This post caused a huge stir. Netizens thought Lin Xiao's poem was wonderful and beautiful, but they never expected the president of the Poetry Association, Yan Mo, would give such high praise. As a result, many netizens joined the reposting frenzy, and the momentum was uncontrollable. Having logged out of Weibo, Lin Xiao was unaware of what had happened. After a while, Li Weigua, who was nearby, excitedly said, Lin Xiao, you should check Weibo. Lin Xiao was a bit puzzled, but opened it nonetheless. Seeing the mention from President Yin Mo, Lin Xiao understood what had happened. He didn't expect that just by posting a Weibo he would attract the attention of the president of the Poetry Association. How should he put it? Lin Xiao smiled wryly but took out his phone to write, President Yin, you flatter me. I merely wrote this by chance. If I have time, I will visit Kyoto and definitely pay a visit to you, old Yin. Summer Country Poetry Association. This brought the matter to a temporary conclusion, but netizens continued to fervently discuss it online. This also made more people aware of who Lin Xiao is and what he does. Some who didn't know Lin Xiao were shocked to learn he was a lyricist and composer. They were amazed not only by his poetry, but also by his songwriting skills. It was truly a case of the droughts causing droughts and the floods causing floods. After work, Lin Xiao arrived at the front desk of the composing department and caught sight of Wang Yu. Suddenly recalling his good friend Sun Chang, he approached Wang Yu and said, yeah, it's 520 today. Aren't you going out for a date with your boyfriend? Hearing this, Wang Yu blushed and replied, Brother Lin, my boyfriend is coming to pick me up to watch a movie soon. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiao understood she had a boyfriend, and he could only comfort Sun Chang in his heart. Well, I wish you both a lifetime together, Lin Xiao said with a smile. Wang Yu happily responded, thank you, Brother Lin. After leaving the company, Lin Xiao still had time, so he planned to buy some clothes for himself. Walking down the street, Lin Xiao observed the passers-by, feeling the vibrant atmosphere of life. His heart became light and joyful. As he walked, he noticed a large crowd gathered ahead, with music playing. Lin Xiao fully embraced the admirable qualities of a citizen, pushing his way into the crowd to see a young male singer performing. He was singing The Wind Rises, his voice ethereal and delicate with a wide range, bringing a different feeling to the song. After the performance, the audience erupted into applause. Lin Xiao joined the crowd in applauding. The male singer, shyly smiling, took a bow. As the spectators slowly dispersed, Lin Xiao felt that the singer had a very unique voice. So he approached and said, you sing beautifully. Are you a professional singer? The singer paused for a moment and replied, thank you, I graduated from a music academy. Then why haven't you signed with a company? Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. I've been to several companies, but they all think my voice is too feminine and my song style is too narrow, so they are unwilling to sign me. The singer said, feeling dejected. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment before asking, what's your name? Zhou Sheng. Lin Xiao. Was it a coincidence or another person from a parallel universe? It should be a coincidence, as he had only met one other person so similar until now. He had not heard of anyone else similar. Then Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and said, my name is Lin Xiao. The song you just sang is one I wrote. Zhou Sheng, upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, gaped in astonishment, his expression delightful, and after a long while he hurriedly said, hello, teacher Lin. I'm so glad to meet you here. Zhou Sheng stood in place, feeling excited and happy. At some point, 2 clear tears rolled down his cheeks. He silently vowed, thank you, teacher Lin. I will work hard and not let you down. Lin Xiao arrived at a shopping mall and bought several outfits, including casual wear and formal attire. He bought multiple sets at once, as he was someone who disliked trouble and preferred to have more to wear for a long time. As Lin Xiao walked through the mall, his peripheral vision caught sight of a perfume store. Suddenly he stopped. He remembered the expensive piano gifted to him by President Su and wondered if he should buy her a bottle of perfume. While he was still contemplating whether to buy it, his legs took him inside the store. Hello, sir. How can I assist you? The sales assistant asked. Lin Xiao had never bought perfume before, so he simply replied, I would like to buy a bottle of perfume as a gift. Upon hearing as a gift, the sales assistant quickly asked, is it for a man or a woman? Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed and replied, for a woman. Please follow me, sir. This perfume is our latest model with a limited release nationwide. Its scent is fresh and elegant. Once sprayed, the lingering fragrance is captivating, the sales assistant introduced. Lin Xiao picked it up and sniffed. The scent was indeed pleasant, almost magical, making him want to inhale it continuously. So he said, all right, I'll take this one. Great choice, sir. He'll wrap it up for you. Besides, today is May 20th, and with every perfume purchase, there's a gift included. I will put everything in a box for you. Lin Xiao didn't even ask what the gift was, he didn't care. With the purchased items in hand, he made his way to the company's underground garage, put everything away, and drove home. The next day at work, Lin Xiao brought the perfume he bought for President Su to the 10th floor. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Lin Xiao walked in and joked, busy President Su. Hearing Lin Xiao's voice, President Su looked up and said, what is it? You are usually not one to visit without a reason. Cough, cough. Lin Xiao felt a bit awkward. What does not visiting without a reason even mean? So he flattered her with a smile, saying, President Su, you truly have eyes like fire, seeing through everything, keenly observing both the past and present. Flustered by Lin Xiao's compliments, she quickly interrupted, stop. Let's get to the point. It's like this, President Su. After work last night, I went shopping and encountered a very special person singing on the street. I listened for a while. This person had a unique voice and excellent singing skills. So I brought him into the company. Lin Xiao finished speaking, looking at President Su with anticipation, waiting for her praise. However, President Su remained calm. She said, "Since you say he is special, why hasn't anyone else signed him?" "That's because they lack vision," Lin Xiao replied somewhat indignantly. President Su ignored Lin Xiao's indignation and continued seriously, "Since other companies believe there is no need to sign him, our company also sees no need to sign him." Listening to President Su's words, Lin Xiao's eyes widened in disbelief. He hurriedly said, "He really is very special and will become very popular in the future. If we don't sign him, it will be the company's loss. Besides, I already told him to come to the company today. If you don't sign him now, how will he see me? They will say I am untrustworthy." President Su looked at Lin Xiao's anxious expression and couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Xiao thought to himself, "This woman, if you don't sign him, fine, but why are you laughing? She really doesn't take me Lin seriously." After laughing for a little while, President Su returned to her usual demeanor. "I won't tease you anymore. Since you think he's special, let's sign him." Lin Xiao couldn't quite comprehend her teasing and thought to himself, "This woman really isn't a good person." Lin Xiao felt that as long as she signed, he couldn't be seen as untrustworthy. So Lin Xiao hurriedly flattered her, saying, "President Su, you truly are beautiful and kind-hearted, well-read, and reasonable, gentle, and virtuous, graceful, like a swan, and beautiful like a fairy." President Su's face turned red from Lin Xiao's compliments, and she shyly asked, "Am I really as good as you say?" Lin Xiao was taken aback. Can't she tell him complimenting her? Yes indeed, I have underestimated your virtues. By the way, President Su, to thank you for the precious piano you gave me, I also prepared a gift for you." Lin Xiao recalled the item on his phone and quickly said. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao wanted to give her something, President Su looked at him with a hint of anticipation and asked, "Really? What gift?" "I bought it while shopping last night, not sure if you would like it." As he spoke, Lin Xiao placed the item in front of President Su. When she saw that it was perfume, her heart felt delight. Then her gaze fell on the item at the bottom of the box. She thought, "What is this?" When she took it out and saw what it was, her face turned red again. In her hands was a pair of black stockings. She looked at Lin Xiao, both embarrassed and angry. Lin Xiao was a bit confused, thinking, does President Su not like it? When he realized what President Su was holding, Lin Xiao froze. "This wasn't what I bought." So Lin Xiao hurriedly explained, feeling guilty, "President Su, do you believe me when I say this is a gift from the store?" President Su's face turned red as she awkwardly put the items back into the box. Ignoring Lin Xiao, the embarrassed Lin Xiao quickly bid farewell to President Su and left the office. Once outside, he took a deep breath, thinking this is simply social death. Before long, Zhou Sheng arrived at the company, and Lin Xiao brought him in, taking him to the artist department. He informed the department head of President Su's intentions. Lin Xiao told him to familiarize himself with things in the coming days and to practice his singing skills well before bidding farewell to Zhou Sheng. On the way to the composition department from the artist department, Lin Xiao thought he might have discovered a musical talent, and he couldn't help but hum a tune happily. The evening breeze blows over Penghu Bay. I arrive at the bridge's edge. Without a girl by my side, I am all alone. "Oh Xiao brother, are you missing someone? Shouldn't your sister come to keep you company?" Lin Xiao was singing happily when he heard a teasing voice from behind. "Honey, what a coincidence, please don't tease me. I'm just entertaining myself." Lin Xiao turned around, smiling at the newcomer. "Aren't you the one singing alone? You all alone?" Li Han, he continued to tease. What are you up to, honey?" "I'm preparing to record the song you wrote for me. Come along, let this great lyricist and composer guide me." Li Han, he jokingly invited. "Sure, I really need to guide you," Lin Xiao said seriously, earning a roll of the eyes from the charming lady. Lin Xiao and Li Han arrived at the recording studio together. It must be said that Li Hanyi's singing skills are exceptional, and her personal understanding of songs is quite unique. She can fully convey what the song intends to express. They recorded it 3 times, and it was accepted. This was a result of her pursuit of perfection. "Thank you for the song, Xiao Di. I really like it," Li Hani said with red eyes. "You're too kind, Hani Jia. I hope you can let go soon." Lin Xiao sincerely comforted her. When he returned home at night, Lin Xiao made himself a plate of rice with sauce. After dinner, he went to the piano room and began practicing. He selected a simple piano piece in his mind and started practicing the Wedding of Dreams. He practiced finally, after sitting for so long that his back ached, Lin Xiao got up to sleep. Meanwhile, President Su sat in her room looking at the perfume and black stockings that Lin Xiao had sent her, deep in thought. She wondered, he sent me black stockings, does he like to see me wear them? Does he like me? Should I accept him? As she pondered, she covered her applard face with a blanket. And so time passed in the ordinary life, reaching the end of May. June had arrived, the time for the new song rankings, and everyone's eyes were on Lin Xiao from Xingchen Entertainment, eager to see if he would maintain his previous achievements or if he had run out of talent. At Height Entertainment, Wu Fan sat in his boss chair looking out the window and muttering to himself, Lin Xiao, this time, it's a collaboration with the song Saint of the company. Let's see how you compete with me this time. This time Wu Fan was filled with confidence, believing that Lin Xiao could not outshine him again. In the morning, Lin Xiao went to work at the company as usual. As soon as he arrived at the bottom of the company building, he was stopped by a girl who suddenly ran over. Teacher Lin Xiao, can I take a bit of your time? The girl appeared anxious and a bit shy. Lin Xiao smiled patiently and said, What's the matter? My name is Han Ran, and I'm a trainee in the artist department. I've been at the company for half a year and still haven't had the chance to debut. So, I would like to ask Teacher Lin to write a song for me, she said. Lin Xiao listened to her and took a moment to assess the girl in front of him. She was dressed in ordinary short sleeves denim pants and canvas shoes. Her clothes were slightly faded and her appearance was that of a pure type. At this moment, due to nervousness, her face was a bit pale. After she finished speaking, Lin Xiao remained silent, and she thought he was angry, so she hurriedly added, Teacher Lin, I know this is rude, but I really have no other options. I really need money right now, she said, tears streaming down her face. Lin Xiao looked at her as she cried, and quickly said, Is it Han Ran? Don't cry, otherwise others will think I bullied you. Did something happen? Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Han Ran stopped crying, and said, My mother was hospitalized 2 months ago, due to illness. The medical expenses are very high, and all our savings have been used up. I haven't debuted yet, and only have a small salary which is not enough to cover the medical fees. That's why I came to ask Teacher Lin to write a song for me. Lin Xiao listened to her, and understood the situation. He then said, Since it's work hours, come with me, and I want to hear your vocal tone and singing skills. Han Ran nodded and followed Lin Xiao into the company. The two arrived at a small meeting room in the composition department where Lin Xiao asked her to sing a few lines. Not bad, her voice was sweet and distinctive, and her singing skills had become solid from practicing over the past 6 months. Come with me, wait for a moment at my workstation, Lin Xiao said. After finding her a chair to sit down, Lin Xiao opened his computer and began to write. Half an hour later, Lin Xiao printed the score and handed it to Han Ran, saying, Take this to practice today, and we will record the song tomorrow. Han Ran accepted it like a treasure and bowed to Lin Xiao, saying, Thank you so much, Teacher Lin. I will practice hard. Lin Xiao nodded and asked, How much does your mother owe for her hospital fees now? 50,000. The doctor said if we can't gather it by tomorrow, my mom will be discharged, Han Ran said worriedly. Open WeChat. Han Ran opened her WeChat friend code in confusion, and Lin Xiao added her as a friend. Just as Han Ran was about to put her phone away, a message came through. She opened it to find that Lin Xiao had transferred her 100,000 yuan. Tears streamed down her face again as she looked at Lin Xiao, her eyes filled with gratitude. Stop crying, you first cover the hospital expenses, and then focus on practicing the song. You can pay me back once you start earning in the future. Han Ran nodded heavily. After experiencing her mother's situation, she had seen the true colors of many people. Some relatives, upon hearing that they needed to borrow money, came up with all sorts of excuses to refuse. She had only known Teacher Lin for a few hours, yet he helped her without hesitation. All she felt was gratitude towards Lin Xiao. Watching the girl walk away, Lin Xiao sighed. When encountering such matters, if he could help, he would lend a hand. Life is not easy, he could empathize with that feeling of helplessness. With the money lent and the song written, it would be up to her how far she could go in the future. The next day, Lin Xiao arrived at the recording studio, and Han Ran was already waiting there. Teacher Lin, have you eaten? I brought you breakfast that I made myself. If you don't mind, please have some. Perhaps because her mother's medical fees had been resolved, this vibrant girl wore a smile. She looked very sweet. Lin Xiao opened the lunchbox to find 2 cute red bean buns and a fried egg. Though simple, the gesture was heartfelt. Lin Xiao picked it up and began to eat, not wanting to waste her kindness. Seeing Lin Xiao enjoying the breakfast she made without any disdain, her smile grew even brighter. Being able to do even a little for Teacher Lin made her feel better inside. After finishing breakfast, she took the milk that Han Ran handed her and took a few sips, then asked, How was your practice? Is everything fine today? We are releasing it tonight. No problem, I practiced all night yesterday, Han Ran replied confidently. Then let's get started. The two entered the recording studio where the arrangement had been completed yesterday. They could record directly. The first take did not go well. Lin Xiao identified where her problem lay. Han Ran, this song is meant to convey a light and cheerful feeling of love. You need to let go and sing freely, don't tense yourself up. Lin Xiao explained. Soon the second take began. With Lin Xiao's words in mind, Han Ran felt better and better as she sang, becoming more relaxed. After the second take, Lin Xiao thought it was pretty good, but still a bit lacking. As the third take began, it was as if a switch had been flipped within Han Ran, and she sang perfectly. Initially, she had a pure appearance and a clear and sweet voice resembling a certain female singer from Earth. This song seemed tailor-made for Han Ran. After finishing the song recording, Lin Xiao opened Weibo, as usual, preparing to promote it. He began to write, In the sky I wish to be a pair of winged birds, on the ground I wish to be intertwined branches. I dedicate a song I love you to everyone, hoping that sweet love will bring a refreshing breeze in this hot. Lin Xiao's Weibo post was published and his followers received the message immediately. Netizen 1. Here it comes, this man walks in with poetry. Netizen 2. I would like to call you Lin God simply because you made me kneel to read the poem. Netizen. I agree with what the brother above said. At Heighten Entertainment, Wu Fan remained silent after seeing Lin Xiao's post, his expression unreadable. At midnight, it was time for the June new song chart to refresh. Thanks to Lin Xiao's high-profile promotion, many netizens were eagerly waiting for the new song chart to refresh. Xiao Li, as always, was waiting for the new song, continuously supporting and believing in Lin Xiao. After the new song chart refreshed, Xiao Li couldn't wait to search for I Love You. Upon finding it, he excitedly clicked play with trembling hands. The lively and cheerful rhythm started playing, making Xiao Li involuntarily sway along. Soon the main song arrived with a catchy rap that made people want to sing along uncontrollably. If you suddenly sneeze, it must mean I'm thinking of you. Hearing this, Xiao Li's eyes lit up, enchanted by the beautiful and sweet voice. In your heart, am I the only one? The song transitioned to the chorus, so baby say a little more sweet nothings, and if you miss me just take a glance. From the chorus onwards, the accompaniment and vocals became lively and cheerful, prompting Xiao Li to stand up and dance along with the music. The affectionate lyrics and the sweet, lovely voice made Xiao Li's weary heart feel rejuvenated. The song quickly approached its end. A little more will slowly reveal for you, make my heart willingly submit. Xiao Li's excited body movements flushed his cheeks with a glow of youthful passion and longing for love. Tonight, Lin Xiao's song caused a significant portion of the populace in Xiaogua to lose sleep, as the song's rhythm was too joyful, prompting people to jump and grow more excited as they listened. This led to insomnia. The comments section of the song was filled with recognition for the song and admiration for the singer Han Ran. This song catapulted Han Ran to fame, earning her the title of Sweet Goddess from netizens. In a certain villa, Wu Fan looked at the new song chart rankings with a dark expression, seeing I Love You sitting at the top for the 4th time. Wu Fan found it glaring, and his own performance had slipped to 3rd place, worse than before. He felt a newfound respect for Lin Xiao, realizing that those with talent deserve respect. Thinking that if he couldn't beat him, he might as well join him, Wu Fan considered finding an opportunity to meet Lin Xiao. At the Su family's villa in the room of the CEO, she unusually waited until midnight tonight, wanting to listen to Lin Xiao's new song. As she listened, the CEO's face revealed a yearning for love. Her body slightly swayed with the music. The next day, on the streets and in shopping malls, I Love You was playing everywhere, lifting the spirits of passers-by and customers who wore smiles on their faces. This song became a hit, and Han Ran also rose to fame. Looking at the song's ranking, Han Ran shed tears of joy and gratitude. Thanks to Lin Xiao, her fate changed. Just a few days ago, she was begging for help with her mother's hospital bills, and today, she became an overnight sensation. It felt surreal to her, but she knew everything was real. The company assigned her an agent and assistant, instantly elevating her status and position. In reality, only when one is valuable will they receive attention and everything that comes with it. This is how reality works. Lin Xiao was at work when his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello, Lin Xiao answered. Hello, Mr. Lin, I am the head of the composition department at Heighten Entertainment. May I ask if you have time to meet? Upon hearing it was someone from Heighten, Lin Xiao's mood soured instantly. He replied, there's no need to meet. If you have something to say, just say it directly. The other party was taken aback by Lin Xiao's obviously hostile tone, unsure of where they had offended him. Then I will speak directly, Mr. Lin. Our company sincerely invites you to join us, and the contract will be signed as a top gold medal composer. After stating his intent, he awaited Lin Xiao's response. Lin Xiao did not expect that they were here to invite him to their company. Without hesitation, Lin Xiao replied, it's not that I don't want to go, but I visited your company 6 months ago, and you did not want me. The minister beside him, Yang Tian, furrowed his brow at Lin Xiao's words. The agent quickly reacted and said, is that so? It seems that someone below has failed to recognize the talent and missed Mr. Lin. I sincerely invite you now. Lin Xiao rejected without a second thought, saying, no need. I'm doing quite well at Xingshan Entertainment. I don't want to change places. Thank you for your kindness, but I will hang up now. The minister put down the phone with a hint of helplessness, while Yang Tian slammed the table angrily, saying to the minister, find out who did this, and get them fired. Understood, CEO. After the minister left, Yang Tian grew angrier, realizing that such a talented genius should have belonged to their company, but was turned away by someone with poor judgment. Not dealing with this person would not quell his anger. Unless something unexpected occurs, the individual who interviewed Lin Xiao years ago might be in trouble. Afterward, Lin Xiao received several more calls, all inviting him to join their companies. Yet he declined them all, regardless of how appealing the offers were. The work in the entertainment industry is to bring good works to the public, not to chase fame and fortune. This is also Lin Xiao's principle for surviving in the industry. While Lin Xiao continued to diligently learn various instruments at the company, he was called to the office by Hu Jiang. "Xiao Lin, take a seat quickly." Hu Jiang now held complete admiration for Lin Xiao. At such a young age he was exceptionally talented, and his future potential was immeasurable. "Minister, who did you call me for something?" Lin Xiao asked, puzzled. Hu Jiang organized his words and said, "The official government of Xiagua and the Kyoto TV station have jointly organized a program. The program is called Genius Songwriter, requiring participants to be under 35 years old, and both entertainment company and independent composers can apply. The program team contacted the company today and invited you." After hearing this, Lin Xiao understood. So he asked, "What are the rules of this program?" "The program team has invited a diva, a king, and 3 musical saints as judges. Each participating songwriter must bring an unpublished singer with them. The rules state that the program team will give a topic the composer will create and the singer will interpret it. The initial intention of hosting this program is for the government to cultivate a group of excellent composers and singers." Lin Xiao understood as well. Lin Xiao understood. He then said, "All right, Minister, who I will participate. This program is set to begin in 3 days, and during this time those without a company will be screened to eliminate the unqualified. Those with a company are different. Being signed by a company proves that the person's abilities are assured. The first episode will be recorded at the Kyoto television station in 3 days. Therefore Lin Xiao must hurry to prepare in the next 2 days. First he needed to select an undiscovered singer. The first person that came to mind was Zhou Sheng, but he quickly dismissed that idea. He wanted to use this program to promote traditional Chinese songs. He decided to first check with the artist department. Recently Lin Xiao had successfully promoted several singers, and Xingshan Entertainment's reputation had surged in the industry, attracting more newcomers to the company. Lin Xiao made his way to the artist department, where the artists greeted him warmly. He headed straight to the office of the head of the artist department, Wang Wei. "Knock, knock, knock. Please come in." Lin Xiao pushed open the door and said to Wang Wei, "Minister Wang, are you busy?" "Oh, it's Teacher Lin, what a rare visitor." Wang Wei was a bit surprised to see Lin Xiao. "It's like this, Minister Wang, I need to participate in a program and require a new singer." Lin Xiao explained his purpose. "It's the one called Genius Songwriter, right? I know about that, no problem. I'll take Teacher Lin to select someone." Wang Wei enthusiastically led Lin Xiao to the usual training area for newcomers. "Teacher Lin, please wait in this large classroom for a moment while I gather the people." After Wang Wei finished speaking, he quickly went to call for people. Lin Xiao waited in the large classroom for a few minutes until several arrived, both male and female, all handsome and beautiful. "Hello, Teacher Lin," they greeted Lin Xiao. Seeing the energetic young trainees, Lin Xiao nodded in satisfaction. Once everyone was present, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and said, "Because I will be going to Kyoto tomorrow to participate in a new program, I called everyone here to select one person to accompany me." Upon hearing this good news, everyone showed expressions of joy and excitement. Working with Teacher Lin would surely bring them fame. However, upon realizing that only one could be selected, they began to worry. Lin Xiao then asked, "Is there anyone here who can sing traditional opera?" Everyone was momentarily stunned, unsure why Lin Xiao asked this. Among them, a girl's eyes lit up upon hearing Lin Xiao's question. Seeing no one answered, she mustered her courage and raised her hand. Upon seeing someone raise her hand, Lin Xiao said, "Come to the front and sing a piece of opera you know so I can listen." The girl stepped forward, cleared her throat, and began her performance. After she finished, Lin Xiao thought she was quite good, so he continued, "Now sing a pop song you know." After she finished singing, Lin Xiao felt there were no major issues, just some minor points. After all, she was a professional. "What's your name?" "Teacher Lin, my name is LV Chi." LV Chi said a bit excitedly. "All right, tidy up a bit tonight. We'll go to Kyoto together tomorrow, is that okay?" "No problem." After Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone looked at LV Chi with envy. Lin Xiao then addressed everyone. "Those who were not selected, don't feel disheartened. Practice your skills well. There will be plenty of opportunities to collaborate in the future." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, everyone nodded in response. After Lin Xiao exchanged contact information with LV Chi, they parted ways, agreeing to meet at the airport tomorrow. As Lin Xiao was about to head home, he received a WeChat message from President Su asking him to come to the office. Lin Xiao made his way to the president's office and knocked before entering. "President Su, what's the matter?" "It's nothing important, just a few words of advice, since you're going to Kyoto tomorrow," President Su said, with a slightly unnatural expression. "Have you chosen a singer?" President Su casually asked. "Yes, I have." "Is it a male or a female?" President Su's heartbeat quickened as he asked this question. Lin Xiao was a bit taken aback, but replied, "A female, what's wrong?" Upon hearing Lin Xiao had chosen a female singer, President Su's face immediately fell. The frost on her face deepened. Lin Xiao was stunned, thinking, with that expression you could have a career in acting. President Su coldly stated, All your expenses will be reimbursed by the company. The assistant will book your tickets. Upon hearing that all expenses would be reimbursed, Lin Xiao quickly became happy. You can leave now. President Su issued a dismissal. Lin Xiao noticed her mood was clearly not good and did not dare to provoke her, so he left. Watching Lin Xiao's departing figure, President Su clenched her small fists and muttered, "Men are all big pig's hooves." She didn't understand why hearing that Lin Xiao would be on a business trip with another girl made her feel uncomfortable. But being shy, she couldn't say anything to Lin Xiao and could only sulk alone. Back home, Lin Xiao quickly packed some clothes. The next day, after meeting LV Chi at the airport, they boarded the plane to Kyoto together. 2 hours later, the plane landed at Kyoto airport. Lin Xiao and LV Chi rolled their suitcases out with the crowd. At this moment, his phone rang. After answering, a female voice came through. "Teacher Lin, I'm the temporary assistant assigned to you by the program team. I'm waiting for you at the exit. You'll see me when you come out. The car plate is." After Lin Xiao and LV Chi exited, they saw a girl around 23 or 24 waiting by the car. Lin Xiao walked over and said, "Hello, I'm Lin Xiao." Seeing the handsome young man in front of her, Su Hui was taken aback, not expecting Teacher Lin to be so handsome. After a moment, she regained her composure and hurriedly said, "Hello, Teacher Lin, my name is Su Hui, and I'm the temporary assistant assigned to you by the program team. I will be at your service during your time on the show." "All right, thank you for your hard work," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Seeing Lin Xiao's charming smile, Su Hui felt her heart melt. After putting the 2 suitcases in the trunk, they got in the car. Su Hui, the driver, said, "Teacher Lin, we will first go to the hotel booked by the program team." "All right, no problem." LV Chi, sitting beside them, was shy and not very talkative, so Lin Xiao chatted with Su Hui to learn more about the situation. About half an hour later, Su Hui said, "Teacher Lin, we've arrived." Lin Xiao got out of the car and looked at the hotel. It was very upscale and should belong to a 4-star category. After checking in at the front desk, Su Hui led them to their rooms, which were adjacent. "Teacher Lin, please rest well tonight. Dinner will be at the hotel restaurant, and all expenses will be covered by the program team. I will come to find you tomorrow." "Okay. Thank you for today, Su," Lin Xiao said gratefully. After seeing Su Hui off, Lin Xiao looked around the room. It was large and very clean. After inspecting the room, he began to unpack his personal items. After tidying up everything and resting for a while, it was already dark outside, and he felt a bit hungry, so he went next door. After knocking on the door, he asked Lu Chi, "Xiao Chi, I'm going out to look for something to eat. Do you want to come?" "Sure, Teacher Lin, just wait a moment, I'll change my clothes," Lu Chi said while turning around to change her clothes. The two walked together to a nearby snack street, where a variety of snacks from all over were available. The snack street was bustling with people, mostly young men and women. Lin Xiao and Lu Chi slowly looked at the various snacks, stopping to buy and taste whenever they found something they liked. After a while of wandering, they were full. Lin Xiao still held a portion of grilled squid in his hand and felt he couldn't eat anymore. "Xiao Chi, how about we find a bar to hang out?" Lin Xiao suggested. Lu Chi hesitated a bit, saying, "Teacher Lin, won't it be too chaotic and noisy at a bar? I'm talking about a quiet bar, one without DJs." Lu Chi understood and nodded, saying, "All right, let's go then." Lin Xiao used his phone to locate a bar nearby. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance of the bar. The waiter led them to an empty table, and after they placed their order, he left. The bar was very quiet, with people around speaking softly, and there were no singers performing on stage. "Xiao Chi, do you have a professional background in traditional opera?" Lin Xiao casually chatted. "No, my mother is an opera actress, so I guess I've been influenced by her." "I see. Do you like traditional opera?" Lu Chi pondered for a moment and said, "I quite like it, but no one watches it anymore, so my mother made me learn pop music." Lin Xiao also sighed. Indeed, young people nowadays don't understand traditional opera, and slowly no one watches it anymore. Lu Chi nodded in agreement. When the drinks arrived, the two gently clinked their glasses. Lin Xiao asked, "Xiao Chi, I noticed you don't seem to like talking much, is that right?" Lu Chi revealed a nostalgic expression upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, but still said, "I grew up in a single-parent family. My parents were married until I was in my teens, and I was quite cheerful and lively back then. After they divorced, I gradually became less talkative for some reason, and my personality became more withdrawn, not wanting to engage with others." Lin Xiao didn't expect there to be such a backstory. He said apologetically, "I'm sorry for bringing up something upsetting." Lu Chi rarely smiled and said, "It's all right, Teacher Lin, it's all in the past. I've gotten used to it." Lin Xiao awkwardly smiled. Looking at the bar's environment, he couldn't help but recall the first time he went to a bar with the president of Su Corporation. As he thought about it, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifted. He wondered, "I wonder what the president of Su Corporation is doing now." He then took out his phone and recorded a short video of the bar to send to her. He also sent a message saying the bars in Kyoto don't have the vibe that Where the Heart Desires has. At that moment, the president of Su Corporation had just finished her bath, wearing a silk nightgown that exuded an alluring charm. Seeing the WeChat message from Lin Xiao, she murmured, "Just arrived in Kyoto and already running to a bar." But she still replied, "Of course, how could I not like going? Don't get drunk, you need to maintain your image." When you go out, you represent the company. Lin Xiao twitched his lips. No, the last time I got drunk was an accident. You rest, I need to head back now. Lin Xiao put away his phone, not expecting the president of Su Corporation to still remember his embarrassing drunken moment. The next morning, Lin Xiao got up and exercised in his room for a while before Su Hui arrived. After the three of them sat down in the room, Su Hui asked Teacher Lin, "Did you sleep well last night?" "Pretty well, I don't have trouble sleeping," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Hearing that Lin Xiao slept well, Su Hui felt relieved and continued, "Teacher Lin, let me give you a detailed introduction to the program's process and rules. Tomorrow morning, we will go to the television station studio to start recording. The first topic for the composers to create will be open-ended, and later there will be directed topics. A total of 16 groups are participating in this program. During the first performance tomorrow, there will be a draw for 2 groups to compete against each other. The winners will advance directly, while the losers will have to compete again for 2 more to advance, with the final losers being eliminated." Lin Xiao understood after hearing all this. The first round would eliminate 6 groups, which was quite intense. At 7 the next morning, the 3 drove to the Kyoto TV station. It must be said it looked impressive with over 10 floors belonging to Kyoto TV. The 3 took the elevator to the 6th floor, which was entirely occupied by the genius singer-songwriter program team. There were small rooms, makeup rooms, and a large studio. As soon as they arrived on the 6th floor, they ran into an acquaintance. A man walking toward Lin Xiao was momentarily stunned upon seeing him. After recovering, he forced a smile and said, "Isn't this my old colleague from before? I didn't expect to see you." Lin Xiao didn't expect him to greet him. He coldly replied, "So you're the kind of senior who betrays the company for personal gain." Listening to the words "betray the company," Luo Feng's face darkened. He was the star composer poached by Lu Tian Entertainment from Xingchen Entertainment. "Such a young age, yet your words are so venomous," Luo Feng said with a cold face. Lin Xiao scoffed, "Having a sharp tongue is better than betraying the company. What qualifications do you have to speak about others, you treacherous person?" With Lin Xiao's blatant exposure of his hypocrisy, Luo Feng's face turned red, with anger, his whole body trembling. After calming himself down, he said, "What's the point of trading insults? Our stage will show who is superior. Are you even qualified to compete with me?" Lin Xiao said, turning to walk away without even looking at him. Su Hui and Lu Qi, who had been watching the whole exchange, exchanged glances, not expecting the usually gentle Teacher Lin to be so assertive. "But he looked quite handsome, didn't he?" Su Hui asked in confusion. "Teacher Lin, does he have a grudge against you? He used to be in the same company as me, but he was poached by another company for a high price. I can't stand people who will do anything for profit," Lin Xiao calmly replied. I see. Su Hui and Lu Qi understood why Lin Xiao reacted so strongly upon seeing Luo Feng. Su Hui led them to a small room, saying, "Teacher Lin, please rest for a moment. The program will start recording." Lin Xiao surveyed the room, which had a table with pens and paper, as well as a computer. The computer was for writing songs, and once the songwriter finished, they would upload it to the backend where the arranger would compose the accompaniment. This way no one could cheat, and unnecessary troubles would be reduced. By 8:30, the audience selected by the program team began to enter the hall one after another. At 9 o'clock, the studio fell silent as the lights and cameras were set up. A beautiful host stepped onto the stage, took the microphone, and said, "Welcome to the audience present and those watching at home. I am the host Li Yan, and this is the recording site for genius songwriters. This program is sponsored by Jin Shui Mobile. Now let's welcome our 5 judges: the King Zheng, Su the Queen, Mu Jiuge the Saint of Music, Yang Kai Li Sheng, and Lin Yu. Please give them a round of applause." As the host finished speaking, the 500 audience members erupted into thunderous applause. The 5 judges entered one by one, the first being the King Zheng Su, who appeared to be in his 40s, strikingly handsome and embodying the essence of a mature man. The second judge was the Queen Mu Jiuge, a legendary figure in the music industry. Since her debut, she has soared to success, becoming a queen before the age of 30, truly remarkable, and she is also extraordinarily beautiful. The 3 saints of music were in their 50s with kind expressions. Were it not for the official intent to cultivate genius composers for the future of the music industry, they would not have attended. Seeing the 5 judges seated, the host said, "All right, let me introduce the program's process. In the first round, the songwriters will have the freedom to create their songs. The time limit is 1 hour, and there will be cameras following each songwriter in their rooms. The computers in your rooms are for writing songs. Now let the songwriters begin." On the large screen of the stage, images of various small rooms appeared where the songwriters were quickly writing songs on their computers. Since it was free creation, many had prior material to draw from, allowing them to write faster. Lin Xiao was also operating on the computer, and after 20 minutes he finished. After saving a copy of the sheet music, he sent it out. Lin Xiao then gave his computer space to Lu Qi to familiarize herself with the song. The judges and audience watching Lin Xiao complete his work in 20 minutes all displayed expressions of surprise. However, realizing it might be pre-existing material, they quickly reassured themselves. An hour passed swiftly, and the host returned to the stage saying, "Time's up. Now please have our staff bring the drawing box to each room for the lottery. Those drawing the same number will be opponents in the PK, performing according to the order of the numbers drawn. After the draw, the singers will have an hour to practice. Lin Xiao and Lu Qi drew number 8, meaning they would be the last group to perform. The longer the time, the better, as the singers would have sufficient time to practice their songs. Lin Xiao did his best to explain the techniques for singing the song to Lu Qi. The host continued on stage saying, "Dear audience members, during this hour you may go to the restroom." The audience, organized by the security personnel, left in an orderly manner. An hour passed quickly, and the host stood on stage with a smile saying, "Dear friends in the audience, after 2 hours of creation and practice by the singers, it is now time for the performances. Let's invite the singer who drew number 1 to take the stage." The two singers decided their performance order through rock, paper, scissors. The first singer of Group 1, whether due to nerves or unfamiliarity with the song, performed poorly, struggling with. The 5 judges awarded a score of 50 points. Each judge holds 20 points, totaling 100. 50 points, one can imagine, is quite terrible, and this 50 was given for the lyrics and music. The performances continued in an orderly manner, and now it was already the 7th group on stage, with Lin Xiao's group being the 8th. So far, the highest score recorded was 80 points. Lu Qi and another singer decided their order through rock, paper, scissors, with Lu Qi going first. Once on stage, don't be nervous. Just treat it like your regular practice. If you feel too tense, just close your eyes and don't think about the audience or judges, Lin Xiao comforted her. Lu Qi, looking a bit pale, replied, "Okay, teacher Lin, I will remember." "Good luck," Lin Xiao gave her. When Lu Qi stood on stage, the lights dimmed. She glanced at the audience, and seeing so many people, she felt her heart race with nervousness. As the prelude began, her mind recalled Lin Xiao's words, and she closed her eyes, gradually calming her heart. The large screen on stage displayed the song title, "Just Too Much Love for You," lyrics and music by Lin Xiao, performed by Lu Qi. When the audience saw that it was a song written by Lin Xiao, their previously weary spirits were lifted once more. The 5 judges were also filled with anticipation. As the prelude ended, Lu Qi began to sing, "Forgive me, I really got drunk, because I truly miss you." Listening to Lu Qi's slightly magnetic voice, the audience fell silent. "It's just that I don't know how to love, which makes you want to leave." Lu Qi now thought of nothing else, her heart immersed in the song. Soon it reached the chorus, "Because I don't know if in the next life I can meet you again. So in this life I will work hard to give you my best." Some audience members were already in tears listening to the song and reflecting on their own stories. They gave their all for their loved ones, considering everything for them, wanting to give them the best. But in the end it became a form of harm, suffocating each other. They wished to escape. "I did not mean it. Oh, I just loved you too much, which is why it was like this." More and more people understood the song, and more were brought to tears. The most frightening thing is suddenly understanding a song. The Queen Mujogo also had red eyes, holding back tears. Women's emotions are often more delicate. As the song ended, the venue fell silent, with only the faint sound of sniffling from the audience. The beautiful host stepped onto the stage, her voice a bit choked with emotion. "Thank you, Lu Qi, for the heartfelt performance. Let's give a warm round of applause to her and Lin Xiao." Upon hearing the host's words, the audience realized that a song had already ended. They all offered their heartfelt applause and encouragement. The beautiful host continued, "Now let's hear the judges' comments." The audience turned their attention to the 5 judges. "Let me go first. The Saint of Music, Lin, you began. This song, written by Lin Xiao, is excellent, expressing deep love for a lover. However, this love is too tight, like sand in your hand. The tighter you grip, the faster it flows away. Such love can suffocate both individuals. Not knowing how to love each other leads to giving everything without reservation, but this kind of love can leave the other person at a loss, fleeing further away." After Lin Yu finished his commentary, he looked at the other judges. The King Jingsu spoke, "What Lin said about the lyrics and music is already perfect, so I will comment on the singer's performance." Lu Qi had no issues with pitch or technique while singing this song, but the emotion did not fully convey the essence of the song. When you go back, think carefully, how every song has emotions it wants to express. The other judges nodded. Seeing that all comments had been made, the host said, "Now it's time for the scoring. What scores will the 5 judges give?" Everyone's gaze turned to the first judge, the King Jingsu, who then spoke. Everyone's gaze was fixed on the first judge, King Jingsu, who spoke. "I give 18 points." The audience erupted in excitement. 18 points is quite high. Queen Mu Jiugao followed closely, saying, "I give 18 points." The audience stood up in excitement, their faces flushed, unable to make loud noises. Saint of Melody, Lin Yu said, "I give 20 points." The audience could no longer contain themselves and erupted into applause, excitedly shouting the names of Lin Xiao and Lu Qi. Lu Qi on stage was also extremely nervous. Hearing the high scores from the judges, she finally felt relieved. "I give 20 points, Yang Kai said after the applause subsided. "I feel the same, 20 points, said the last judge, Li Sheng. With the final judge's words, a thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Lu Qi was so excited that tears streamed down her face as she bowed respectfully to the audience and the judges. Due to Lu Qi's outstanding performance, the last singer encountered a stage mishap and only scored 50 points. With that, everyone had finished performing. The highest score was 96 points, and Lin Xiao and Lu Qi claimed the top spot of the day. The first program was considered recorded. After editing, the recorded program would air tomorrow night on the Kyoto Music Channel. Su Hui drove Lin Xiao and Lu Qi back to the hotel. "Teacher Lin, you were amazing. I nearly cried listening to you," Su Hui excitedly said upon entering the room. Lin Xiao smiled gently, saying, "Just get used to it." Lu Qi, looking excited, said, "Teacher Lin, I am so grateful for this opportunity you gave me. Well, just remember not to be nervous when you go on stage again. Your performance today wasn't your best," Lin Xiao advised. "Just remember you should love the stage, not fear it," Lin Xiao guided. "All right, let's go eat, I'm starving." The three arrived at the hotel restaurant and ordered several dishes. Since the first round had been a great success, their appetites were good and the atmosphere at the table was lively. The next day, with no program to record, Lin Xiao felt quite idle. So he called Lu Qi and Su Hui to go out and have some fun. The three drove the program group's car, enjoying the scenery. They visited nearby tourist attractions in Kyoto. By the time they returned to the hotel, it was already 8 o'clock. The first episode was set to air at 8:30 that night. At 8:30, the Kyoto Music Television aired the first episode. Because the program involved live lyric and melody creation, it attracted a large audience. Such a format had never been seen before. After the program aired, viewers watching online were filled with curiosity at the live lyric and melody creation. When the scene shifted to Lin Xiao's room, the audience was stunned. "Wow, Lin Xiao looks incredible." A female fan began to swoon, while the male fans were more reserved. "I admit Lin Xiao is handsome, but there's still a slight gap compared to me," said a certain netizen in the comments. The guy upstairs, "Roll away. How could you compare to Lin Shen?" "Everyone stop arguing. Can't we just appreciate Lin Shen's talent?" A viewer who couldn't bear it urged. "Wow, Lin Shen is so handsome. Strongly demand Lin Shen to debut right away. This might be a lovesick." The program had just started. The comments were filled with Lin Xiao's name, which showed just how popular he was now. There was no helping it, his songs were simply too good, and they remained on the charts. When viewers saw Lin Xiao finish writing first, they were all astonished. Lin Shen couldn't have just written it randomly, right? A certain netizen doubted. "Stop talking nonsense. Who is Lin Shen? It's normal for him to write the fastest. Well, this must be a diehard fan." Soon the program reached the performance phase, and when viewers heard, "Just too much love for you," the comments dwindled. They were probably wiping their tears. After Lu Qi finished singing, the judges gave high scores, which the viewers found quite normal. No arguments accepted. Lin Shen is the strongest. Meanwhile, President Su was also watching the show, and seeing Lin Xiao and Lu Qi take first place, the corners of her mouth lifted in a happy arc. She murmured to herself, "No matter where he is, he remains so eye-catching." After the program ended, Lin Xiao received congratulations from his friends, and he responded to each one. After a busy day, he felt tired, so he went to bed early. The next morning, the three arrived at the Kyoto television station back in that same small room. 10 groups advanced to the second round. Today, the production team would set the challenges. They would only be allowed to write songs of the specified genre. Once the stage was set and the cameras were ready, the beautiful host walked onto the stage with a professional smile. "Welcome, friends, to watch the second episode of Genius Songwriter. This program is exclusively sponsored by Jinshui Mobile. I am your host, Li Yen. Now let's welcome the 5 judges to the stage," she continued. After the competition in the first episode, a total of 10 contestants successfully advanced to the second episode. From the second episode onward, the songwriters will not have the freedom to create. Instead, the production team will assign themes to them, she continued. The themes for this episode will be provided in each songwriter's room, and the creation time is 2 hours. Those who do not finish by the end will be considered to have voluntarily given up. After the compositions are completed, the performances will begin, and the last 2 will be eliminated. "Good luck to everyone," the host concluded. As she finished speaking, the television screen connected to the stage displayed the theme. "Family bonds." Lin Xiao gazed at the theme on the television, falling into deep thought. After a minute, he found an answer in his heart and began to write on his computer. The atmosphere on site also became tense. The large screen on stage displayed footage from each room. In the footage, some were meditating with their eyes closed, others were pacing in their rooms, and some began to write on their computers. Writing songs of a specified type on site is inherently difficult, and with only 2 hours, many felt a great deal of pressure. The audience was also sweating for them. Time passed second by second, and there was still an hour left. However, Lin Xiao had already finished writing and submitted the completed score to the backstage. He stood up to vacate the computer for Lu Qi. Those outside saw Lin Xiao finish and all gasped in amazement, thinking, "Is Lin Shen really that strong? Could it be he wrote it haphazardly?" The 5 judges were also surprised. They knew Lin Xiao's talent, but they found it hard to believe he could produce high-quality songs in such a short time. Soon the 2-hour mark arrived. Out of the 10 songwriters, only 8 finished on time. Those who did not were eliminated. In the footage, their faces were grim, unwilling, but with no way out, as it was a test of skill. If your skills are inferior, you cannot blame anyone. This is the harsh reality of the program. Discard the dross and retain the essence. Seeing that among those who completed their songs was that guy Luo Feng, Lin Xiao thought. He has some skill, who just don't know how his work will turn out. Once the songwriters finished their compositions, it was time for the singers to familiarize themselves with the songs, just like last time for 1 hour. Although the time was short, singers who achieved good results under such pressure are the best. Their future achievements will be high. With pressure comes motivation, and with motivation comes success. Soon, the hour for the singers' practice came to an end. The host Li Yin gracefully stepped onto the stage and said, "First, congratulations to the lyricists and composers who have successfully completed their creations. Now we will enter the competition phase. Will the highest score of teacher Lin Xiao and Lu Qi from the first episode be broken? Let's wait and see." Then the staff began drawing lots, starting with number 1 and proceeding in order. On the large screen of the stage, the staff quickly finished drawing lots. Lin Xiao was fortunate once again. Whether it was intentional by the production team, they drew the last number 8. After all the contestants had drawn, the host continued. "Now let's invite contestant number 1 to perform." With that, the stage was handed over to the singer who appeared. The contestant performed quite steadily, but the lyrics and melody were rather ordinary, making it hard for anyone to resonate with them. Thus, they scored only 80 points. All contestants had their unique styles in their performances. Some performed well, while others did not. The highest score had already reached 90 points. It almost caught up with Lin Xiao's score from the first episode. Soon it was time for the 7th contestant, who was performing a song written by Luo Feng. The contestant sang passionately on stage while Lin Xiao listened to the lyrics and melody, penned by Luo Feng. One must admit that this fellow, having achieved the status of a top composer at the age of 30, is quite formidable. This time he wrote the song, "Mom, I Miss You." It has great depth. Some audience members were brought to tears. It was enough to show how moving it was. After the contestant finished singing, the venue erupted in warm applause. The 5 judges also awarded a high score of 95, just 1 point shy of surpassing Lin Xiao's. After this contestant stepped down, the host Li Yin took the stage and said, "Next up is Lu Qi, who scored 96 last time. I wonder if she will maintain her high score or surpass it. Let's all enjoy her wonderful performance." The screen also displayed the song information title, "Mom in the Candlelight," lyrics and music by Lin Xiao, performed by Lu Qi. When the audience heard that Lin Xiao's song was about to be performed, they erupted in enthusiastic shouts of "Lin God, Lin God, Lin God." Amidst the audience's cheers, Lu Qi appeared on stage in a white dress. As the musical prelude ended, she began to sing, "Mom, I want to tell you words at the tip of my tongue are swallowed back. Mom, I want to smile at you, yet tears glisten in my eyes." The low notes she opened with instantly created a sense of oppression among the audience. The straightforward lyrics shattered their hearts in an instant. "Oh mom, mom, in the candlelight your black hair is turning to frost. Oh mom, mom, in the candlelight your figure is no longer upright." Lu Qi sang, with an aria-like technique expressing the fervent emotions of children towards their mothers. The audience, recalling their own aging mothers at home, burst into tears. "Oh mom, mom, in the candlelight, why have your eyes lost their luster?" Lu Qi sang with deep emotion about her mother, the one who raised her alone. No matter how late it was, mom would always prepare dinner for her in the candlelight waiting for her. At this point in the song, the entire venue was in tears, and among the 5 judges, 3 of the older judges were crying like babies. Their mothers had forever left them, never to nag them again, never to take care of them tenderly. Lu Qi was also shedding tears, her voice choked with emotion as she sang. However, the audience did not find her unprofessional. To sing well, one must first move oneself before moving others. "Mom, the child has grown up. I don't want to be by your side. How can I go through the seasons without you?" After finally finishing her song, Lu Qi could no longer hold back and squatted down on the ground sobbing. The diva Mu Jioga, seeing this, wiped her tears and walked onto the stage, gently embracing the squatting Lu Qi, gently patting her shoulder to offer encouragement. The host snapped back to reality and saw the situation in the venue, quickly stepping onto the stage to lighten the mood, saying, "Teacher Lin Xiao, you truly are something. Every song you write makes everyone cry their eyes out." Lin Xiao in the room smiled awkwardly. Thanks to Li Yan's efforts to lighten the mood, the atmosphere improved a bit and applause began to rise slowly, becoming so loud it almost lifted the roof. Lu Qi got up and bowed while Mu Jioga returned to her seat. Seeing the atmosphere finally restored, Li Yan continued, "Next, let's have the judges give their comments." However, none of the 5 judges spoke. The venue fell silent, and Li Yan had to joke, "It seems the judges are still immersed in the song." The 5 judges also chuckled lightly. Among them, the most senior Lin Yu spoke up. "Lin Xiao's level of lyricism and composition is very high. I feel I am unworthy to comment on him. Hearing this, the audience reacted, wow. I didn't expect Lin Lao would give such a high evaluation. Lin God is awesome. Other judges nodded in agreement. The host was also stunned. This was her first time experiencing judges feeling unworthy to comment on a contestant. However, with her strong professionalism, she quickly said, then please judges give your scores. Unsurprisingly, they all scored 20 points out of a total of 100. The audience went wild, standing up and shouting Lin God. Lu Chi quickly bowed in gratitude all around. Amidst the audience's frenzied cheers, the program came to an end. In the backstage room of Lin Xiao, the 5 judges came together to see him. Lin Yu sighed and said, what a young genius at such a young age. He has such achievements. He will be remarkable in the future. Looking at the arrival of the 5, Lin Xiao stood up and said, Lin Lao, you flatter me. I am still far from you, a long way to go. The other 4 smiled kindly at the humble Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao greeted each of them humbly. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao, so talented yet so humble, and couldn't help but sigh. If he doesn't succeed, it would be against the natural order. While everyone was chatting, the director arrived. He opened the door with a smile and said, everyone is here. You all worked hard today. Later the production team will treat you all to dinner. I hope you will honor us with your presence. Teacher Lin, you are truly youthful and accomplished. You flatter me, director. There is still much to learn. Lin Xiao said a bit awkwardly. The director laughed and said, let's go. The place has already been decided and the car is waiting outside. Everyone took a car to a restaurant where the production team had booked 2 private rooms with the judges' assistants at one table and the 5 of them at another. Once the dishes were served, the director raised his glass and said, thank you once again for all your hard work, teachers. I would like to toast to you all. Everyone repeatedly said the director was being too polite. After a few drinks, the atmosphere became lively. Back and forth banter made it quite a scene. Lin Xiao toasted each of his seniors while Lu Chi beside him also drank a few glasses, her cheeks flushed. Just as Lin Xiao took a bite of food, the superstar Zheng Su came over, sitting beside him and saying, Teacher Lin, I really like the songs you write. Could I daringly ask you to write one for me? Lin Xiao initially thought he had misheard due to drunkenness, but upon seeing Zheng Zu's eager gaze, he realized that Zheng Su was genuinely inviting him to sing. No problem, it's my honor to write a song for the king. Lin Xiao agreed, not wanting to disappoint him. Really? That's wonderful. You don't need to call me the king. I'm older than you. If you want, just call me brother Zheng, Zheng Su said happily. Come on, brother Zheng, tonight we won't stop until we're drunk, Zheng Su declared with great enthusiasm. Lin Xiao was taken aback, thinking to himself, isn't that enough? Why insist on getting drunk? But he replied, brother Zheng, I have a low alcohol tolerance. Let's just drink moderately. Zheng Su smiled broadly and said, bro, they say a drink among close friends is never too much. We can't fall behind. Then they shared amusing stories and drank cup after cup. Beside them, Lu Chi couldn't bear to watch and whispered, Teacher Lin, you should drink less. What if you get drunk? Lin Xiao also whispered back, I don't want to drink either, but the situation doesn't allow it. Lin, what are you two whispering about? Come on, let's drink 3 more cups, Zheng Su urged. Lin Xiao? Thus the drinking party continued for 3 to 4 hours. Lin Xiao and Zheng Su drank for 3 to 4 hours as well. The result was that both were drunk and neither was willing to back down. They insisted on having a showdown, but were stopped by others nearby. The idea of the two battling at the peak of Zijing was shattered. The banquet finally ended and the two were helped into a car by others, swaying unsteadily. Su Hui drove while Lu Chi took care of Lin Xiao on their way back to the hotel. Lin Xiao was feeling especially dizzy and just wanted to sleep. The car soon arrived at the hotel, and it took them considerable effort to get Lin Xiao to his room. The two women shut the door and went to rest. Just as Lin Xiao was about to fall into a deep sleep, his phone rang. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone and answered without even looking. Who is it? On the other end, President Su frowned slightly at Lin Xiao's slurred and drunk. She had been unable to sleep all night, and unknowingly her thoughts drifted to Lin Xiao, which was why she called. Lin Xiao, it's me, President Su said, displeased. Oh, so it's President Su. Lin Xiao, calling me so late. Do you miss me? Lin Xiao joked drunkenly. Hearing Lin Xiao's question, President Su's heart raced, her face flushed, but she still asked, who did you drink with? The crew, but you still haven't answered me. Calling me so late means you miss me? Lin Xiao persistently inquired again. President Su's face was so red it could serve as a traffic light, but thinking Lin Xiao was drunk, she figured he wouldn't remember what she said. So she boldly said, I missed you, otherwise what would I be doing up all night? After saying this, she felt her heart might leap out. Nervously, she awaited Lin Xiao's reply. However, after waiting for several seconds without a response, she heard faint snoring on the line. While President Su sighed in relief, she also felt a bit disappointed. She then said good night into the phone before hanging up. Sitting alone on the big bed, President Su thought, did he hear that? How embarrassing. He probably didn't hear, he must be asleep now. What President Su didn't know was that soon an image would emerge that would make her want to find a hole to hide in. In a fit of anger, she hit the nearby teddy bear a few times, muttering, "Stinky Lin Xiao, I'll beat you up for getting drunk. Are we still drinking?" However, Lin Xiao was already dreaming of change on his comfortable bed. In his dream, Change said to him, "Xiao Gu, I missed you so much these days you weren't here. Do you know how I've been coping?" The next day, Lin Xiao woke up feeling very thirsty and searched for water after drinking too much the night before. After drinking some water to soothe his stomach, he picked up his phone to take a look. A saved recording appeared on his phone, and he curiously opened it to listen. The more he listened, the stranger his expression became. He quickly checked his call history and confirmed that President Su indeed called last night. The recording was likely from when he accidentally pressed the phone during the call. Once he confirmed everything, Lin Xiao muttered, "President Su actually said she missed me. Could it be a trick? Am I really that charming?" Not knowing what to think, he decided to ask about it later. Okay, the author has given up. Can one really ask such things face to face? Lin Xiao drank too much last night and didn't want to go anywhere today. He just wanted to stay in his room. Even the food was brought to him by Lu Qi. "Xiao Qi, thank you for dragging me back last night," Lin Xiao said gratefully to Lu Qi while having lunch. "You're welcome, Teacher Lin. Just remember to take care of your health. Drinking is harmful," Lu Qi replied with concern. Thus the day passed, and by 8:30 in the evening it was time for the second episode of Genius Singer-Songwriter. Fans who had seen Lin Xiao's brilliant performance in the first episode eagerly waited in front of their computers and televisions for the arrival of the second episode. As the show progressed to the part where the crew provided the topic, viewers pondered. Lin Xin has written a song about familial love before. I wonder how he will write this time. Meanwhile, in the Su family, upon learning that Lin Xiao went to Kyoto for the program, Su dad and Su mom had been following Genius Singer-Songwriter closely. At 8:30 that night, the three of them were sitting in front of the television watching the program on time. When it reached the stage of the singer competition, Su mom complained, "Why hasn't little Lin's song come out yet? He drew the last lot." "So mom, just wait," President Su explained. Looking at her daughter, Su mom asked, Yeah, when will little Lin be back? I've missed him a bit these days." Hearing her mother say she missed Lin Xiao, Su dad recalled that he had also said the same thing last night, and his expression became unnatural. Trying to appear calm, he said, "I estimate it'll be several more days." Just as the three were chatting, the program finally reached the song Lin Xiao wrote. Through Lu Qi's heartfelt performance, the three sat silently on the sofa, tears streaming down their faces. Su dad, being a man, turned his head to the side at that moment when tears fell. He secretly wiped his eyes as if afraid his wife and daughter would know he was crying. President Su looked at Lu Qi singing with tears and the audience in tears. "Mom," she could no longer hold back and softly called, diving into Su mom's embrace. She felt as if she had returned to her childhood when she used to be spoiled in her mother's arms. At that moment, she was not a president, but simply a big girl being spoiled in her mother's embrace. Su dad watched the warm scene and smiled happily. He murmured to himself, "Little Lin is really amazing. If only he were my son-in-law. No way such an outstanding man must not be taken by someone else." Then he looked at his daughter with a mischievous smile. The next day, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the underground parking lot of the Kyoto TV station. As Lin Xiao got out of the car, he ran into Luo Feng, who had just stepped out as well. Upon seeing Lin Xiao, Luo Feng averted his gaze, pretending to crouch down to adjust his trousers, thinking to let Lin Xiao go first. But Lin Xiao had no intention of leaving first, and called out to Luo Feng, "Isn't this Teacher Luo?" Teacher Luo's performance in the last two episodes was not great. "I hope you won't be eliminated this time." Hearing Lin Xiao's sarcastic remarks, Luo Feng's face darkened as he replied, "It's none of Teacher Lin's business whether I get eliminated or not." Lin Xiao chuckled and said, "I thought someone who could be poached by other companies would at least have some talent. I didn't expect it to be just this." With that, Lin Xiao took the elevator and left Luo Feng trembling with anger in the parking lot. The three of them arrived at the creative studio waiting for the recording of the show to begin. Before long, Zheng arrived. He entered the room with a smile and said, "Lin, my little brother, have you sobered up from yesterday's drinking?" Lin Xiao retorted, "Brother Zheng, I only took a nap to recover. You haven't sobered up yet, have you?" Zheng Su laughed heartily at Lin Xiao's competitive tone and said, "You little brat, for an old brother like me, drinking that little yesterday is just a drop in the bucket." Seeing the two of them competing and drinking, Su Hui and Lu Qi nearby couldn't help but laugh. Both knew their drinking capacities were about the same. Lin Xiao stubbornly said, "Oh really? Then let's continue tonight." Zheng Su felt a bit awkward, realizing he had boasted too much and didn't expect Lin Xiao to be so bold. "Well, let's forget about tonight. I have something on. When I have time, I'll compete with you again," Zheng Su conceded. Lin Xiao agreed. "All right, we'll settle it when we have time." As the time for recording approached, Zheng Su left. The host Li Yin, dressed elegantly, walked onto the stage with graceful steps. Welcome, friends, to the third episode of Genius Songwriters. I am your host Li Yin, and this program is exclusively sponsored by Jinshui Mobile. After the brutal competition of the last episode, we now have 6 groups of songwriters remaining. In this episode, the 2 with the lowest scores will be eliminated. The songwriters who successfully advance to the fourth episode will compete for the titles of champion runner-up and second runner-up. Now, let's have the production team present the topic. Shortly after Li Yin finished speaking, the television screens in the rooms of the songwriters displayed this episode's theme dreams. Within 20 minutes, Lin Xiao completed his creation. The audience outside looked at the big screen with familiarity. Oh, Lin Shun was just that strong. Among the 5 judges, Lin Yu murmured with anticipation, "This kid's still so quick." Zheng Su wore a broad smile, thinking to himself, "No wonder he's my little brother." Mu Zhizhi's beautiful eyes sparkled with expectation and curiosity. Within the 2-hour time limit, all the songwriters finished their creations. After all, those who made it this far were all talented. After an hour of practice for the singers, the brutal competition finally arrived. Li Yin calmly walked onto the stage and said congratulations to all the songwriters for successfully completing the task. Now it's time for the performance competition. Please have the staff draw lots. After the draw, Lin Xiao found himself to be the last one again, suspecting there might be some insider manipulation. However, he had no evidence. "Alright, let's invite our first contestant to the stage," Li Yin announced, handing the stage over to the first contestant. This contestant sang a song written by a composer from one of the 3 major entertainment companies in the Magic City, showcasing impressive strength. The final score was 92, which was already quite high. After all, not everyone could perform as Lin Xiao did. As each performance passed, none of the scores exceeded 92, with the highest being just 91. Soon it was the 5th group's turn. This contestant sang a song written by Luo Feng. It was unclear whether it was due to Lin Xiao's earlier irritation in the parking lot or a lack of skill. The song was mediocre. The final score was 80. Li Yin returned to the stage with a smile and said the next contestant is someone everyone should know. Lin Shun. Lu Qi. The audience shouted in unison. Hearing the audience's enthusiastic response, Li Yin jokingly said, "Since everyone is so eager, let's take a break for an advertisement before the performance." The audience collectively sighed. "Host, if you keep this up, we will lose you. Host, please loudly tell us your address so we can send you gifts." Li Yin quickly responded, sensing the atmosphere was already high. Alright, I'm not joking anymore. Let's welcome Lu Qi." Lu Qi, dressed in a blue gown, confidently walked onto the stage. The big screen displayed the song information, song title, the initial dream lyrics, and music. Lin Xiao, performed by Lu Qi. As the prelude began, the audience quietly settled down to listen. After an exhilarating prelude, Lu Qi began to sing, "If pride hasn't been coldly washed away by the sea of reality, how could one understand how hard they must strive to reach faraway places?" As Lu Qi sang, the hearts of the audience were immediately captivated by the song. Listening to the lyrics, they recalled their own pride and ambition when they first graduated, only to be repeatedly struck down by reality. They understood that to fulfill their dreams, they must put in more effort than others. The audience thought, "Isn't this just me singing my own story?" Lu Qi continued, "Storing tears in the heart will bloom into brave flowers. In the weary times, closing one's eyes brings a scent of fragrance." The audience was completely immersed in the song. After facing repeated blows from reality, they swallowed their tears time and time again. Yet thinking about their reachable dreams, they summoned courage and resilience once more. Sometimes they wanted to give up, but reflecting on the grievances they had endured, how could they easily give in? Lu Qi's voice reached its climax. "The initial dream is firmly grasped in hand. The place I most want to go, how could I turn back halfway? The initial dream will surely be reached. Realizing it is a true longing. Only then can it be considered having crossed into heaven." Upon hearing this, many in the audience thought, "Yes, the place I want to go is yet to be reached, and my dream remains unfulfilled. How could I want to give up after facing setbacks? As long as I work hard and persevere, my dreams will definitely." Listening to the encouragement in the song, the audience's eyes brightened, solidifying their inner resolve. After the song ended, the audience stood up and applauded, giving the song their utmost respect. The applause lasted for 3 minutes before it finally ceased, as Lu Qi bowed. However, the audience's eyes remained bright, and their hearts grew ever more resolute. Once the applause faded, Li Yin stepped onto the stage with a smile and said, "Wow." At the judges' table, Mu Jioga said, "The meaning of the song is excellent and very inspiring. I can relate deeply. On my current achievements are due to my relentless pursuit and hard work towards my dreams. Since childhood, I have loved singing, and my goal has always been clear. As long as I keep moving towards my goal, it doesn't matter if I get hurt along the way." Mu Jioga concluded, and the audience erupted in enthusiastic applause. Zheng Su took over, saying, "Haha, everything that needs to be said has already been said by Jioga. All I want to say is this song is timeless. Thank you." The audience once again erupted in applause. Finally, Lin Yu said, "I have always been steadfast in pursuing my original dream." After finishing the evaluations, Li Yin said, "Now please let the 5 judges score." It was no surprise that the score was 100 points. Without any controversy, this song deserves a perfect score, and so does the dream. Li Yin continued, "The 3rd episode of the show concludes here. Let us applaud for dreams for teacher Lin Xiao, for LV Chi, and for everyone. Amidst the thunderous applause, this episode came to a close. Everyone wore expressions of excitement, anticipation, and determination. Su Hui escorted Lin Xiao and LV Chi to their hotel, and after Su Hui left, the two simply had a bite to eat before resting. The next morning, Lin Xiao got up to exercise, doing 30 push-ups and 20 high knees in his room. After days of training, Lin Xiao was delighted to discover he had developed a four-pack. He believed that if he persisted a bit longer, achieving a fit physique would not be impossible. After exercising, he comfortably washed off the sweat and looked in the mirror at his lean figure. Lin Xiao narcissistically murmured, "I wonder which lady will benefit from this in the future." "I'm from Gansu Province, Tianshui Qingzhou District." Lin Xiao hummed a song as he left the bathroom. He and LV Chi enjoyed a lovely breakfast at the hotel restaurant. Just as Lin Xiao pondered what to do today, his phone rang. "Hey brother Lin, are you up?" A voice on the other end was by phone. Lin Xiao was a bit confused, wondering why this guy was calling. He replied, "What time is it?" "Of course I'm up. Why are you calling so early?" "I came to Kyoto for an event yesterday, and it got too late to disturb you. I just wanted to call you this morning," Bai Feng said cheerfully. Lin Xiao understood, no wonder he called so early. "Where are you now?" Bai Feng didn't answer directly. Instead he asked, "Brother Lin, which hotel are you at? I'm coming to find you." Lin Xiao then gave Bai Feng the address. After eating, Lin Xiao and LV Chi returned to their room to wait for Bai Feng. About half an hour later, there was a knock on the door. LV Chi went to open it, and to her surprise, the moment she opened the door, she was hugged by the man standing there. She heard the man say, "Haha, brother Lin, I've missed you so much after these days apart." LV Chi froze, taken aback by the sudden embrace. Bai Feng was also stunned, caught off guard by the woman he suddenly embraced. The two stood there, one hugging in a daze, the other being hugged, in confusion, momentarily forgetting to let go. Lin Xiao, hearing Bai Feng's voice, glanced towards the door and witnessed the scene. He sighed and got up lightly to approach Bai Feng, raising his foot to kick him, executing the move fluidly. Bai Feng exclaimed, "Ouch," letting go of LV Chi to cover his backside. It was at this moment that they both realized what had happened, and Bai Feng quickly apologized, "Sorry brother Lin, I didn't mean to tease your sister-in-law. I thought you were the one who opened the door, and in my excitement, I just lunged forward." LV Chi blushed at being called sister-in-law, lowering her head shyly. Lin Xiao felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth and quickly explained, "Don't say that randomly, this is a company artist who participated in the program with me." Bai Feng, still somewhat skeptical, asked, "Then why were you two in the same room so early?" Lin Xiao explained that they had gone to breakfast and were just waiting for him in the room. Bai Feng remained somewhat unconvinced, saying, "Then you tell me people from Xia country don't cheat each other?" Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at him, too lazy to engage further. Bai Feng awkwardly said to LV Chi, "I'm sorry, Miss LV, I didn't mean to be improper." LV Chi softly replied, "It's all right, I believe you." She was scared when she was just hugged. Thus a farce came to an end. Once the three settled on the sofa, Lin Xiao asked, "When are you heading back to Modu?" "Tomorrow, I have quite a few engagements lately." Although LV Chi forgave him, Bai Feng still felt a bit awkward. Lin Xiao continued, "When I return, I'll write you a new song. It's embarrassing to keep singing the same one at events." Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Bai Feng's eyes lit up. "Really, brother Lin? Don't worry, what's mine is yours, and what's yours is mine." Listening to Bai Feng's shamelessness, Lin Xiao quickly interjected, No, what's yours is mine, but what's mine is still mine." On the side, LV Chi couldn't help but chuckle at the shameless banter between the two. Bai Feng stared at LV Chi's blooming smile, captivated, murmuring to himself, "You look so beautiful when you smile, like flowers in spring." The room fell silent, and Bai Feng's murmurs were clearly heard by both. Seeing Bai Feng's dazed expression, LV Chi felt her heart racing. She dared not look at Bai Feng and hurriedly lowered her head, blushing. Lin Xiao felt somewhat out of place amidst the rippling atmosphere. Even his heart, aged over 30, felt it. Lin Xiao thought, this damned hormone in the air. He remained composed, sipping tea and thinking, as long as I'm not awkward, it's you two who are awkward. Sure enough, after Bai Feng snapped back to reality, he noticed the awkward silence in the air. Feeling awkward, he nearly dug a three-bedroom, two-living room escape with his toes. He hurriedly grabbed a glass of water and gulped it down, only to choke and start coughing. LV Chi quickly handed him a tissue, her face revealing a look of concern. "We have not experienced this, and we don't quite understand." Lin Xiao quietly watched their antics, feeling an indescribable sadness in his heart. The talented Lin Datsai had been in this world for several months. When had he ever received such treatment? The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. What are you going to perform, a romantic kiss in front of me? Is there really such a thing as dog abuse? He felt that there was no love left in this world, and he wanted to go back. Wait, it's not like I have no one who wants me. Lin Xiao suddenly remembered the recording from President Su, and his mood brightened. He took out his phone, turning the volume to the maximum. Lin Xiao took out his phone and turned the volume to the maximum. He wanted to show off, to flaunt. The sudden phone recording shattered the quiet atmosphere. The two listened to the conversation on the phone, their expressions strange, filled with shock and admiration. They of course recognized the voice of President Su, as it was incredibly distinctive. After hearing it once, it was hard to forget. They couldn't believe that someone as cold as President Su would say he missed Lin Xiao. The two found it utterly unbelievable. Lin Xiao looked at by phone with a proud expression. His gaze seemed to say, "Aren't I impressive? Your brother will always be your brother. You flaunted in front of me, and now you're surprised." President Su said he missed me. Am I being arrogant? Am I getting inflated? You forced me into this. After the recording ended, by phone snapped back to reality and gave a thumbs up saying, "Bro, it's still you. Even someone as aloof as President Su has been conquered by you." After boasting, Lin Xiao felt a bit guilty and said, "Cough, cough. Let's keep it low-key. After all, Lin Xiao didn't know if it was President Su's genuine feelings or just a joke. If it was fake, he would be completely embarrassed. Then by phone, and Lu Qi gossiped about Lin Xiao and President Su. Unexpectedly, Lu Qi, who was usually quiet and demure, was also not lacking in gossip. Lin Xiao evasively dealt with their gossip. After dinner, by phone took his leave, and before leaving, he added Lu Qi's contact information. He claimed that knowing each other was fate, and one must not waste this hard-won connection. Lin Xiao thought to himself, it must be 18,000 yuan. At 8:30 p.m., the third episode of Genius Songwriter premiered. After the previous two episodes built up interest, the audience for this episode was more than double that of the last. This made the program's director overjoyed, but he knew that these viewers were all there for Lin Xiao. The two songs from the previous episodes had both trended on social media. This significantly boosted the program's popularity. When netizens heard Lu Qi sing The Initial Dream, their previously wavering dreams were solidified by Lin Xiao's song. The bullet comments were filled with phrases like, "Lin Shun is amazing, Lin Shun, I want to have your baby." This song had a huge impact on the viewers. It was also a prime example of positive energy and inspiration. After the show ended, a Weibo post titled The Initial Dream shot up the trending list at lightning speed. Dreams are unique and irreplaceable in everyone's heart. The next day, Lin Xiao and the others arrived at the Kyoto television station. Today was the final episode, and after recording they could return to Modu. Lin Xiao was in a wonderful mood. In the familiar small room, he quietly awaited the recording of the show. Not long after the stage and audience were all set, Li Yin gracefully walked onto the stage and said, "Dear audience friends, welcome to the fourth episode of Genius Songwriter. This program is exclusively sponsored by Jinshui Mobile. I am your old friend Li Yin." After the brutal competition, last episode, 4 groups of songwriters remain. Today is the final episode, and the champion will be determined among these 4 groups. Who will ultimately take the prize? Let us eagerly await. After Li Yin finished speaking, the topic of this episode appeared on the television in the songwriter's room. Summer country style. The music scene in summer country is currently in a slump, and adapting foreign music has. When many songwriters in the music scene discovered that their locally styled songs were gradually going unheard, they abandoned summer country style, with more and more people opting to adapt foreign music that netizens liked. Everyone is catering to the public, yet they have forgotten our own summer country songs. It must be said, the purpose of the summer country government and Kyoto television station in creating this program is to encourage songwriters to continue creating our local music rather than merely imitating and adapting foreign works. How much of summer country's traditional culture can still be remembered by the younger generation? These are cultural and wisdom legacies passed down by our ancestors, yet many young people do not appreciate them. Take opera for instance. It is a long-standing traditional cultural art of summer country. Are there many young people today who can appreciate it? One can only say there are not many. Only the older generation still perseveres. I hope the next generation will carry it forward. Lin Xiao regained his focus and began to write on the computer. Before long, 2 hours had passed, and all 4 songwriters had completed their creations. After the singer's practice time, Li Yin stepped onto the stage and said, "Next, let's welcome contestant number 1 to the stage to perform." The songwriter and singer of this song were from one of the 3 major entertainment companies in Modu. After singing, the audience's reaction was lukewarm. It seemed that the national style was indeed not popular in summer country. The 5 judges rated it 90 points, a high score. The second contestant was a songwriter from Kyoto Entertainment Company. After this contestant sang passionately, the audience finally got into the mood and erupted into warm applause. The judges scored 95 points, placing them in first place. The third contestant was from an entertainment company in Sioux City. After singing, the judges scored them 93 points. Finally, it was the audience's most anticipated, Lin Xiao's group, and the atmosphere in the venue became lively. The 5 judges also had their eyes light up. After Li Yan's introduction, Lu Qi appeared on stage in costume. The audience, seeing Lu Qi in full costume, was all stunned, thinking, is she going to perform opera? In the midst of everyone's confusion, the song title appeared on the big screen. The title read Performer Lyrics and Music, Lin Xiao, performed by Lu Qi. As the prelude sounded, the accompaniment of traditional summer country instruments echoed with a mournful and melodious tune. Lucci gently began to sing in the play. The water sleeves rise and fall, singing of joys and sorrows, separations and reunions. It has nothing to do with me. As Lucci sang, the big screen displayed the scenes that Lin Xiao asked the production team to prepare. The audience saw a theater where a group of soldiers from another country forced the performers to sing. Lucci continued to sing passionately, accustomed to blending joy, anger, sorrow, and happiness into the paint and powder. What does it matter if the lyrics are sung through whether bones are white ash or blue-gray? In the chaotic world floating on the surface, I cannot bear to watch the flames of war consume the mountains and rivers. Though lowly, I dare not forget my country, even if no one knows me. The screen showed the performers singing on stage while soldiers from another country feasted below. The soldiers affected by the opera gradually stopped eating and drinking, becoming quiet. Their minds were gradually drawn to the performance, and in the footage the performer suddenly opened her mouth as if shouting something. Suddenly the entire theater was engulfed in flames, and the performer on stage laughed, watching the fire before her. Then she began to sing again, unfazed by the fire, continuing to sing. The soldiers, realizing they wanted to escape, found that the doors and windows were sealed shut. At this moment, Lucci on stage transformed her voice into an operatic tone, singing "The people below pass by, not seeing the old colors. The people above sing the heartbroken farewell song. The emotions cannot fade, she must use blood to blend. The curtain rises and falls. Who is the guest?" The audience felt goosebumps at the sound of the operatic tone. They thought to themselves that the fusion of song and opera could be so beautiful. On the big screen, the performer sang with deep emotion amidst the flames until the entire theater was swallowed by fire. The screen showed flames soaring. The blazing fire seemed to express the performer's hatred for the soldiers of the other country and her unwillingness to yield. It was heart-wrenching and bittersweet. It is said that performers are heartless, but in the face of national righteousness, they will unhesitatingly perish together with the enemy. This showcases the unyielding spirit of the people of summer country, the determination to perish together with the enemy. You finish singing, and I take the stage. Do not mock the wind and moon opera. Do not laugh at the absurdity of people. Once asked about the green and yellow, once sang passionately about rise and fall. Is the way without emotion, or with emotion how to measure? Is the way without emotion, or with emotion a burden to ponder? The song ended amidst Lucci's mournful and melodious operatic tone. The audience understood and comprehended the artistic conception that this song aimed to express. They stood up voluntarily, applauding the performer on the screen, who perished together with the enemy. They applauded the nameless heroes who fought for summer country against the enemy, to let them know that living in the current safe and prosperous life is the result of countless heroes and forgotten individuals' collective efforts. At this moment, they felt proud and honored to be citizens of summer country. In the recording hall of the Kyoto TV station, applause lasted for 5 minutes. Their palms were red, tears glistened in their eyes, yet their hearts were filled with immense joy. As the applause finally subsided, shouts of Lin Shun echoed in the air. Li Yin, with tears welling in her eyes, took a deep breath and stepped onto the stage. Thank you, teacher Lin Xiao, for bringing us such a wonderful piece, and thanks to LV Chi for her heartfelt performance. Now let's invite our 5 judges to share their comments. The camera focused on the judges, and Lin Yu slowly began to speak. Shaolin's national style song is unique, incorporating elements of traditional opera into the piece, which can be described as boundless creativity. However, the effect is remarkably natural, not causing any discomfort to the audience. Shaolin's bold attempt can be said to have pioneered a new genre. I find it hard to describe it in words, though I can only say it is excellent, truly excellent. The diva Mu Joga took over and said the lyrics and composition by teacher Lin Xiao have already been perfectly articulated by teacher Lin Yu. Now, let me talk about the singer. The moment LV Chi's operatic tone emerged, I felt goosebumps all over. It was so shocking. The meaning of the song is profound, truly wonderful. After seeing that no one else had comments, Li Yin said, "Now could the 5 judges please give their scores?" As expected, it was full marks. Let's congratulate teacher Lin Xiao and LV Chi for achieving full marks in the 4th episode. I congratulate both of them on winning the championship of the first season of Genius Singer-Songwriter. Now let's invite teacher Lin Xiao to the stage to receive the award. After Li Yin passionately finished her words, the audience erupted into applause once again. Lin Xiao was brought to the stage by the staff, standing alongside LV Chi. Li Yin continued, "Next, let's invite the winners of the 2nd and 3rd places to the stage to receive their awards." Once everyone had gathered, Li Yin continued, "Let's invite the show's chief director to present the awards to the winners." After the chief director awarded everyone, he expressed his gratitude before leaving the stage. At this moment, Li Yin asked Lin Xiao, "Teacher Lin Xiao, as the champion of this season of Genius Singer-Songwriter, do you have anything to say to the audience?" Lin Xiao stepped forward, standing closer to the microphone. "Thank you, dear audience, for your support. I'm grateful for your love for the songs I've created. In the future, I will continuously bring you great works. Thank you all. After speaking, Lin Xiao bowed in gratitude. The audience applauded excitedly, loudly chanting Lin Shen Lin Shun. Once the applause subsided, Li Yan turned to LV Chi and said, as the most outstanding singer of this episode, LV Chi, do you have anything to say to the audience? After a brief pause, LV Chi replied, first, I want to thank the audience for their recognition and also thank the 5 judges for their kindness. Secondly, I want to express my deepest gratitude to Teacher Lin. If it weren't for Teacher Lin bringing me onto this show, I might still be practicing in the company. Without Teacher Lin providing so many excellent works for me to sing, there wouldn't be the current LV Chi. So the person I am most grateful to is Teacher Lin. After speaking, LV Chi deeply bowed to Lin Xiao, who smiled and helped her up, patting her shoulder to signify that she should not be so formal. Once all the winners had spoken, Li Yan continued, dear audience friends, thank you for your company throughout this journey. The first season of Genius Singer-Songwriter has come to a successful conclusion. See you in the second season. Thank you, everyone. With that, the sound of fireworks echoed around the stage. All the audience stood up and applauded while the people on stage slowly exited. Backstage, the chief director addressed, everyone, thank you for your hard work today. The production team has arranged a banquet tonight, and we hope you all can join us. Everyone smiled and agreed the show had ended successfully, and everyone was happy. In the evening, at the restaurant chosen by the production team, Lin Xiao sat with a few familiar faces. The songwriters who placed second and third came over to ingratiate themselves with Lin Xiao, who politely shared a few drinks with them. Lin Xiao chatted with the 5 judges while eating, inviting them to visit Magic City when they have time. Amidst the laughter and cheer, the lively banquet concluded. Su Hui drove Lin Xiao and LV Chi to the hotel entrance. Su Hui, with red eyes, said, Teacher Lin, you're leaving tomorrow, and I'm a bit reluctant to see you go. After spending these days with Lin Xiao and LV Chi, Su Hui had formed a good friendship with them. She had grown fond of these 2 sincere and kind friends, so she felt a bit sad as they were departing. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, Xiao Su, all good things must come to an end. When you have the chance to visit Magic City, I and LV Chi will host you. Su Hui nodded firmly. Back in the room, Lin Xiao washed up and lay on the bed reminiscing about the wonderful days of the past few days. At this moment, a WeChat message from President Su came in. Are you coming back tomorrow? Lin Xiao realized that he hadn't seen the cool-headed female president for half a month, and he felt a bit empty inside. So he replied, yes, I've been away for more than half a month, and I do miss Magic City a bit. Send me the flight details for tomorrow, and I'll arrange for someone to pick you up. The next day at Magic City Airport, Lin Xiao and LV Chi walked out of the airport wearing masks and hats. They had to wear them. The 2 were now quite famous, and to avoid misunderstandings, it was better to keep them on. As Lin Xiao and LV Chi reached the exit, they saw President Su standing charmingly in front of the car, occasionally glancing around. Seeing President Su, Lin Xiao was taken aback. Wasn't it said that someone would come to pick them up? Why did she come herself? The 2 quickly approached President Su, and Lin Xiao greeted her. President Su, why did you come personally? President Su looked at Lin Xiao, whom she hadn't seen for over half a month. Her face slightly flushed. Everyone in the company is busy today, so I came myself. After saying that, she glanced away, feeling a bit guilty. In fact, she hadn't told anyone about picking them up, as she just came on her own. Lin Xiao understood and said, that truly is too much trouble for you, President Su, to come in person. President Su responded awkwardly, it's nothing. After all, you are a great asset to the company. It's only natural for me to come pick you up. LV Chi observed the 2 with a strange gaze. Didn't she say on the phone that she missed Teacher Lin? Why was she now being so formal upon seeing him? President Su forced herself to remain calm. Let's get in the car. We can talk about everything on the way. Lin Xiao then placed their luggage in the trunk and got into the car. On the way home, the atmosphere in the car was a bit quiet. Both women were not good at socializing, so it was left. Lin Xiao slowly asked President Su, are we going to the company, or? President Su replied coolly, I'll take you home. You've worked hard during this time. Go home and rest well for a day. Tonight the company has prepared a celebration banquet for you. Lin Xiao nodded, indicating he understood. The car drove all the way to Lu Qi's residence. After she got out, she said to the 2, President Su, Teacher Lin, see you tonight. All right, both replied in unison. After that, the 2 exchanged a glance, and President Su's pretty face turned slightly red as she averted her gaze. A few minutes later, they finally arrived at Lin Xiao's home. He took out his luggage and politely invited President Su, would you like to come in for a cup of tea? She nodded in agreement, her face slightly flushed. Lin Xiao was taken aback. They were really going to have tea. He opened the door and took out a pair of new slippers, saying, there are no women's slippers at home. Please make do with these, President Su. President Su, her face slightly red, accepted the slippers. Elegantly, she removed her high heels, and her small feet wrapped in black stockings slowly slid into the slippers. Watching this scene, Lin Xiao's heart stirred slightly, and his heart inexplicably began to race. Realizing what was happening, Lin Xiao was startled and thought, why am I getting flustered over President Su's feet? Could it be that my immunity has declined after being single for 30 years? President Su, feeling Lin Xiao's gaze on her feet, instantaneously blushed and questioned, "What are you looking at?" Lin Xiao came to his senses and replied nonchalantly, "I'm just checking if the slippers suit you." Hearing Lin Xiao's reasonable explanation, President Su finally calmed down, feeling less shy. Lin Xiao hurriedly said, "President Su, please have a seat. I'll wash my hands and brew some tea for you." President Su nodded and sat down on the sofa in the living room. In no time, Lin Xiao emerged from the kitchen holding a cup of tea. "Here, President Su, give this a try. It's a gift from a friend." Lin Xiao poured a cup for President Su. She picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying, "Not bad." Soon after, the two fell into an awkward silence, with only the sound of Lin Xiao sipping tea echoing in the living room, which was particularly pleasant. Lin Xiao set down his teacup and looked at the slightly restless President Su, deciding to tease her. "President Su, during my time in Kyoto, have you thought of me?" President Su was taken aback. She didn't expect Lin Xiao to suddenly ask such a question. She thought, how should I respond? Should I tell the truth or not? But if I tell the truth, it would be too embarrassing. Feeling Lin Xiao's teasing gaze, President Su attempted to maintain her cold demeanor. With her sharp eyes glaring at Lin Xiao, she said, "What nonsense are you talking about?" Lin Xiao felt a little guilty under President Su's piercing gaze, but boldly replied, "This isn't nonsense, it's what you said yourself." President Su also felt a bit guilty, thinking, could it be that he heard what I said that night? No way. He was clearly asleep. President Su's earlier strong demeanor was shattered by Lin Xiao's words. She stubbornly retorted, "You're talking nonsense. When did I say I missed you?" Seeing her flustered expression, Lin Xiao teasingly pulled out his phone, thinking, since you're being stubborn, I'll present the evidence and see what you have to say. Lin Xiao opened the call recording with President Su and turned up the volume. Casually sipping tea and reclining on the sofa, his expression was quite smug. President Su looked at Lin Xiao pulling out his phone, but the more she listened, the redder her face became and her heartbeat quickened. Faced with this unexpected revelation, President Su wished she could sink through the floor. Throughout her life, it was the first time she felt the taste of social death. Embarrassed and feeling guilty, she forgot her presidential persona and hurriedly turned off the recording on her phone. With her face flushed, she glared at Lin Xiao, and the next moment, she lunged at him, wanting to take them both down together. Caught off guard, Lin Xiao was enveloped in her soft embrace, then felt a sharp pain in his arm. Looking down, he saw President Su's cherry lips fiercely biting his arm. It seemed she was murmuring, "You scoundrel, recording me and making a fool of me." If Lin Xiao could hear her clearly, he would definitely want to say, "It's unfair. I didn't mean to record it, it was an accident." Using all his strength, Lin Xiao finally managed to lift President Su's head away from biting his arm. In pain, Lin Xiao gasped. Insistent President Su still tried to bite, and Lin Xiao struggled to resist. Suddenly, with too much force, they tumbled off the sofa, instinctively clinging to each other. Lin Xiao landed first, with President Su sprawled on his chest. Due to inertia at the moment she landed, her lips instinctively moved towards Lin Xiao's. The soft sensation made Lin Xiao temporarily forget the pain. President Su felt the warmth from his lips and inhaled the masculine scent, momentarily forgetting her shyness. Both of them found their minds blank, forgetting the time and everything else, quietly feeling the breath coming from each other. Lin Xiao's hands involuntarily wrapped around President Su's slender waist. This feeling captivated the two inexperienced lovebirds for a moment. Not knowing how long had passed, President Su, feeling a bit breathless, finally reacted. Looking at the handsome face so close to her, her pretty face instantly turned crimson. Embarrassed and annoyed, she said, "I can't breathe. How much longer are you going to hold me?" Lin Xiao also came to his senses and quickly released his hold, repeatedly apologizing, I'm sorry, I didn't mean it." Hearing Lin Xiao's apology, akin to a child who had done something wrong, President Su felt a slight joy in her heart. She stood up, tidied her wrinkled clothes, and pretended to be calm as she took a sip of tea. Lin Xiao, seeing that President Su wasn't blaming him, felt a sense of relief. Thinking about the soft touch and sweet taste on his lips just now made him a bit flustered. He licked his slightly dry lips, only to be caught by President Su, who had just set down her teacup. Her face flushed, she thought, "Scoundrel." President Su realized she might have developed a bit of liking for Lin Xiao. After what had just happened, she didn't feel the need to blame him. Such an embarrassing thing, she felt she could never speak of it. Looking at Lin Xiao, who was still dazed, she felt annoyed and thoughtful. Lin Xiao finally calmed down and took a sip of tea. Looking at President Su, Lin Xiao said apologetically, "President Su, I truly apologize for just now. Don't mention what just happened again." Before Lin Xiao could finish, President Su, her face flushed, interrupted him. Lin Xiao thought to himself, perhaps it was because girls are shy and don't want to mention what just occurred. So he tried to strike up a conversation. "President Su, are you hungry?" After their intense earlier activity, she indeed felt a bit hungry. She nodded gently. Lin Xiao got up and headed to the kitchen to prepare some fried rice. Watching Lin Xiao's back, President Su slowly exhaled. Even now her heart was racing. She had merely been pretending to be calm earlier. Thinking about the unexpected ripple with Lin Xiao, the blush that had just faded instantly spread across her charming face. She was in a flurry of thoughts. Does he like me? I was kissed by him. He wouldn't back out of responsibility, would he? Then she recalled that Lin Xiao had shown no intention of confessing, and in a fit of anger, she cursed, "You big bad guy, you took my first kiss, and yet you don't seem to want to take responsibility at all." Thinking that Lin Xiao might be a scumbag who didn't want to take responsibility, tears welled up in Sue's eyes, as if they were about to overflow at any moment. Although she was 2 years older than Lin Xiao, she was still a novice who had never been in a relationship. It was normal to feel flustered in such a situation. Just as Sue was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xiao came out carrying 2 plates of fried rice. "It's time to eat," Lin Xiao called out to the living room. Hearing his call, Su Mingyue collected her scattered thoughts and got up to the dining table. After sitting down, Lin Xiao stole a glance at Su, who was slightly readied. He understood that even he, a grown man, felt a bit flustered, let alone a girl. Thinking of this, his resolve strengthened. He simply lacked experience in relationships. He wasn't foolish and knew when a man should take the initiative. After they silently finished their fried rice, Lin Xiao looked at the distracted Su Mingyue and said, "Su, could you come with me to the piano room?" Su Mingyue looked at Lin Xiao with a puzzled expression, but he didn't explain and instead walked over to pull her up. Feeling the warmth of his hand on her arm, she felt a deep sense of satisfaction, thinking how wonderful it would be if he held her hand forever. While she was lost in her thoughts, Lin Xiao had already led her to sit on the bench in the piano room. Taking a deep breath, he sat down at the piano. He reached out, and the soft piano notes began to sound. After the prelude, he gazed at Su Mingyue and sang passionately, "I want to see you smile, I want to play with you, I want to hold you in my arms." In the previous moment we were arguing with flushed faces, and in the next we can turn around and make up. "I'm not afraid of your tears, not afraid of your calls, for you are my pride. A pair of eyes chasing after you, a heart that is already prepared." Looking at Lin Xiao's affectionate gaze and the love emanating from his eyes, Su Mingyue's heart raced rapidly. It was only when Lin Xiao's gentle singing filled the air that her heart gradually calmed down. Listening to the love in his voice, she felt warm inside. Lin Xiao looked at the beautiful woman before him, recalling the scene of their first meeting and the little moments they had shared during this time. He continued to sing passionately, "Just once let me take you to see the end of the world." Laughing joyfully on sunny days. Arguing playfully in the carefree air. "Do you know what I desire? The world is still small. Oh, I will accompany you to the ends of the earth. Stopping the search in corners without worries. Slowly growing old in carefree times. Do you know all my heartbeats? Follow your rhythm." As the song ended, Lin Xiao walked up to Su Mingyue, heart racing, and said, "Yeah, I like you. From the first time I saw you, I liked you. But you are the lofty president, and I am just a newcomer composer. I dared not entertain other thoughts, only able to hide my feelings for you in my heart. A lot has happened between us since then, and I can sense your love for me. Until today, when this happened, I knew I had to take the initiative. So, I like you, yeah, would you be my girlfriend?" After saying that, Lin Xiao looked at Su Mingyue with anticipation. At that moment her eyes sparkled with tears, and a happy smile graced her face. Hearing Lin Xiao's confession, she felt incredibly happy inside. Looking at Lin Xiao's expectant gaze, she nodded vigorously, tears mingled with her laughter. She didn't use flowery words to express her love for him, because at that moment her throat was choked with happiness. With the affirmation from the other party, Lin Xiao could no longer hold back, and took a few quick steps to embrace her. In that moment, he felt as if he had embraced the whole world. In that instant, in this unfamiliar world, he gained another person whom he needed to love wholeheartedly. Held in Lin Xiao's arms, Su Mingyue felt indescribable happiness. This moment made her realize that being with the one you love brings such sweetness to the heart. The arms wrapped around Lin Xiao's waist tightened slightly. They held each other for a long time before parting. Lin Xiao gently wiped away the tears at the corner of her eyes. He slowly leaned down and kissed her deeply on her cherry lips. This kiss represented his love for her. This kiss embodied his responsibility towards her. After a long moment, as their lips parted, Lin Xiao affectionately ruffled her hair, causing Su Mingyue to blush and lower her head, unable to meet his gaze. Lin Xiao smiled, gently leading her to sit in the living room. He said tenderly, "Yeah, if you have work to attend to, you should head back quickly. Don't delay important matters." Su Mingyue thought for a moment, feeling a bit conflicted. There was indeed a lot to handle at the company, but she had just established a relationship with Lin Xiao and hadn't yet had enough of him. Lin Xiao noticed her hesitation and said, "It's fine, don't worry about me. You handle your business, and we'll meet tonight." Su Mingyue thought for a moment and nodded, "All right, you should take a nap. See you tonight." After Lin Xiao sent her to the elevator, he returned home feeling empty. He was both happy and excited. How could he possibly sleep? So he practiced the piano alone, but even playing could not quell the restlessness within him. He started doing push-ups in his room, and after completing 101 go, he was drenched in sweat. It was the exhaustion of his body and mind that finally brought him some peace. Meanwhile, after returning to her office, Su Mingyue managed to calm her tumultuous emotions. Thinking about all that had happened in just a short time today, she felt a mix of happiness and nostalgia. The scene of Lin Xiao singing to her tenderly flashed in her mind, and she thought, Lin Xiao, I love you. After Lin Xiao finished exercising and was covered in sweat, he took a comfortable shower. Unconsciously, he fell asleep, only to be awakened by the sound of his phone ringing. Lazy pig, are you still not up? The voice that came through the phone brought him joy. I'm getting up now. Yeah, you go to the hotel first, I'll drive there myself. Lin Xiao said excitedly. Thinking about seeing the one he loved soon, he hurried his dressing and grooming. What usually took him over 10 minutes now took only 5. It seemed love's power was truly great. He spent another 5 minutes fixing his hairstyle. Looking at his handsome reflection in the mirror, he snapped his fingers and said, perfect, yeah, I'm on my way. At the entrance of the hotel. After the CEO of Su arrived, she did not enter right away, but stood at the end. Dressed in a white evening gown, her demeanor was cool and elegant, causing the men and women entering and exiting the hotel to frequently gaze at this fairy-like woman. Yet they unconsciously distanced themselves from this fairy-like woman, fearing that their approach might tarnish this beautiful scene. The woman stood quietly, occasionally looking around, and sometimes lightly curling her lips into a faint smile, leaving the passers-by momentarily stunned. Employees of Xingshan Entertainment also spotted their CEO, standing not far from the entrance, but they dared not approach to greet her. Soon a familiar car entered the CEO's line of sight. Lin Xiao drove the car to the entrance and handed the keys to the doorman. He saw her smiling at him, and a wave of happiness surged in his heart. Yeah, why aren't you going in? You must be tired of standing, Lin Xiao said, quickly concerned. Hearing Lin Xiao's care, she smiled happily and replied, I'll wait for you. I'm not tired, I haven't been standing long. Seeing Lin Xiao and the CEO of Su care for each other, the employees of Xingshan Entertainment were taken aback. Let's go in. Lin Xiao gently held her hand and said. Being held in front of so many people made the CEO of Su a bit shy. Her face turned slightly red, and she looked bashful. Hello, Teacher Lin. Hello, CEO Su, said a colleague at the entrance with an odd expression. Lin Xiao responded with a smile to each of them. Soon the two arrived in the private room, which was quite spacious with 2 tables inside. Most of the guests were already there, and everyone turned their attention to the 2 who had just entered. The man was strikingly handsome, while the woman was like a poem come to life. Upon seeing their intertwined hands, the entire private room fell silent, as if a pin drop could be heard. They all slightly parted their lips, as if witnessing something unbelievable. Ahem. Everyone arrived quite early. Lin Xiao broke the silence. Everyone snapped back to reality and said, Teacher Lin, CEO, Su, you finally arrived, please take a seat. Lin Xiao cleared his throat, and with a serious expression said, let me formally introduce my girlfriend Su Minghua. Hearing Lin Xiao introduce her in front of the employees, the CEO of Su felt both happy and shy. Everyone burst into applause, saying, congratulations to Teacher Lin for winning the beauty. And congratulations to CEO Su for finding such an excellent boyfriend as Teacher Lin. Hearing everyone's blessings, the CEO of Su graciously nodded to thank them. Everyone please sit down, don't, Lin Xiao said. Soon everyone took their seats. The CEO of Su stood up proudly and said, this time Lin Xiao and Lu Qi won the championship for genius songwriters, bringing glory to the company. The company's executives decided to reward each of them 1 million. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao and Lu Qi with envy. Lin Xiao was also very happy, after all, who would dislike having more money. Next, let's have Lin Xiao say a few words. After the CEO of Su finished speaking, she winked at Lin Xiao before sitting down. Lin Xiao smiled helplessly, stood up, and said, this time I could win the championship. Lu Qi played an indispensable role. In short, from now on, I will bleed, shed tears and sweat for the company. I will work hard in the future to take the company to the next level. Thank you, everyone. After Lin Xiao finished speaking, everyone burst into hearty laughter. The CEO of Su also smiled faintly and held Lin Xiao's hand. After the speech, everyone began to eat and drink. After a few glasses of wine, the crowd felt bolder in front of the CEO of Su. They all came to propose a toast to them. The CEO of Su drank juice since she had to drive, but Lin Xiao did not enjoy such treatment and had to drink alcohol. Before long, he became slightly tipsy. However, he was happy today and felt the need to drink more. The CEO of Su looked at him with some worry. In such a situation, she could not firmly stop others from drinking with Lin Xiao. Time passed quickly. The lively and joyful moments always flew by. Finally, the banquet concluded. Those who hadn't drunk too much helped those who had to their cars. At this moment, Lin Xiao had also drunk too much and stumbled while walking. The CEO of Su helplessly supported him as they exited the hotel. Feeling the softness of her arm, Lin Xiao thought that getting drunk tonight was worth it. Before long, the car stopped at Lin Xiao's apartment complex. The CEO of Su struggled to help him out, but Lin Xiao was indeed drunk and could hardly walk. With no other choice, the CEO of Su had to carry Lin Xiao into the elevator. After exiting the elevator, she carried him back to the bed. After laying Lin Xiao down, the CEO of Su took deep breaths, her face flushed from the effort of carrying him. After resting for a while, she took off Lin Xiao's shoes and socks, tucked him in, and remembered the water her mother had poured last time. She went to pour Lin Xiao a glass of water. She was now drenched in sweat, and just wanted to hurry home to take a shower. After closing the door, she thought, what if I leave and he gets drunk and has an accident? In the end, she decided to stay and take care of Lin Xiao. However, she needed to shower and had no change of clothes. Reluctantly, she went into Lin Xiao's bedroom and took a shirt into the bathroom. About half an hour later, the bathroom door opened, revealing her hair slightly damp, wearing a shirt that reached about the top of her thighs. Her long, smooth legs were fully exposed to the air, white and flawless. The shirt reaching the top of her thighs evoked limitless fantasies, but unfortunately Lin Xiao could not see such an enticing view. After her hair dried, she opened the door to Lin Xiao's bedroom, and seeing him sleeping peacefully revealed a blissful smile. Then she casually found a room to rest. The next morning at 7, Lin Xiao woke up from his hangover. Looking around the familiar room and recalling the image of her carrying him last night in a daze, he felt both happy and guilty. After taking a sip of the water prepared by the CEO of Su, Lin Xiao got out of bed and began to shower. Once in the bathroom, he felt extremely thirsty. It was too much to bear early in the morning. He saw the CEO of Su's intimate clothing hanging on the drying rack in the bathroom. Lin Xiao tried hard to avert his gaze, but it seemed to have a magical allure beckoning him to admire its beauty. Lin Xiao had no choice but to warn himself internally, if you tempt me like this again, I will call the police. After saying that, it indeed had an effect, but hung quietly there without casting any further tempting allure. Feeling a heat all over and blood boiling, Lin Xiao quickly turned on the water. The icy cold water struck against his heated body, finally subduing the boiling blood. Today in the bathroom, the shower lasted longer than usual. It was unclear whether Lin Xiao was still asleep from the alcohol, or Lin Xiao had not been out long when President Su woke up. Looking at the unfamiliar surroundings, she took a moment to recall the events of last night. She slowly got out of bed and went to Lin Xiao's room, only to find he was no longer there. Suddenly remembering her intimate clothing left in the bathroom, her face turned crimson. Thinking to herself, what if Lin Xiao saw it? Oh no, how embarrassing. She hurriedly ran to the bathroom to retrieve her intimate clothing and change. Good morning. Did you sleep well last night? As President Su stepped out after changing, she saw Lin Xiao returning from outside. I slept quite well, Su Mingwei replied, feeling a bit shy. That's good. Hurry and wash up, then have breakfast. Lin Xiao gestured toward the breakfast he had prepared. At the dining table, Lin Xiao said a bit awkwardly, yeah, I'm sorry for last night. I drank too much. President Su recalled how she had exhausted herself carrying Lin Xiao home, and replied sternly, do you have any idea how heavy you are? I almost couldn't carry you. Let's see if you'll drink too much again in the future. Hearing that she had carried him back, Lin Xiao felt touched and said, yeah, thank you. Caught in Lin Xiao's suddenly affectionate gaze, President Su felt her face flush and her heart race, murmuring fool. Amidst the blush and heartbeat, the two finished their breakfast. After driving to the company, as Lin Xiao entered the composition department, his colleagues looked at him with admiration. Good morning, everyone. Lin Xiao greeted them with a smile. The crowd responded one by one, good morning, Brother Lin. Back at his workstation, Li Weiguo eagerly gave him a thumbs up and said, Brother Lin, from now on you are my Brother Lin. I'm completely in awe. Lin Xiao laughed and replied, oh really? If you can talk, say a bit more. Li Weiguo rolled his eyes at him and then ignored him. Before long, Lin Xiao was summoned to the office by Hu Jiang. Xiao Lin, did you sleep well last night? Hu Jiang asked with concern. Lin Xiao was now the treasurer of the composition department and had to be catered to since he was together with the president. I slept quite well, Minister Hu. Did you call me for something? Lin Xiao responded with a smile. Hu Jiang picked up a contract from the desk and said, Xiao Lin, this is the contract for the gold medal composer. Take a look, and if there are no issues, please sign it. Lin Xiao took the contract, glanced over it, and signed his name. He didn't think much of it. After all, Xingchen Entertainment was now his wife's company, and he would definitely put in his best effort. Not long after returning to his workstation, Lin Xiao received a call from his little sister. Brother will be arriving in Modu tomorrow afternoon. Come pick me up then. Lin Kaiwai's excited voice came through the phone. Hearing that his sister would be coming to Modu tomorrow, Lin Xiao replied, happily, really? That's great. He'll come to pick you up then. After chatting for a bit longer, they hung up. Having not worked in the office for many days, Lin Xiao missed the days of goofing off at work. To reminisce about the past, he spent half the day slacking off again. As lunchtime approached, Lin Xiao dialed President Su's number. Hey, yeah, it's lunchtime. I'm waiting for you to join me, Lin Xiao said gently. Hearing Lin Xiao mention lunch, President Su realized it was already noon, but she still had some important work to finish. Apologetically, she told Lin Xiao, you go ahead and eat first. I still have some tasks to complete. After hanging up, Lin Xiao sighed. After eating outside, he packed a portion to bring to President Su's office. Pushing the door open, he saw her deeply engrossed in handling documents. Lin Xiao placed the food on the coffee table, but she didn't notice he had come in. He quietly approached her from behind, placed his hand on her shoulder, and began to knead it. Feeling the pleasant kneading on her shoulder, President Su let out a surprised gasp. Turning her head to see it was Lin Xiao, she finally relaxed her hand that had been clutching her chest. "You nearly scared me to death." President Su glared at Lin Xiao in mock anger and lightly punched him. Lin Xiao feigned a serious expression and admonished, "Yeah, it's not that I'm scolding you, but your health is your capital. What if you don't eat on time and your health suffers? If you don't care, I care." Hearing Lin Xiao's concern and reprimand, President Su chuckled softly and reached out to hold Lin Xiao's hand, saying, "All right, don't be angry. I was wrong. I promise to eat on time from now on." After saying that, seeing that Lin Xiao was still unperturbed, President Su hesitated for a moment. She quickly gave him a light peck on the cheek before lowering her head. Seeing President Su's shy demeanor, Lin Xiao's irritation faded, and he decided to tease her. "Yeah, is there a mosquito in your office?" Hearing Lin Xiao mention a mosquito, President Su raised her head in confusion and asked no why. Lin Xiao chuckled inwardly and said without changing his expression, "Then how come I just felt like a mosquito bit my face? Can you check if there's a bump?" President Su leaned in closely to examine his face, seriously feeling Lin Xiao's breath on her cheek, and said with a flushed face and racing heart, "There's nothing there." Unable to hold back any longer, Lin Xiao burst into laughter. Seeing Lin Xiao's teasing, President Su quickly realized she had been played. The so-called mosquito was referring to her. Watching Lin Xiao still laughing, President Su extended her hand and pinched the soft flesh at his waist hard. This action made Lin Xiao feel as if he had fallen from heaven to hell. Lin Xiao grimaced in pain, repeatedly pleading for mercy. Seeing him beg, President Su felt a little balanced and said, "Do you still dare to tease me?" Lin Xiao pitifully shook his head. "Do you still dare to laugh at me?" He looked at her with a pitiful expression, prompting President Su to release her grip on his waist. She then reached out with her soft hand to gently rub the spot she had just pinched. Feeling President Su's delicate hand, Lin Xiao felt as if he had returned to heaven. After playing around for a while, Lin Xiao pulled her onto the coffee table. Looking at the food before them, President Su felt very touched. Recalling the moment when she pinched Lin Xiao, she felt a pang of self-reproach. She thought to herself that she shouldn't pinch too hard in the future. What if she hurt him? Looking at the woman he loved, Lin Xiao suddenly said, "Yeah, how about I go to your house tonight and tell Uncle and Aunt about our relationship?" President Su, who was eating, paused for a moment, feeling a bit conflicted, but seeing Lin Xiao's eager gaze, she could only nod in agreement. It wasn't that she thought her parents would look down on Lin Xiao, but she felt it was a bit too soon and was a little embarrassed to tell her parents. However, knowing that this was something that would eventually need to be shared, she agreed. After watching President Su finish her meal, Lin Xiao returned to the composition department, no longer disturbing her work. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao went to the mall and bought a pile of gifts for his future parents-in-law. After all, he was visiting this time as a boyfriend and could not lose his manners. After putting everything in the car, Lin Xiao checked the time. It was almost time to get off work, so he decided to wait in the car for President Su. Before long, a figure that could make the heavens and earth lose their colors appeared in the garage. Dressed in a well-fitted professional outfit, her legs wrapped in nude stockings made her fair, smooth, long legs look even more enticing. Her tall stature was accentuated by the high heels she wore. Lin Xiao got out of the car and gentlemanly opened the door for President Su, his hand blocking the top of the car to prevent it from hitting her head. Seeing Lin Xiao's considerate gesture made President Su's heart feel sweet. Sweet and warm. The car quickly arrived at the Su residence and Lin Xiao remained seated. President Su looked at his slightly pale face, which showed signs of nervousness, and his slightly trembling hands with curiosity. She understood that Lin Xiao was nervous. She gently held Lin Xiao's hand, offering silent encouragement. After a while, Lin Xiao gave her a reassuring look before opening the car door and stepping out. He picked up the pile of gifts and followed President Su towards the villa. Upon entering, she handed him a pair of slippers, but due to his nervousness, he didn't even get to see President Su's little feet as she changed shoes. In the living room, Su Dad and Su Mom were watching television. Upon hearing the door open, they both turned to look and saw their daughter and Lin Xiao entering. The two walked over to the sofa. "Mom and Dad, Lin Xiao is here," President Su said a bit nervously. "Hello." Lin Xiao followed nervously after President Su. Hearing Lin Xiao's greeting, the four were momentarily stunned. Su Mom was the first to react, quickly welcoming him. "Little Lin, you're here. Please have a seat." The others gradually caught on, and President Su gently nudged Lin Xiao's arm. "I'm sorry, Uncle." And Lin Xiao quickly corrected himself. "No need to be nervous, little Lin. You've been here several times already. What's there to be nervous about?" Su Dad chuckled. "Sit down and talk," Su Dad said kindly. Lin Xiao set his things aside and sat up straight on the sofa. President Su also sat beside him, and Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged puzzled glances. Why was their daughter sitting next to a guy today? Seeing their expressions as experienced individuals, they guessed the situation. Thank you, Aunt. Su Mom poured a glass of water for Lin Xiao, who quickly expressed his gratitude. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment. After the earlier nervousness, Lin Xiao felt much better now. He gathered his thoughts and said, Uncle and Aunt, I'm in a relationship with Yaya. I came here today to formally visit you, Uncle and Aunt. President Su beside him gently held Lin Xiao's hand, looking at him with tenderness in her eyes. Feeling the warmth from President Su's hand, Lin Xiao's heart completely settled down. He continued, Uncle and Aunt, please rest assured I am serious about Yaya. I will treat her well and never let her down. After saying this, Lin Xiao looked firmly at the couple. After exchanging glances, Su Dad began. Little Lin, based on our past interactions, I can tell you are someone we can trust and entrust our daughter to. We don't oppose your relationship with Yaya. Young people should make their own decisions. But your aunt and I have. Listening to Su Dad's words, Lin Xiao felt a slight sense of relief and quickly said, Uncle, please tell me. I will do my best to fulfill it. Su Dad chuckled. Don't be so serious, relax, it's not a big deal. Mind your aunt's request is that since you and Yaya are now dating starting today, you need to live here. Lin Xiao and President Su exchanged puzzled glances, not understanding why they had to live at home. Seeing their confusion, Su Dad continued, Little Lin, don't overthink it. Yaya is not young anymore, and having you live here is just to help you both cultivate your relationship more quickly. Isn't cohabitation a trend now? Living under the same roof for a while allows you to see if you are truly suitable for each other. If it suits you, your relationship will develop faster, and you can marry sooner. You know we only have this one daughter. She's at this age, and your aunt and I want to hold a grandchild soon. Do you understand what I mean, Little Lin? Lin Xiao and President Su both understood Su Dad's meaning, their faces flushing bright red. President Su's face turned rosy as she lowered her head, leaving the decision to Lin Xiao. While Lin Xiao was thinking, Su Dad said again, Little Lin, don't misunderstand, we don't mean for you to become a son-in-law. Once you're married and want to move out, we won't object as long as you and your aunt have a grandchild for us. Hearing Su Dad's words, Lin Xiao felt he had made a decision. After all, they only had one daughter, and he had no objections, knowing that if they were to marry in the future, both sides would be their home. Lin Xiao collected his thoughts and seriously looked at Su Dad and Su Mom, saying, Uncle and Aunt, I agree to your request. As for whether to move out after marriage, I will respect Yaya's wishes. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, President Su was so touched that tears welled up in her eyes, her hand trembling slightly as she held Lin Xiao's. Su Dad and Su Mom nodded in agreement as they listened to Lin Xiao. Looking at the charming couple before them, the two parents grew more and more satisfied. You two chat for a while. I'll go prepare a feast to celebrate this joyful occasion, Su Mom said cheerfully. Previously, they were worried that their daughter wouldn't find a boyfriend, but now seeing her finally with someone she liked, they genuinely felt happy for her as parents. After the conversation concluded, President Su got up to go change clothes. Su Dad leaned over to Lin Xiao and whispered, Little Lin, you should bring your things over tomorrow and stay here. This way you can get married sooner, and I can hold my grandchild as soon as possible. Lin Xiao nodded awkwardly. Discussing having children on their first formal meeting made him feel a bit shy. Su Dad continued, Didn't you buy a house? Bring your parents over. They've worked hard their whole lives, and now it's your turn to show filial piety. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Sure, Uncle, I'll bring them over the next time I go back. Su Dad continued in a low voice. You better hurry and marry ya. I'm waiting for my grandchild. Even Lin Xiao's thick skin turned a bit red from what Su Dad said. At that moment, President Su came down after changing clothes, looking at the two, whispering together with curiosity. What are you two talking about so mysteriously? What are you hiding? A cold voice suddenly came from behind, and the two quickly separated a little. Su Dad calmly said, It's nothing, just telling Xiao Lin to treat you well in the future and not bully you. Beside them, Lin Xiao quickly nodded in agreement with Su Dad's words. The cold Su Dad looked at Lin Xiao in confusion, and Lin Xiao quickly nodded and said, Yaya, Uncle is talking about this. After Su Dad sat down, without further doubt the old man and the young one exchanged glances. My great-grandson, one said. Got it, I will work hard, the other replied. At this point, the two, who had reached a mutual goal, stopped their eye contact and calmly began to drink water. I'll go help Annie, Lin Xiao said as he stood up, addressing Su Dad and Su Mingwe. In the kitchen, Su Mother smiled and said to Lin Xiao, Xiao Lin, you must be hungry. There are a few dishes left, and they will be ready soon. Auntie, I can cook too. Let me help you out. Upon hearing that Lin Xiao could cook, Su Mother exclaimed in surprise, Really? That's great. Young people who can cook are rare these days. Yaya is lucky to find such an excellent boyfriend like you. Lin Xiao scratched his head shyly and said, Auntie, you flatter me. Meanwhile, while Lin Xiao and Su Mother were busy in the kitchen outside, the father and daughter were chatting. Su Dad asked his daughter, Yaya, how did you manage to win Xiao Lin over? Listening to what his father said, Su Dad immediately became displeased and proudly replied, Dad, what are you talking about? It was Lin Xiao who confessed to me first. He was the one pursuing me. Upon hearing his daughter's words, Su's dad clearly did not believe it and thought to himself, "You're already 27, and there have been so many boys pursuing you. I haven't seen you with anyone, so you must have actively pursued Shaolin this time. Dinner is ready." Su's dad wanted to argue further with his father, but then heard Lin Xiao calling for dinner. Thus he lost the desire to continue the conversation. "Come, let's raise a glass to celebrate my daughter finding such an excellent boyfriend in Shaolin." At the dining table, Su's dad happily raised his glass. Hearing his father's words, Su's dad rolled his eyes at him. Everyone burst into laughter. "Uncle Annie, I'd like to toast you both as well, thanking you for your approval. I will take good care of Yaya in the future." Lin Xiao stood up with his glass and spoke earnestly to Su's dad and Su's mother. Good. As long as you treat her well in the future, both my husband and I will be at ease," Su's mother said with a kind smile. The family enjoyed a harmonious meal, with Su's mother and Su's dad continuously serving Lin Xiao dishes. Su's dad kept saying, "Once a girl has a boyfriend, she forgets her father." The meal ended in laughter and joy. Time was getting late, and Lin Xiao stood up to say goodbye. "Shaolin, don't forget to bring the items tomorrow." Su's dad reminded him, worried that Lin Xiao might forget the arrangement. Su's dad escorted him to the car and shyly said, "You did well today, keep it up in the future." "So is there a reward?" Lin Xiao asked playfully. Su's dad leaned in and kissed him on the cheek, shyly saying, "Be careful on the road and don't go messing around." Lin Xiao looked at the beautiful woman in front of him, suddenly hugged her, and gave her a strong kiss on the lips before turning and getting into the car, leaving her blushing and stamping her feet in place. Watching the car drive away, her eyes revealed a reluctant look. Su's dad returned to the living room, and both parents breathed a sigh of relief as they looked at their children. It seemed that it was not easy for their daughter to find a boyfriend. Ignoring her parents' disapproval, she pouted and huffed, heading straight to her room. "Old Su, do you think Shaolin should stay in the same room with Yaya, or separately?" After watching their daughter storm off, Su's mother asked her husband. Su's dad pondered for a moment and said, "Logically, they just started dating, so it's inappropriate for them to live together. But their daughter is older now. If they develop normally, when will we be able to hold our grandchild?" "Yes, but we can't force them to live together right away," Su's mother replied thoughtfully. Su's dad was secretly angry with his parents in his room, while Su's dad and Su's mother were discussing how to get their daughter to give them a grandchild. Lin Xiao returned home washed up and lay in bed reflecting on everything that happened tonight. He himself did not expect things to go so smoothly. There was no disdain as rumored, nor was there an opportunity for him to show off, which left him feeling quite frustrated. However, thinking of being able to smoothly be with the woman he loved, a happy smile appeared on his face. The next day, Lin Xiao took a day off from work as he needed to pick up his little sister and tidy up his personal belongings. In the afternoon, Lin Xiao drove to the high-speed train station in the magical city and waited. Before long, a cheerful voice rang out, "Brother, I'm here." Lin Xiao looked in the direction of the voice and saw a youthful and vibrant figure drop her luggage and run towards him. Seeing the familiar figure, Lin Xiao revealed an inwardly joyful smile. The youthful figure quickly reached Lin Xiao and jumped up like a kangaroo, hanging onto him. Feeling the impact, Lin Xiao also hugged Lin Kaiwei tightly. She happily said, "Brother, I missed you so much." Lin Xiao helplessly scolded, "Xiao Wei, you're already so big. Can you act a bit more ladylike? You almost knocked me over just now." Hearing her brother's scolding, Lin Kaiwei stuck out her tongue and said, "Oh, come on, brother, I just got too excited to see you." "All right, get down now. Don't you know you're heavy?" After Lin Kaiwei got down, two girls walked up behind her. Lin Kaiwei introduced, "Brother, let me introduce you. These two are my classmates, Chun Kursin and Li Nan." Looking at the two girls who were as youthful and vibrant as his little sister, Lin Xiao greeted, "Hello, I'm Lin Xiao, Kaiwei's older brother." The two girls quickly replied, "Hello, brother Lin." After everyone got acquainted, Lin Xiao said, "Let's go get in the car first. I'll take you out for a meal." Lin Xiao placed their luggage in the car and drove them to a restaurant. At the dining table, Lin Xiao asked his little sister, "Xiao Wei, have you found an internship company yet?" Upon hearing her brother's question, she shyly replied, "Not yet. We plan to look for opportunities ourselves in the magical city first." Lin Xiao nodded. After the four of them enjoyed a delicious meal, Lin Xiao took them home. "Wow, brother, your house is so big and beautiful." Lin Kaiwei exclaimed in surprise as Lin Xiao opened the door. "It's all right, I'm glad you like it," Lin Xiao replied with a smile. "There are enough rooms here for the three of you. Since you just arrived, you can stay here for now and decide where to live after you find jobs," Lin Xiao said while placing their luggage down. Chun Kursin and Li Nan were a bit surprised and asked, "Brother Lin, can we also live in your house?" Lin Xiao smiled slightly and said, "Of course you can, you're Caiwei's friends. Besides, if you move in, you can keep." The two girls jumped up in surprise. They were thrilled to be here. "Brother, do you mean you won't be living here?" Lin Kaiwei asked, puzzled. "Yes, I'm moving to my sister-in-law's house today." Hearing that Lin Xiao was moving to his sister-in-law's house, Lin Kaiwei's mouth dropped open in surprise. "Brother, when did you get a girlfriend?" Lin Xiao smiled calmly and said slowly, "We just confirmed our relationship a few days ago." Can you be a bit more composed and not act so surprised? You just got together and you're already moving to your sister-in-law's house. Is that appropriate? Lin Kaiwei finally calmed down after hearing her brother's words. Lin Xiao smiled proudly and said, "It's what my future in-laws requested. It's not just our decision." "What?" Lin Kaiwei exclaimed again. She hurriedly continued, "Brother, you can't be Olivian's son-in-law. Mom and Dad won't agree to it." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at her and explained, "I'm not Olivian's son-in-law. It's a trial marriage, understand?" "What nonsense are you talking about?" Hearing her brother's explanation, Lin Kaiwei let out a sigh of relief and murmured, "As long as it's not Olivian's son-in-law, that's fine." She then asked, "Brother, when can I meet her?" Lin Xiao thought for a moment and said, "Soon you can meet her anytime. Xiaowei, you and your classmates should explore the city for a few days, get familiar with things, and tell them to stay comfortably at home. If anything happens, call me anytime," Lin Xiao instructed. Okay, don't worry, brother." Lin Kaiwei patted her chest and assured him, "All right, you all choose your rooms and tidy up a bit. Also, don't mess with the piano in the music room. Understand?" Lin Xiao, feeling uneasy about the piano gifted by President Su, reminded them. "Got it, you stingy guy," Lin Kaiwei pouted. Watching the three of them happily choose their rooms, Lin Xiao smiled knowingly. The reason he arranged for his sister's classmates to stay at home was that he was worried his sister would be too bored and scared alone. Now that the three of them were living together, Lin Xiao felt at ease. Before long, the three of them finished packing their luggage and sat in the living room. Chen Kurson and Li Nan said, "Lin Ge, thank you for letting us stay at your home." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "No need to be polite. It's good for you to look out for each other while living together." He took out his phone and transferred 10,000 yuan to his sister. Seeing the message, Lin Kaiwei hurriedly said, "Brother, why did you transfer money to me? I haven't even used what you gave me before. Just take it and spend it. There are plenty of places to spend money after leaving school. If you need more, just tell me." Lin Xiao smiled. "Thank you, brother, you're so nice," Lin Kaiwei said, hugging Lin Xiao's arm and acting cute. "You all take a rest. I'm leaving. Stay safe and remember to call me if you need anything," Lin Xiao said as he stood up, grabbing his belongings and heading out. The three of them sent him off. "No need to come out, just go back quickly." Sitting on the sofa, Chen Kurson sighed. Wei, your brother is so handsome, it's a pity he already has a girlfriend." "Oh, did you have any thoughts about him if he didn't have a girlfriend?" Lin Kaiwei teased. Chen Kurson laughed and said, "Yeah, who knows, maybe I could become your sister-in-law. Ha ha ha." Then the three girls started playfully tussling on the sofa. Their laughter filled the empty room. Lin Xiao drove all the way to the company and pushed open the door to President Su's office. President Su looked up and asked with joy, "You're not working today. Is there something going on?" Lin Xiao walked behind President Su, putting his hands on her shoulders while massaging gently. "My sister arrived in the city today. Oh, I went to pick her up." "Where is she now?" President Su quickly asked. "She's with 2 classmates and I let them stay at home." Lin Xiao continued to massage her with moderate strength. Upon hearing this, President Su relaxed and said, "That's good. I want to meet Wei tomorrow." A soft hum escaped from President Su's slightly parted lips. Inhaling her fragrance, the sound stirred something in him, making him momentarily distracted. President Su never expected to make such an embarrassing sound. Her face turned red as she reproachfully said, "Be gentler." Lin Xiao was slightly speechless. Clearly the strength was just right, yet she blamed him for being too forceful after she let out a comfortable sound. "Oh, women." After a moment of calm, President Su said, "Let's go home." Lin Xiao nodded and walked with her toward the garage. The car soon stopped at the Su family villa. As the two entered, Su's mother stood up and said, "Xiao Lin is back. I've prepared new slippers for you, a change, and come sit down quickly." Lin Xiao smiled and said, "Thank you, auntie. He'll trouble you and uncle in the future." Su's mother smiled kindly and said, "No worries, we are family now, so no need to be polite." Looking at the luggage in his hands, Lin Xiao awkwardly asked, Auntie, which room will I be staying in? I want to put my luggage down first." Su's mother said, "Yeah, take Xiao Lin to the room next to yours." Hearing her mother suggest Lin Xiao stay next to her, President Su's face turned shy. Without saying a word, she led the way and Lin Xiao followed behind, feeling a bit shy. On the second floor, President Su softly said, "This is the room, let me help you." They entered the room, which was spacious and the bedding looked new. The room was well lit and had everything one would need, leaving Lin Xiao very satisfied. "So do you like it, eh?" President Su asked, her face slightly flushed. Lin Xiao smiled and said, "It's pretty good. The most important thing is that it's very close to you." President Su lightly punched his arm, playfully looking at him with a reproachful gaze. Lin Xiao held her hand and said, "Yeah, we'll be living under the same roof from now on. Please take care of me." President Su shyly responded, "Isn't it too fast for us to live together? I'm not ready yet." "Yeah, but it's what your parents requested, and I have no choice. They are waiting to hold their grandchild soon." Lin Xiao joked, "Pervert who wants to have a baby for you." President Su shot him a playful glare, her face red. That look made Lin Xiao's heart race unexpectedly. Unable to help himself, he slowly leaned down and gently kissed her soft lips, feeling intoxicated by the sensation. Feeling attacked by Lin Xiao, President Su felt weak all over. Remembering they were at home, she managed to muster some strength to gently push Lin Xiao away, saying, "Are you crazy? The door is not closed. What if my mom sees?" She lightly punched Lin Xiao's chest, making him feel as if he was just being tickled. His heart, already intoxicated, felt even more restless. He gently hugged President Su and said, "Didn't Annie go upstairs? What's there to be afraid of? Go away. If someone sees, how embarrassing would that be?" "You're so troublesome," President Su reproached him with a hint of melancholy. "All right, from now on I'll remember to close the door when we kiss," Lin Xiao suggested, conceding. In Lin Xiao's room, the two of them packed their luggage and tidied up their slightly wrinkled clothes from their embrace before heading out downstairs. Seeing the two come down, Su's dad smiled and asked, "Little Lin, are you satisfied with the room? If there's anything you're unhappy with, let Yaya know and she can change it for you." "Uncle, I'm very satisfied," Lin Xiao replied quickly. "I mean, this is next to President Su, so it's convenient for visiting later on." At this moment, Su Mom's dinner was also ready and the four of them began to eat. President Su looked at Lin Xiao, who was chatting happily with his parents, feeling quite proud. "This is my man, talented, polite, humorous, and a bit mischievous." Feeling President Su's gaze on her, Lin Xiao winked at him. Caught in the act of piquing President Su, quickly lowered his head and stared at his plate, his heart racing. Su Dad and Su Mom exchanged glances and shared a knowing smile. Dinner passed joyfully and Lin Xiao helped Su Mom clear the dishes. The family of four sat on the sofa enjoying fruits. "Little Lin, you and Yaya stay here. Your aunt and I will head to bed first. We're older and can't compare with you young folks," Su Dad said with a smile as he stood up and exchanged a glance with Su Mom, and together they went to their room. Only the two of them were left in the living room, and the atmosphere turned a bit quiet. It felt strange, as if they exchanged glances and smiled at each other. Lin Xiao held her hand and said emotionally, "Yaya, don't worry, I will treat you well from now on and won't let you suffer any grievances." Feeling Lin Xiao's sincerity, she gently rested her head on his shoulder and said, I believe you." The two of them remained quiet, feeling each other's heartbeat and love. Not knowing how much time had passed, Lin Xiao's arm grew a bit sore. Looking down, he realized she had fallen asleep. He chuckled softly and gently stroked her head. He slowly picked her up, moving cautiously so as not to wake her. He arrived at President Su's room, gently placed her on the bed and tucked her in. He placed a light kiss on her forehead, revealing a gentle smile. Lin Xiao quietly closed the door, and hearing the sound of the door closing, President Su opened her sly eyes. In fact, she had been lightly dozing as she had already awakened when Lin Xiao picked her up. Feeling cared for and cherished, her lips curled into a genuine smile. The next morning, sunlight streamed into the room, and the morning sun felt warm. Lin Xiao got up and dressed. The room had a bathroom, so he didn't need to go outside, which was very convenient. After changing into his workout clothes, Lin Xiao left the villa and began to jog around. After running for a while, he encountered Su's dad, who quickly caught up with a few strides. "Uncle, good morning. I didn't expect you to be up earlier than me." Seeing it was Lin Xiao, Su's dad smiled and said, "Good morning, little Lin. As you age, you can't sleep well. Did you sleep well last night?" Lin Xiao replied while jogging, "Pretty good. I sleep well anywhere." After running around the villa for a while, they returned, each going back to their rooms to wash up and change clothes. Looking at the closed door of President Su's room, Lin Xiao thought she was still sleeping in, so he knocked on the door. After waiting for a while with no response, he grew a bit worried and pushed the door open. As he entered and saw no one on the bed, Lin Xiao was about to call out to her when President Su emerged from the bathroom. Wrapped in a towel, large patches of her fair skin were exposed to the air, leaving Lin Xiao momentarily stunned. She clearly had just finished showering. For a moment, both of them were frozen in place. The first to react, Lin Xiao quickly said, "I thought you were still sleeping in. I was about to knock and call you, but there was no response. I was worried about you, so I came in myself." And then, "Oi." President Su also regained her composure and asked. Lin Xiao said a bit sheepishly, "And then I saw you coming out of the bathroom." "Is it pretty?" she asked with a smile. Lin Xiao was a bit confused but nodded and replied, "Pretty, very fair." Hearing Lin Xiao's words, President Su almost laughed in anger, gritting her teeth and saying, "Then do you want to come over and take a closer look?" "This might not be appropriate. After all, I'm not that kind of person," Lin Xiao said, though his legs were honest, quickly taking a few steps to stand in front of President Su. Seeing Lin Xiao so close with his fervent gaze on her, President Su felt a bit flustered. After all, it was her first time appearing in front of a man wearing only a towel. The two were very close, and Lin Xiao inhaled the scent emanating from her. He felt a bit dazed. Just as he was lost in thought, a sharp pain in his waist brought his attention back to reality. President Su pinched his waist and asked with a teasing smile, "Do you want me to take it off for you to see clearly?" Lin Xiao thought, "Is this the kind of benefit I can get?" "That might not be good in the morning," he said uncertainly. "Really? Just as he finished speaking, he felt the pain in his waist intensify. President Su said coldly, "Do you still want to see?" Lin Xiao quickly shook his head. Joking aside, his life was more important than a mere visual feast. She released her grip on Lin Xiao's waist and said coldly, "What are you still doing there? Do you want to see me change clothes?" Lin Xiao chuckled and quickly jogged to close the door as he left the room. President Su let out a soft laugh and murmured, "Silly boy." After breakfast, the two of them went to the car. Lin Xiao looked at President Su and smiled. "Yeah, I won't go to the company today, or I'm going home to see how Xiao Wei is doing." President Su thought for a moment that today's work wasn't crucial, so she said, "I'll go with you. I haven't met Wei." Reaching a consensus, the two drove to Lin Xiao's home. Ding dong. A crisp voice came from inside. Lin Kaiwei opened the door and, seeing a man and a woman, exclaimed excitedly, "Brother, why are you here? Aren't you working?" Lin Xiao replied with a smile, "I took the day off. I was worried about you. Let me introduce you. This is my friend, your sister-in-law." Lin Kaiwei scrutinized the stunning woman in front of her. As she looked, she even nodded slightly. Lin Xiao raised his hand and playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "What are you looking at? Don't you know to greet her?" Noticing her impolite gaze, Lin Kaiwei quickly extended her hand and said, "Hello, sister-in-law. I'm Lin Kaiwei." President Su looked at the quirky girl in front of her and liked her very much, extending her soft hand and saying, "Hello, Wei Wei, you're really beautiful." Hearing the compliment, Lin Kaiwei smiled and said, "What's so beautiful about me? Sister-in-law is the real beauty." Listening to their meaningless flattery, Lin Xiao quickly interrupted, "Little sister, have you had dinner yet?" Lin Kaiwei scratched her head in embarrassment and replied, "Not yet, the two of them are still sleeping." Lin Xiao replied with an exasperated expression. Lin Xiao said with a hint of exasperation, "Quick, go wake them up. Ooh, what time is it already?" Lin Kaiwei playfully stuck out her tongue, turned around, and pondered how to wake her friends. Should I splash them with cold water, or? Lin Xiao helplessly said to President Su, "Sorry about this, my younger sisters are probably a bit too excited after just leaving school last night." President Su smiled gently. "I understand. I was the same way." Lin Xiao picked up his phone and ordered a few breakfasts which should arrive by the time they finished washing up. About half an hour later, the three girls were all dressed and sitting on the sofa. Chun Kerson and Li Nan greeted, "Good morning, Brother Lin and Sister Su." They responded with smiles, and soon the breakfast Lin Xiao ordered arrived. Looking at the breakfast in front of her, Lin Kaiwei happily said, "Thank you, brother. You're so thoughtful. A sister-in-law must be very happy." Lin Xiao replied irritably, "Hurry up and eat. I have something to discuss with you after you finish." Once they had eaten, Lin Xiao looked at them and asked, "What company are you planning to go to? Do you have any targets?" The three girls shook their heads shyly. Lin Xiao sighed and looked at President Su. Understanding Lin Xiao's gaze, President Su asked, "Would you like to come to my company?" The three girls knew that President Su's company was an entertainment company where they could often see celebrities. They nodded excitedly. "All right, it's settled then. They'll come by tomorrow to pick you up for work," Lin Xiao firmly decided. "Today my wife and I will take you around the Magic City to buy some things you need." The four girls nodded in agreement. The day passed as the five of them strolled around. When Lin Xiao and President Su returned home, Su's dad said to them, "There's a gala tomorrow night. You two should attend. It's a gathering of people from the business circle in the Magic City." After saying that, he looked at the two of them, and President Su frowned. Although she had taken over the company for several years, she had always been reluctant to attend such boring galas, which were usually attended by her father. Seeing his daughter's expression, Su's dad hurriedly said, "Yeah, I know you don't like such occasions, but as the president of the company, it's beneficial to communicate with them. Now that you're with Xiao Lin, I can completely put my mind at ease." President Su finally nodded in agreement. Lin Xiao also disliked such occasions, but for his wife he had no choice but to go. The next day, Lin Xiao drove the three girls to the company. Thanks to President Su's prior arrangements, the onboarding process was quick and smooth. After giving the three girls a few reminders, Lin Xiao returned to the composition department. As soon as he sat down, Li Wei teasingly asked, "Brother Lin, you didn't come to the company yesterday. Were you out too late with President Su?" "Let me tell you, Brother Lin, you can't keep doing this. A man should prioritize his career and not be influenced by. Moreover, as the old saying goes, there are no fields that can't be cultivated, only cows that can be worked to death. So you must take care of your health, Brother Lin." Li Wei earnestly advised. Lin Xiao was taken aback, thinking, what nonsense about cows being worked to death is that? But he stubbornly replied, "Brother Li, you underestimate me. If it weren't for President Su pleading with me, she might not have been able to come to work for days." Lin Xiao looked at him proudly and continued uncertainly, "By the way, Brother Li, aren't you the one who is being worked to death? Are you feeling a bit overwhelmed by sister-in-law now?" Feeling the weight of Lin Xiao's suspicious gaze, Li Wei was startled, thinking, can he guess that accurately? But for the sake of a man's dignity, how could he admit to such things? He stammered nervously, "Nonsense. I'm so strong, sister-in-law always cries for mercy every time." Lin Xiao looked down at his prominent belly, his gaze clearly filled with disbelief. He thought, brotherly with your body, is sister-in-law really able to handle it? She won't be crushed, will she? Unable to bear Lin Xiao's strange gaze, he hurriedly said, hey, stop thinking about it, and let's get back to work. After saying that, he quickly looked at his computer, not giving Lin Xiao a chance. Lin Xiao revealed a victorious smile, casting a disdainful glare at Li Weigua and ignoring him. At noon, Bai Feng found Lin Xiao and asked to have lunch together, to which Lin Xiao happily agreed. During lunch, Bai Feng said, Brother Lin, how about we plan a camping trip outdoors sometime? Sure, Lin Xiao replied without looking up. Hearing Lin Xiao's agreement, Bai Feng quickly added, then it's settled, well, invite Lu Qi and some other friends too. Lin Xiao raised his head and suspiciously glanced at this guy, certain that he had ulterior motives. It must be for Lu Qi that he wanted to organize this camping trip. After finishing their meal, Lin Xiao, as usual, packed a portion for President Su. Bai Feng achieved his goal and happily parted ways with Lin Xiao, who then brought the packed food to President Su's office. As expected, she was working at her desk, and Lin Xiao quietly snuck up behind her. He reached out and covered her eyes, saying in a rough voice, don't move, it's a robbery. President Su was startled by the sudden covering of her eyes, but quickly realized it was Lin Xiao. She pretended to be fearfully compliant, saying, I don't know if the bandit is here for money or for love. Lin Xiao was taken aback. He didn't expect President Su to play along so well. He replied fiercely, of course it's for love. President Su trembled and choked, saying, no bandit, I already have someone I like, I can't betray him. Lin Xiao said with a hint of joy, oh. Then may I ask, what is the name of the gentleman who holds your heart? President Su sadly replied, I won't hide it from you, bandit, my beloved is suffering from a terminal illness, and just recently. Before she could finish her sentence, she burst into tears. Hearing President Su say that her beloved was suffering from a terminal illness, Lin Xiao, in a fit of anger, let go of his hand and started tickling her waist. President Su could no longer hold back, bursting into laughter and writhing her alluring body. While tickling her, Lin Xiao fiercely said, now do you dare to say I have a terminal illness? President Su repeatedly said she wouldn't, laughing and pleading for mercy. Seeing that it was about time, Lin Xiao stopped his mischief. After a while, President Su finally calmed down, gently hitting Lin Xiao's chest, and said with a hint of grievance, you're really so bad, you made me laugh so hard that tears came out. Lin Xiao pulled her tightly into his arms and brushed his nose against her, saying, let's see if you dare to talk nonsense again in the future. Leaning against Lin Xiao's chest, her face flushed, she huffed, who told you to always bully me? The normally cool President Su displayed a spoiled demeanor, momentarily stunning Lin Xiao. He couldn't help but lean down slowly and kiss her enticing red lips deeply. The delicate body in his arms let out a soft hum, her hands tightly wrapping around his waist. In the afternoon, after work, Lin Xiao and President Su walked home hand in hand. The evening's cocktail party was set to start at 8 p.m., so they had plenty of time to change clothes. Lin Xiao didn't have much to change into, so he casually put on a suit he had bought before. After the events of the morning, he dared not casually push open the door to President Su's room. Now that he thought about it, the soft flesh around his waist still ached faintly. He arrived in the living room on the first floor and started drinking tea with Su's father. Before long, President Su gracefully descended from the second floor. Tonight she wore a white evening gown that perfectly matched her cool demeanor. She appeared truly noble and stunning. Lin Xiao was once again mesmerized, not knowing how many times he had been awestruck. It was simply too beautiful. Lin Xiao thought to himself, perhaps even Diao Chan couldn't compare. Su's father, watching Lin Xiao's foolish expression, smiled proudly and said, Xiao Lin, do you think my daughter is beautiful? Lin Xiao instinctively nodded his gaze, not leaving President Su for a moment. It wasn't until she walked up to him and waved her hand in front of his eyes that he finally returned his attention. He sincerely praised, Yaya, you look truly beautiful tonight. President Su smiled sweetly and teased, what was I not beautiful before? He quickly replied, who said that? You were beautiful before, but tonight you're even more stunning. Women love to be complimented, especially by their loved ones. Feeling in high spirits, she sat in front of Lin Xiao, hugged his arm, and laughed lightly. Only you know how to say nice things. Lin Xiao smiled proudly and affectionately patted her head. Su's father watched the two show off their affection in front of him, feeling quite speechless. He thought to himself, is it appropriate for you two to act like this in front of an old man like me? Seeing that it was almost time, Lin Xiao stood up and said, Uncle Yaya, and I will head out first. With me around, you don't need to worry. You and Auntie should rest early tonight, no need to wait for us. Su's father nodded. The two of them got into the car and headed to their destination. After about half an hour, the car stopped in front of the Shangri-La Hotel. Shangri-La is a 5-star hotel in the Magic City frequented by the affluent. Ordinary people cannot afford to spend here. Handing the car keys to the valet, President Su linked her arm with Lin Xiao as they walked towards the hotel lobby. The hotel was luxuriously decorated, yet exuded an air of grandeur. The cocktail party tonight was held in the banquet hall on the 9th floor. President Su, with Lin Xiao's arm in hers, made her way to the 9th floor. She took the invitation from her bag and handed it to the attendant at the entrance. The attendant took it, glanced at it, and respectfully said, "President Su, and this gentleman may enter." Lin Xiao nodded in thanks and entered the venue with President Su, where many guests had already gathered. Groups of 2 or 3 were huddled together, quietly talking. Without exception, they all wore designer clothes and carried branded bags. Their conversations were poised and smiles adorned their polite faces. The arrival of Lin Xiao and President Su attracted the attention of most people, some of whom were familiar faces, while others were strangers. Everyone gazed at the noble and stunning President Su, secretly exclaiming, "So beautiful." They then turned their gaze to her male companion, puzzled as thoughts raced through their minds. Who is Lin Xiao? Lin Xiao smiled and nodded at the crowd. President Su swept her gaze across the crowd, and her eyes lit up as she spotted a familiar figure in the distance. Ignoring the curious looks from others, she walked hand in hand with Lin Xiao towards the figure she recognized. "Hi, Xiangwan." President Su approached and tapped her on the shoulder. Nangong Xiangwan turned around, and upon seeing it was Su Mingyue, she exclaimed in surprise, "Mingyue, what brings you here? Don't you usually not come?" President Su also revealed a rare wry smile and said, "Don't mention it, I was forced here by my dad." Lin Xiao took a look at the woman before him. She had fair skin, exquisite features, and large expressive eyes that sparkled beautifully. While Lin Xiao was appraising her, she was also sizing him up. Seeing President Su linked with his arm, she gasped slightly. Recovering her gaze from Lin Xiao, she teasingly looked at President Su and asked, "Yeah, who is this?" Feeling the teasing look, President Su's face turned slightly red as she said, "Xiangwan, this is my boyfriend Lin Xiao." She then turned to Lin Xiao and said, "Lin Xiao, this is my good friend Nangong Xiangwan." Lin Xiao smiled slightly and politely extended his hand, saying, "Miss Nangong, nice to meet you." Nangong Xiangwan also smiled and shook his hand in greeting. After that, the three found a quieter spot to chat. Nangong Xiangwan pulled President Su aside and asked secretly, "Mingyue, you're doing well. When did you find a boyfriend? Come on, spill the details." President Su recounted how they met and fell in love. The latter's face displayed an envious expression as she said, "I really envy you, Mingyue. When will I encounter such a wonderful love?" President Su smiled widely and replied, "When the time is right, it will come soon." The three then sipped their drinks while chatting leisurely. Through their conversation, Lin Xiao learned that Nangong Xiangwan and President Su were family friends. Their fathers had been good friends in their youth and later went into business together. However, Su's father ran an entertainment company, while Nangong Xiangwan's father owned a clothing company. Their fathers had once discussed a potential marriage alliance, but unfortunately both families only had daughters. Just as the three were happily chatting about family matters, a handsome man of about 27 or 28 suddenly appeared before them. He wore an exquisitely tailored designer suit, his hair meticulously styled, giving off an aura of an elite person at a glance. He scanned the three of them, finally resting his gaze on President Su. Smiling, he greeted, "Mingyue, a long time no see. You're even more beautiful." Upon seeing him, President Su's demeanor instantly reverted to her usual coolness. The surrounding temperature seemed to drop a few degrees. She coldly replied, "Jiang Feng, please call me by my full name. We are not that familiar yet." Hearing President Su's blunt words, Jiang Feng felt a bit awkward. He chuckled and said, "I apologized, it was my oversight." He then turned to Nangong Xiangwan and said, "Miss Nangong, long time no see." Nangong Xiangwan nodded expressionlessly in acknowledgement. Lin Xiao initially thought he was a friend of theirs, but from the tone and expressions of the two women, he could tell that this suddenly appearing man was likely not a friend. Though Jiang Feng felt somewhat embarrassed, he still politely extended his hand to Lin Xiao and said, "May I ask your name?" "Lin Xiao," he replied. He politely shook hands with Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng exclaimed, "So you're the recently famous Mr. Lin. It's a pleasure to meet you tonight." Lin Xiao replied, "Not at all." Lin Xiao felt a bit puzzled after Jiang Feng arrived. Both women seemed rather unwelcoming. However, it was not the right time to ask, so he decided to wait until Jiang Feng left. After greeting Lin Xiao, Jiang Feng turned and smiled at President Su, saying, "President Su, may I invite you for a drink to chat privately?" President Su didn't even glance at him, coldly responding, "No need. If there's something to discuss, let's talk here. I don't want my boyfriend to misunderstand." Hearing her mention her boyfriend, Jiang Feng's smile turned dark, but he quickly regained his composure, saying, "Oh, I wonder which young talent has captured President Su's heart." President Su remained silent, looking up and smiling at Lin Xiao, gracefully moving closer to him and linking her arm with his. The implication was unmistakable. A glint of surprise flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he squinted at the two. Lin Xiao began to understand their situation and confidently met Jiang Feng's gaze with a smile. After a while, Jiang Feng returned to his previous expression and said with a smile, "In that case, I won't interrupt the three of you any longer. Let's chat another time." Jiang Feng took a deep look at the two before turning to leave. Once he was gone, Lin Xiao curiously asked, "Yeah, who is this person?" After a thorough explanation from Su Mingyue, Lin Xiao finally understood. It turned out that Jiang Feng was the son of the chairman of Qingshan Entertainment, the rival company of Xingshan Entertainment. A couple of years ago, Jiang Feng had met Su Mingyue when he accompanied his father to Xingshan Entertainment for a business meeting. He was captivated by her stunning beauty and noble demeanor. Subsequently, he launched a fervent pursuit, but Su Mingyue ruthlessly rejected him time and again. Moreover, she clearly stated that she would not accept him and urged him not to waste his efforts on her, but Jiang Feng was unwilling to listen. After being rejected numerous times, Jiang Feng finally realized that Su Mingyue might genuinely not like him. Consequently, he sought to compete against Xingshan Entertainment, snatching projects and artists. He aimed to attract Su Mingyue's attention and force her to compromise. His plan was to ensure that Xingshan Entertainment declined, so that Su Mingyue would have to seek him out to be together. Recently, the abduction of a top songwriter from Xingshan was orchestrated by him. One must admit Jiang Feng had a talent for managing his company. Under his leadership, Qingshan Entertainment was thriving, and its momentum had already overshadowed Xingshan. Had it not been for Lin Xiao's appearance, Xingshan might have quickly fallen into decline. However, their meticulous plans did not account for Lin Xiao's unexpected emergence. Jiang Feng's schemes were disrupted, yet he could still engage in light-hearted banter with Lin Xiao, indicating that he was not an ordinary person. After learning the whole story, Lin Xiao sympathetically held her hand and said, "Yeah, you've worked hard in the past holding the company on your own." President Su smiled sweetly, replying, "It's all right now that you're here, I feel much more at ease." Unable to bear it any longer, Nangong Xiangwan teased, "You two have had enough. If you want to show affection, go home and do it. Don't involve me." Afterward, President Su introduced Lin Xiao to a circle of acquaintances they had collaborated with, and the three soon found it dull. Thus they decided to leave first. In a corner of the banquet, Jiang Feng watched the three leave with a dark expression, lost in thought. Outside the hotel, Nangong Xiangwan suggested finding a place to sit, citing that she hadn't seen President Su in a long time. After discussing among themselves, they finally decided to go for barbecue. After locating a relatively clean and large barbecue restaurant, President Su drove straight to the destination. It wasn't far, and they arrived in just over 10 minutes. After ordering a variety of food and drinks, the three chatted casually. Lin Xiao mostly listened, rarely interjecting. At that moment, Nangong Xiangwan changed the subject and asked Lin Xiao, "When do you plan to marry our Mingyue?" Lin Xiao was taken aback and quickly replied, "I can do it anytime as long as Yeye is willing." Nangong Xiangwan continued to probe, "So Mingyue, when are you willing to marry Lin Xiao?" President Su pondered for a moment and said, "Of course, it depends on how he performs. If he does well, the confirmation will come quickly." Nangong Xiangwan proposed, "I'll be the maid of honor when you get married." President Su's face flushed slightly as she softly said, "It's still early, let's talk about it then." Just then the waiter approached with their food, and the three ceased their conversation. Feeling famished, Lin Xiao picked up 2 lamb skewers and handed them to the ladies. He then began to eat heartily, contrasting sharply with the elegant dining manners of the 2 women, as he seemed to have not eaten for several days. Watching Lin Xiao eat, President Su lightly smiled, saying, "Eat slowly, don't choke." After that, she gently took a napkin and wiped the grease off the corner of his mouth. Nangong Xiangwan, standing by, felt quite speechless, redirecting her frustration onto the food and chewing angrily on her lamb skewer. Most of the ordered food had already vanished into Lin Xiao's stomach. After eating and drinking to their fill, Lin Xiao comfortably leaned back in his chair and took a sip of water. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 o'clock in the evening, and it was time to go home. After parting ways, President Su drove Lin Xiao home, their interaction resembling that of an old married couple, which felt very sweet. Upon arriving home, Su's parents had already gone to bed, and the two quietly changed their shoes. Lin Xiao inadvertently looked down and caught sight of President Su's delicate rosy feet. His heart raced uncontrollably as a thought suddenly crossed his mind: what if I held those beautiful feet and gave them a gentle squeeze? Upon having that thought, Lin Xiao was startled, secretly lamenting, "What's wrong with me? Why do I keep finding myself wanting to look at President Su's feet?" He swore he was not a pervert. Sensing Lin Xiao's gaze on her feet, President Su blushed and asked Lin Xiao, "What are you staring at my feet for?" Lin Xiao's face turned slightly red, and he quickly composed himself, saying seriously, "I noticed that your feet turned red from wearing high heels. Come sit down and let me give you a massage." Hearing Lin Xiao's reasonable explanation, President Su, still blushing, sat down on the living room sofa. Noticing that she didn't refuse, Lin Xiao found himself feeling a bit excited. Looking at her fair and rosy feet, Lin Xiao's heartbeat quickened as he slowly grasped them. Feeling a strange sensation in her soles, President Su's face turned bright red, and she nervously closed her eyes, allowing Lin Xiao to massage her feet. As Lin Xiao occasionally applied more pressure, she couldn't help but let out soft moans. Hearing this, Lin Xiao felt his heart flutter and secretly cursed his fate. He thought to himself, "What is this? I should have known not to offer a foot massage. Now I'm the one feeling uncomfortable." Lin Xiao dispelled the distracting thoughts in his mind and focused on massaging her two icy cold lotus feet for about 10 minutes. The originally cold feet became warm and cozy after Lin Xiao's massage. He only stopped the massage when his hands began to ache. When he looked up, he found that President Su had comfortably fallen asleep, and Lin Xiao couldn't help but smile wryly. Gently picking her up, he walked towards her room. After covering her with a blanket, Lin Xiao exited the room. At that moment in the dark room, President Su slowly opened her bright eyes. In fact, she had not fallen asleep. Oh, she was just pretending to be asleep out of embarrassment. After having her lotus feet massaged by Lin Xiao, she felt a bit shy to face him. She could only pretend to be asleep. Recalling the scene of Lin Xiao massaging her feet, a strange feeling welled up inside her. She felt hot all over her face, as red as a ruby. Struggling to sit up, she slowly took off her form-fitting evening gown. In the dark room, her skin shone like white jade. Her full bosom stood proudly, and she moved her long curvy legs towards the bathroom. However, her walking posture seemed a bit awkward, as if her whole body was sticky with sweat. Time flew by. The days slipped away. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed, and it was already the end of June. Soon it would be time for the new song rankings in July. That morning, not long after arriving at work, Lin Xiao was pondering which song to use to compete for the new song rank. A familiar figure appeared in the composition department, accompanied by a middle-aged man and woman. To be honest, Lin Xiao was a bit surprised. Han Ran approached Lin Xiao and said, "Teacher Lin, these are my parents. They came specifically to thank you today." Just after Han Ran introduced them, her father stepped forward, his eyes slightly red as he looked at Lin Xiao and was about to kneel. Lin Xiao quickly stopped him, saying, "Uncle, what are you doing?" Han's father looked at Lin Xiao, his voice choked with emotion. "Teacher Lin, you are a great benefactor to our family. If it weren't for you, our family might have fallen apart." Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Sincerely, uncle, please don't say that. Han Ran is also an employee of the company. It's only natural for colleagues to help each other." Han's father was at a loss for words, and Han's mother, with tears in her eyes, said, "Teacher Lin, we are truly grateful to you. You are a good person. Without you, I might not be here." Looking at the two elders who appeared weathered from life struggles, Lin Xiao felt a mix of emotions. "Auntie, please don't say that. As long as you recover quickly, that's more important than anything. Now that Han Ran can earn money, you two just need to take care of your health and enjoy life." Lin Xiao smiled at them, and hearing that their daughter was doing well brought smiles of relief to their faces. Han Ran sincerely smiled and handed Lin Xiao a gift, saying, "Teacher Lin, this is just a small token from our family. Please don't reject it." To reassure them, Lin Xiao accepted it and said, "All right, I'll accept it. Thank you, uncle and auntie." He placed the gift at the foot of his workstation and asked Annie, "How is your health now?" Looking at Lin Xiao accepting the gift, she revealed a genuine smile and said, "Teacher Lin, thank you for your concern. I have been discharged and just need to rest at home." "That's good. Being healthy is the most important thing." Lin Xiao nodded. Han Ran happily added, "Teacher Lin, my parents would like to invite you to lunch today." Lin Xiao felt it was better not to have lunch as they had many financial burdens. He politely declined, saying, "Han Ran, there's no need for lunch. Annie just got discharged. It's best for her to go home and rest. We can eat together another time." Han Ran thought for a moment, understood Lin Xiao's intentions, and nodded in agreement, saying, "All right, when my mother feels better, well, invite Teacher Lin again." She continued, "Then Teacher Lin, we won't disturb you any longer. We'll take them home now." Lin Xiao nodded and saw them to the elevator. As soon as he returned to the composition department, the colleagues erupted into applause. They shouted, "Brother Lin's righteousness." They were all aware of Han Ran's family situation and felt a surge of admiration for Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of those eager eyes. He hurriedly said, "Keep it low-key, keep it low-key." After joking with them for a bit, Lin Xiao began to ponder the question from earlier. At that moment, a message notification from WeChat rang. Seeing that Han Ran had transferred back the money he lent her, Lin Xiao clicked to accept it. Half an hour later, he had reached a conclusion and quickly typed on the computer. After finishing, he sent a WeChat message to Hu Jiang asking him to notify Zhou Sheng from the artist department to go to the recording studio to practice singing in the afternoon. Since signing him back, Lin Xiao had been to Kyoto. He hadn't seen him since returning and almost forgot about him. As lunchtime approached, Lin Xiao sent messages to his sister and President Su to have lunch together. His sister agreed, but President Su mentioned that she had a lot of work at the end of the month and asked Lin Xiao to bring her something to eat. After the four of them gathered, they found a nearby restaurant. While waiting for the dishes, Lin Kaiwei asked, "Brother, where's sister-in-law? Did you two have a quarrel?" Lin Xiao smiled and lightly flicked his sister's forehead, saying, "What quarrel? She's just busy with her matters and asked me to bring her something to eat." Lin Kaiwei cooperatively rubbed her forehead and said, "It's good that you didn't quarrel." Lin Xiao changed the subject and asked, "How have you three been adapting to the company these days? Do you feel comfortable?" The shy Linan spoke up, saying, "It's going well, Brother Lin. We can adapt." The other two girls also nodded, and Chen Kursin continued, "Brother Lin, Nan and I discussed it. Once we receive our first month's salary, we plan to rent a house, and we won't disturb you for a month." Lin Xiao smiled, and said you won't disturb me, oh just live comfortably. It will also be good company for Xiao Wei. Lin Kaiwei interjected exactly. If you leave, you'll be scared living alone in such a big house. Lin Xiao pondered for a moment, and said Xiao Mei, I plan to bring our parents over in a while, so our family can read. Hearing her brother's words, her eyes lit up, and she said I agree. With mom cooking for me, I won't have to eat takeout. Lin Xiao helplessly smiled, and flicked her forehead again, saying I knew you'd just think about eating. Why don't you learn to cook? Lin Kaiwei, pouting with her hand over her forehead, complained I was busy. Lin Xiao thought to himself, busy with what? Looking at the bond between the siblings, the two girls displayed envious expressions if they wished they had an older brother like that. In the joyful atmosphere, the four finished their lunch. Lin Xiao carried the packed food and walked back to the company with them. Bang bang. Come in, a somewhat weary voice came from the office. Lin Xiao sighed, thinking to himself, being a president is not an easy job. Upon entering, Lin Xiao saw the slightly weary face of President Su, and her heart ached with sympathy. As she noticed Lin Xiao's arrival, a hint of vitality finally returned to her exhausted features. After setting the table, Lin Xiao said, come eat first, don't overwork yourself. President Su smiled as she got up, swaying her voluptuous figure, and slowly sat down on the sofa. She took the chopsticks handed to her by Lin Xiao and began to eat in small bites. Lin Xiao got up, picked up her cup, and poured her a glass of water, placing it in front of her. Watching Lin Xiao's actions, President Su smiled brightly at her with affection, and everything was conveyed without words. After finishing her meal, she leaned against Lin Xiao, savoring the tranquility in her heart. After a while, Lin Xiao asked with concern, is there something troublesome going on? President Su leaned against her, squinting her eyes, and said the music department has finally gotten on track, but the film and television department is still stagnant. If this continues, it will drag the company down. Lin Xiao pondered, silently aware of the current situation in the company's film and television department. There were no good scripts, no good actors, and the results of the previously filmed TV movies were not ideal. This had long been a source of worry for President Su. If the company wanted to develop to the level of the other three entertainment companies in the future, the film and television department could not be abandoned, it had to flourish. However, the film and television department was different from others. It consumed a lot of money, and if not careful, investments could go down the drain, resulting in total loss. But as long as there were good scripts and actors, everything would be different and profits could be abundant. Lin Xiao had a slight idea in his heart. He gently patted President Su's arm in comfort. She also knew that sharing this with Lin Xiao wouldn't solve anything. She just needed someone to confide in to ease the anxiety in her heart. After saying this, she felt much lighter and took a sip of water, saying, by the way, have you prepared this song for July? Lin Xiao didn't answer immediately. He also picked up the cup that President Su had just used and took a sip. Thirst seemed to be contagious. Looking at the cup he had drunk from, Lin Xiao picked it up without any hesitation and drank, while she, happy yet blushing softly, said, that's my cup, there are clean ones in the cabinet. Lin Xiao smiled nonchalantly, it's fine, I don't mind. You know, I find the water you drank tastes sweet. President Su lightly punched his arm, saying, you are such a tease. She continued, you haven't answered my question. Have you prepared it or not? Lin Xiao took her hand and said, I have prepared it. I want Zhou Sheng to sing it since he is the one I brought into the company. President Su replied without hesitation, that's up to you. I will support you unconditionally. Lin Xiao kissed her cheek and said, thank you, my lady. I will not let your trust go to waste, dedicating myself completely. President Su blushed, get lost, who is your lady? Lin Xiao laughed heartily, and after cleaning up the takeout mess, said, don't overwork yourself, while I'm leaving. President Su nodded reluctantly, her previous fatigue and worries vanishing, gazing gently at Lin Xiao's departing figure. Like an ancient wife watching her husband go off to battle, her eyes were filled with reluctance and tenderness. Back in the composition department, Lin Xiao printed out the written score. After some time, he arrived at the recording studio. Teacher Lin, it's been a while since you last visited the studio, the recording engineer greeted. Yes, I've been busy, but now that I have some time, I came to see everyone, Lin Xiao replied with a smile. Thank you for coming, Teacher Lin. Is there a new song this time? The recording engineer asked, understanding Lin Xiao's intention upon seeing the score in his hands. Yes, here's the score, please arrange it. I've marked what instruments to use and where to use them, Lin Xiao said, handing. Okay, I'll get busy then. Just as Lin Xiao sat down, Zhou Sheng rushed in eagerly. Lin Xiao smiled slightly and handed him a bottle of water, saying, drink some water to catch your breath. Zhou Sheng took the water and gulped down a big mouthful. After a few deep breaths, he opened his mouth with anticipation. Teacher Lin, is there a song for me to sing? Here's the score, take a look first. Lin Xiao handed him the printed score. Zhou Sheng took it excitedly and immediately began to read. Lin Xiao smiled, thinking, he truly loves music. He chose to remain quiet, sitting down and closing his eyes to rest. After reviewing the score a few times, Zhou Sheng began to practice softly beside him. Lin Xiao felt that after nearly a month of training at the company, Zhou Sheng had made considerable progress. It mainly stemmed from his talent. He was a person born to thrive in this field. He was truly one of those blessed by the heavens. After a few hours the arrangement was completed. Watching Zhou Sheng still focused on practicing, Lin Xiao spoke up. Zhou Sheng, how's it going? If possible, let's record a trial run first. Hearing Lin Xiao's words, Zhou Sheng stopped practicing and seriously nodded. Sure, I really like this song. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Lin Xiao smiled at him, patted his shoulder, and first walked toward the recording studio. Zhou Sheng took a deep breath before hurrying to catch up. In the recording studio, Zhou Sheng adjusted himself as the prelude of the song began to play. He closed his eyes and sang with full immersion. His pure voice transported everyone as if to a paradise, causing them to unconsciously close their eyes and listen intently. Soon the song ended, but everyone remained with their eyes closed, savoring it. Lin Xiao outside the soundproof glass gave him a thumbs up. With Lin Xiao's approval, Zhou Sheng's tense heart finally relaxed. A happy smile appeared on his face. After a while, the recording staff came back to their senses and exclaimed, "This voice is so beautiful, it's perfect for this song." Everyone unanimously agreed that the first take was good enough to be officially released, but Zhou Sheng himself felt a bit unsatisfied. He thought he was too nervous during the first take and didn't perform well, so he suggested recording it again. In the second take, having completely let go of his nervousness, he indeed sang with much more feeling than the first take. In the end, after Lin Xiao nodded in approval of the second take, the recording session concluded. The process was surprisingly smooth, completed in just 2 takes. While the recording engineer processed the song, Zhou Sheng took out his phone and ordered a few cups of milk tea. Before long, the staff from the milk tea shop downstairs delivered the drinks. Zhou Sheng humbly smiled and said, "Thank you, teachers, for your hard work. I'll treat everyone to milk tea." Everyone chimed in, "Little Zhou, you're too polite." "Thank you for the milk tea, little Zhou." Everyone happily took the milk tea and began to drink. Once the song was processed, Lin Xiao handed it over to Hu Jiang, only to discover that the colleagues in the composition department had already left for the day. Lin Xiao tidied up his belongings and made his way to the office of the CEO of Su Corp. "Aren't you done yet? It's time to go home." Lin Xiao pushed the door open and saw her still busy at her desk. Without looking up, she replied, "5 more minutes, just sit for a while." He decided not to disturb her further and began to wander around the office. Although he had been to the CEO's office of Su Corp many times, he had never truly explored it. The office was spacious, featuring a lounge area, and the decor was simple yet elegant. The predominant color was white, giving it a cool and serene atmosphere. The air in the office carried the same pleasant fragrance as the CEO of Su Corp, refreshing and delightful. "All right, let's go." Just as Lin Xiao was looking around, the quiet office was interrupted by the slightly fatigued voice of the CEO. "Okay, let's go. I'm hungry." Lin Xiao turned around and smiled. After locking the door, the two headed to the garage. In the car, Lin Xiao drove while the CEO of Su Corp rested her eyes in the passenger seat. Lin Xiao could tell that she was very tired, and her mental exhaustion seemed to outweigh her physical fatigue. He chose not to bother her and drove quietly. Upon returning home, Su Ma had prepared dinner, and the two washed their hands and sat down to eat. Lin Xiao was lost in thought, speaking less than usual. The CEO of Su Corp was also quiet due to her fatigue. Su Ba and Su Ma exchanged glances, both wearing puzzled expressions. After finishing a few bites, Lin Xiao said, "Uncle, can't you take your time eating? I have something to attend to, so I'll head upstairs first." Ignoring the confused gazes from the three, Lin Xiao hurried upstairs. Su Ma set down her chopsticks and looked seriously at the CEO of Su Corp, asking, "Yeah, tell me the truth, are you bullying Xiao Lin?" The CEO of Su Corp returned her gaze, which was fixed on Lin Xiao's retreating figure, and replied, "Mom, what are you talking about? How could I bully him?" Relieved that her daughter was not bullying him, Su Ma continued, "Then did you two have a fight? You both came home with long faces and hardly spoke." "There's no fight. I'm just mentally exhausted from work, so I'm in a bad mood today," the CEO of Su Corp explained. At this moment, Su Ba, who had been silent, said, "Then after you finish eating, go check on Xiao Lin. Make sure he's not feeling wronged." The CEO of Su Corp silently nodded, chewing her food slowly. After Lin Xiao returned to his room, he opened his computer. He intended to write a script. Seeing his wife work tirelessly for the film department made him feel heartbroken. During the time he had nothing to do with the company, he had learned how to write scripts. The dramas he had watched in his past life were vividly etched in his mind. As long as he learned how to express them in writing, everything would go smoothly. Lin Xiao's fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, and the title he wrote read The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. The reason he was writing a TV script was that the film department of Xingshan Entertainment was still too weak, and the movie was likely to flop. Therefore, it was better to first produce a television series to gain experience, and later on they could make movies with more confidence. He quickly typed out the story based on his memories of The Legend of the Sword and Fairy. According to his memories from his past life, the first season of this series had a total of 34 episodes. He chose to write a fantasy drama because the film and television novels of Blue Star were still in the martial arts era. The people of Blue Star considered anyone who could walk on walls or float on water to be a celestial being. If this drama were to be released when people saw someone flying on a sword with sword energy spanning 30,000 miles, the impact would be tremendous. They would realize that their beliefs about martial arts figures being celestial beings would shatter. When they witnessed someone flying on a sword, they would deem floating on water as utterly trivial. Just as Lin Xiao was brimming with creativity, a knock on the door interrupted him. He had to close his computer, wanting to surprise the CEO of Su Corp once he finished. Perhaps she would be so touched that she would offer herself to him. Come in. Lin Xiao halted his wandering thoughts. The CEO of Su Corp entered with a cup of milk and said, "You hardly ate dinner tonight. Hurry and drink it." Lin Xiao gratefully accepted it and began to drink. "What's wrong with you tonight? Are you troubled?" Seeing Lin Xiao drink the milk, the CEO of Su Corp asked. "I'm fine." The CEO of Su Corp remained silent and looked at him with suspicion, thinking to herself, "If you're fine, then what's with your behavior tonight? You barely ate, and now I'm being suspected by my mother." With a helpless sigh, Lin Xiao set down the milk and walked over to hold her hand, saying, "I really am fine. You'll understand in a couple of days." Hearing him say he was truly fine, the CEO of Su Corp believed him. Leaning against him, she whispered, "No matter what's bothering you, remember to tell me, so we can solve it together." "Okay," Lin Xiao gently replied, while stroking her back. Breathing in the fragrance in her hair, Lin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of warmth and happiness in his heart. After a moment of tenderness, he let go of her, smiling, and said, "Go take a shower and rest. You've had a long day too. Okay, you two rest early." As she was leaving, she took the initiative to plant a soft kiss on Lin Xiao's lips. After the CEO of Su Corp left, Lin Xiao opened his computer and continued typing. Phew. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Xiao exhaled a breath of stale air. Checking the time, it was already 1 in the morning. He chuckled softly, murmuring, "Time really flies when writing." Although he had stayed up late, the results were impressive. He had completed 10 episodes, and he believed he could finish it in another 2 or 3 days. When he presented it to the CEO of Su Corp, she would surely be moved to tears, and who knows, she might reward him at night. He shouldn't think about it. If he did, he might end up unable to sleep tonight. Thinking about the rewards the CEO of Su Corp might give him, Lin Xiao smirked. He really needed the comfort of a cold shower, otherwise he might just burst from pent-up energy. After the cold shower rejuvenated him, Lin Xiao slept soundly that night, so soundly that he forgot his usual morning run. The next morning, at the dining table, Lin Xiao was enjoying the youtiao and buns that Su Ma had prepared along with milk. At this moment, Su Ba casually asked Xiaolin, "Why didn't I see you running today?" Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. "I overslept, uncle. Haha, when I was your age, I also couldn't get up every day." "You're doing great." Su Ba laughed heartily. The CEO of Su Corp looked at Lin Xiao suspiciously, feeling that he must be hiding something from her. Ever since Lin Xiao moved in, today was the first time he had overslept, which seemed very unusual. The 4 of them finished their delicious breakfast, each with their own thoughts. 2 of them drove to the company. Today is the last day of June, and the new song chart will refresh at midnight. In June, the song "Love You," written and composed by Lin Xiao, sung by Han Ran, became a sensation throughout the country. With its upbeat rhythm and Han Ran's sweet voice, it felt like enjoying an ice cream in the scorching June. It brings joy to both body and mind. This song has broken the spell that claims graduation leads to breakups. Statistics show that the number of couples breaking up upon graduation this year has decreased by 80% compared to previous years. Many couples graduating from university have posted messages thanking Love You. It is this song that makes me want to continue with her or him forever. As the saying goes, it's better to tear down a temple than to regret a marriage. Lin Xiao felt a bit happy upon seeing the trending statistics. After all, it was his song that saved many couples. Han Ran also became a household name because of this song. With her sweet appearance and voice, she has garnered a large number of loyal fans. Since this song became popular, she has been extremely busy flying all over the country. The last bit of free time she had was only due to her mother being discharged from the hospital. Love You has stormed into 3 charts, currently ranking 5th on the Wind and Cloud chart. Now Lin Xiao's songs are also entering the Wind and Cloud chart, ranking quite high. As a result, netizens have given Lin Xiao the nickname Little Song Saint. The songs sung on the Genius Songwriter Show do not have studio versions. Therefore, online people can only watch the live performances. Otherwise, with Qi Ling's quality and popularity, it could easily reach the #1 position on the Wind and Cloud chart. Lin Xiao thought about calling Lu Qi to record the song after finishing up these busy days. Lin Xiao pulled his thoughts back, thinking about promoting the song that would be released tonight. After all, Zhou Sheng is a newcomer without a fan base. He opened Weibo, which he hadn't logged into for a long time. Goodness, his phone almost crashed from the overload. After a while, Lin Xiao looked at his private messages, some asking him to write poetry, others requesting songs. There was even one asking him to be her husband, which was simply too good. He just wanted to ask, "Miss, do you happen to have..." As the saying goes, a young man knows not the wealth of an older woman, mistaking a young girl for treasure. Thinking of this, he felt a bit embarrassed, as if he had also found a wealthy woman. Moreover, this wealthy woman possesses beauty, intelligence, and financial power. The only drawback is that she is 2 years older than him. Lin Xiao happily thought, but I like older women, they know more and can adopt various postures. Lin Xiao was indulging in his humorous fantasies, making the expression on his face, cause Li Weigua, beside him, to feel a chill down below. He thought, dude, I am a real man. Silently, he stood up, distancing himself from Lin Xiao by at least 5 meters, before sighing in relief, patting his round belly with his chubby hand. The people around looked at this overweight guy, puzzled, wondering what was going on. Thinking to himself, what a weirdo. Lin Xiao posted, hello, everyone, thank you for waiting. At midnight tonight, my self-composed and written song, He Guang Tong Shin Sung, by Zhou Sheng will meet you on the new song chart. I hope everyone can support it. Less than a minute after the post was published, many netizens commented, we support you, but don't you owe us something? This comment was quickly pushed to the top position, very eye-catching. Lin Xiao saw it, and replied below, what does this esteemed brother want in return? The netizen didn't expect Lin Xiao to reply, excitedly typing, of course we want the poetry that everyone has been. Lin Xiao thought for a moment, writing songs is my profession, but I'm not too good at writing poetry. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's reply, the netizens instantly became displeased, commenting, nonsense. If you don't write poetry today, we won't support the song you wrote tonight. 999. Lin Xiao saw the threatening comments from netizens and instantly switched to a smiling face, typing, although I am not afraid of your threats, who told me that I love my fans the most. I agree to your request. Seeing that his threat had an effect, the netizens laughed and typed, if you want us to support your song tonight, then hurry up and write the poetry, don't drag it out. Lin Xiao, give me 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, Lin Xiao updated his Weibo, life should be enjoyed to the fullest, don't let the golden goblet be empty facing the moon. I was born with talent, it must be useful. Even if I spend a fortune, I can still earn it back. Upon seeing Lin Xiao's update, the netizens started to watch it. After reading these 4 short lines of poetry, the netizens fell silent. Because Lin Xiao wrote what was in their hearts, yes, I was born with talent, money spent can be earned back, there's no need. Netizens commented below the poem, forgive me for my lack of education, I just want to say, I can conquer the world with my words. Awesome. What a broken voice. Before long, a post titled, threatened by fans to not write poetry, or they want support, the new song quickly climbed to the trending list. When those unaware clicked in with confusion, they saw Lin Xiao being threatened by netizens, and couldn't help but laugh. Lin Xiao felt very frustrated at the moment, thinking, is it easy for me? Promoting a new song while being threatened by you all in this day and age, one must have some talent to dare to mingle in the entertainment circle. After this post trended, whether they knew Lin Xiao or not, everyone burst into laughter. Thinking to himself, can this still be played like this? At this moment, Li Han, who was running a program out of town, was laughing on the hotel sofa, holding his stomach. He secretly thought, Xiao brother, you are the first person in the circle to be threatened by fans to write poetry. Huh. By Feng Zhongshui, Lu Qihan, Ran Zhengsu, and Mu Jiuge were all laughing in different places. In the president's office, President Su also saw this trending post. It lightened her dreary mood significantly. Thinking of Lin Xiao, her eyes brimmed with affection, pondering, my man Su Mingyue is truly unique and in the composition department. After Lin Xiao exited Weibo, he took a big gulp of water, feeling unsatisfied, and continued to write his script for the Xianjin drama. Time always passes quickly when writing. Before he knew it, it was time to get off work. After a day of hard work, he had written up to the 20th episode, and he should be able to finish it tomorrow. After packing up, Lin Xiao went to President Su's office. Before he even got upstairs, he saw a message from President Su, I'm coming down, see you in the garage. Lin Xiao waited for the elevator to arrive, and it came down shortly. It was the end of the workday, and there were quite a few people inside. Lin Xiao stepped in. Teacher Lin. Employees of Xingchen Entertainment all greeted him. Lin Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. Brother, at this moment, a clear and pleasant voice came from the back of the elevator. Lin Xiao turned around in surprise and winked at his little sister. The elevator was crowded, making it inconvenient to chat. Lin Kaiwai's colleagues looked at her in astonishment. They are actually siblings. Being looked at with such astonishment, Lin Kaiwai felt a bit shy. She had just seen Lin Xiao and was a bit excited, letting it slip. She actually didn't want her colleagues to know she was Lin Xiao's sister. Lin Xiao, on the other hand, didn't care much. After all, his own sister was nothing to hide. Before long, the elevator stopped at the first floor. Due to his position in front, he stepped out first. Goodbye, Teacher Lin, a colleague said warmly to Lin Xiao as they exited the elevator. Brother, Lin Kaiwai trotted up from behind and wrapped her arms around his. Lin Xiao smiled and advised, you at this age should still be more composed. She stuck out her little tongue while clinging to his arm, and he smiled helplessly. In truth, he was quite happy that his little sister could play and act cute with him so intimately. However, reminders still needed to be made. Where are Chun Kurson and Li Nan? Lin Xiao affectionately patted her head. They have a bit of work left to await for them here. Lin Kaiwai smiled with her eyes narrowed, enjoying her brother's affection. What about sister-in-law? She looked up at him with a puzzled expression. Your sister-in-law asked me to wait for her in the garage. Lin Xiao said. Oh, then you should hurry so sister-in-law doesn't get anxious waiting for you, Lin Kaiwei urged. All right, you all should head home early and don't wander around outside tonight. Lin Xiao reminded. Got it. Lin Kaiwei replied with a pout, feeling slightly helpless at her older brother. Seeing his little sister's expression, Lin Xiao gently tapped her head, saying, Hey, I'm doing this for your own good, and you're getting impatient. She feigned pain, covering her head with her hand, and said, Brother, I'm definitely not impatient. I know you care about me. Watching his sister's understanding demeanor, he stroked her head and said, That's more like it. Brother, you should hurry, otherwise sister-in-law will be worried soon. All right, then you wait here, Lin Xiao nodded. Where are you? He looked at the WeChat message from President Su on his phone. First floor, coming right up, Lin Xiao replied while walking. In the car. I didn't expect our talented Lin to be threatened by fans. President Su, sitting in the passenger seat, said with a smile. Thinking back to today's events, Lin Xiao felt embarrassed, especially since the fans' threats were quite effective. I'm just a songwriter. How could I not comply when they don't support my songs? These fans are quite mischievous. Lin Xiao chuckled, saying, I agreed to write poems for them because they are earnest in their studies, certainly not because I was threatened by them. Right, you weren't threatened. President Su said, her amusement growing as she watched Lin Xiao stubborn. She didn't argue with him about this farce. She knew that for men, pride often outweighed everything else. Perhaps Lin Xiao wasn't that type of person, but she wouldn't deliberately expose him. As the two chatted and laughed on their way home, she like a wife brought him his slippers. Everything felt so natural, from their initially bashful interactions to their current comfortable rapport. It seems President Su's advice was correct. Living under the same roof is a shortcut to nurturing feelings. Lin Xiao enjoyed President Su's attentiveness and smiled at her with everything silently understood. You're back, hurry and wash your hands for dinner. I made the red braised pork that little Lin loves the most today, Mrs. Su greeted them with a smile as they entered the house. Last night the two had seemed a bit off, causing Mrs. Su and Mr. Su to worry all day. That evening she prepared Lin Xiao's favorite dishes again. Lin Xiao smiled and said, Thank you, Auntie, then I'll have to eat a lot. Confirming that nothing had happened between them, Mrs. Su finally felt relieved, saying, This child, why thank me? If you like it, Auntie will make it often from now on. At the dinner table, as Lin Xiao savored Mrs. Su's delicious cooking, he felt a deep sense of happiness. Isn't this what life is all about? Having a job he loves, being filial to his parents, enjoying a warm home with a wife and children, and coming home to hot meals. Such a life is worth more than any amount of money. Lin Xiao ate 3 small bowls of rice, feeling good, and thus having a good appetite. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su smiled, thinking, If he eats well, he'll be healthy, and our daughter will have a happy future. Are you full, Mrs. Su asked with a smile. I'm full, Auntie, I might have eaten too much. Lin Xiao replied jokingly. President Su, feeling the joy of family togetherness, also joked, You should eat less, otherwise if you get drunk again, I won't be able to carry you alone. He awkwardly chuckled. I won't get drunk anymore. Lin Xiao's words left President Su skeptical about his sincerity. After all, even if he said he wouldn't get drunk anymore, he would still drink when the occasion called for it. Mr. Su and Mrs. Su watched the two banter with smiles on their faces. You all take your time eating, I'll head back upstairs to handle some work, Lin Xiao said before standing up and walking towards the second floor. Back in his room, Lin Xiao opened his computer and began writing the script. Tonight he decided not to stay up late, writing about 5 episodes before resting. Just as Lin Xiao was engrossed in typing, discussions were heating up in the comments section of his Weibo. Why is time passing so slowly? I can't wait for Lin God's new work. Unknowingly, amidst the netizens' discussions, it had already turned 12 midnight. Fans eagerly anticipated their favorite singer's new song, gathering at the new song chart to cheer for him. Stop discussing, the new song chart has been updated. After someone in the comments section of Lin Xiao's Weibo made a comment, everyone quickly shifted to Wang Yi Cloud Music. The once lively comment section turned cold in an instant, losing its buzz. Supporters of Lin Xiao searched for He Guang Tong Chun and put on their headphones to listen intently. After the simple and light prelude ended, Zhou Sheng's voice began to sing. Singing with you, harmonizing with you, the moon sets and the stars sink, the sun rises in the East Sea. Upon hearing Zhou Sheng's voice, this fan was instantly stunned, thinking, what kind of divine voice is this? It's so pure and clear it feels like it could take a person to a fairyland. The goosebumps slowly rose on this fan's skin as they listened. They continued to listen. Look at those blooming flowers, from the seeds of anticipation. Look at the bountiful fruits, from the romance of cultivation. Slowly this fan was taken by Zhou Sheng's singing into the song's ambience. In that ambience he saw the starry sky shining brilliantly. Under the starlight, the blooming flowers looked enticing and fragrant. The vast galaxy flowed beside the flowers. He walked under the starlight. Wherever he went, the light followed, and the flowers bloomed. He Guang Tong Chun, not coming for fame, nor leaving for the lows. The short 4-minute song quickly came to an end. The netizens who heard this song remained immersed in Zhou Sheng's voice until it finished, as if in a fairyland. Uncertain how long it had been, someone finally came back to their senses and unhesitatingly clicked to download. Lin Xiao's fan group exploded, bustling with discussions about the ethereal sound that transported them. They were curious about how a man could possess such a wonderful voice. They were filled with curiosity about Zhou Sheng. A strange scene occurred in the comments section of the song. The most discussed topic was not the quality of the song, but Zhou Sheng. His voice had completely captured the curiosity of netizens. As netizens grew curious about Zhou Sheng, they did not forget to support Lin Xiao and eagerly downloaded the song. Over this period, Lin Xiao's fanbase had become substantial, rivaling even those of top-tier celebrities. Lin Xiao's situation was unique among the backstage staff. His fanbase was even larger than that of the long-established musical genius. Thanks to the tireless support of these fans, the ranking of Higuang Tongchun soared rapidly. It wouldn't be long before it reached the top spot. Now, if Lin Xiao's song did not hit number 1, everyone would find it strange. After supporting the song, fans rushed to his Weibo comment section to discuss it. Lin Shen, where did you find someone as extraordinary as Zhou Sheng? Lin Shen, thank you for discovering Zhou Sheng, allowing him to bring us a unique auditory feast. The comment section buzzed with thoughts and opinions. After finishing 5 episodes, Lin Xiao took a shower and went to bed. He decided to check the song's performance again tomorrow, not wanting to delay his rest. In his rented studio apartment, Zhou Sheng anxiously refreshed the new song rankings. Again and again until he finally saw his song appear within the top 100, he let out a sigh of relief. He had complete trust in the song written by Lin Xiao, but since this was his first work, it was impossible not to. If such a beautiful song were ruined by his singing, he wouldn't be able to forgive himself. He was aware of the uniqueness of his voice and wondered if it would be accepted by the public. He could only wait for the results. When he saw his song appear in the rankings, he quickly clicked on the comment section. After reading that netizens liked his voice, he finally felt at ease. The next scene almost drove him crazy with joy. Every time he refreshed the page, his song climbed several ranks. Watching the rapid ascent of the ranking, he shed tears of happiness. Over the years, he had endured too much hardship, being criticized for his singing and resorting to performing on the streets. If Lin Xiao hadn't noticed him, he would probably still be wasting his youth on the streets. Seeing the song climb to 3rd place, he silently said, "Teacher Lin, thank you." A surge of excitement coursed through him, making him feel as if he had boundless energy. He knew he would be too excited to sleep tonight. Meanwhile, in the room of the CEO, Su, she had just finished listening to the song and looked at the one ranked 3rd. She smiled softly at the door, thinking, "I didn't expect you to have such good judgment. The song matches his voice." In the dark room, the pride in her bright eyes was undeniable. Those shining eyes seemed capable of seeing through the thick door to the sleeping Lin Xiao. She gently curled her lips, tucked herself under the blanket, and fell asleep proudly. That night, Lin Xiao had a restless sleep. He dreamt that CEO Su was looking at the script he handed her. After reading it, she set the script down and jumped into his arms, holding him tightly. She seemed to exert all her strength, as if trying to merge Lin Xiao into her body. They held each other for an unknown duration, sharing a deep kiss. Perhaps due to inexperience, their movements seemed a bit clumsy. He felt as if his entire body was on fire, hot and uncomfortable. Just as he instinctively wanted to proceed further, he was suddenly awakened by the sound of an alarm. Upon opening his eyes, he angrily turned off the phone and stared at the ceiling, reminiscing about the sweetness of the dream. He felt that dream was so real, and being jolted awake by the alarm left him very angry. He walked to the bathroom with a sense of despair. 15 minutes later, he reappeared in the room, full of energy. Thinking about the beautiful dream interrupted by the alarm, he felt a pang of heartache. Such beautiful dreams do not come off in a timing location, and people must all align perfectly. He checked the time and realized it was already time for his morning run. He reined in his wandering thoughts and stepped outside, noticing Su's room door tightly shut. He approached with a mischievous smile and gently pushed, but it wouldn't budge. He thought to himself, still locking the door to sleep, "You must not think of me as a good person. If that's the case, don't blame me." He chuckled mischievously. Knock, knock, knock. A faint sound of turning over could be heard from inside. Lin Xiao knocked harder a few times and quickly turned to leave. "Who is it?" After Lin Xiao left, CEO Su's lazy voice came from inside. After a while, with no response from outside, she had no choice but to get out of bed and open the door, only to find the hallway completely empty. Her morning temper flared up instantly as she shouted, "Lin Xiao." This shout startled Su Ma, who was making breakfast on the 1st floor. She almost spilled the milk in her hand. She patted her chest and said, "What's wrong with this kid acting crazy so early in the morning?" Returning to her room, CEO Su sat on the edge of the bed, pouting and sulking. Today she woke up half an hour earlier than usual, and with her morning temper, her mood was understandably poor. After provoking CEO Su, Lin Xiao jogged outside with Su Ba. Just as they entered, they saw a figure quickly running towards them. She ran over, extending her hand to pinch the soft flesh at Lin Xiao's waist. Was it you knocking on the door? She glared at Lin Xiao with commanding eyes. Lin Xiao, pretending to be clueless in response to CEO Su's accusation, said, "What knocking? You must have been sleepwalking." Su Ba, watching from the side, was baffled, but began to understand after hearing their exchange. "I wasn't sleepwalking, it was definitely you knocking," she insisted. Unable to hold back, Su Ba interjected, "Let go of Shaolin. He was running with me. How could he knock on your door? You must be a bit dazed from sleep." Listening to her father, she slowly released her grip on Lin Xiao, murmuring in confusion, "Could it really be that I was dazed from sleep? Have I been too tired lately to hear things?" Seeing CEO Su appear to believe she might have been asleep, Lin Xiao struggled to suppress a laugh. However, his lips still curled into a slight smile, which was precisely caught by CEO Su. But with her father present, she could not act too freely. After giving Lin Xiao a fierce glare, she turned and left. Su Ba apologized, saying, "Don't mind her, Shaolin, my daughter can be a bit unreasonable." "It's nothing, uncle. It's normal for girls to be a bit unreasonable sometimes," Lin Xiao replied sheepishly. Su Ba nodded approvingly. "Good child, you really understand people." "Lin Xiao, why are you making such a fuss so early in the morning?" Su Mu scolded at the breakfast table. "You almost made me spill the milk." CEO Su shot a glare at Lin Xiao, who was focused on breakfast. "Mom, I might have been too tired lately and heard things. It's nothing to worry about." Lin Xiao almost couldn't hold back and spat out the bun in his mouth. He held back the urge to laugh and painstakingly finished his breakfast. Today is the weekend, so Lin Xiao and President Su do not need to go to work. Returning to his room, he checked the ranking of Higuang Tongchun, and after a night of effort from internet users, it had already surged to first place. "It seems my promotion has been quite effective, as Zhou Sheng is now stable." Just as he was about to open his computer to write the script for Xianjin, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he understood the purpose of the call. "Hello, Lin Laosher, we are first." Zhou Sheng's excited tone came through the phone. Lin Xiao smiled casually. "Don't get too excited yet. Oh, I've already seen the rankings." Zhou Sheng controlled his trembling voice and said, "All right, Lin Laosher. I haven't slept since last night, constantly watching the rankings. When I saw it reach first place, I was so excited." Hearing him say he hadn't slept all night, Lin Xiao felt a bit helpless. He quickly advised, "The ranking has improved. You should hurry and get some sleep. In a couple of days you will be busy, and then you won't have the luxury of sleeping in." Through Lin Xiao's persuasion, his initial excitement had calmed down. He sincerely said into the phone, "Thank you, Lin Laosher. If it weren't for you, I would still be on the streets." "No need to mention it. Oh, work hard. There will be important tasks for you in the future." Listening to the sincere Zhou Sheng, he encouraged, "All right, Lin Laosher, you get back to your work. I'm going to sleep now." Lin Xiao smiled into the phone. "Go ahead." Lin Xiao shook his head and laughed as he hung up the phone. Regaining his focus, he opened his computer and began typing the script. "Yeah, why are you going to the company on a Saturday?" Sitting on the sofa, Su Ma looked at her daughter with concern. Seeing the look of worry on her mother's face, President Su grasped Su Ma's hand and said, "There have been a lot of company matters lately. There is still much unfinished work. I can't afford not to go. I also want to rest at home." Su Ma raised her hand to stroke her daughter's head. "You have worked hard, Yaya. It's a heavy burden for a girl like you." She smiled, gently enjoying her mother's caress. "It's fine, I'm used to it." Sigh. Watching her exhausted daughter, who was so understanding, Su Ma sighed, feeling quite unsettled. Daughters from other families are probably just beginning to understand company matters. Yet President Su had taken on the company's heavy responsibilities 3 years ago, managing it in an orderly manner. "Mom, I won't talk to you anymore. I'm heading to the company." She gently hugged Su Ma, stood up, and walked towards the second floor to quickly change clothes for the company. Arriving at her room, she noticed Lin Xiao's door was not closed. She saw him sitting in front of the computer, his fingers flying across the keyboard, looking serious, not even noticing President Su coming upstairs. Seeing him so engrossed in writing something, President Su did not approach to disturb him. She quickly changed her clothes and went to the company. Engrossed in writing the script, time passed unnoticed. After finishing the last word, he saved the document and closed the computer. He stood up, stretched, and let out a comfortable sound. The script was finally finished. This was his first script. At this moment, his heart was filled with a sense of accomplishment. He picked up the water on the table, thinking about when to give the script to President Su. He thought, how about tonight? The later it gets, the more President Su will worry. Yes, let's do it this way. He planned, and after taking a big sip of water, he looked at the time. It was already 11 o'clock. He felt that the house was a bit too quiet today. Isn't President Su off work on Saturday? Why hasn't she come up to trouble me? Lin Xiao tucked away his doubts and walked to President Su's door. Knock, knock. After waiting for a while, there was no response. He tried to open the door and was surprised to find it unlocked. However, the room was clean and tidy, and there was no sign of President Su. He closed the door and prepared to head downstairs to take a look. Downstairs, only Su Ma was busy in the kitchen preparing lunch. "Annie, where is Yaya?" Lin Xiao walked into the kitchen and asked. Hearing his voice, Suma turned around and smiled at Lin Xiao, saying she went to the company. She said she had unfinished work. After hearing this, he understood why he hadn't seen anyone. "Auntie, let me help you with that." He put on an apron and joined Suma in cooking. In the quiet, spacious villa, the sounds of laughter between Suma and Lin Xiao occasionally echoed from the kitchen, bringing warmth to the otherwise empty and cold space. As they worked together, lunch was quickly prepared. "Auntie, please find me a lunchbox. I'll pack some for Yaya and take it to her," Lin Xiao said as he scooped the last dish onto the plate. "Okay, I'll get it for you," Suma cheerfully responded as she hurried to find the lunchbox. Looking at Lin Xiao with eyes full of affection and satisfaction, how could a mother not be happy with such a thoughtful son-in-law? Soon the lunchbox was brought over and Lin Xiao divided each dish and added some rice. The lunchbox was insulated so it wouldn't get cold, making it easy for him to deliver after eating. At the dining table, Lin Xiao quickly entered eating mode, finishing the meal like a whirlwind. "Uncle Annie, I'm going to deliver lunch to Yaya. I'm worried she might be hungry, so I ate a bit fast. Please forgive me." Suba laughed. "It's fine, we are family. Just be careful on the road." "All right, Uncle and Annie, goodbye." Lin Xiao picked up the prepared lunchbox and hurried out. 20 minutes later, Lin Xiao arrived on the 10th floor of the company. Most departments in the company were off today, with only a few special ones working overtime, making the whole floor feel rather desolate. Lin Xiao didn't knock and just pushed the door open. President Su, who was handling documents inside, was startled by the sudden opening of the door. When she looked up and saw it was Lin Xiao, she exclaimed, "What are you doing here?" She pouted and said, "You made me get scolded by Mom this morning. I haven't found you for that yet, and you dare to come here on your own." With that, she stood up and extended her devilish hand. Lin Xiao had already experienced the power of those two slender fingers. He quickly raised the lunchbox in his hand before President Su could act. "I know you are busy with work and might forget to eat, so I brought it over myself." Seeing the lunchbox in Lin Xiao's hand, President Su hesitated and retracted her devilish fingers. She scoffed, "To let it go this time, because you brought me lunch." Lin Xiao cheerfully stepped forward, taking her jade hand and pulling her down to sit on the sofa. He proudly took out each dish, saying, "Hurry and eat. Half of these dishes were made by me. Try it out." Lin Xiao looked at her with anticipation. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the dish Lin Xiao had made. After chewing a few times, she nodded and said, "Not bad, it tastes great." Hearing the praise, Lin Xiao happily said, "Then eat more, you've been looking worn out lately." He leaned back on the sofa, watching the beautiful woman in front of him eat his homemade meal with small bites, feeling a sense of accomplishment in his heart. "Are you still busy this afternoon?" After she finished eating, Lin Xiao handed her a tissue. President Su took it, wiped her mouth, and said, "Yes, I have a lot to do." Lin Xiao tenderly massaged her shoulders, and President Su enjoyed the rare leisure time after a meal. "How about I accompany you at the company this afternoon?" "No need, you go ahead and do your work. Besides, I can't focus on my work if you're here," she said, eyes closed. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and agreed. "All right, then I'll go check on my sister this afternoon." "Don't rush, too much work is never ending. Come home early this afternoon." President Su affectionately kissed him, perhaps due to the comfortable massage. Her face flushed as she said, "Got it. You always say you understand, but you never actually do it." Lin Xiao reached out to tickle her side as a punishment. President Su burst into laughter at the sudden tickling sensation on her waist. Her previously rosy cheeks became even more flushed, her eyes filled with joy, making her look strikingly beautiful. Lin Xiao couldn't help but lean in closer, kissing her soft, tender lips. As her lips were suddenly attacked, she slowly closed her eyes, clumsily responding. In that moment of kissing, she felt weak all over and leaned softly against Lin Xiao's embrace. Click! Just as the two were lost in their passionate kiss, the sound of the door opening broke the moment. The unexpected sound completely startled President Su, and she hurriedly escaped from Lin Xiao's arms. At that moment, her flushed cheeks from the kiss were suddenly seen by someone, turning as red as a rose. "I'm sorry, President Su, I didn't mean to interrupt you. I didn't see anything." You two continue. The secretary, who was stunned by the scene inside as she opened the door, stood at the entrance in shock for a long time. After regaining her composure, she hurriedly closed the door, saying, President Su kept her head down, not looking at the entrance. It wasn't until the door closed that she let out a sigh. With a resentful gaze, the charming phoenix eyes of President Su glared at Lin Xiao, saying, "It's all your fault, now we've been caught." As she spoke, she ran over and started punching Lin Xiao's chest with her small fists. Lin Xiao caught her flailing hands and humorously comforted her. "So what if they saw? Our relationship is known throughout the company. What's wrong with kissing between a couple, eh?" Hearing this, President Su broke free and punched him again, saying, "You still dare to say that? All right, let's not talk about it anymore," Lin Xiao said helplessly. "How am I supposed to face people at work after this?" President Su said with worry. While she was worried, she also felt a bit strange. Why was there a hint of excitement in her heart after being caught? However, she didn't mention this to Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao looked at her worried expression, reminiscent of teenagers caught in a secret romance by their parents. There was a bit of confusion, a bit of worry, and a hint of excitement. After comforting President Sue for a while, and once she had returned to her usual self, he took the lunchbox and left. Hey Xiao, why are you home? In the car, Lin Xiao called to confirm if his younger sister was at home. Not at home, we're out shopping. A somewhat noisy voice came from the phone, clearly from a crowded place. Then never mind, just be careful, Lin Xiao reminded. After hanging up the phone, he initially thought about driving home, but then thought it would be boring, so he picked up his phone again. Hey, what's up, Lousy? Not long after, Wang Gang's voice came from the phone. What are you doing? What else could I'm at the studio, Wang Gang said, somewhat disgruntled. Lin Xiao could tell his close brother was in a bad mood, and asked, what's wrong? Did something happen? Wang Gang sarcastically said, I can't believe Lin the great scholar still remembers me. Is it that you've forgotten your brothers after getting a girlfriend? Hearing his brother's teasing tone, Lin Xiao chuckled and replied, how could I forget? So do you have time? Want to grab a drink tonight? Upon hearing Lin Xiao's words, Wang Gang decided to temporarily let Lin Xiao off, saying, then come over, let's find a place to drink tonight. Lin Xiao drove towards Wang Gang's studio. After about 20 minutes, according to the navigation, Lin Xiao arrived at the foot of Wang Gang's studio. Looking at the office building in front of him, he took out his phone to confirm the floor and then stepped inside. The elevator chimed as it stopped on the 12th floor. Actually, this was Lin Xiao's first time visiting his brother's studio. Before joining Xingshan Entertainment, the original owner was always busy with part-time jobs and had no time to come. On the wall at the front desk it read, T-Online Recording Studio. The young lady at the front desk saw someone had come in and quickly stood up, asking, Sir, are you here to record a song? Lin Xiao, still looking around, was interrupted by the young lady at the front desk. He withdrew his gaze and smiled, saying, I'm a friend of Wang Gang, I have an appointment with him. After hearing he was looking for the boss, the young lady smiled and said, the boss office is this way, oh please As Lin Xiao walked, he observed the studio, noticing only a few people working. Curiously, he asked, isn't today Saturday? Does your boss not let you take a break? After hearing this, the young lady at the front desk smiled and said, we have a client recording today, so everyone is working overtime. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding. Soon after, the front desk lady led him to Wang Gang's office. Just as he entered, he heard Wang Gang teasingly say, oh, a rare guest, the esteemed Lin teacher has graced us with his presence. It's a sin for me not to welcome you personally. Lin Xiao jokingly replied, all right, stop mocking me. If you keep this up, I'm leaving. Wang Gang and Lin Xiao exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Your place is nice, he casually said as he sat down in a chair. Wang Gang smiled proudly. Of course you should know who I am. I heard from the front desk lady that you have clients today. Your business is good, even on rest days. Wang Gang tossed Lin Xiao a bottle of water, saying, it's all right, all my recording equipment is the best, so I have more and more repeat customers. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. Next time you have business, I'll refer clients to you. That would be great, Wang Gang said with a smile, appearing quite money-minded. You can take a look around. Oh, I'll finish looking at this contract, Wang Gang said as he returned to his desk. Lin Xiao surveyed the office, noticing there wasn't much to see in a man's office. He was still more interested in the recording studio outside. Lin Xiao looked around outside. The T-Online recording studio has a total of 2 recording booths, which is relatively large compared to other studios. He casually approached one of the doors and knocked, but no one responded. It seemed no one was inside. He pushed the door open and stepped inside, observing the equipment, which indeed matched Wang Gang's description of being top-notch, comparable to the recording studio of Xingshan Entertainment. After looking around for a few minutes, he closed the door and stepped out. As he was closing the door, 2 people emerged from the other recording studio. One of the younger girls glanced over and caught sight of Lin Xiao closing the door. Her casual glance at his profile made her feel he seemed somewhat familiar. She felt puzzled, thinking, do I know him? With her curiosity building, her footsteps unconsciously slowed down. At that moment, Lin Xiao turned around after closing the door and saw the 2 girls. The one who found him familiar met his gaze, and her expression gradually turned cheerful. Confirming Lin Xiao's identity, she hurried over to him. Hello, Teacher Lin. I didn't expect to run into you here. She seemed a bit excited, her face flushed. Lin Xiao looked at the girl dressed in a t-shirt, denim jeans, and white shoes with a hint of confusion. Though her outfit was very ordinary, she exuded a youthful vibe. The girl was also quite attractive, looking no older than 23. Although he didn't recognize her, he smiled and asked, hello, may I ask who you are? The girl, hearing Lin Xiao's question, slapped her forehead in annoyance. Sorry, Teacher Lin, I didn't introduce myself early. My name is Tangguogua, who means fruit. Looking at her playful and cute demeanor, Lin Xiao smiled slightly and asked, do you know me? Tangguogua patted her chest and exclaimed, of course. Teacher Lin, you are quite popular now. Hearing her words, Lin Xiao felt a bit embarrassed. He wasn't even sure how popular he was. Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly. Are you here to record a song? Yes, I just finished recording. She appeared very happy when talking about recording. Well, what do you want to eat later? Tang Guoguo's manager walked straight ahead without looking sideways. After a few seconds without any response, she turned back in confusion only to find that Tang Guoguo was no longer behind her. She hurried back along the same path, turning a corner to see Tang Guoguo chatting with a man. As she approached and took a closer look, she was shocked. She thought to herself, isn't that teacher Lin Xiao? What is he doing here? Does Guoguo know him? With that thought, she became a bit excited. Currently, Lin Xiao was a hot figure in the music scene of Xia country. Every song he wrote was a hit. If they really knew each other, just imagine if he wrote a few songs for Guoguo. She dared not think further. This was thrilling. She excitedly moved her trembling legs toward the two. Hello, teacher Lin, I am Guo. She exerted a great deal of effort to drag her weary legs over to them. Hello, Lin Xiao responded with a polite. Then he continued speaking to Tang Guoguo. You keep busy, I will take my leave now. Okay, goodbye, teacher Lin. Tang Guoguo was incredibly happy to have met her idol today. After Lin Xiao left, the manager looked at Tang Guoguo with increasing fondness. She asked in a mysterious whisper, Guoguo, you know teacher Lin, why didn't you say so earlier? She looked a bit dazed, thinking, I just ran into him, how could I have said it earlier? Seeing her confusion, the manager continued, you child, what's there to hide about knowing teacher Lin? Do you know how many people in the industry want to know him? Tang Guoguo listened to her manager's words and became increasingly puzzled as she seemed to misunderstand, thinking that she had known teacher Lin for a long time. She hurriedly explained, sister, who I just met teacher Lin here, I didn't know him before. What? A high-pitched voice of confusion echoed in the corridor. The manager's sister, who felt as if her mind had exploded after hearing Tang Guoguo's words. Just moments ago, she was fantasizing about how with Lin Xiao's help she could elevate Tang Guoguo to become a superstar. That way she would also become a notable figure in the management circle. The beautiful future she had just envisioned was shattered by Tang Guoguo's words. She felt her legs weaken and her vision darken as if struck by lightning in her mind. She slowly collapsed to the ground, feeling utterly powerless. Sister, who, what's wrong? Tang Guoguo was startled by her sudden fall, quickly squatted down to check on her. Sister, who weakly said, I'm fine, I just need to rest for a bit. Seeing that Sister, who was okay, Tang Guoguo finally felt relieved and quickly offered her a sip of water. Lin Xiao was completely unaware of what was happening there. He strolled back to Wang Gang's office. Boss Wang Gang, sitting in his boss chair, replied, without looking up soon. Phew. Finally done. Where are we going to have fun tonight, fourth? Wang Gang asked comfortably as he leaned back in his office chair. Let's find a hotel, book a table. I haven't treated my little sister to a meal since she came to Modu. Lin Xiao thought for a moment and replied. All right, let's go. Wang Gang got up and tidied up the messy desk. The two then drove to a hotel and booked a large private room, and he called his little sister. He also informed his family that he wouldn't be home for dinner that night. Wang Gang took out his phone and started typing, not sure who he was chatting with. Xiaoxue, are you there? Wang Gang eagerly typed. After a while, the other party replied, what's up? Bro, are you in Modu? I'm having dinner at the hotel with the fourth. Are you coming over? Wang Gang continued typing excitedly. After about a minute of waiting, he received another message, okay. Just a simple word, but it meant a lot to Wang Gang, who was overjoyed at that moment. Lin Xiao saw him smiling at his phone and muttered quietly, pervert. Soon Lin Kaiwei, Chen Kursen, and Li Nan entered the private room, chatting and laughing. Lin Kaiwei ran over to Lin Xiao and hugged his arm happily upon seeing him. She said, brother, you're so nice. You even remembered to treat me to a big meal. Lin Xiao, hearing the implicit meaning in her words, smiled. Helplessly, you little girl, are you teasing your brother? She playfully stuck out her tongue at Lin Xiao, causing the three people beside them to burst into laughter. Lin Gu, Chen Kursen, and Li Nan greeted Lin Xiao with smiles. Let me introduce you. This is Wang Gang, my college roommate and brother. This is my sister Lin Kaiwei, and these are her classmates Chen Kursen and Li Nan. After Lin Xiao's introduction, the few of them exchanged greetings. Lin Xiao observed that they all seemed to know each other, so he called out, waiter, it's time to order. Wang Gang quickly stood up to stop him, watching the waiter come in. He looked at Wang Gang in confusion as Wang Gang smiled mysteriously, saying, you'll know when everyone arrives. As soon as he finished speaking, the door of the private room was pushed open by someone wearing a mask and a hat. When she took off her mask, Lin Xiao suddenly realized that the person Wang Gang was waiting for was Zhang Shui. Teacher Lin, I hope you don't mind my uninvited presence, Zhang Shui said, smiling brightly at Lin Xiao. He chuckled. Not at all, we're all familiar faces. Then Lin Xiao introduced his little sister and the others. Once everyone was seated, one person ordered a dish and Lin Xiao ordered a pot of tea. Ever since getting drunk a few times, he now avoided drinking whenever possible. Even in situations where he had to drink, he would ensure he didn't overindulge. Zhang Shui, what have you been busy with lately? Lin Xiao casually asked while waiting for the dishes. I've been running around for various announcements. I just returned from Modu last night, and I was planning to treat teacher Lin to dinner tonight. Unexpectedly, brother Wang sent a WeChat saying he was with you, so I came over. Lin Xiao chuckled. No need to be polite, it's the same whoever treats. While the two were talking, Lin Kaiwei, Chen Kursen, and Li Nan huddled together whispering. After dinner, let's ask for an autograph and take a picture. Zhang Shui was quite popular lately. The other two nodded in agreement. What are you three whispering about? Lin Xiao asked curiously as he noticed the trio huddled together. It's nothing, brother. We were just thinking of taking a group photo with Sister Xiaoxue after dinner, Lin Kaiwei. This surprised Lin Xiao. His little sister, who was usually quirky and carefree, unexpectedly showed this side of herself. The smile on his face grew wider. Seeing her elder brothers teasing, she raised her small fist at Lin Xiao, silently saying, "No laughing." Upon hearing them discuss taking a picture, Zhang Shui generously said, "Sure, let's take more photos after dinner." The four girls were of similar ages and could easily chat together, curiously asking Zhang Shui about her feelings performing on stage. Zhang Shui answered one by one, occasionally sharing stories about delicious food and beautiful scenery from various places, causing the three girls to listen with longing expressions. What about you guys? Just as they were enjoying their conversation, Lin Xiao leaned closer to Wang Gang and asked. Hearing his good friend's question, Wang Gang felt a bit nervous and fidgety. Nothing much, just friends. Really? Lin Xiao looked at him skeptically. Wang Gang, feeling uncomfortable under the scrutiny, averted his gaze and said, I want to pursue her, but I don't know if she would agree. Lin Xiao nodded in understanding and didn't say anything further. However, Wang Gang hurriedly asked, what do you think? He took a sip of his tea and replied, brother, I can't say for sure. Just say whatever you think, help me analyze it, Wang Gang urged impatiently in a low voice. After pondering for a moment, Lin Xiao replied, honestly, first, you don't match her looks, but I'm not sure about her taste and aesthetics. Secondly, her career is on the rise. It's uncertain if she would want to date. So I think the chances are slim. Don't get too invested. After rationally analyzing, Lin Xiao patted his shoulder. After listening to Lin Xiao's words, he felt silent. Indeed, if he were to express everything recklessly and she didn't want to, wouldn't everyone be embarrassed? After coming to this realization, he sighed internally, forget it, let things take their course. At this point, the waiter began serving the dishes. Everyone was hungry, and the four girls were quite polite while eating. Lin Xiao and Wang Gang, however, were not so particular. They ate as they pleased. As the drinks kept flowing and the dishes kept coming, Wang Gang returned to his previous carefree self, joking and laughing with everyone after enjoying the delicious food. After writing the script for the Xianjian series these past few days, Lin Xiao realized that Zhang Shui was very suitable for the role of Zhao Linger with her pure looks. He just didn't know if she had acting skills or was willing to develop in film and television. After thinking for a while, he decided to ask, Zhang Shui, did you study acting in school? Zhang Shui, who was chatting with the three girls, was taken aback by his sudden question. Not understanding why Lin Xiao would ask this, she nonetheless replied seriously, I studied it. It was an elective course on acting, but I'm not very good at it. Feeling awkward about her acting skills, Zhang Shui felt embarrassed. Her acting was indeed lacking compared to her singing. Lin Xiao nodded in his heart, saying, okay, I understand. What's wrong, teacher Lin? Zhang Shui asked. Oh, it's nothing, just asking casually. He thought that if he couldn't find a suitable candidate during the casting, he would mention it to her then. If he said it too early and a better fit came along, wouldn't that offend her? He noticed that everyone had nearly finished eating and said, let's head out, everyone go back home and find your mothers. The girls giggled behind their hands. Wang Gang jokingly threw his arm around Lin Xiao's shoulder and said, could it be that your wife from Su University is urging you to go home? He jokingly retorted, get out of here, am I that afraid of my wife? Everyone laughed heartily. Just then his phone. Everyone looked at Lin Xiao with strange expressions, thinking, could it really be Su University's president urging him to go home? Hey, where are you? After Lin Xiao answered, he heard the cold voice of the Su University president on the line. Facing the odd gazes of everyone, Lin Xiao cleared his throat and said, I'm having dinner with friends. What's up? Who are you with? The voice revealed no emotions. Seeing everyone watching him with amusement, Lin Xiao raised his voice firmly, stating, just friends, why are you asking so clearly? All right, I'm going to eat now, but don't disturb me during my meal. After saying this, he hung up without giving the Su University president a chance to respond. Putting down his phone, Lin Xiao stood tall, casting a disdainful glance at a few people. He thought, how about that? Do you see my standing in the family now? Did you see my dominance? Wang Gang, struck dumb by Lin Xiao's words, came back to his senses and clapped, giving him a thumbs up. Old four, in terms of family standing, it has to be you. Lin Xiao earnestly patted his shoulder and said, learn from me. Lin Siwei, unable to stand her brother's smugness, disdainfully said, bro, keep showing off. Be careful you don't have to kneel on the keyboard when you go back to your sister-in-law. Lin Xiao's earlier pride was ruthlessly crushed by his little sister. He shot a glare at her and declared solemnly, you girl, am I the type of person who fears my wife? This earned him a dismissive tch from his little sister. Lin Xiao was left speechless. Tonight the starry sky over the magic city is bright, with a gentle breeze occasionally stirring, providing a welcome relief from the heat of this sweltering July. Lin Xiao and her companions exited the hotel with laughter and chatter. Teacher Lin'll take a cab back first, whispered Zhang Shui fully armed at the hotel entrance. All right, be careful on the way home. Lin Xiao and her friends watched as Zhang Shui got into the car before heading to the hotel parking lot. The five of them got into the car. Fortunately, the SUV provided by the president of Su University was spacious, otherwise 5 people would definitely be cramped. He first dropped Wang Gang off at his destination, then took the younger sisters home. Soon the car stopped at Lin. Bro, Lin, go. We're going up, you should head back or else sister-in-law will worry, said the younger sister. Okay, hurry up, Lin Xiao waved at them from the car. After they left, Lin Xiao, feeling a bit anxious, set off on his journey home. Meanwhile, the president of Su University sat in the living room with her parents watching television, her face frosty. The older couple noticed their daughter had been off since she finished the call with Xiao Lin. Seeing her like this, they didn't dare to ask too much and could only wait for Lin Xiao to return. They were worried that Lin Xiao might suffer after returning. After all, their daughter had practiced combat since childhood, and she was no joke when it came to fighting. Su Dad and Su Mom were anxious for Lin Xiao. Click. At that moment, the villa's front door was opened. Lin Xiao changed into slippers and cheerfully entered the living room. Uncle and Auntie, you're still awake. He glanced at the president of Su University, noticing her frosty expression, causing his heart to skip a beat. Xiao Lin is back, we'll sleep later. Su Dad and Su Mom had been worried that Lin Xiao might get hit, so they stayed up late. Mom and Dad, you should go to bed, I have something to discuss with Lin Xiao. The president of Su University said coldly. Hearing this, Su Dad quickly signaled Lin Xiao to go back to his room. However, Lin Xiao was confused and stood there in bewilderment. Su Dad and Su Mom were a bit speechless. Usually a smart young man, why was he so oblivious this time? Seeing their hesitation, the president of Su University stared at them, her gaze making them feel uneasy. Ultimately unable to bear it, they sighed and said, let's talk calmly, no need to resort to violence. After patting Lin Xiao's shoulder with pity, Su Dad and Su Mom returned to their room. Listening to Su Dad's words, Lin Xiao felt a bit helpless, thinking, am I the kind of person who would hit a woman? Just her Su Mingyue, a mere girl, could she really be my opponent? Lin Xiao shook off his arrogant thoughts and sat down in front of the president of Su University. With a grin, he said, yeah, let's discuss this in the room. The president of Su University fixed her phoenix eyes on Lin Xiao as soon as he sat down. After a full half-minute, Lin Xiao was the first to capitulate. Fine, if you have something to say, go ahead and say it here. She still didn't speak, maintaining her slightly imposing gaze. He felt uncomfortable under her stare, thinking, why don't you just say something? If you're not speaking, what's with the intent? Eventually, unable to withstand her look any longer, Lin Xiao stood up, saying, yeah, if you won't speak, then I'll head back to take a shower. After finishing, he cautiously took a step forward, but she still remained silent. He relaxed and took a few more steps. Just as he was about to slip away, a chilling voice echoed through the air. If you don't want to spend tomorrow in bed, then you better run. His leg, which had just stepped forward, reflexively retreated, and he turned to look at the president of Su University in confusion. At that moment, she slowly began to speak. I started learning combat at the age of 6, won the district championship at 8, the city championship at 10, and the provincial championship at 15. Her cold words made Lin Xiao feel as though winter had descended, sending a chill through his heart. Only now did he understand what Su Dad meant by don't resort to violence. It was because they feared he would get beaten up. How foolish of him to think of her as just a mere girl. After coming to this realization, a sincere smile spread across his face as he approached the president of Su University step by step. Yeah, let me explain, tonight was all a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to be harsh on you. The situation was like this. Then Lin Xiao elaborated on how Wang Gang had provoked him at the restaurant and how he was afraid of his wife, embellishing the tale as he went along. After finishing, he added in his heart, sorry brother. So I didn't mean to treat you poorly, it was just a matter of face, they all wanted to see me make a fool of myself. After hearing this, the frost on the president of Su University's face finally melted a little. Is that really the case? You weren't with those girls. He quickly raised his right hand and swore, what I said is true, if I'm lying, let heaven punish me. Before he could finish his vow, the president of Su University reached out her delicate hand to cover his mouth. I believe you now. Lin Xiao pretended to cry with joy, saying, wife, you're so wonderful. Meeting a wife like you in this life is truly a blessing from heaven. As he spoke, he squatted down and embraced the president of Su University, resting his head against her neck, feeling an immense sense of gratitude. Feeling something unusual on her chest, the president of Su University blushed as she allowed Lin Xiao to hug her, though he was getting a bit too restless. The sweet fragrance wafting into his nose made him momentarily emotional. Just as he was about to lift his head to kiss her, the president of Su University turned her head to evade him. Her cheeks flushed, she quietly said, we're at home, it wouldn't be good if Mom and Dad saw. After hearing this, Lin Xiao quickly regained his senses. Indeed, it would be quite embarrassing if their parents caught them in such a situation. So he quickly returned to his rational state. He took the slightly blushing president of Su University by the hand and said, let's go, let's rest upstairs. As they reached her room's door, just as Lin Xiao was about to enter, she coldly stopped him. What do you think you're doing? I'm going to take a shower and rest. Lin Xiao replied, as if it were obvious. She raised her hand and lightly punched him, blushing as she said, Pervert, go back to your own room to wash up. After saying this, she decisively closed the door. He could still hear the sound of her locking it from the outside. Lin Xiao exclaimed, Damn. Heartless. After being ruthlessly rejected by the president of Su University, he returned to his room, like a wilted eggplant, feeling dejected. With vacant eyes, he flopped onto the bed, his mind replaying the moment he held the president of Su University. That feeling was indescribable. He sighed inwardly, thinking, what a torment. Just as he was lost in thought, he felt a heat surging through his body, as if his blood was galloping like a wild horse. At this moment, if he didn't find relief, soon Lin Xiao would be in danger. The president of Su University definitely wouldn't come to his aid. He could only seek solace in a cold shower to prevent his blood from boiling over. The next morning, Lin Xiao's biological clock woke him up on time. After changing into a clean set of sportswear, he energetically went out for a run. As soon as he went downstairs, he saw Su's dad, who was also dressed in sportswear, clearly waiting for him. The two exchanged a knowing smile and walked out together. Uncle, is it true that Ye is a boxing champion? The two maintained a parallel jog. Su's dad replied with pride, Yes, it's true. Last night, I saw her looking very angry and was worried she would beat you up. Lin Xiao chuckled, awkwardly feeling a wave of fear wash over him as he thought, Fortunately, I had a good attitude last night when I admitted my mistake, otherwise it's likely I wouldn't be able to run today. Seeing Lin Xiao lost in thought, Su's dad hurriedly added, Xiao Lin, you don't need to be afraid. Ye is quite reasonable and won't hit people for no reason. What uncle said is right. Lin Xiao nodded in agreement. However, he thought to himself, reasonable. How laughable. You don't know that I almost got wrecked last night. Oh, luckily, I can be flexible. At the dining table, breakfast was abundant with fried dough sticks, buns, pan-fried dumplings, and bread. He could eat whatever he wanted. Looking at the spread, Lin Xiao sighed. It's great to have money. I can have a bite of everything for breakfast. At this moment, Su's dad, dressed in home clothes, also came over, as she didn't have to go to the office today. Good morning, Ye. Lin Xiao greeted her with charm. He had to flatter her. After all, she was an expert. If she took a disliking to him and beat him up, it wouldn't be a pleasant situation. Being beaten by his wife at his age would not sound good if it got out. Good morning, she responded with a smile. It was clear that Su's dad was in a good mood today. Lin Xiao quickly stepped forward to pull out a chair at the dining table. How could he let his wife do such laborious work? Su's dad smiled brightly and said thank you. The elderly couple watched this warm scene and finally felt, since you both have the rare opportunity to rest today, how about going out for a stroll after breakfast? Su's mom said, biting into a fried dough stick. Sure. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xiao agreed, turning to look at Su's dad, who smiled and nodded in agreement. Su's mom's suggestion was thus happily decided. Just as Lin Xiao was eating a bun and thinking about where to take Su's dad for some romance, his phone rang. Hello, he answered in confusion. Lin Xiao, quickly check your Weibo, the fans are protesting. Hurry to the company to record a song, they'll notify Lu Qi. Hu Jiang's anxious voice came through, leaving Lin Xiao bewildered. Record a song. What song? He wondered as he looked at the disconnected call. Following Hu Jiang's advice, he opened Weibo only to find his phone nearly froze. After 2 minutes it finally worked, and he quickly began to check. It turned out that fans collectively requested the recording of the studio version of Chiliang. After the final episode of The Genius Songwriter aired, this song had touched the hearts of the people of Xia Nation, awakening their sense of national pride. It stirred their determination to protect Xia Nation's traditional culture. Initially, they only clamored under Lin Xiao's Weibo to quickly record the song. However, for several days their requests went unanswered. This infuriated the netizens, leading them to flood the Xia Nation Ministry of Culture's official website with thousands of petitions. Thus, this morning, the Cultural Ministry staff called Xingchen Entertainment's composition department to contact Lin Xiao. This was why Hu Jiang had called him early in the morning to ask him to record a song. Realizing that the situation had drawn official attention, Lin Xiao dared not be negligent. He quickly posted a message to reassure the netizens, sorry everyone. I've been too busy these days to check Weibo, which is why I haven't responded to you. But rest assured, today, I will go with Lu Qi to record the song, and you can listen to it on Wangi Cloud tonight. Su's dad also saw the Weibo post and understood the importance of the matter. They'll go with you, Lin Xiao said, hurriedly finishing the last bite of his bun and getting up. No need, you should rest well today. They'll go by myself. As they reached the door, Su's dad hurriedly picked up his shoes and placed them at his feet. After he finished putting on his shoes, Su's dad kindly said, drive slowly on the road. The sudden turn of events meant he couldn't accompany her to go shopping today. Lin Xiao apologetically kissed her forehead and said, next time he'll go with you for a proper shopping trip. Fine, the important business comes first, so hurry and go. As she watched the car drive away, she slowly walked back to the dining table. Su Dad and Su Mom were also puzzled, not understanding what had happened. Su Dad explained everything to them, and they finally understood. Sitting in her chair, Su Dad felt it was her. As the company president, she had failed to notice the netizens' requests in a timely manner, allowing the situation to escalate to the point of attracting official attention. She sat in her chair reflecting on her shortcomings. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao arrived at the company in about 20 minutes. He quickly walked toward his workstation. He opened his computer, swiftly wrote out the score, printed it on paper, and then had to arrange the music. Upon arriving at the recording studio, the recording staff were also dragged out of bed by Hu Jiang. He held the score and collaborated with the arranger, as he was well aware of what instruments were needed. With their efforts, a version of Qiliang that was indistinguishable from the original on Earth was produced. Lu Qi had sung this song on the program, so it was completely manageable for her. After recording it 3 times, they had already come very close to perfection. Thus Lin Xiao decided to use the last take. After the sound engineer polished the entire song from beginning to end, the song was finally completely recorded. Hu Jiang, who had been watching the whole process, finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing the fans' frenzy, he felt a bit anxious himself. Lin Xiao and Lu Qi also relaxed. He believed this situation was primarily his fault. He should have recorded the song right after returning from Kyoto. He never expected the song would have such a significant impact on the people of Xia Nation. After handing the recorded song to Hu Jiang, he no longer needed to worry about the release. Hu Jiang quickly left with the USB drive. He and Lu Qi sat down in the relaxation area outside the recording studio. He didn't notice he was tired while busy, but now that the matter was over, he felt somewhat exhausted. After several hours of working with the arranger, it had indeed taken a toll on his brain, and there were quite a few instruments used in this song, making it challenging. Lu Qi perceptively brought them 2 cups of water. Lin Xiao took a big sip, feeling refreshed. About half an hour later, he received a call from Hu Jiang saying the song had been released on the Wangi Cloud New Song chart. He took out his phone and posted on Weibo, "Brothers and sisters, upon seeing your requests, I've rushed to the company without stopping. Thanks to the relentless efforts of the recording staff, Lu Qi and myself, the song has finally been recorded and is now online on the Wangi Cloud New Song chart. Everyone go check it out." After posting, he put down his phone, let out a breath, and exchanged smiles with Lu Qi. Since Lin Xiao announced on his Weibo that they would be able to hear Qiliang today, netizens have been eagerly monitoring his. Just as the netizens were becoming impatient and considering flooding the official Weibo with comments, Lin Xiao's Weibo finally updated. Skipping the preview, they downloaded the song first, as if fearing it would vanish. The netizens, informed by Lin Xiao's Weibo, joyfully downloaded it, and afterward they shared it on their social media. In no time, fans of this song across the Xia Nation flocked to download it. The download count for Qiliang soared at speed, leaving everyone astounded. While the song's downloadability spread through word of mouth among the netizens, the Ministry of Culture's official Weibo released a post that thrilled all fans of Qiliang. The Ministry of Culture of the Xia Nation, written and composed by Lin Xiao, sung by Lu Qi, Qiliang has been officially designated for national preservation following a meeting. The emergence of this song symbolizes hope for the rise of Xia Nation's national style, as well as a beacon for our traditional opera culture. In the future, we hope everyone will learn from Lin Xiao and contribute to the creation of our own national style songs. As soon as this Weibo post was published, it instantly created a sensation. The national preservation of Qiliang. What does that even mean? Once this post was released, the official Weibo of the Xia Nation's Opera Association quickly retweeted it. Various entertainment companies and numerous artists followed suit. Before long, this Weibo post topped the trending list, drawing significant attention. More people learned about Qiliang and the news of its national preservation. Excited netizens rushed to download Qiliang, and within half an hour it claimed the top spot on the new song chart. Moreover, following the announcement of its national preservation, the staff at Wangyun received a call from their superiors. They swiftly canceled the download fee, promising refunds to those who had previously paid. Upon receiving this news, netizens erupted in joyful cheers. The 2 involved in the song were still unaware of its national preservation. While chatting and drinking water on the sofa, their phones began to buzz incessantly. After exchanging surprised glances, they took out their phones to check. 5 minutes later, having read the congratulatory messages from friends, they finally understood the situation. Lu Qi broke into tears upon realizing the whole story. She never imagined that the song she sang would be preserved by the state. What an immense honor this is, one that money cannot buy. Lin Xiao, after reading the news, felt a bit shocked, but having lived 2 lives, he was able to handle it much better. Once he regained his composure, he gently patted the crying Lu Qi and comforted her, saying, all right, don't cry. Your starting point has already surpassed that of most singers." Her eyes wiping tears with the sleeve of her shirt, she choked out, "The person I should thank the most is you." He smiled and said, "No need for thanks. Just keep putting in the effort and promote our national style songs." Lu Qi nodded solemnly. Looking at the time, he realized it was already afternoon. He stood up and said, "Let's go home." Come find me after work tomorrow, we still have 2 more songs to record. Make sure to get enough rest tonight to keep your voice in good shape. We have 2 songs to record tomorrow. Lucci nodded eagerly behind him. As they reached the parking lot, his phone rang again. Are you done? When are you coming back? The voice of President Su came through, filled with joy and pride. I'm done. I was just about to drive back. When you come back, bring Wei home. We'll celebrate for you tonight. Lin Xiao was equally delighted, replying, all right, I'll go pick her up. He first drove Lucci back to her place, and then went to get his little sister. Ding dong. Although Lin Xiao knew the door lock code, there was currently a classmate of his little sister staying inside. If he opened the door carelessly, it would be awkward if they were in an unsuitable situation. Thus, he politely rang the doorbell. Brother Lin, come in. Chen Kursin exclaimed excitedly upon seeing. Brother Lin, you are amazing. The song you wrote has been preserved by the state, she said joyfully, while closing. Stay humble, Lin Xiao responded with playful modesty. Where's the little sister? After entering, he did not see her in the living room. Xiao Wei is in the bathroom. She'll be out shortly, she said while grabbing water from the fridge. Lin Xiao sat on the sofa, twisted the cap off the bottle she handed him, and took a sip. Soon Lin Kaiwei rushed in from the bathroom. Running in, she exclaimed, brother, you are so amazing. You are my idol. She hugged Lin Xiao's arm, her face flushed with excitement for her brother. Lin Xiao sighed with a smile, saying, I've told you countless times to be more ladylike. Why won't you listen? She pouted unfazed and replied, oh please, I can be ladylike in front of my brother. There are no outsiders here. All right, as long as you're happy. He affectionately ruffled his little sister's hair, his fondness evident in his eyes. Lin Kaiwei also smiled, enjoying the affection from her brother. Brother, you didn't come today, just to hear me. Her eyes darted around as she spoke. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at his unrefined sister. Am I that boring? Your sister-in-law asked me to come pick you up to celebrate at her place. She suddenly realized, oh, that's how it is. Just wait for me to change my clothes. While she changed, he casually asked, what about Li Nan? Why isn't she here? Mentioning Li Nan piqued her interest. She went out for dinner with some colleagues from the company. Oh, do you know the guy? Is he reliable? After all, he needed to be concerned about his sister's classmates. I know him, but not well. We're not sure about the specifics, she said thoughtfully. He nodded in contemplation. Just keep an eye on things, and let me know if anything comes up. Why don't you come with me and the little sister? You're the only one left at home. Chen Kursin quickly shook her head. I won't go, Xiao, Nin will be back soon. Seeing her refuse so decisively, Lin Xiao didn't insist, saying, all right, just stay at home and don't run off. In Lin Xiao's view, Chen Kursin and Li Nan were like his own sister, so he reminded her to be cautious. She nodded obediently. Before long, his little sister, having dressed up carefully, emerged looking unusually ladylike and composed. She wore a white t-shirt and denim shorts with a pair of white shoes, her hair pulled back into a ponytail. She looked youthful, vibrant, and adorable. It was around 5 in the afternoon. The streets of Magic City were congested with traffic moving at a snail's pace, while the sounds of honking filled the air. This stretch of road was particularly difficult to navigate, with its constant starts and stops proving quite uncomfortable. Lin Xiao watched as the traffic light ahead turned red, gradually bringing the car to a halt. Bang! Just as he came to a stop, his car was jolted forward several centimeters by an unseen force. The sudden jolt startled both of them. Lin Kaiwei, not understanding what had happened, turned pale with fright. Lin Xiao quickly regained his composure. Through the rearview mirror, he noticed a car closely tailing his vehicle. It was evident that the car behind had... It's okay, don't be afraid, he reassured his younger sister by patting her arm. Only after her color returned to normal did he step out of the car. The driver of the rear-end car seemed to be in shock, as they had yet to exit their vehicle. Lin Xiao approached the back door of the car and knocked, prompting the window to slowly roll down. Due to the accident involving the 2 cars, vehicles behind them were also stuck. The honking from unaware drivers was incessant. As the window descended, a pale, frightened face appeared. Is it you, Miss Nangong? He thought the face looked somewhat familiar and recalled it after reflecting for a moment. Lin Xiao. The other party was equally astonished. She hadn't expected the person she had rear-ended to be a good friend of the CEO Su. She mused, what a small world. Even a rear-end collision can lead to meeting an acquaintance. I'm so sorry, Lin Xiao. I was just replying to a message and didn't pay attention to the distance. Nangong Xiangwan hastily apologized after recovering from her initial shock. It's fine as long as no one is hurt, he said, not wanting to say much since they were acquaintances. Lin Kaiwei observed her brother conversing with a beautiful woman. Concerned that her brother might be at a disadvantage, she exited the car. How could you drive like this? How did you even rear-end someone? She angrily approached the 2, directly confronting Nangong Xiangwan. Nangong Xiangwan was taken aback by the sudden confrontation. Shall we let it go? Let's just leave, Lin Xiao urged as he tugged at his sister's arm. No way. She is entirely at fault, as she must apologize. Lin Kaiwei insisted, still shaken from the earlier incident. She felt that without teaching this woman a lesson, she might cause more trouble while driving in the future. After a moment of confusion, Nangong Xiangwan finally reacted, her eyes strangely scrutinizing the 2. There was a look of disdain in her gaze directed at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, if I'm not mistaken, you should be dating Ming Yue, right? She continued. How can you be with another girl while hiding this from her? Is this how you treat her? As she spoke, her anger intensified, and her expression grew more contemptuous. Huh, scumbag. With that, she entered her car and quickly drove away. She truly felt sorry for her friend encountering a scumbag like Lin Xiao. After seeing his character, she thought that even speaking a word to him was a waste of her life. Fuming, she drove towards the residence of CEO Su, determined to warn her good friend to recognize Lin Xiao's true nature sooner rather than later. Lin Xiao and his sister stood in a daze, completely bewildered by her words. Is she crazy? How did I become a scumbag? He mumbled as he walked back to the car. Today was just too unlucky. Not only had he been rear-ended, but he had also been called a scumbag. Lin Kaiwei weakly asked, Brother, do you know her? Hearing her call him brother clearly indicated they knew each other. A friend of your sister-in-law, Lin Xiao replied, feeling quite frustrated, thinking to himself, could Nangong Xiangwan be mentally unstable? At the Su residence, Su Ma was happily preparing dinner, while CEO Su was strangely helping out nearby, washing vegetables and passing plates. She reflected on the various changes in her daughter since Lin Xiao entered her life. It was quite heartwarming that her daughter, who once wouldn't lift a finger, was now actively helping wash vegetables. Previously cold and aloof, her daughter had become much more cheerful and started to talk more. She felt a deep sense of joy at her daughter's transformation. After all, what mother wouldn't want her daughter to be happy every day? Just as the mother and daughter were enjoying their cooking together, the doorbell rang. After wiping her hands on her apron, Su wondered. He has a key, why would he ring the bell? Did he forget it in his haste today? As she opened the door in confusion, she saw her good friend Nangong Xiangwan standing at the entrance looking upset. Xiangwan, what brings you here? With a puzzled expression, she let Nangong Xiangwan inside. Without a word, Nangong Xiangwan marched straight towards CEO Su's room on the second floor. Seeing her friend's obviously troubled demeanor, CEO Su could only follow behind. After they entered Su's private quarters, Nangong Xiangwan locked the door. She solemnly said to Su, Mingyue, you must break up with Lin Xiao immediately. CEO Su was taken aback by this statement. What happened? What's going on? She then recounted the incident of rear-ending Lin Xiao and mentioned that he was with another girl. You need to break up with this scumbag right now. After delivering the lengthy explanation, she felt a bit parched and reached for a glass of water. After she finished, CEO Su couldn't help but laugh. How can you still be laughing? Are you out of your mind? Seeing her friend's carefree demeanor, Nangong Xiangwan felt frustrated. All right, don't be upset. Let me explain. The girl you mentioned is his younger sister. I asked Lin Xiao to bring her home for dinner. Nangong Xiangwan, caught up in the situation, had been anxious and her face flushed with embarrassment. After hearing CEO Su's explanation, Nangong Xiangwan sat frozen in her chair. Her face reddened further as she realized the misunderstanding. Remembering how she had loudly berated Lin Xiao on the road, she wished she could find a hole to hide in. Seeing her friend's awkward expression, CEO Su quickly comforted her. It's fine, you didn't know the situation, so it's not your fault. But next time, don't act so impulsively. You need to understand the situation first. Nangong Xiangwan listened awkwardly to the advice. Come on, since you're here, stay for dinner tonight. She stood up, pulling Nangong Xiangwan along. She hesitated, saying, maybe I should just leave. It would be too awkward when Lin Xiao comes back. It's all right, once everything is cleared up, it will be fine. Though hesitant and embarrassed, she was firmly led by CEO Su to the living room on the first floor. At that moment, Lin Xiao and his sister entered the house, and as their eyes met, the atmosphere became uncomfortably awkward. Realizing her guilt, Nangong Xiangwan lowered her head, unable to look at Lin Xiao and his sister. Xiao Wei is here. Quickly wash your hands and eat with your brother. CEO Su was the first to break the awkward silence. Hello, sister-in-law, Lin Kaiwei greeted obediently. All right, come on, I'll take you to the restroom, President Su said, with a smile, happily pulling her along. After the two left, Lin Xiao initially wanted to ignore this crazy person, but just as she was about to turn back to her room to change clothes, she heard Lin Xiao, wait. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have called you a scumbag without understanding the situation. With her head lowered, she caught a glimpse of Lin Xiao about to leave and hurriedly apologized. This was originally her misunderstanding Lin Xiao's character, so it was only proper to apologize. Out of politeness, she apologized again in person, and Lin Xiao decided not to hold it against her. It's fine, oh, I understand you were just standing up for Yaya. Lin Xiao forgave her, and she finally relaxed, her awkwardness dissipating somewhat. At that moment, the two who had been in the restroom also came out, and Nangong Xiangwan and Lin Kaiwei exchanged apologies. Thus, this awkward incident was finally put to rest, considered nothing more than a joke. Dinner was ready, and the family gathered around the dining table. President Su had specifically opened a bottle of good wine today, marking a great day for both the company and Lin Xiao. Today is a day worth celebrating. Let's toast together, Su, Dad said with a smile as he raised his glass. The others followed suit, clinking glasses and taking a sip. Lin Xiao, thank you for your contributions to the company, and congratulations on your song being collected by the state. President Su gazed affectionately at Lin Xiao, unable to contain his smile. Yeah, you're too polite. Oh, we don't need to say this between us. He raised his glass, gently clinking it with hers, producing a clear sound. After everyone finished toasting, they finally began to eat. Looking at the food on the table, Lin Xiao was already starving. He had only eaten breakfast and hadn't had time to eat during the busy lunch. He picked up his chopsticks and started eating. It must be said that the dishes made by Su's mom were truly delicious. This might be why they didn't hire a maid. The father and daughter had grown accustomed to Su's mom's cooking and wouldn't be able to adapt to someone else's. President Su kindly served dishes to Lin Xiao and Lin Kaiwei. Observing Lin Xiao's speed of eating, President Su chuckled softly, saying, "Slow down, be careful not to choke." While speaking, he also wiped the oil from the corner of Lin Xiao's mouth. "Auntie's cooking is too delicious. I just can't help but want to eat more." He felt embarrassed to admit he was too hungry and had to flatter Su's mom a little. Hearing the praise, Su's mom felt as if her heart was blooming with joy. "Xiaowei, eat more, don't be shy. Just treat it like your own home." Lin Kaiwei nodded with a smile. Since it was her first time at her sister-in-law's house, she was trying her best to appear composed. Su's dad and Su's mom immediately took a liking to the beautiful and gentle Lin Kaiwei. Lin Xiao found his little sister's demeanor amusing and couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you tired from pretending?" The casual family dinner concluded in a cheerful atmosphere. Some washed dishes, some enjoyed tea, and others. Lin Xiao took on the heavy responsibility of washing dishes himself, as Su's mom was getting older and had already put in a lot of effort preparing a large meal. Would he really let President Su wash the dishes? Come on, that would probably result in none being washed at all. So he was the only suitable candidate for the task. Su's dad enjoyed his tea while reading, and the four women sat together chatting about daily life. "Xiaowei, you and Xiangwan should stay the night. You've both had some drinks and can't drive," President Su suggested. Nangong Xiangwan had no objections, as she had often stayed at Su's home before. Lin Kaiwei hesitated, unsure if staying over was appropriate. "Let me ask my brother." President Su quickly understood her meaning, saying, "Why would you ask your brother about this? There's plenty of room at home. Besides, your brother has been drinking. How can he drive you home?" After President Su's persuasion, she agreed to stay. Lin Kaiwei thought to herself, considering that her brother hadn't married his sister-in-law, yet was it appropriate for her to stay at their home on her first visit? She wanted to ask her brother's opinion, but her sister-in-law didn't give her the chance. "Xiaolin, come over for a cup of tea. This is good tea a friend gifted me," Su's dad called out when he saw Lin Xiao finish. He smiled and walked over to sit down, saying, "Uncle, if I drink this tonight, I won't be able to sleep." "Not at all. This tea has a calming effect, and it will help you sleep even better," Su's dad said as he poured some into a cup. Lin Xiao took a sip and found it very good, even though he couldn't discern teas. "Xiaolin, when are you and Yaya getting married?" Why did the topic change so quickly, catching him off guard? Cough. "Uncle, we haven't discussed this matter yet, so." This question was a bit awkward. He picked up the teapot. Hearing that they hadn't discussed marriage yet, Su's dad became anxious and stood up abruptly, saying, "Haven't discussed it yet? When do you plan to discuss it?" "You can wait, but my future grandson can't." Lin Xiao's situation was seen by the four women, who all cast puzzled looks his way. Lin Xiao quickly pulled Su's dad back down, whispering, "Uncle, don't get excited. While discuss marriage with Yaya." Seeing Lin Xiao agree, he finally felt relieved, saying, "Don't deceive me. You need to discuss this quickly and finalize things." I will definitely agree," Lin Xiao responded readily. While Su's dad looked down at his teacup, the corners of his mouth curled up and a hint of cunning flashed across his face. Without some pressure, when would he be able to hold his grandson? In the past, it was the daughter who didn't want a boyfriend and had little thought of marriage. Now that she had a boyfriend, it was time to bring up the topic of grandchildren. Lin Xiao pondered, silently thinking about how to discuss this with President Su, as they hadn't been together for long. He hadn't even fully enjoyed the sweetness of love before considering marriage and children. He was somewhat resistant. However, he could understand the elderly's desire for grandchildren. Perhaps it was better to leave it for later. "You youngsters chat. I'll go rest with your aunt," President Su said as he stood up. After the two left, Lin Xiao sat next to President Su. "Little sister, just stay the night. I can't drive after drinking." Next to him, President Su smiled and said, "I've already talked to Xiaowei about it. You don't need to worry." He smiled gratefully at President Su. "All right then, you take them to the room to rest. They must be tired after a long day." After watching the three enter the guest room on the first floor, he returned to his own room. Once President Su returned, he was going to surprise her. Lin Xiao, filled with excitement, took a shower, even using body wash twice. After rinsing off, he was pleased with the fragrance of the body wash emanating from him, and he tidied his hairstyle in front of the mirror before stepping out of the bathroom. At this moment, he was very excited, his heart racing. After settling Lin Kaiwei, President Su and Nangong Xiangwan exited the room. Looking at President Su heading straight up to the second floor without arranging anything for herself, she hurriedly asked, Which room am I sleeping in? President Su turned around and replied naturally, you're sleeping with me just like before. Nangong Xiangwan felt a bit shy. Isn't that inappropriate? If I sleep with you, where will Lin Xiao sleep? He might get unhappy later. President Su understood her misunderstanding immediately and said, what nonsense are you talking about? We're not even in the same room. As she spoke, her face flushed with embarrassment. Nangong Xiangwan appeared to discover something new. Huh? You actually sleep in separate rooms. President Su felt a bit awkward from her words. Of course. We're not married yet, how can we sleep together? Nangong Xiangwan looked at President Su with a strange expression, as if she were looking at an ancient person. Sister, are you even a modern person? What era is this? It's not like you can only sleep together if you're married. Why are you so conservative? President Su shot her a glare and stomped upstairs. Hey, don't go. I was just about to say. The voice behind her faded away until it was inaudible, and she let out a sigh. Looking at the door of Lin Xiao's room, an unusual feeling surged in her heart. She hurriedly dismissed the thought and entered her room with Nangong Xiangwan following closely behind. Bang! The sound of the door closing was even heard by Lin Xiao next door, who thought it might be President Su. He adjusted his short sleeves and shorts and checked the mirror. After confirming that everything was fine, he finally stepped. Arriving at President Su's door, he patted the USB drive in his shorts pocket. Just the thought of handing it to President Su and seeing her cheerfully throw herself at him made him extremely excited. Shaking off his wild thoughts, he knocked on the door. But after waiting for dozens of seconds with no response, he knocked again and still received no answer. Could it be that President Su fell asleep? He glanced at his phone. It was only 10 o'clock. She shouldn't be sleeping this early. He reached out and tried to open the door, and it unexpectedly clicked open. He first peeked inside, looking around the office desk and dressing table, but saw no one. He stepped in a bit further and looked at the bed, still no one. Thinking, could she have gone downstairs? After confirming that no one was there, he decided to wait for her inside. Quietly closing the door, he thought of sitting at the dressing table by the bed to wait for her. Just after taking a couple of steps, the bathroom door suddenly opened and two figures wrapped in towels walked out. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly froze. Lin Xiao felt as if he had seen snow. It was bright, very bright, so bright that he could hardly open his eyes. After a while, the silence was shattered by a sharp scream. Nangong Xiangwan covered her chest with her hand and rushed back into the bathroom. Lin Xiao and President Su were jolted back to reality by the scream. Looking at her delicate collarbone and long fair legs exposed to the air, Lin Xiao felt his throat involuntarily swallow hard. His heart raced, thinking, this scene is unbearable. Staring at Lin Xiao, President Su felt both embarrassed and angry. You're still looking. Hurry up. Lin Xiao, realizing what was happening, quickly nodded and retreated out the door. This guy certainly wouldn't let any opportunity to feast his eyes go, even exiting backward. After closing the door, he patted his chest. That was really close. Then he thought, wait a minute, why was Nangong Xiangwan in President Su's room, and why were they bathing together? It was only then that he remembered why Nangong Xiangwan appeared in her room. It's all this woman's fault. If she hadn't been here tonight with the atmosphere just now and the surprise I prepared for her, it would have been hard for President Su not to offer herself. After blaming Nangong Xiangwan in his heart, he returned to his room dejectedly. In President Su's room, after some time, she also returned to her usual demeanor. All right, Xiangwan, come out. Lin Xiao has left. Nangong Xiangwan slowly walked out of the bathroom. Why didn't you lock the door when you came in last? President Su reproached her. I forgot. I used to never lock it. Nangong Xiangwan replied, feeling wronged. President Su comforted and reassured her. It's fine, Lin Xiao doesn't know you slept with me tonight. Moreover, you were wrapped in a towel, so you didn't expose anything. After sorting it out, Nangong Xiangwan returned to her usual self, and the two of them took care of their skin-applied masks and had some playful banter. Nangong Xiangwan explained to President Su what couples should do, and then they both fell asleep. The next day, Lin Xiao, as usual, went running with Su Dad. Xiao Lin, did you discuss marriage with Mingyue last night? Remembering the awkward moments from last night, he chuckled awkwardly. Mingyue was sleeping with Miss Nangong last night, so there was no chance to discuss it. He could only deal with it for now. Su Dad thought for a moment and nodded true. After washing up and changing into fresh clothes, he just closed the door when he saw the two women coming out of their rooms. Good morning. Lin Xiao awkwardly nodded and greeted them. President Su smiled and asked, did you sleep well last night? Then she winked at him. Cough, cough. I slept well, quite well. Hearing the implications in his words, Lin Xiao felt a surge of guilt. Who knew how he spent last night? Wait a minute, how did she become so bold and so shameless? He suspiciously glanced at Nangong Xiangwan beside him, who was still a bit unnatural from last night's incident, and turned her head away. But in Lin Xiao's eyes, this look was shifty, indicating that President Su had been led astray. As expected, I'm really clever. He smiled smugly. In fact, he was delighted whenever President Su occasionally joked or made risque comments. Otherwise, it would be dull to be serious and cold all the time. Let's go breakfast time. He cheerfully walked ahead. After the three of them went downstairs, Lin Kaiwei and Su Dad were already happily chatting and eating at the dining table. Oh, you've started eating, little sister? You didn't wait for your brother. Lin Xiao sat down with a grin and grabbed a fried dough stick. If you keep sleeping and we'll definitely eat it all and leave you none, Lin Kaiwei pouted. Su Dad laughed heartily. Xiao Wei, you've misunderstood your brother. He's been waking up early to run with me every day. Hearing that her brother could wake up early to run in the morning, she exclaimed, Brother, when you were at home, Mom didn't call you, and you could sleep until dark. Seeing her sister's astonished expression, Lin Xiao felt quite pleased. Sister, I am no longer the brother I used to be. I am now very disciplined, he said with a hint of pride. Beside him, President Su smiled in silence, but the love in his eyes was overwhelming. Ming Yue, I'll take my leave now, or I'll come to find you when I have time. Nangong Xiangwan said goodbye from her car. Okay, drive slowly on the way. Then she waved goodbye to Lin Xiao and Lin Kaiwei. It was Monday again, and it was time to go to work. The three drove to the company. As Lin Xiao entered the composition department, his colleagues stood in 2 rows with Hu Jiang at the front. They all clapped in unison, saying, Congratulations, Teacher Lin, for having your song collected by the state. Lin Xiao, taken aback by this scene, quickly regained his composure and, mimicking the leader's demeanor, raised one hand and waved with the other, saying, Thank you, comrades, you've worked hard. His manner resembled that of a military parade, albeit a bit clumsy, which looked quite amusing. Everyone burst into laughter, and Hu Jiang, rarely smiling, shook his head and said, You rascal. After the playful banter, Lin Xiao declared, To show my gratitude, I'll treat everyone to milk tea today. Yay! Teacher Lin is generous. Looking at the somewhat rowdy crowd, Hu Jiang spoke. All right, let's get back to work. Lin Xiao honestly returned to his seat. Brother Lin, how do you feel about receiving such an honor? Li Weiguo held a cup up to Lin Xiao's mouth, acting as a microphone during the interview. He cleared his throat and said seriously, To receive this special honor, I first want to thank my country, and secondly, I want to thank the company for providing me with a platform to showcase my ambitions. So Mr. Lin Xiao, what are your expectations for the future? Lin Xiao continued seriously. I hope to have endless money in the future, changing girlfriends every day without repeating. When I get bored, I'll travel to various places, and when I'm tired, I'll buy a house by the sea facing the ocean, enjoying the spring flowers. Li Weiguo rolled his eyes at him and said, Mr. Lin Xiao, you might still be dreaming and haven't woken up yet. This interview is over. You should keep dreaming. After all, anything is possible in dreams. The two exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Surprisingly, Lin Xiao quite enjoyed joking around with this guy every day. He opened his computer and enthusiastically played games. After all, his main job now was playing games, while writing songs was merely a side task. Just as he was engrossed in play, Lu Qi arrived. Teacher Lin, let's go record the songs. He suddenly remembered that they had agreed to record all the songs for the program today. Okay, give me 10 minutes. After saying that, he began tapping on the keyboard with lightning speed. 10 minutes later, everything was done. Let's go. Lin Xiao also participated in the arrangement of the 2 songs, enjoying himself immensely. Now his arranging skills had become increasingly proficient, allowing him to handle it with ease. At 11 in the morning, the arrangement of the 2 songs was completed, and the rest would be handed over to Lu Qi. After taking a sip of water and resting for a moment, recording officially began. Since Lu Qi had sung it on the program before, she grasped the emotional nuances very well. After 2 takes, Just Too Much Love for You was completed. Just as everyone was eager to push through and finish the second song, by phone came in with a large bag of milk tea and coffee. Everyone has worked hard. Please enjoy some drinks. He cheerfully distributed coffee and milk tea to the staff in the recording studio. Lin Xiao also glanced at Lu Qi with interest, and the latter lowered her head, showing a shy expression. The meaning behind this was already clear. Oh, Teacher Lin, you've worked hard. Quickly have a cup of coffee to refresh yourself, Bai Feng said, flatteringly handing over the coffee. Cut it out. You just call me Brother Lin, Lin Xiao said with a smile, playfully punching him on the chest. What's with you? Why are you suddenly being so nice? It's either a plot or a theft. Knowing the situation, while he still teased him. Ahem. I didn't take anything from you. I just thought you all looked too tired. Bai Feng, feeling guilty, dared not speak the truth. When have I seen you being this considerate before? Seeing that they had teased enough, Lin Xiao returned to his usual demeanor, saying, All right, let's hurry and get Lu Qi a drink. We still have one more song to record. At that moment, he realized he was still holding a cup of milk tea. He had almost forgotten about the most important person due to Lin Xiao's interruption. Lu Qi, her face slightly flushed, accepted it and said thank you. Her voice was soft and gentle. 10 minutes later, recording for Mom in the Candlelight officially began. This song required a delicate emotional expression, so it took 3 takes to succeed. Lu Qi, do you plan to release these 2 songs this month or next month? Lu Qi thought for a moment and decided, let's release them this month. If the same situation as last time occurs, it wouldn't be good. After all, these two songs have already appeared in the public eye, and they have some popularity. I believe they can quickly break into the top 5 of the new song charts. Lin Xiao felt that what she said made sense. It wouldn't be fun if the situation like last time happened again, with thousands of fans writing letters. Alright, I'll take them to Minister Hu then. After the two finished discussing, Bai Feng hurriedly said, Brother Lin, it's mealtime now, let me treat you to dinner. It's been many days since the two of us have seen each other. He looked at the two of them. This guy clearly wasn't inviting him to dinner, but rather had ulterior motives. So he unhesitatingly declined, saying, No, you guys go eat. I have an appointment, let's do it next time. Well then, next time. Bai Feng, upon hearing that Lin Xiao wasn't going, spoke decisively, fearing Lin Xiao would change his mind. This guy made him laugh. Oh, was he really that straightforward? Didn't he want to at least make a subtle attempt to keep him? He rolled his eyes at this guy leading the way out, not wanting to be associated with someone who forgets friends for the sake of women. He decided to look for his little Yaya, as she was always understanding. When he arrived at the president's office, there was surprisingly no one there. After asking his secretary, he learned that President Su was in a meeting. What time does the meeting end? Lin Xiao asked the secretary. I don't know, it might take a while, the secretary replied uncertainly. Great, even the understanding little Yaya isn't here. Lin Xiao got up and walked out, knowing that he wouldn't be able to eat on time again. He would have to pack food to supervise her eating. As he walked, he suddenly remembered Sun Chong, whom he had almost forgotten about these days. He decided to call Sun Chong to join him. Arriving at Sun Chong's department, he saw him still deeply engrossed in handling documents. Lin Xiao sighed inwardly. He really is hard-working. Doesn't he know it's time to eat? Only a handful of people in Sun Chong's department were still busy with their heads down. Sun Chong was one of them, and Lin Xiao felt quite satisfied watching him work diligently. After forcibly dragging Sun Chong out for lunch, he finally let him return. He carried the packed meal to the office of the president of Su University. The room was empty. Clearly the meeting had not yet concluded. After placing the meal down, the president of Su University finally appeared, looking distressed. What's wrong? Seeing her distressed expression, Lin Xiao hurriedly approached her. Looking at Lin Xiao, the president of Su University forced a smile and said, It's still about the film department. The head of the film department just contacted a screenwriter to write a script, but it was intercepted by Jiang Feng from Qingshan Entertainment. Right now the morale in the film department is low, and if this continues, the department might just disband. The president of Su University sighed helplessly and wearily leaned back on the sofa, closing her eyes. Lin Xiao touched the USB drive in his pocket. He had initially planned to give it to her tonight, but seeing her so troubled over this matter, he decided to give it to her now. Lin Xiao pulled her up from the sofa, saying, Let's eat first. There's a surprise after the meal. I can't eat, just leave it there, the president of Su University replied listlessly. Be obedient. Oh, I believe you will definitely like this surprise. Hearing Lin Xiao's confident words, the president of Su University picked up her chopsticks to eat, albeit hesitantly. Halfway through the meal, still thinking about the surprise, she said, I'm full. Oh, what's the surprise? Seeing her impatient look, Lin Xiao decided not to keep her in suspense any longer. Come with me. After saying this, he walked over to the computer, plugged in the USB drive, and guided the president of Su University to sit in the boss chair to watch it herself. Though puzzled, she opened the folder patiently. Xian Jian Qi Xia Zhuan, she murmured. Filled with curiosity, she began to scroll through the content. The more she read, the more astonished and delighted she became. The flying with swords, the heroic spirit of the Jianghu, and the tales of love and hatred deeply captivated her. An hour later, she finally finished reading. Lifting her head, her face was filled with shock. Is this script written by you? Lin Xiao calmly nodded. After getting the answer she wanted, she finally screamed and leaped into Lin Xiao's arms, tightly hugging his waist. Before long, Lin Xiao felt a chill on his chest, as if it were damp. Looking down, he saw the president of Su University silently shedding tears that flowed down without restraint. All right, now that you have the script, you should be happy. Lin Xiao patted her back to comfort her, sighing internally. No matter how strong she usually appeared, she was after all just a woman. The matters of the film department had been like a stone pressing down on her heart for the past 2 years. Today, however, that burden was suddenly lifted, and it was the person she loved most who resolved it for her. While feeling relieved, she also released the stone in her heart, expressing her current emotions through tears. After venting for a while in Lin Xiao's embrace, she finally calmed down. She looked up seriously and said, Thank you, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao smiled gently and kissed her forehead. She closed her eyes and leaned in, their lips meeting in a deep. After an unknown amount of time, when the president of Su University felt she could no longer breathe, she finally released Lin Xiao. Her body softened as she leaned against him, enjoying the shared rhythm of their heartbeats. After a moment of tenderness, they finally separated. The copyright for this script will be registered in your name, just like your songs. How much do you want to sell this script to the company? Lin Xiao felt a bit awkward and casually said, Just set the price yourself. She thought for a moment. This script is a good one. How about 5 million from the company? Lin Xiao felt that 5 million was neither too much nor too little considering that Xian Jian was a classic fantasy drama that had been immensely popular on Earth. I'm fine with it and let's proceed, as you say. Hearing Lin Xiao agree, she decisively said, I will have the finance department deposit the script's copyright payment into your account. Just go directly to the legal department to sign the contract. I will notify them to prepare it. Speaking of work matters, the president of Su University returned to her usual sharp and capable demeanor. Lin Xiao said nothing, simply nodding in agreement. The president of Su University called in her secretary to arrange the contract details. You go ahead, after signing come back, and we will attend the meeting together. Lin Xiao nodded and headed to the legal department. Due to the president's prior instructions along with the life and death situation of the film department, the colleagues in the legal department worked with great efficiency, guiding Lin Xiao through the contract signing process. In the 10th floor conference room, the company's mid-level management gathered after receiving the president's notification. They were aware that the president of Su University had been in a bad mood these days due to the script being intercepted, so everyone sat quietly. The conference room was so silent that a pin drop could be heard, as no one wanted to provoke the president of Su University at this moment. Creak. The door of the conference room was pushed open, and everyone saw the president of Su University enter with an expressionless face. Seeing that there was another person behind her, they were all surprised, not understanding what the president of Su University intended by bringing Lin Xiao along. However, they quickly regained their composure. Hello, President Su. Hello, Teacher Lin. Everyone greeted with smiles. Lin Xiao responded to each one, and then sat beside the president of. After seeing everyone had arrived, she went straight to the point. The development of the company's film department has not been ideal. There are no good scripts and no good directors. That's why the film department has stagnated, even regressing. The reason for today's meeting is that we have found a good script and the company's focus will shift towards this direction. The music department can proceed as usual. Alright, I've conveyed the information. Those from the film department stay, and the rest may leave. The crowd was puzzled. Has a good script really been found in such a short time? They recalled that there hadn't been any mention of it during the morning meeting. With questions in mind, everyone except the film department members stood up and began to leave. As they left, they couldn't help but glance at Lin Xiao with one thought lingering in their minds. Could this script be written by Lin Xiao? Everyone this. The secretary distributed the printed script to the members of the department, and everyone curiously began to read. After a while, the head of the film department, Leon, with eyes wide and filled with excitement, asked President Su who wrote this script. Look at the last page at the very bottom. The president of Su University replied succinctly. Everyone flipped to the last page, and upon seeing the name Lin Xiao displayed expressions of disbelief. They looked up at Lin Xiao, and after the president of Su University confirmed, joy erupted among them. Teacher Lin is truly talented. I didn't expect the script to be written so well. Teacher Lin is indeed our film department's savior. Lin Xiao felt a bit awkward under their fervent gazes. Ahem. It's nothing really, I'm flattered. After the script received unanimous praise, the president of Su University decisively stated, your department needs to assemble the production team as quickly as possible. Anyone who dares to slack off or not work properly can directly go collect their salary and leave. The crowd went silent, shocked. President Su has already made it clear that this matter is of great importance to the company. Rest assured, President Su, I will assemble the production team in the shortest time possible. I hope Teacher Lin can be present to guide the casting process, as you are quite familiar with the characters in the script. President Su nodded in agreement and turned to Lin Xiao for his opinion. Alright, no problem. Just give me a call when the time comes. Seeing both had agreed, Leon stood up saying, then we will get busy now. After they left, the two exchanged. President Su smiled because the company's film and television department finally saw hope, relieving the heavy burden in her heart. Lin Xiao smiled for having solved a significant problem for President Su and also for the potential earnings. In the composition department. As soon as Lin Xiao returned, he was called to the office by Hu Jiang. Xiao Lin, is that script you wrote? Hu Jiang voiced his curiosity. Lin Xiao felt a bit speechless, wondering if he was called in such a hurry just to ask this. Yes, I wrote it. Lin Xiao replied flatly. Hu Jiang was shocked to hear the answer he wanted, internally complaining. Is there anything you can't do? Although he didn't know the content of the script, it must be good if it satisfied President Su. How could one person be so talented as to write songs, poetry, and scripts? It's important to note that writing songs and scripts are two different things. Hu Jiang felt emotional, ultimately letting out a long sigh. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Lin Xiao felt a bit guilty, saying, I'm just a transporter, the real talents are the seniors on Earth. However, he only thought this in his heart and would never say it to Hu Jiang. If he told Hu Jiang he was a time traveler, he would probably call the mental hospital without hesitation. Such things can only be believed if experienced firsthand, though otherwise they seem absurd. After Hu Jiang's musings, he looked at Lin Xiao and said with a smile, Xiao Lin, you have officially signed a contract as a top songwriter. You can now have your own independent office. I've already had someone tidy it up for you so you can move in shortly. Having an independent office is certainly the best, allowing him to sleep at work without worrying about bad influences. All right then, I must thank Minister Hu for your kindness. Hu Jiang waved his hand with a smile saying, "Go on, it's nothing." After tidying up his few office supplies, Lin Xiao moved into his new independent office. Li Weigua, who had come to join the fun, smacked his lips and said, "This independent office is great. You can close the door and watch whatever you want." Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at the unserious guy saying, "What are you thinking all day? You'd have to lock the door if you want." Li Weigua, feeling enlightened, gave a thumbs up and praised, "Brother Lin, you have experience. Not locking the door makes it easy for people to notice." After arranging his few belongings, he looked around the small office. It had a desk and chair along with a sofa for meetings. Quite ordinary, but not bad overall. Just as he leaned back on the sofa to meditate, the phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, he smiled slightly. All right. After hanging up, he sent a message to President Su that he had something to do in the evening and wouldn't keep her waiting. Following the address, Lin Xiao drove to the entrance of a private dining restaurant. This place was quite hard to find. Without the navigation, he would have never located it. After reporting his reservation to the attendant at the door, they led Lin Xiao through winding paths. Upon entering, Lin Xiao was taken aback. The interior was beautifully decorated with an ancient charm and adorned with flowers and plants. Seeing Lin Xiao's surprise, the attendant, noticing it was likely his first visit, smiled and introduced, "Sir, our Tan family private dining is not open to the public, only available to members who can also bring guests." After listening to the attendant's introduction, Lin Xiao suddenly understood why such an artistic place was unfamiliar to him. After walking for a while, they reached the door of the private room. Lin Xiao knocked on the door, and after receiving a response, he pushed the door open. The people inside saw Lin Xiao and stood up with laughter, giving him a warm embrace. "King Zheng, long time no see. What brings you to Magic City today?" After the hug, Lin Xiao greeted Zheng Shuhong with a smile. "Isn't it because I missed you, my little brother Lin? I came specifically to see you," Zheng Su said without a hint of embarrassment. Lin Xiao rolled his eyes at Zheng Su, thinking only he could come up with such a clumsy excuse. After they sat down, Zheng Su said sincerely, "To be honest, little brother Lin, I came specifically to find you. I haven't released a new song in over a year. You know as well as I do that not just any song can be sung at our level. In the past year, I've been searching everywhere for composers for songs, but either they had no time or no inspiration. You remember when I asked for a song during the last program, right?" After hearing Zheng Zu's words, Lin Xiao secretly thought to himself, as expected, "Of course I remember. How could I forget?" Zheng Su eagerly asked, "So do you have any suitable songs for me now?" Actually, after the program, Lin Xiao specifically listened to Zheng Zu's vocal range and preferred styles. His voice is slightly deep, yet he can hit high notes with great vigor. Lin Xiao did not respond immediately. He was searching for a suitable song for Zheng Su in his mind. Seeing Lin Xiao deep in thought, Zheng Su did not dare to interrupt and quietly awaited Lin Xiao's response. After a while, Lin Xiao nodded at Zheng Su, saying, "I have a suitable song, but..." Before Lin Xiao could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Zheng Su. "Little brother Lin, money is not an issue. Any amount is fine." Seeing the misunderstanding, Lin Xiao chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Brother Zheng, you've misunderstood. Oh, I just want to say that I've signed with a company, and it might not be good to take private jobs outside. So if you have time tomorrow, let's discuss it at the company." "I'm sorry, little brother Lin, I got a bit anxious after hearing about the song. Don't mind me. Oh, I know you're not a money-loving person, but whatever the amount is, just let it be. Please don't let our relationship affect the pricing." Lin Xiao felt a bit guilty being praised for not loving money, saying, "I do love money. You please strike me with money until I faint." Returning to his thoughts, Lin Xiao chuckled lightly at him. "Let's discuss the price when we get to the company tomorrow." He didn't want to make random demands. He would ask President Su after he got home. With the song issue finally settled, Zheng Su let out a sigh of relief and cheerfully said, "Then let's discuss it tomorrow. Tonight we brothers will not leave until we're drunk." Hearing, "Not leaving until we're drunk," Lin Xiao quickly replied, "Brother Zheng, I won't be drinking tonight. I have to drive." Zheng Su waved it off, saying, "It's fine if you get drunk. I'll have my assistant take you back." Lin Xiao felt a bit awkward, saying, "I really can't drink tonight. How about I treat you at my place next time until we're drunk?" Seeing Lin Xiao insist on not drinking, Zheng Su stopped pressing him. There's a saying that goes well, you can't persuade someone to drink. At the Tan family private kitchen, Zheng Su ordered 5 or 6 signature dishes. Lin Xiao insisted on not drinking, so he didn't order any alcohol. Looking at the delicious and fragrant signature dishes before him, Lin Xiao couldn't help but feel hungry. Just by looking at the exquisite appearance of the dishes and smelling their enticing aroma, one could tell they were delicious. "Lin, give it a try. How does it taste?" Zheng Su beckoned. Lin Xiao picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the dish closest to him, and once he started, he couldn't stop. "It's delicious," he replied to Zheng Su while still chewing. Half an hour later, looking at the empty plates on the table, Lin Xiao let out a satisfied burp. The food was so good that he overindulged. After chatting for a while, the two parted ways, agreeing to meet at the company the next day. Full from the meal, Lin Xiao initially wanted to walk off the excess, but since he had driven there, he had no choice but to endure the discomfort of being too full while driving home. Upon returning home, the three were having dinner. Upon seeing Lin Xiao return, Ma Su quickly said, "Xiao Lin is back, come and eat." Although Ma Su's cooking was delicious, Lin Xiao truly couldn't eat another bite at that moment. "I've already eaten, you all enjoy," he said. "A friend invited me out for dinner, and I'm a bit too full." Lin Xiao said this a bit embarrassingly. Living in this materially abundant era, people's living conditions improve year by year. In terms of dining, it's more common to eat smaller meals more frequently, and after this one meal, he felt a bit out of touch. It's not that Lin Xiao hadn't seen good dishes, it was just that it was his first time tasting the food from that restaurant, and he couldn't help but overindulge. If someone were to invite him out to eat again, he certainly wouldn't overeat like the first time, as he had already experienced the flavors there, and the novelty wasn't as strong as the first time. With his belly full and unable to sit still, Lin Xiao had no choice but to pace around the living room to digest. President Su, who was eating, couldn't help but chuckle. "Where did you eat to get so full?" "At the Tan family private kitchen," Lin Xiao replied as he walked. After hearing this, President Su nodded knowingly. No wonder she had been there before, and the food was indeed delicious. Once they finished eating, Lin Xiao finally felt a bit better. At least sitting wasn't uncomfortable anymore. "Open your mouth, eating this will help with digestion," President Su said from the sofa, holding a toothpick with an apple from the fruit plate. "It's really sweet." Lin Xiao enjoyed the treat fed to him by President Su, showering her with compliments. Watching from the side, Su Dad sighed, having raised his daughter for over 20 years without ever seeing her feed him an apple. He couldn't help but feel displeased with Lin Xiao, thinking that his little cabbage had been taken by this big pig's trotter. Angry and unable to stay, Su Dad directly got up and returned to his room. Lin Xiao and President Su exchanged glances, puzzled as to why he had suddenly left. "By the way, do you know Jing Su?" After swallowing the apple fed to him by President Su, Lin Xiao remembered something important. President Su thought for a moment and asked, "Is it the superstar Jing Su?" "Yes, that's him. He invited me out for dinner tonight." "If he's inviting you out, he must have something to discuss," President Su stated confidently. "Indeed, my dear wife, you are so clever," Lin Xiao said, giving her a little compliment. President Su felt sweetness in her heart and said happily, "Of course, don't you see who my boyfriend is?" Is flattery contagious?" After joking lightly, Lin Xiao resumed seriousness. "He asked me to write a song for him when we participated in a show last time. I agreed, and he is meeting me tonight to discuss the song." "Have you finished writing it?" "Yes, I have. But since I've signed with a company, it's better to discuss these matters with external people at the company." President Su thought for a moment and agreed. Even though she was the president, the company had its regulations. "How much do you think is appropriate when discussing the price tomorrow?" President Su pondered and said, "If the quality of the song you give him is very high with your current fame and status, it should be around 5 million. But since he is like a brother to you, how about we set it at 3 million? When signing the contract, you can allow him to use it for performances, but the final copyright must remain with you." Lin Xiao considered President Su's words and found them reasonable. "When we discuss tomorrow, I'll have Hu Jiang talk to them. You just need to listen in. Friendship is friendship and business is business. They shouldn't mix." Lin Xiao felt he wasn't suited to talk about money with friends, so it was better to leave it to professionals. After discussing serious matters, President Su leaned happily against Lin Xiao's shoulder. The two closed their eyes, enjoying the rare leisure time after dinner. The night passed uneventfully. The next day, after finishing the delicious breakfast made by Ma Su, Lin Xiao and President Su held hands and headed to the company. Upon arriving at the composition department, President Su's purpose was to inform Hu Jiang about the meeting with Jing. After making arrangements, she left under the fearful gazes of everyone in the composition department. Although she was friendly with Lin Xiao, she was notoriously known as the Ice Queen in the company. Not long after starting work, Jing Su arrived with his assistant, and Hu Jiang and Lin Xiao welcomed him in the conference room of the composition department. According to President Su's arrangement, Hu Jiang handled the conversation throughout, while Lin Xiao remained silent, quietly observing. Jing Su happily agreed to what Hu Jiang said. As long as he could perform the song himself, it didn't matter whether the copyright was with him or not. After reaching an agreement, colleagues from the legal department brought in the contract, and both parties happily signed. Lin Xiao took out the prepared sheet music and handed it to Jing Su for him to review. Jing Su eagerly accepted it, and the first thing he saw was the title, "Ordinary Road." Curious, he continued reading, becoming increasingly astonished. What a great song, truly a great song. As he read on, he couldn't contain the smile on his face. To him, the quality of this song surpassed all his previous songs. He was in dire need of such quality. Before obtaining this song, he thought that the songs Lin Xiao wrote for him would only be on par with his previous works. He never expected Lin Xiao would surprise him so greatly this time. After finishing reading, he regretted not paying attention to the copyright issue earlier. A song this good had its copyright with Lin Xiao, leaving him feeling a bit disappointed. But with the contract signed, there was nothing to be done. He withdrew his focus, reluctantly shifting his gaze from the sheet music to Lin Xiao. Lin, this song is amazing. Ooh, I am very satisfied. Lin Xiao smiled slightly. It's great that Zheng Ge likes it. Ooh, I've finally completed the promise I made to Zheng Ge. Zheng Su excitedly walked away with his assistant, eager to start recording. However, before recording, he needed to practice until it was perfect. Lin Xiao and Hu Jiang watched his hurried departure, shaking their heads and smiling. It seemed that he had been tormented all year by not encountering a good song. Back in the office, Lin Xiao found himself idle again. Perhaps he was the most unoccupied person in the entire company. With nothing to do, he decided to drink tea, taking out the tea leaves he had borrowed from Hu Jiang and brewing them with a certain flourish. After pouring himself a cup and downing it in one go, he felt it was just that. He couldn't discern the quality. Just as he was about to pour a second cup, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he said, setting down the teapot and looking towards the door. Two beautiful figures walked in, and one of them teased, "Oh, Lin Xiao, you seem to be in such a leisurely mood." "Li Hani, please don't tease me. I'm just bored." Lin Xiao stood up and smiled at the arriving President Su and Li Hani. "Come sit down and try the tea I brewed." After the two took their seats, Lin Xiao poured a cup for each of them. The two women took a sip and exclaimed, "Wow, have your tea brewing skills reached a master level?" Li Hani exaggeratedly remarked. Lin Xiao immediately knew she was joking and teasing him, which made him feel a bit flustered. President Su also covered her mouth and chuckled. "Cough, cough. Hani, you truly have an eye for talent, recognizing that my tea skills have reached a master level." "I'm truly flattered," Lin Xiao replied, maintaining a straight face while joking. President Su, unable to listen any longer, interjected. "All right, you two, stop the banter. Lin Xiao, Hani, and I came to ask you something." Upon hearing there was a matter to discuss, Lin Xiao sat up slightly straighter, adopting an attentive demeanor. The two women exchanged glances and Hani said, "You go ahead, Hani." Hani nodded and organized her thoughts before saying, "Lin Xiao, is there a role in the Xianjian script that would suit me?" Lin Xiao hadn't expected them to come for this, and he first glanced at President Su, who slightly lowered her head. From President Su's expression, he could tell that after hearing about the script, Li Hani had sought her out first. President Su, feeling awkward about directly refusing, had brought this matter to him. Casting is a crucial matter. It's not simply about wanting someone to play a role. They must resonate with the character in the script and have a certain acting foundation. Otherwise, regardless of how good your script is, the audience won't buy it. Thus, for Xingqian Entertainment to make a splash in the film industry, the Xianjian script must be taken seriously. It's not about who has the stronger connections. Regaining his focus, Lin Xiao turned to Li Hani and asked, "Hani, do you act?" Li Hani, not receiving a clear refusal, felt a flicker of joy and confidently replied, "I can't say I'm great, but I've been learning acting during my spare time all these years." Lin Xiao nodded thoughtfully, saying, "Hani, you have a bit of a connection with the character Lin Yuru in Xianjian. Lin Yuru is willful, yet kind. You should ponder on that over the next few days. When the time comes for auditions, you can try out for the role of Lin Yuru." Upon hearing this, Li Hani joyfully stood up and hugged Lin Xiao tightly. Lin Xiao stiffened at the unexpected attack, feeling Li Hany's softness, and dared not move an inch. President Su, watching her friend's action, shot a sharp glare at Li Hani. The temperature in the office plummeted, feeling as cold as midwinter. Li Hani felt as if her back had been pierced by a sharp sword, instantly jolted awake from her joyous mood. The main person was right next to her, and she had just hugged his partner. That was truly inappropriate. Cough, cough. "I'm sorry, you, I got too excited, and I meant no harm, really." After being startled by President Su's piercing gaze, Li Hani quickly released Lin Xiao and began to explain. President Su shot Li Hani a fierce glare, but remained silent. President Su understood Li Hany's character. She was carefree and acted on impulse. The earlier scene likely stemmed from her excitement, so it wasn't her intention. Moreover, if Li Hani truly had feelings for Lin Xiao, she wouldn't have acted so carelessly in front of her, so she still trusted Li Hani. Feeling embarrassed, Lin Xiao rubbed his nose, took a sip of tea to calm his racing heart. Being hugged by another woman in front of the main person was truly stimulating. "How does it feel?" President Su suddenly asked Lin Xiao. "Very. Big, very. Soft," Lin Xiao blurted out without thinking, still savoring the moment. As soon as the words left his mouth, he knew he was in trouble. Just as he opened his mouth to explain, President Su, with a frosty expression, stood up and walked out. Li Hani, her face flushed from Lin Xiao's comment, shot him a fierce glare and followed President Su out. Lin Xiao was left standing there, mouth agape, wanting to argue, but no one was listening. "I was speaking the truth. Why are both of you so angry?" Watching the two retreating figures, Lin Xiao sighed internally. "I'm the victim here. I was the one taken advantage of, and I end up being blamed. It seems the ancients were right. Only women and petty people are hard to deal with." Fuming, Lin Xiao drank 3 cups of tea before collapsing onto the sofa, feeling weak and contemplating how to apologize to President Su. "Oh, what a sin. Just a moment ago, he was happily watching the two joke, and now they had stormed out with frosty expressions. Life is truly unpredictable. After thinking for a long time, Lin Xiao couldn't come up with a method to earn President Su's forgiveness. Nevertheless, he had to admit his mistake, and his attitude must be sincere. When a woman gets angry, if you don't comfort her, she will surely feel that you don't love or value her, and that will only escalate the situation. Lin Xiao stood up thinking he should buy a bouquet of flowers first. Don't all women like flowers? There should be a sense of ritual when admitting one's mistakes. Arriving at the flower shop downstairs, Lin Xiao looked at the array of flowers, feeling conflicted, as he had no idea what flowers President Su liked. The shop assistant approached Lin Xiao, seeing his indecision, and asked, "Sir, are you unsure about what flowers?" "Yes, I don't know what kind of flowers she likes," Lin Xiao said, awkwardly feeling incompetent for not knowing what flowers his girlfriend liked. "Then, sir, are you buying flowers for your girlfriend?" asked the shop assistant with a smile. "Yes, I want to buy flowers to cheer her up since she's angry." "In that case, you should buy roses. They represent romance and love, and red roses symbolize passionate love. Giving roses to your girlfriend can also express your deep affection for her." After hearing the shop assistant's recommendation, Lin Xiao decided to buy roses.